Young Jiang Nan had awakened the rarest spatial ability, yet due to his lowest grade talent, he was reduced to running a small stall at the night market. The Jiangqing night market was bustling with crowds. Jiang Nan, dressed in a white t-shirt with a cartoon print, sat on a small folding stool, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Socks, shorts, hair ties, and clips." The factory manager ran off with his mistress. "Everything is being sold at a loss." A passing girl was drawn to his spirited yelling, her gaze landing on the neatly arranged goods on his stall. The display was filled with an array of colorful shorts, bow-adorned, striped, cartoon-themed, you name it. Glancing at the sunny, handsome young man who looked no older than 18 or 19, her cheeks flushed slightly, and she quickly turned to leave. Jiang Nan hurriedly called after her, "Miss, don't go. There are hair ties and clips too." But alas, more than an hour passed, and he hadn't sold a single item. With rent looming, he couldn't help but wonder how he'd make it through. Suddenly, a familiar mocking voice rang out. "Well, isn't this Jiangqing Hai's Nanshan, the spatial genius reduced to selling at a street stall?" Looking up, he saw his classmate Li Mayan, her arm linked with that of a tall guy. Jiang Nan frowned slightly, not expecting to run into them here. The tall guy looked surprised. Spatial ability? One of the 3 Dao Tian level powerhouses in all of China is a spatial user. Li Mayan sneered as she explained. Exactly. Back then, a Dao Tian level spatial expert personally came to recruit him as a disciple. But when they tested his talent, it turned out to be the lowest grade. The expert was so furious, they left immediately. The tall guy scoffed and kicked over a pile of socks on the stall. Jiang Nan clenched his fists, suppressing his anger, and shot back sarcastically, "Why don't you buy your girlfriend a bikini? You'll need it tonight." That remark completely enraged the pair. Li Mayan kicked over the stall in retaliation, and the tall man, claiming to be an awakened strength user from Jiangqing Spiritual Martial University, swung a punch straight at Jiang Nan's face. At the critical moment, a ripple of spatial energy surged around Jiang Nan, allowing him to narrowly dodge the deadly blow. However, the spatial shift drained all his strength, and the second punch landed squarely on his jaw, sending him sprawling to the ground, coughing up blood. Just as Jiang Nan hit the ground, a mysterious system voice echoed in his mind. He was granted a chance to draw 10 rewards, ultimately obtaining 9 bottles of Mighty Power Potion and 1 Essence Cleansing Spirit Fruit. Without hesitation, Jiang Nan pulled out a bottle of the Mighty Power Potion only to discover it was an entire bucket. He tilted it back and drank it all, instantly feeling a surge of strength coursing through his body. With one punch, he sent the tall man flying, leaving him curled up on the ground like a boiled shrimp. But before Jiang Nan could celebrate, Li Mayan's horrified voice rang out, "Jiang Nan, you're bald." He reached up to touch his head, only to find it smooth and hairless. The price of tenfold strength, it seemed, was all his hair. "So, I'm bald now, but stronger? You're asking for it." Wang Lin's furious roar echoed through the night market stalls. His eyes were filled with rage, his face twisted in anger. A glance at his girlfriend standing nearby only fueled his fury. As a proud strength-type awakener who had already reached the bronze rank, how could he possibly lose face to a mere black iron ranker? Suppressing the searing pain, he swung another heavy punch at Jiang Nan. To his shock, Jiang Nan caught the punch effortlessly and, with a firm squeeze, sent Wang Lin screaming in agony. His face contorted so severely it was almost unrecognizable. Wang Lin was stunned, was a strength-type awakener. Yet he was being overpowered? Could it be that this guy was also a strength type? But wasn't he supposed to be a spatial type? A system notification sounded in Jiang Nan's mind. Resentment value from Wang Lin 888. Jiang Nan's eyes lit up. Ever since merging with the system, he had understood its basic functionality. The lucky spin required resentment points to activate 10,000 points for 1 spin, and 100,000 for 10 spins. He had been worrying about how to gather resentment points, but now it was clear. All he had to do was provoke others into resenting him. Jiang Nan's gaze toward Wang Lin changed, as if he were looking at a golden goose. With a swift motion, he pinned Wang Lin to the ground, straddling him before unleashing a flurry of punches. Left, right. Each strike was accompanied by the system's notification sound, as the resentment points skyrocketed. Overcome with excitement, Jiang Nan couldn't stop. He grabbed a nearby small stool and began hammering Wang Lin with it. The crowd of onlookers grew larger, some pulling out their phones to record the scene while murmuring amongst themselves. Li Mayan, standing to the side, was at a loss for what to do. She couldn't believe how the usually mild-mannered Jiang Nan had suddenly turned so ferocious. She threatened to call the police, but her words only earned Jiang Nan even more resentment points. In the end, Wang Lin had no choice but to spend over 2,000 yuan to buy all the socks. Li Mayan helped the beaten and swollen Wang Lin to his feet, vowing that during tomorrow's monthly exam in the spirit martial class, Jiang Nan would pay for this. But Jiang Nan had already hopped onto his vintage Phoenix brand bicycle, humming a tune as he rode off into the night. As he pedaled, Jiang Nan's mind raced with thoughts. 20 years ago, the Earth had undergone a spiritual energy revival, and humans began awakening supernatural abilities. Although Jiang Nan had awakened the rare spatial type ability, his talent was so poor that he had only reached Black Iron 3-star rank by his senior year of high school. If he failed to break through to Black Iron 5-star in tomorrow's monthly exam, he would be expelled from the Spirit Martial class. But now, with the system in his possession, everything seemed to be taking a turn for the better. Half an hour later, Jiang Nan arrived at a small alley on the outskirts of the city, where he met Zhou Yi, the owner of a barbecue stall. After paying his rent, he rushed home in a hurry, eager to test whether the body-refining spirit fruit he had obtained was truly as effective as it claimed to be. Jiang Nan returned to his small rented room, locking his old-fashioned bicycle with a double-bar frame to the locust tree by the door. Pushing the door open, he stepped into the 25-square-meter apartment. Though small, the room was neatly organized, with today's market goods stacked tidily under the bed. Ignoring his rumbling stomach, Jiang Nan quickly drew the curtains. With a thought, the Shisui spirit fruit appeared in his palm. The fruit was a vibrant red, resembling a ripe plum, and its appearance made him swallow involuntarily. What's there to be afraid of? I've got nothing to lose anyway. Jiang Nan steeled himself and swallowed the fruit whole. It melted instantly in his mouth, leaving no taste or fragrance behind. Just like that, it was gone. He waited 5 minutes, but nothing seemed to happen. Where's the promised cleansing and refinement? Even a plum would at least taste sweet. Jiang Nan muttered to himself. Just as he was complaining, he suddenly felt a change within his sensitivity to spiritual energy became extraordinarily clear. A surge of energy rushed into his body, and in the blink of an eye, his cultivation level skyrocketed to Black Iron 7 stars. Although he wasn't exactly sure what level he had reached, Jiang Nan was certain his talent had surpassed the rank classification. His hands trembled with excitement as he checked himself for any missing limbs or unexpected changes. Memories of the last time he drank a strength potion and ended up bald flashed through his mind. Who knew what side effects the Shisui spirit fruit might bring? As he was carefully checking himself, the door suddenly opened. Brother Jiang Nan, you must be starving since you came back so late. I made you some noodles. A girl stood at the doorway, her hair tied in a ponytail and wearing a floral dress. She held a bowl of noodles in her hands. The moment she saw Jiang Nan inspecting himself, her eyes widened in realization, and her cheeks flushed red. I'll just leave the noodles here for you. Eat them after you're done. She quickly placed the bowl down, shut the door with a bang, and ran off in a panic. Wait, you've got it all wrong. I wasn't doing that. Jiang Nan tried to explain, but the girl was already out of sight. The noodles, though delicious, tasted unusually salty, mixed with the bitterness of his regret. Jiang Nan resolved to explain things another day. After all, the landlord's daughter attended the same school as him. There'd be plenty of chances. Once he calmed down, Jiang Nan turned his attention to the system. His resentment points had reached over 110,000, thanks in no small part to beating up Wang Lin and Li Mayan. He now had enough for another 10-draw spin. Let's go. Lucky wheel, 10-draw spin. The results were all thank you for participating and strength potions, leaving Jiang Nan fuming. His face darkened with frustration. Still, he reasoned that the strength potions could be sold at his stall. Sure, they caused baldness, but the slogan, strength creates miracles, might just attract some buyers and generate some extra resentment points on the side. Lying on his bed, Jiang Nan pulled out his 50 yuan locally made phone, planning to scroll through it before sleeping. Opening the Lingwu Class 1 group chat, he found the chat buzzing with activity. Someone had shared a video of him beating up Wang Lin, and the views had already surpassed 400,000. The clip showed a bald boy in a Hello Kitty t-shirt sitting on Wang Lin and smashing him repeatedly with a small stool, sparking heated discussions. The group chat was filled with comments. Whoa, this bald guy is fierce. That's brutal. Isn't that Li Mayan's boyfriend? Jiang Nan chuckled as he read through the messages and even tagged Li Mayan to ask if the hospital Wi-Fi was fast. Meanwhile, his system showed his resentment points skyrocketing, continuing to climb even as he drifted off to sleep. The next morning, as Jiang Nan stepped out, he ran into Zhou Yuqing, the landlord's daughter. Before he could explain the misunderstanding from the previous night, the girl blushed and said, Brother Jiang Nan, make sure to rest early and take care of yourself. With that, she dashed away in a fluster. Jiang Nan was left speechless. Sis, listen to me. I'm really not that kind of person. Donning a baseball cap to hide his bald head, Jiang Nan hopped onto his bicycle. The rhythmic clatter of the wheels accompanied him as he rode towards school. The monthly exams were just around the corner. As Jiang Nan walked into the classroom, the previously lively atmosphere, fueled by the upcoming monthly exams, suddenly quieted down. His handsome and fresh-faced appearance still drew the attention of the female classmates, but the thought of him soon leaving the class brought a tinge of sadness to many. Jiang Nan walked straight to his seat by the window and sat down. Gradually, the chatter in the classroom resumed. Are Nan Shun still wearing a cap? What's he trying to pull off? Maybe he knows he's about to be kicked out and can't show his face anymore? Jiang Nan gazed out the window, his thoughts churning. 3 years ago, the name Nan Shun resonated throughout Jiang City, but now it had become a joke. However, today, things might take a different turn. At that moment, the class monitor, Li Xiang, walked up to Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan, if you're being kicked out, then so be it. Don't take it too hard. Maybe being a lingu practitioner isn't for you, but your spatial abilities could still be useful. At least you can open dimensional spaces to store things. My dad runs a logistics company. After graduation, you can come work for us 30,000 a month, plus spiritual beads for cultivation. Think about it. Whoa, 30,000. That's way too much. 3,000 sounds more like it. Haha. As expected of Xianggu. No wonder he's the class monitor. Jiang Nan glanced at Li Xiang and grinned. So you're basically telling me to deliver packages, huh? The entire class burst into laughter. Li Xiang shrugged. A spatial lingu practitioner delivering packages perfectly aligned with your skill set. 30,000. No more, no less. Li Xiang, I know a foreman at the construction site in the southern part of the city. With your earth element abilities, you could dig septic tanks better than 10 excavators, couldn't you? Jiang Nan shot back. The classmates stifled their laughter, their faces turning red as they tried to contain themselves. Li Xiang's expression instantly darkened. At that moment, Li Mayan, sporting heavy dark circles under her eyes, stormed into the classroom angrily. You will take responsibility for what you did to me last night. Jiang Nan paused for 2 seconds before replying. What? Still hurts? The classroom fell silent in an instant, and the students' gazes turned suggestive. Before the awkward atmosphere could escalate, the homeroom teacher, dressed in professional attire, entered the room and tapped the blackboard with her pointer. Everyone back to your seats. The monthly exam will include testing lingu levels and attack power. Gather in the gymnasium. Lingu Class 1 is the top class. Don't embarrass us. Her gaze lingered meaningfully on Jiang Nan. In the third-floor gymnasium of Jiang City High School, nearly 500 senior students from the lingu classes lined up by their respective groups. After a lengthy speech from the principal, the monthly assessment officially began. At the center of the gym stood a testing machine made of titanium magnesium alloy, with a display screen to show results. The tests proceeded one by one, with awakeners from the fire, beast transformation, strength, and telekinesis classes taking turns. The rankings shifted continuously. After 2 hours, it was finally Lingu Class 1's turn. Li Xiang stepped up first. With a heavy stomp, the ground twisted into a fist-like shape and struck the testing machine. Bronze 3-star, attack power, S. He immediately shot to the top of the rankings. Next was Li Mayan. Under her control, metallic steel beads struck the testing machine like bullets, sending sparks flying. Black iron 10-star peak, attack power, A. She entered the top 10 rankings. Jiang Nan from Class 1. Amidst a wave of mockery, Jiang Nan adjusted his baseball cap and slowly approached the testing machine. He took a deep breath, his muscles tensing like steel cables. Stepping forward with his left foot, twisting his waist, and driving his hips, he unleashed a punch that roared with a deafening sonic boom. Boom. The titanium magnesium alloy surface caved in instantly, its corners snapping apart. The entire testing machine was hurled through the air by the sheer force, shattering the gym's glass window as it plummeted from the 3rd floor to the sports field below, rolling over 20 meters before coming to a stop. The shockwave blew Jiang Nan's cap off, revealing a shiny bald head. The entire gym fell into stunned silence. Li Xiang was dumbfounded. Li Mayan was speechless. Even the principal and the examiners were at a loss for words. Someone in the crowd muttered, "All he needs is a cape, and he'd be sadomasensei." The scene was in chaos. Inside the gymnasium, the students stared in shock at the testing machine that had been smashed and sent flying. It was common knowledge that the school's basic model testing machine, though simple, could withstand attacks below bronze 5-star level. What was even more astonishing was that this feat had been achieved by someone with spatial type awakened abilities. Jiang Nan scratched his head innocently and looked at the proctor. Teacher, I don't have to pay for this, do I?" Suddenly, resentment points skyrocketed. Li Xiang 999. Li Mayan 999. Principal Wang Tianyi 999. The proctor wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, having witnessed the entire event firsthand. What kind of high school student could unleash such power? Forcing himself to stay calm, he coughed twice. "A few of you, go and bring the testing machine back. Don't worry, you don't have to pay for it. It's the school's fault for not maintaining the equipment properly. Besides, it's about time we upgraded to a newer model." Principal Wang's face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot, contributing another 999 resentment points. A group of students struggled to carry the 700 to 800 pounds of testing machine back into the gymnasium. Meanwhile, students playing basketball on the field outside were buzzing with curiosity. Who's the legend that just blasted the testing machine out of the third-floor gym? The battered testing machine screen was still flickering, displaying Black Iron 7 stars. Attack power. At the top of the leaderboard was Jiang Nan's name. The crowd erupted in disbelief. How is Nan Shun's attack power this terrifying? Yet he's only Black Iron 7 stars. Principal Wang attempted to maintain composure. It doesn't seem too badly damaged. With some repairs, it should still be usable. The moment he finished speaking, the machine sparked and completely broke down. The proctor looked puzzled. Aren't you a spatial ability user? How do you have this kind of strength? Jiang Nan replied casually, last night, I was running a street stall at the night market and got punched by someone. Suddenly, I awakened strength-type abilities too. Oh? Dual awakening? Is it really that casual? It turned out that Jiang Nan was the same person who had gone viral on social media the previous night for using a small stool to pummel a group of college students in a street fight. The proctor smiled. This is a rare opportunity for you. They'll report it to the school. Dual awakenings are 1 in 10,000. You'll be eligible for an extra spirit pearl each month. Jiang Nan walked up to Li Mayan with a cheerful grin. Make sure to thank your buddy Wang Gu for me later. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have achieved dual awakening. Li Mayan gritted his teeth, his resentment points rising by another 999. With the testing machine destroyed, the monthly exam was cut short. As the students dispersed, Li Xiang coldly warned Jiang Nan, don't get cocky. With your trash talent, dual awakening or not, it's only a matter of time before we leave you in the dust. Jiang Nan flexed his fist. What's the matter? Human excavator, is your skull tougher than the titanium alloy testing machine? Li Xiang stomped his foot furiously, contributing another 888 resentment points. He had now become the second big cash cow after Wang Lin, providing Jiang Nan with nearly 30,000 resentment points. After school, Jiang Nan pedaled his old bicycle straight to Jiangqing Night Market. With his spatial abilities, he opened a 3 cubic meter dimensional space, neatly organizing his goods inside. Tonight's stall featured the usual socks, underwear, hair ties, and clips, but there was also a new addition: 10 bottles of label-removed mineral water. On the bottles, he had scrawled the words, Farmer's 3 punches, in crooked handwriting. These were his pre-prepared strength potions. Jiang Nan shouted at the top of his lungs. Come one, come all, take a look. Socks, underwear, hair ties, and clips, cheap and cheerful. Plus, the legendary Farmer's 3 punches. It even tastes a little sweet. As night fell, the Jiangnan night market gradually came alive with activity. Jiang Nan's enthusiastic and impassioned shouts successfully drew the attention of many passers-by. 2 young women stopped in their tracks. One of them whispered, Hey, isn't that the bald guy with the bruised face from yesterday? It really is him. He's actually pretty handsome. What? Feeling a spark? Of course not. Bald guys aren't my type. But if he had hair, this clean-cut look would definitely earn him my WeChat. Hearing their conversation, Jiang Nan couldn't help but grumble inwardly, System, it's all your fault I'm bald. Ladies, I swear I didn't go bald on purpose. At that moment, a tall, handsome guy behind the 2 young women rolled his eyes and said, Let's enjoy the night while we can. Tomorrow, our team is heading into the spirit abyss. Ugh, don't ruin the mood. Come on, let's check it out. One of the women pulled her friend toward the stall. What's so great about a bald guy? He's not even better looking than me, the tall guy muttered, reluctantly following them. The 3 approached the stall and started browsing the goods. Jiang Nan's sharp eyes caught sight of a red elastic waistband peeking out when the tall guy, named Zheng Wei, bent down. Hey there, buddy, is it your zodiac year? Sporting red underwear? Huh? I've got red boxers here that won't fade 2 pairs for just $10. Zheng Wei's face darkened. What the hell are you looking at? Resentment level from Zheng Wei, 666. The 2 young women followed Jiang Nan's gaze and spotted the red waistband, bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha, Zheng Wei really is celebrating his zodiac year. So red, so bold. Listen to the boss, buy 2 pairs. Wearing red in your zodiac year brings good luck. Jiang Nan quickly chimed in. These 2 lovely ladies are absolutely right. 2 pairs are a must. Resentment level from Zheng Wei, 666. After scanning the payment code, the $10 were in Jiang Nan's pocket. Zheng Wei, still fuming, turned his attention to a bottle of water on the stall. What's this? Farmer's 3 punches? Jiang Nan immediately perked up. Ah, you don't know about this, do you? This is a family heirloom Farmer's 3 punches. It's slightly sweet, and after drinking it, your strength will increase tenfold. You can knock out an enemy in just 3 punches. Zheng Wei couldn't hold back his sarcasm. Seriously? Farmer's 3 punches with a hint of sweetness? The bottle's clearly been opened. Family heirloom? Since when does bottled water get passed down? Waiter, bring me a vintage 1982 bottle of water. To prove his claim, Jiang Nan grabbed a red brick from the roadside and smashed it against his forehead without hesitation. With a loud crack, The brick shattered on impact. Everyone around was stunned. Believe me now? Jiang Nan said, lifting another brick. Before drinking farmer's 3 punches, even climbing onto a bed was tough for me. After drinking it, I can smash bricks with my head and tear off manhole covers with my hands. Well, convinced yet? All right, all right. Stop smashing. They'll buy it. Okay? How much? Zhang Wei quickly intervened. 10,000 per bottle. 10,000? This family heirloom water sure is pricey. Zhang Wei nearly choked on his own spit. After some coaxing from the 2 young women, Zhang Wei reluctantly paid. Once the transfer was complete, Jiang Nan added, "Oh, wait a second, buddy. You're still short by 1 yuan. Wasn't it 10,000? The brick costs money 2 yuan and 50 cents. Resentment level from Zhang Wei, 666. You're seriously charging me for the brick you smashed? Your business practices are absolutely shameless." Zhang Wei gritted his teeth. If this doesn't work, you'd better watch out. Under the expectant gazes of the 2 young women, Zhang Wei twisted open the bottle cap and downed it in one go. Suddenly, a surge of wild energy coursed through his body, making his face flush crimson. Holy crap! Holy crap! This really works. As a bronze tier level 2 strength awakened, Zhang Wei was thrilled to feel the terrifying power granted by the tenfold boost. With a slight clench of his fist, he seemingly crushed the air in an instant. Zhang Wei trembled with excitement and eagerly shouted to Jiang Nan, "Boss, this family secret mineral water of yours is incredible. I feel even more confident about the trip to Lingshu tomorrow." Jiang Nan responded with an awkward smile. "Ahu, as long as it works." Before he could say more, 2 young women suddenly burst into laughter, covering their mouths and pointing at Zhang Wei's head. Zhang Wei, you're bald." One of them laughed so hard she doubled over. "Your shiny head is brighter than a street lamp." Instinctively, Zhang Wei touched the top of his head. The cold, smooth sensation sent shivers down his spine. Almost immediately, a system notification chimed in. Resentment points from Zhang Wei 999. The numbers surged wildly, surpassing 10,000 in the blink of an eye. "Boss!" Zhang Wei roared in fury. "Are you messing with me? Where's my hair?" Jiang Nan patted his shoulder casually, a carefree grin on his face. "Oh, come on, brother. Don't sweat the small stuff. Haha, karma works in mysterious ways. Baldness spares no one." Zhang Wei's eyes reddened with anger, and he was about to explode when the 2 young women, still laughing uncontrollably, stopped him. "Bald can be handsome too. That farmer's 3 punches water really does work." Uft. Ha. Seizing the moment, Jiang Nan winked at the young women. "So, between me and him, who's the better looking one now?" "Pfft, you are." "Of course, you are." They giggled, offering to add him on WeChat. As the 3 walked off, chatting and laughing, Zhang Wei was left standing alone under the street lamp. His shiny bald head reflected the lamplight, making his figure appear particularly desolate. Just then, roaring Mercedes G-Class screeched to a halt at the entrance of the night market. A silver-haired beauty, dressed in a jacket and hot pants, jumped out of the driver's seat. Her piercing blue eyes sparkled with rage. Clutching her phone, she muttered through gritted teeth, "It has to be him. This time, there's no mistake." From the passenger seat emerged another girl, wearing a white orchid-patterned blouse and fitted jeans, with a sun hat perched on her head. She stifled a laugh and said, "Xiao Yao, you've been searching for him for almost half a year, and you say this every time." Xiao Yao stomped her foot angrily. "Oomph. Does he think I won't recognize him just because he shaved his head? That heartless scammer." She grabbed Zhong Yingshu's hand, dragging her toward the night market, her teeth audibly grinding. Zhong Yingxue covered her mouth, giggling softly. "That pair of shorts really did bleed color quite a bit, huh?" "Sure." Xiao Yao widened her eyes. "Don't bring that up, it's too embarrassing." Jiang Nan, who had just sold a bottle of Farmer's 3 Punches, was thrilled by the sweet taste of success. The business opportunity unfolding before him filled him with excitement. Not only could he make money, but he could also collect a significant amount of resentment points. Without hesitation, he pulled out a stack of red bricks from his spatial storage and began shouting his sales pitch. Come on, come on. The legendary Farmer's 3 Punches. 1 sip, and you'll smash a brick with your head. 2 sips, and you'll kick a durian with your foot. 3 sips, and you'll soar to the heavens, as carefree as a god." As he spoke, he grabbed a brick and smashed it against his own forehead with a loud bang, shattering the brick instantly. The crowd was stunned, their jaws dropping in disbelief. Soon, more and more people gathered around. Someone voiced their skepticism. "Boss, is that brick fake?" Jiang Nan immediately flared up, standing up with a brick in hand. "Fake? Come here. Let me smash it on your head and see." Resentment points from Song Xin 666. "Boss, even if it's fake, I wouldn't dare try it." "Haha, the boss is tough. That's a real brick." red on the outside, black on the inside, straight from a kiln, solid as can be. Many onlookers whipped out their phones to record videos, and the crowd grew larger and larger. However, despite smashing over 20 bricks and shouting himself hoarse, Jiang Nan hadn't sold a single product. He was heartbroken those bricks weren't cheap. Just as he was feeling dejected, a commotion erupted among the crowd. Most people's attention shifted elsewhere, accompanied by exclamations of awe. What a stunning beauty! She's more gorgeous than a celebrity. I'm in love. This is love at first sight. Summer Yao Xia Yao appeared, scanning her surroundings with an aura of wildness, like a white wolf hunting in the snow. Her blue eyes, silver shoulder-length hair, black tank top paired with a denim jacket, and exposed toned midriff made her a striking sight. Her long legs were especially eye-catching. Beside her was Zhong Yingxue, slightly shorter, dressed in fitted jeans and a white blouse, her face framed by short black hair under a Sunhata face as ethereal as a deity from a painting. Xiao Yao, did you find him? Zhong Yingxue asked. Xia Yao shook her head, her gaze still searching. Suddenly, Zhong Yingxue's eyes lit up. There's a crowd over there, let's check it out. The two pushed through the throng and arrived just in time to see Jiang Nan smashing bricks. When Jiang Nan looked up and saw them, his face turned pale. He was about to teleport away when Xia Yao pounced like a leopard, pinning him with a perfect chokehold. Gotcha. Where do you think you're going? Resentment points from Xia Yao 1000. You shameless scammer. I've been looking for you for half a year. Those 2 pairs of shorts I bought from you, both of them bled color. Jiang Nan broke out in a cold sweat, stammering. Nonsense, how would you know they bled? It turned out Xia Yao had worn one of the shorts while showering, and the dye stained her entire body black. It had taken her a full week to scrub herself clean. The experience left her traumatized, and she swore to track Jiang Nan down and demand justice. For 6 months, she scoured every night market, encountering Jiang Nan twice, but he had managed to escape both times. This time, she finally caught him. Blushing, she demanded fiercely, "What's it to you? Pay up now." The crowd erupted with laughter and chatter. This bald boss is something else. 2 beauties showed up looking for him. I wouldn't mind being choke-held by such a beauty. Serves him right. Scammers deserve to be caught. At that moment, Zhong Yingxue stood frozen, tears welling in her eyes. Jiang Nan? Is that really you? Hearing her familiar voice, Jiang Nan finally noticed her and exclaimed in surprise, "Xiao Yingxue." Before he could finish, Zhong Yingxue rushed forward and pulled him into a tight embrace. In an instant, Jiang Nan's nose was filled with a sweet fragrance, and he found himself crashing into a warm, soft embrace. Whoa! The crowd erupted in gasps. This is a fool and pincer attack. At this moment, Jiang Nan was indeed caught in a tight spot, pinned from both the front and the back. Zhao Yingxiu. I can't breathe, he struggled to say, finding it difficult to catch his breath, though oddly, he didn't entirely dislike the sensation. Zhong Yingxue suddenly realized her inappropriate behavior and quickly let go, her cheeks flushing red as she gently brushed the brick dust off Jiang Nan's head. Xiao Yao, let go of Jiang Nan. Zhong Yingxue said hurriedly. Why should I? Xia Yao stubbornly shook her head. I finally caught him if I let go. He'll just run away. Zhong Yingxue sighed helplessly. This is the friend I told you about from the orphanage. What? Xia Yao's eyes widened in surprise. No way. You two are childhood sweethearts. She loosened her grip slightly, but still kept a cautious hold. Fine, I'll ease up a bit, but you're not allowed to run. Jiang Nan stared at Zhong Yingxue in a daze, as if her current appearance overlapped with the image of her from their childhood. Why the shaved head? And why are you here smashing bricks for a living? Zhong Yingxue asked, wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes. It's hot in the summer, Jiang Nan replied with a grin. Shaving it off is quick and saves money. Smashing bricks brings in a little extra cash, doesn't it? Seeing his nonchalant attitude, Zhong Yingxue's eyes reddened further. He must have had a tough time all these years, she thought. What's the big deal? Jiang Nan said cheerfully. We endured the hardships of the orphanage, didn't we? As long as I have my hands and feet, I won't starve. Memories came flooding back. They were both orphans, leaning on each other for support in the Jiangqing orphanage. Jiang Nan would save every penny to buy her white rabbit candies and always stood up for her when she was bullied. When he fell ill, she stayed by his side, never leaving him. But when Zhong Yingxue turned 13, she awakened its level fire ability and was adopted by the Zhong family. Despite her protests, they were forcibly separated and hadn't seen each other since. Jiang Nan left the orphanage at 16 and had been working hard to survive on his own ever since. Hey, Xia Yao interrupted, still unrelenting. Don't think you can get away just because of some sob story you owe me compensation. How about I get you 2 more pairs of shorts this time? You can even choose the color, Jiang Nan offered nervously. Ugh, gross. Xia Yao tightened her grip. What? So you can ruin those too? Jiang Nan's eyes rolled back slightly as he struggled to breathe. This girl was surprisingly strong. All right, enough messing around, Zhong Yingxue said, trying to calm things down. It's been so many years, and you're still so mischievous. Let's grab a meal later and catch up properly. But Xia Yao was determined to make Jiang Nan suffer a little. She clung to his back, locking his neck in a hold, refusing to let go until he sold all his goods. Fine, sell all you want. Jiang Nan gasped. Just stop choking, May can't breathe. The crowd watched in stunned silence. Their eyes reddened with envy as they whispered among themselves, should we set up a stall here tomorrow too? At the stall, Zhong Yingxue stood quietly beside Jiang Nan, while Xia Yao was behind him, locking his neck tightly as if afraid he might escape. Although this posture drew many curious glances, Xia Yao didn't care at all. She knew better than anyone how deeply Zhong Yingxue felt for Jiang Nan, and seeing her best friend finally get her wish filled her with genuine happiness. Xia Yao blinked her eyes and called out in an overly sweet and coquettish voice, hey there, brothers and sisters, come check out our goods. Super cheap. The sugary tone sent shivers down Jiang Nan's spine. Watching such a tall, wild beauty suddenly speak in such a syrupy manner was enough to make anyone's composure crumble, no matter how hard they tried. Why are you shaking? Xia Yao asked. Nothing, just cold, Jiang Nan replied. Cold? In the middle of summer? You messing with me? Xia Yao's annoyance level shot up by 333. Zhong Yingxue, though a bit shy, joined in to help Jiang Nan sell their goods. This created a bizarre scene. Two stunning beauties enthusiastically shouting to promote their wares, while Jiang Nan sat stiffly on a little stool like a statue. The passers-by couldn't contain their excitement and swarmed over not for the products, but for the rare chance to get close to the two beauties. Nobody move! A burly man dashed forward. $10 for 2 pairs of shorts, right? Give me 10 kilos. Seriously? Who sells shorts by the kilo? 10 kilos of shorts would last a lifetime. Saving the rest for your descendants? Leave some for us too. Don't stop my big bro. Jiang Nan chimed in enthusiastically. 10 kilos of shorts coming right up. No problem with passing them down as family heirlooms. They'll fade after washing. You wear them. Xia Yao laughed from the side, realizing how fun it was to mess with people. In less than 10 minutes, everything except 9 bottles of Farmer's Triple Punch was sold out. Jiang Nan was filled with emotion, had been shouting all day with no results, but as soon as the two girls stepped in, everything sold like hotcakes. Truly, beauty is power. As they packed up, Jiang Nan stored everything, including the old bicycle, into his spatial dimension. Let's go grab some food. My treat today, Jiang Nan said cheerfully. This left Xia Yao stunned. You have spatial abilities? Even Zhong Yingxue was surprised. Aren't there less than 10 people in the world with spatial abilities? That's me, Jiang Nan shrugged. What, you think a guy with spatial powers can't run a street stall? Running a street stall with spatial powers? Xia Yao's voice shot up several pitches. What, you think being a delivery guy would make more sense? Xia Yao's annoyance level, 666. Don't get me wrong. I'm just an A-level talent, so my cultivation is really slow. Even spatial ability users need to eat, right? It's not like I can rob a bank. Zhong Yingxue gently tugged on Jiang Nan's arm. It's okay. You looked out for me back in the orphanage. Now it's my turn to look out for you. Hearing this, Jiang Nan's heart melted. Xiaoxue, you're so sweet. The three of them reached the night market entrance, and Jiang Nan was stunned when he saw Xia Yao's Mercedes G-Wagon. Wow, you're loaded. Driving a G-Wagon at your age? What are you staring at? Xia Yao felt self-conscious under his gaze. I'm 18 and have a license. I must be seeing things blinded by wealth. Jiang Nan rubbed his eyes. Stop being cheeky. Xia Yao gritted her teeth in frustration. If it weren't for Zuex's sake, I'd definitely make you pay. What do you want to eat? Skewers. Let's hit a food stall. What about you, Shueshue? I'll go with whatever Jiang Nan chooses. As the roar of the G-Wagon's V8 engine echoed, passers-by looked on enviously. With a setup like that, why even bother running a street stall? Isn't that just stealing business? What they didn't know was that Jiang Nan's brick-smashing video had gone viral on Weibo again, surpassing the popularity of his previous one. At the Shaman Street food stalls, Jiang Nan placed the order. Grilled kidneys, soy-marinated tendons, lean meat skewers, and 3 bottles of fresh juice. No spice. Shueshue doesn't like spicy food. You still remember? Zhong Yingxue smiled. My memory's pretty good. Watching the two of them exchange sweet words made Xia Yao pout in dissatisfaction. The resentment emanating from Xia Yao kept escalating, with a string of 3 flashing before Jiang Nan's eyes. This set off alarm bells in his mind. Something was definitely up with this girl, and he'd better stay on guard. Jiang Nan, Shueshue, where are you guys studying now? Songjiang Lingwu High School. Xia Yao quickly interjected. Shueshue and I are classmates, both in our senior year. Jiang Nan raised an eyebrow slightly. Songjiang Lingwu? The competition there must be intense, right? Songjiang Lingwu is the only high school for spiritual warriors in Jiang City, Xia Yao said proudly. Not only does it have top-notch facilities, but the faculty is also exceptional. Every year, they rank in the top 3 in the provincial high school league. Xia Yao chuckled. Competition? That's a non-issue. Xue is a 9-star bronze fire type ability user. Her output is insane. And with me, a 7-star bronze beast transformation ability user. She suddenly paused, her expression darkening. If it weren't for that scumbag Lu Xiaoyao, stop it. Zhong Yingxue frowned, cutting her off. Although Xiaoyao shut her mouth, she couldn't resist turning to Jiang Nan. How about letting Jiang Nan step in? Sure, he's a bit of a schemer, but at least he's reliable. And he's a spatial ability user. His crowd control skills are unbeatable. I'll handle my own problems, Zhong Yingxue said firmly. How? Xia Yao was starting to panic. He's pushed you to this point. If it weren't for me. Xiao Yao. Seeing Xia Yao's gritted teeth and helpless frustration, Jiang Nan tactfully changed the subject. Zuex's just a bit stubborn. Come on, have a skewer. Xia Yao, let's add each other on social media? Jiang Nan pulled out his phone and handed over a QR code, throwing in a wink for good measure. Although Xia Yao looked puzzled, she still added him. Moments later, she received a private message from him. Tell me more when you have time later. Xia Yao's eyes lit up. Beneath the table, she discreetly nudged Jiang Nan's knee with her leg, giving him a look that said, You're not half bad, kid. Xue, you should add me too, so we can keep in touch. Jiang Nan added. By the way, how's the Zhong family treating you? Zhong Yingxue smiled softly. My parents are kind and Grandpa Zhong, though strict, means well. How about you? How have you been all these years? Jiang Nan scratched his head. Same old. I left the orphanage at 16, worked at a barbecue stall near the university, sold fried cold noodles, and even waited tables. Later, I realized street vending paid better. Schooling at Jiang City number 1 high went pretty smoothly too. His casual tone downplayed the hardships, but his words made the two girls' eyes glisten with unshed tears. A 16-year-old boy, juggling school and work to make ends meet, how tough must that have been? And yet, he brushed it off as if those struggles were insignificant. In that moment, most of Xia Yao's resentment toward him melted away. The incident with the color-fading shorts? She decided to let it slide. Silently, she thought to herself, considering how tough your life's been, he'll secretly forgive you this time. Jiang Nan didn't think his life was particularly tough. He always believed that as long as he had his hands and feet, he could make a living. However, the two girls couldn't help but imagine his situation as being much harder than it actually was. In their eyes, Jiang Nan's thin frame was supporting his whole family. Just a moment ago, he was breaking bricks with his head at a street stall, and now he was here, carrying trays and grilling skewers. Eat more, will you? Look how skinny you are. Xia Yao said with a face full of pity. Zhong Yingxue's eyes turned red. Why didn't I find you sooner? If it weren't for that pair of faded shorts you sold to Xiao Yao, we wouldn't have met. Hey. Xue, are you kidding me? I'm the real victim here. Xia Yao protested immediately. Jiang Nan couldn't help but laugh. What kind of stories are you two imagining? It's really not that bad. I was just grilling some cold noodles. At the university town gate, I could sell hundreds of portions a night, earning more than sitting in an office. If they hadn't stopped us from setting up stalls, I'd probably still be doing it now. Looking at Zhong Yingxue's teary eyes, Xia Yao softened and handed over a bank card. Race 100,000 yuan. Zhong Yingxue also began rummaging through her bag. I have 50,000 here too. Hold on, Jiang Nan said with a serious face. Sure, I'm sunny, handsome, and dashing, but I'm not that kind of person. Are you too? Trying to keep me or something? As soon as he said that, he instantly earned a wave of resentment points. 999 resentment points from Xia Yao. 666 resentment points from Zhong Yingxue. Keep you? Keep your shiny bald head. Xia Yao gritted her teeth. I wouldn't even look at you, you blackheart scammer. Xiao Nan, you're so naughty, Zhong Yingxue scolded lightly. Jiang Nan shrank back a little, laughing awkwardly to diffuse the situation. When the meal was over, Xia Yao asked Jiang Nan for his phone. Seeing the domestic brand phone he handed over, with its screen completely shattered but still in use, she was stunned. What is this piece of junk? I'll get you a new one next time. Jiang Nan thought for a moment, then put on a serious face. Well, how about being a pendant on your leg? I don't want to work hard anymore. 333 resentment points from Xia Yao. Pendant my foot. Smile for the camera. Let's take a picture. The three of them huddled together, with Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao sandwiching Jiang Nan in the middle. Xia Yao wrapped her arm around Jiang Nan's neck, squishing his face out of shape. Come on, Xue. Move in closer. With a click, the photo captured the moment. Xia Yao biting into a skewer while hugging Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan's distorted face still managed a bright smile, and Zhong Yingxue leaning on Jiang Nan's shoulder, making the trendy reverse peace sign. Huh. If it weren't for your shiny bald head reflecting light, it would have been perfect. Send it to me later, I'm making it my lock screen. You got it. At the counter, Jiang Nan insisted on paying the bill. I said ID treat. You two help me sell goods. I can't let you work for free. Xia Yao and Zhong Yingxue couldn't win the argument. Boss, how much is it? 341. Let's just round it down to 340. Deal. Jiang Nan pulled out his phone to scan the code, but a balance insufficient notification popped up. What? How can it be insufficient? Didn't I just buy Farmer's 3 Punch for 10,001? Opening his WeChat wallet, Jiang Nan was dumbfounded. Only 124.69 yuan remained in his balance. What the heck? Where's my money? My hard-earned cash. The barbecue stall at the alley entrance was bustling with noise and activity. Seated in the center was a shirtless man with a thick gold chain around his neck, his overtheshelder dragon tattoo standing out prominently under the lights. Surrounding him were 6 or 7 young men, all sporting shaved heads, tight white tank tops, skinny pants, and loafers, a classic wannabe tough guy look. What the hell is taking so long? Are the drinks coming or not? At this rate, we'll finish the skewers before the beer gets here. The dragon-tattooed man shouted impatiently. Coming right up, boss. Aunt Zhou replied with an apologetic smile. Zhou Yuqing, who had come to help out after school, rushed over with her ponytail tied neatly and an apron around her waist. She carried several large mugs of beer in both hands. Setting them down, she nervously said, Boss, here's an extra glass for you on the house. The dragon-tattooed man grinned, revealing his yellowed teeth, and grabbed Zhou Yuqing's wrist. Don't go, little missy. Sit and have a drink with me. I'll give you $1,000 bucks. Zhou Yuqing's face turned pale with fear. She instinctively tried to pull her hand back, but his thick, powerful grip didn't budge. Her fair wrist quickly turned red from the pressure. Aunt Zhou rushed over to shield her daughter. Boss, she's just a kid. This table's on the house. Yuqing, go home now. Are you looking down on our boss? The shaved-headed lackeys immediately stood up, forming a circle around them. The dragon-tattooed man glared coldly. She's staying right here tonight. At that moment, a man at a nearby table, unable to watch any longer, stood up and said, Drinking too much has made you forget who you are? Huh? She's just a high schooler. Have some decency, will you? The dragon-tattooed man grabbed a beer bottle and was about to smash it, but a hand caught it mid-swing. Standing there with a calm smile was Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan Gidge? Zhou Yuqing's tearful eyes lit up as she looked at Jiang Nan, feeling an unexpected sense of relief. Kid, you looking for trouble? The dragon-tattooed man glared at Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan smiled and pointed at his own shaved head. Boss, I'm here to join the Bald Brotherhood. By the way, what's your name? You want to join but don't even know my name? Wang Chang's face darkened. Jiang Nan picked up a beer bottle and walked over to the helpful man who had spoken up earlier. He smiled and began pointing things out. See, this is a green bottle, a white plate, and yellow beer. In English, we call this yellow. As everyone stared in confusion, Jiang Nan suddenly spun around and smashed the bottle over Wang Chang's head. Glass shards flew everywhere, and blood trickled down his bald scalp. See, this is red, Jiang Nan calmly remarked before turning to face the lackeys charging at him. A swift and precise fight broke out. Jiang Nan's hand-to-hand combat skills seemed to be maxed out. His movements were fluid and precise knee strikes, sidesteps, and elbow blows, each hitting its mark with devastating accuracy. Within moments, all the wannabe tough guys were groaning on the ground. Jiang Nan grabbed Wang Chang by the waistband and effortlessly hoisted the 200-pound man into the air. Let's have a little chat, shall we? In the corner of the alley across the street, a few young men squatted on the ground, trembling with bruised and swollen faces. Jiang Nan was mercilessly grinding his foot against Guangtou Chang's hand, the same hand that had just grabbed Zhou Yuqing, causing him to let out a pig-like wail. Wang Chang, brother, stop hitting us. It's our fault, all right? Jiang Nan raised an eyebrow. Your fault? Wang Chang quickly nodded. Yes, it's all our fault. Stand up, on one leg, hands on your head. Smile for me. The group had no choice but to comply. For Wang Chang, who weighed over 200 pounds, standing on one leg was pure torture. Each time he wobbled and his foot touched the ground, Jiang Nan would kick him again. In the end, Wang Chang had no choice but to lean against the wall, struggling to maintain his balance on one leg while forcing out a smile that looked worse than a cry. The food bill earlier will pay for it. The broken tables and chairs, tooth there on us. The group scrambled to pull out money, quickly gathering 7 or 8,000 yuan and handing it to Jiang Nan. Only then did Jiang Nan seem satisfied. Good, you're catching on. Keep your eyes open. That stall is under my protection. I live around here, and if I catch you drinking and causing trouble again, you know what'll happen. Got it. Got it. Guangtou Chang and his group nodded repeatedly. Jiang Nan turned to head back to the food stall, but hearing noise behind him, he glanced back. Who told you to put your hands down? Looking for another beating? And with that, another round of punches and kicks ensued. Wang Chang's resentment points, 999. Back at the food stall, some friendly bystanders greeted him enthusiastically. Come, young man, have a drink. There aren't many young people with your sense of justice these days. You've got some solid moves, are you, from Lingwu High School? Be careful, though. Don't let them cause you trouble. It's fine. I've got it handled, Jiang Nan said with a sheepish smile while scratching his head. Aunt Zhou hurried over, concerned. Jiang Nan handed her the money he had collected, saying it was for the food bill and rent. Zhou Yuqing, with reddened eyes, softly said, Thank you, Jiang Nan ji. On the way to escort Zhou Yuqing home, the girl, blushing, asked if they could walk to school together the next morning. Jiang Nan readily agreed. She beamed, saying she'd knock on his door to call him, making sure to emphasize, "I'll knock properly." Back in his small room, Jiang Nan lay on his bed, checking the resentment points list. Zhang Wei's resentment points were still rising. It seemed the guy held quite a grudge. But with the protection from the stall fees granting him an invincible mode, Jiang Nan wasn't too worried. By the end of the day, he had earned over 300,000 resentment points. Unable to resist, he did 3 rounds of 10 consecutive draws. The first round only yielded a single body cleansing fruit and 9 bottles of strengthening potions. Everything else was just consolation prizes. Thank you for your patronage. The system's notification chimed, and a pound of detoxifying yellow beans appeared in front of Jiang Nan. To his surprise, this scene repeated itself 20 times in a row. The system explained. Detoxifying yellow beans can neutralize all poisons in the world, have a delightfully crunchy texture, and even taste like chicken. Jiang Nan frowned slightly as he stared at the 20 pounds of detoxifying yellow beans that had suddenly appeared in his inventory. Then, the system store opened up, revealing that consolation prizes that had already appeared could now be purchased. Jiang Nan noticed the price of the strength potion, 100 resentment points per bottle. What kind of scam system is this? Jiang Nan cursed inwardly. The lottery costs 10,000 resentment points, but the store only charges 100? And now they're replacing the strength potion with these yellow beans? Jiang Nan didn't dare to casually test the effects of the detoxifying yellow beans. The last time he drank a strength potion, he ended up bald, and his hair still hadn't grown back. He wasn't about to play guinea pig again. He calculated in his mind. These consolation prizes are all traps. It seems that only the serious rewards are worth it. Maybe you'll find a chance to test the detoxifying yellow beans later. If I could collect resentment points for myself, I'd probably have hit the limit by now. Reluctantly, he ate the body refinement spirit fruit, feeling his aptitude improve while his cultivation advanced to black iron 8-star. Although he wasn't sure if there was a limit to aptitude improvement, his current talent should have reached grade A by now, right? As he pondered, Jiang Nan pulled out his phone to check his messages. He noticed someone had him in the Lingwu Class 1 group chat. Opening it, he discovered that a video of him smashing bricks had gone viral on Weibo, with over 1 million views. The video documented his entire process of smashing bricks at a night market stall, and the comment section was buzzing with activity. Invincible Ironhead Kid? Breaking the test machine by day, smashing red bricks by night? Nanshan, can you break a weight scale too? Jiang Nan couldn't resist replying, not only can I break a weight scale, I can also break an excavator. Seeing the frantic response from Li Xiang, the system notified him. Resentment points from Li Xiang 999. Jiang Nan grinned mischievously and went ahead to register a Weibo account under the username Bald Guy, using Satama's avatar as his profile picture. He found the video, now with 1.5 million views, and looked through the tens of thousands of comments. He cheekily replied to one of the comments and even attached a photo that Xia Yao had taken for him. This wave of stirring up resentment, how much more resentment value would it bring him? Jiang Nan opened WeChat and found Zhong Yingshua's account. Her profile picture was a cute cartoon snowman, and her username was Listening to Snow. He sent her a photo, and almost immediately, she replied, Still on your phone this late? Go to bed early. Good night. Looking at the adorable emoji, Jiang Nan felt his heart melt. He glanced at the time. It was already past 1 a.m. He forwarded the photo to Xia Yao, whose username was Wolf Slayer, and her profile picture was of a white wolf howling under the moonlight. Wolf Slayer? That name's even fiercer than the Ruthless One. Jiang Nan thought to himself. When he had messaged her during dinner earlier, he hadn't noticed her username. Now, after sending the photo and seeing no response, he figured she must have gone to bed. The next morning, Jiang Nan discovered that the class group chat and Weibo were in an uproar. The group chat was flooded with messages. Nan God, who are those 2 gorgeous girls? How did you even meet them? Did breaking bricks at the night market win you some girls? The silver-haired girl is so cool. Even I, a girl, am falling for her. Your Weibo is blowing up. Someone recognized them. That's Zhong Yingxue, the school flower of Songjiang Lingwu High, and Xia Yao, the famous Silver Wolf. Xia Yao's known across the city for being a total badass. Faced with everyone's questions, Jiang Nan casually replied, "They came free with a top-up." The chat went dead silent. Then system notifications started popping up one after another. Resentment points from Zhou Bing 134. Resentment points from Han Yuanyuan 422. When he checked Weibo, his follower count had inexplicably surged past 10,000, and his inbox was overflowing. "Hey handsome, how about a date at Jiang Nan Night Market tonight? Baldy? I own a hair salon-free perms for a year. Let go of those two beauties and let me have a chance." Among the messages was one from someone named Luo Tianxiang, repeatedly sending threats. "Touch my girls, and you're dead." Jiang Nan shot back without hesitation. "If touching them means death, I must have died 1,000 times already." The system notifications went berserk. Resentment points from Luo Tianxiang, 999. Resentment points from Luo Tianxiang, 1,000. Meanwhile, in a luxurious villa, Luo Tianxiang crushed his phone in his hand, his voice icy as he ordered, "Find out who this guy is. Don't let Xiaoxua know." In high spirits, Jiang Nan headed to school. On his way, he noticed a group of elderly men gathered at the entrance of an alley. Curious, he walked closer and saw Guangtochang and his gang, 7 or 8 of them with dark circles under their eyes. They were still in a one-legged stance, hands clasped over their heads, their legs trembling after what was clearly an entire night of standing. When they saw Jiang Nan, they called out in unison, "Good morning, Brother Nan." Jiang Nan waved them off irritably. "Get lost. What kind of spectacle are you making this early in the morning?" "Brother Nan, my foot. I have a reputation to maintain." At school, even though Jiang Nan had claimed the top spot on the leaderboard the previous day, no one seemed particularly optimistic about him. Everyone assumed his A-level talent would always be a limitation after all. No one had ever seen someone with such a low ranking make it to silver or gold levels. Li Xiang and Li Mayan showed up with dark circles under their eyes, clearly lacking sleep in recent days. During the morning's academic classes, Jiang Nan paid close attention, knowing that his scholarship depended on his excellent grades. At lunchtime in the cafeteria, Jiang Nan wolfed down 2 big bowls of stewed green beans and potatoes, but something about the taste felt off compared to usual. An unexpected incident abruptly occurred during the class. Halfway through the lesson, Li Xiang, who was sitting in the front row, suddenly turned pale, clutching his stomach tightly with both hands. Just as he was about to raise his hand for help, he collapsed heavily to the ground, his body convulsing violently as white foam spilled from the corners of his mouth. Panic spread instantly throughout the classroom. Could it be food poisoning? One student exclaimed in alarm. The green beans at lunch did taste a bit strange. This comment made other students who had eaten the same meal even more nervous. Jiang Nan also recalled his mother once warning him that undercooked green beans could be toxic. Even the teacher was flustered and quickly directed the students, "Hurry, carry him to the infirmary." Amid this chaotic moment, a sudden thought struck Jiang Nan. This was an opportunity sent from heaven. He jumped to his feet and shouted, "Stop! Don't touch him." His abrupt outburst froze everyone in their tracks. "Jiang Nan, stop messing around. This is a matter of life and death." Li Mayan seized the chance to mock him. "Don't tell me you're trying to get back at him for what happened yesterday? That's so petty." Jiang Nan ignored the sarcastic remark and retorted confidently, "What's the point of taking him to the infirmary? This is clearly food poisoning, and he could go into shock at any moment. If we wait for the ambulance, it'll be too late. Let me try something." The determined expression on his face left both the teacher and his classmates stunned. "Jiang Nan, do you know how to treat this?" The teacher asked skeptically. "There's a special plot of farmland in my backyard that's rich in spiritual energy. The soybeans grown there have detoxifying properties and are incredibly effective," Jiang Nan declared firmly. His statement was met with doubtful glances. While it was true that Earth had seen the emergence of mutated plants since the revival of spiritual energy, the idea of soybeans having detoxifying properties sounded far-fetched. "What are you all waiting for? If we delay any longer, he'll die," Jiang Nan urged, looking anxiously at Li Xiang, who was writhing in pain on the ground. After a brief moment of hesitation, the teacher gritted his teeth and said, "Fine, let's give it a shot. If it doesn't work, we'll take him to the infirmary immediately. Call an ambulance now." With the teacher's approval, Jiang Nan sprang into action. Pretending to retrieve something from a dimensional space, he actually used his system to produce a detoxifying soybean. Carefully, he selected one and fed it to Li Xiang. "These soybeans will definitely work," Jiang Nan thought to himself. "Just like drinking a power potion makes you stronger. But the side effects, who knows what they'll be? Li Xiang, my friend, bear with me on this. We're classmates, so I hope you'll understand my intentions. I'm doing this to save you for your own good." "Really? Absolutely no ulterior motives, not even a tiny bit." In the classroom, all eyes were fixed on Li Xiang, who had just swallowed the detoxifying yellow bean. Suspicion filled the air, doubt about the bean's effectiveness and wariness about Jiang Nan's intentions. After all, The two of them had been at odds just the day before. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, the abnormal color on Li Xiang's face began to fade at a visible speed. From a ghastly mix of pale and greenish hues, his complexion returned to a healthy glow within mere moments. Wiping the foam from the corner of his mouth in confusion, he responded to the teacher's concern, saying, "I did feel dizzy and had stomach pain earlier, but now, I feel completely fine." Not only that, but he felt invigorated, as though brimming with energy and craving a spicy hot pot meal. This dramatic turn of events completely shifted the class perception of Jiang Nan. Even Li Mayan, who had been skeptical, now looked visibly awkward. Li Xiang, unable to hide his guilt, stammered out a thank you to Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan outwardly played it cool, acting magnanimous, but inwardly he was uneasy. The fact that Li Xiang experienced no side effects was highly unusual. As he pondered this, groans began to echo throughout the classroom. More students were clutching their stomachs in pain. The teacher wasted no time, demanding more yellow beans from Jiang Nan. Pretending to be generous, Jiang Nan offered them all up. Soon, the beans were distributed to students and staff across the entire school. When the principal learned of the situation, he showered Jiang Nan with praise, promising to reward him with recognition and a rare spiritual pearl. But as the math lesson resumed, Jiang Nan noticed something strange. Li Xiang's expression twisted in discomfort. Carefully, he lifted himself off his seat, attempting to release a silent fart. However, the faint, puffed sound was only the beginning. What followed were two thunderous blasts, loud enough to rival firecrackers. The classroom fell into an immediate, stunned silence. Even the teacher's chalk snapped in half in shock. A peculiar stench somewhere between pickled cabbage and sweaty socks quickly filled the air. Female classmates on either side of Li Xiang began retching. His face turned beet red as he pressed his thighs together, trembling all over, yet trying desperately to appear nonchalant. Watching this unfold, Jiang Nan finally understood the true side effect of the detoxifying yellow beans. And at that moment, he realized the entire school had already consumed them. Silently, he prayed to himself. This has nothing to do with might. Was the teacher who made everyone eat them. The teacher was momentarily stunned by the unexpected double whammy, but as a seasoned veteran, she quickly regained her composure, lightly knocked on the blackboard, and said, "All right, let's continue with the lesson. Now, this log here." A peculiar odor began to fill the classroom. Before long, the students' expressions started to shift uneasily. Li Mayan's cheeks turned a rosy red, her fingers gripping her ballpoint pen so tightly they turned white. She carefully shifted on her seat, trying her best not to make any noise. As someone who always strove for perfection, she had mastered the essential skill of silent release. Unfortunately, against the mounting internal pressure, she failed to control the intensity. A melodious sound, gliding from high pitch to low, escaped her Sita solo performance akin to a rogue swana. Jiang Nan silently prayed for her in his heart. "Stop torturing your sphincter, just let it go. Holding it in like this isn't good for your health." The classmates around her all turned to look at Li Mayan, while the boys bit their lips to suppress their laughter, some nearly drawing blood. Amid the awkward atmosphere, Li Mayan was so mortified that she crushed her ballpoint pen. But this was only the beginning. The classroom suddenly became lively. Someone coughed, accompanied by a boom. Another flipped through a book or took a sip of water, punctuated by puffed sounds. The desks and chairs creaked noisily. All these sounds somehow came together to form a bizarre and unconventional symphony. Jiang Nan couldn't help but chuckle at the scene and even started tapping a rhythm on his desk with his palms. His classmates were dumbfounded. This guy was too much. But the bigger problem was the increasingly rich and colorful aroma in the classroom, which was even starting to sting their eyes. Finally, one quick-witted student, unable to bear it any longer, wiped away tears and suggested, "Hey everyone, is it hot in here? How about we open the windows?" Once the windows were opened, the air did improve slightly. However, the elderly janitor sweeping outside saw a white mist wafting out, which the breeze carried his way, and he immediately began coughing and retching. All eyes turned to Jiang Nan. While everyone had willingly eaten the detoxifying soybeans he handed out, no one could complain now. Still, Jiang Nan's resentment value list was skyrocketing, with entries not only from his own class but also from other grades. After all, the entire school had consumed those little soybeans. Jiang Nan was thoroughly amused, thinking to himself, "Well, at least I really did help them detoxify." Li Xiang, looking grim, asked to go to the restroom, and soon the entire class, including the teacher, was rushing out to the toilets. In the end, only Jiang Nan remained in the classroom, lost in thought. It seems the detoxifying soybeans have a side effect. After the toxins are neutralized, they still need to be expelled. Just as he was feeling smug, Jiang Nan suddenly felt a discomfort in his abdomen, and it dawned on him that he had eaten 2 large bowls of beans at lunch. After much hesitation, he He reluctantly swallowed one of the detoxifying soybeans and immediately wore a look of utter despair. As he made his way to the restroom, Jiang Nan witnessed a variety of spectacles. A girl in a miniskirt froze mid-step, her skirt and hair inexplicably fluttering as if caught in an invisible breeze. The restroom itself was so overcrowded that even the urinals were being temporarily utilized. Surveying the chaotic scene, Jiang Nan couldn't help but sigh. It's true when you've got a stomach emergency, never trust a seemingly innocent fart. It's almost always a lie. Outside the restroom, the line was growing longer, and even Jiang Nan was losing his patience. He shouted towards the stall to hurry up, then suddenly teleported directly into the cubicle. A piercing scream shattered the silence as the man inside, caught mid-business, nearly fell into the toilet in shock. Teleporting into the restroom? Jiang Nan, you're something else, gasped the onlookers in amazement. Spatial ability users were strictly monitored by the government due to the dangers of their powers, yet Jiang Nan had used his to skip the bathroom line. The audacity of it left everyone stunned. Are you done or not? Jiang Nan asked impatiently. The man, drenched in sweat, waved his hands frantically in surrender. With a raised eyebrow, Jiang Nan collected a surge of resentment points. After quite a struggle, he finally resolved the situation, teleporting back to the classroom, leaving the unfortunate man locked in the stall. Outside, the queue grew restless, with people banging on the door and shouting, which only fueled Jiang Nan's resentment points further. Unexpectedly, this incident caused the school to suspend classes. The reason? Half the students went home to change their pants, while the rest were left to study in silence in the classroom. Jiang Nan buried himself in solving problems at his desk, trying to avoid the dagger-like glares of his classmates. The moment the dismissal bell rang, he bolted, terrified of being mobbed. As night fell, Jiang Nan pedaled his old bicycle to the night market, only to find a crowd gathered around one particular stall. The bald guy's here, someone shouted, and the crowd instantly parted to make way. It turned out that a video of him had gone viral online the day before, drawing a curious audience. Jiang Nan's eyes lit up, wasn't about to miss this business opportunity. Setting up his stall, he proudly displayed bottles of Farmer's 3-Punch drinks and demonstrated his brick-breaking prowess on the spot. "Wanna be as invincible as me? Just drink this," he hollered. A popular live streamer, Su Yuan, immediately pulled out 10,000 yuan to buy a bottle and drank it on the spot. Moments later, his hair fell out completely, causing chaos in the live stream chat. Despite mourning the loss of his luscious locks, Su Yuan gritted his teeth and carried on for the sake of gaining followers. Jiang Nan, unfazed, grabbed a brick and began smashing it on Su Yuan's newly bald head. Bang, bang, bang. Over 10 bricks in a row shattered, leaving Su Yuan squirming to escape, but Jiang Nan held him firmly. Sure, it works, but damn, it hurts like hell. The crowd stared in shock at the scene before them. The scrawny streamer Su Yuan, after downing a bottle of Farmer's Triple Punch, was actually being used by Jiang Nan to smash bricks. One red brick after another shattered on his head, sending shards flying in all directions. This has to be a setup, right? The crowd speculated. With Su Yuan's weak build, how could he possibly break bricks like that? The livestream chat exploded with comments. Smashing bricks on his head? What is this madness? Does the boss have a grudge against him? Time to send a big rocket gift. Is Farmer's Triple Punch really that magical? I need to buy some. Although Su Yuan was furious, he swallowed his anger as he watched his follower count skyrocket. The onlookers eagerly pulled out their wallets. What's $1,000? Give me a bottle. I'm already bald, so I have nothing to lose. Jiang Nan chuckled slyly. Cash only, he announced, calculating in his mind. If I take cash, the platform can't take a cut. Just as business was booming, Bald Chong showed up with reinforcements. This time, he didn't just bring 7 or 8 lackeys, she had also hired Scarface, a notorious figure in the underworld. Scarface arrived with 20 or 30 thugs armed with clubs, exuding a menacing aura. Scarborough, that's the guy, Bald Chong said obsequiously. Scarface sneered in disdain. Him? I'll teach this punk a lesson today. But as they pushed their way through the crowd, the scene that greeted them left everyone dumbfounded. Jiang Nan was holding Su Yuan and furiously smashing red bricks on his head. The force was so intense that shards of brick stung the faces of nearby onlookers. Scarface immediately chickened out, mumbling an excuse about a stomachache. Bald Chong exposed him. Scarborough, your phone's still on lock screen. At that moment, a stretch limousine and 3 Range Rovers pulled up at the night market entrance. A young heir with perfectly styled hair and refined features stepped out, flanked by 10 imposing bodyguards in sunglasses, all of them bronze-ranked spirit warriors or higher. Make way for young Master Luo, the bodyguards barked. Luo Tianxiang strode up to Jiang Nan's stall with a grim expression. So you're the clown? Let's see how tough you really are today. Jiang Nan released Su Yuan, dusted off the brick powder from his hands, and replied calmly, Who the hell are you? Coming in here spewing garbage? Did you have dinner in a bathroom? Su Yuan hid to the side, shoulders shaking with suppressed laughter. The livestream audience was thoroughly entertained. That's Luo Tianxiang, the big shot from Songjiang's Spirit Warriors. This stall owner is fearless, completely unfazed. Now I'm dying to know who this stall owner really is. The surge of resentment from Luo Tianxiang skyrocketed by 1,000 points in an instant. Jiang Nan finally realized, wasn't this the same Luo from Weibo? He actually managed to track him down in person? Standing firmly on his stall mat, Jiang Nan's gaze was resolute. I don't care how many people you bring, what your background is, or even if you brought a heavenly level expert. Once you've paid to step on this mat, this is my territory. Luo Tianxiang trembled with fury, his eyes flashing coldly. You worthless clown. Let me tell you something, no matter who you are, or what your relationship is with Zhongying Xue, stay away from her. I have status. I have money. I can give her everything. And you? You're nothing but a broke loser. If I catch you near her again, you won't live to see tomorrow's sunrise. Jiang Nan frowned in thought. Was he here because of Zhongying Xue? He recalled Xia Yao mentioning that Xue had been troubled by this issue. Since it landed in his hands, he might as well take care of it. Won't live to see tomorrow's sunrise? Jiang Nan rubbed his chin, looking serious. What? Checked the weather forecast? Is it going to rain tomorrow? The crowd surrounding them burst into laughter. A weather forecast? Seriously? Actually, it really is supposed to rain tomorrow. This guy's thought process is insane. Meanwhile, Su Yuan's livestream had completely exploded, the barrage of comments so dense that the screen was barely visible. Luo Tianxiang gritted his teeth. Screw your weather forecast. You want to die? Huh? Fine. I'll grant your wish. Get him. Take him away. Let's see if he can still run his mouth. Two burly men charged at Jiang Nan like tigers. One was a 9-star bronze tier, the other a silver tier expert. Though they couldn't openly use their abilities in such a public setting, their battlefield-honed ferocity was enough to intimidate anyone. By conventional logic, with Jiang Nan's 9-star black iron tier strength, even with spatial abilities and strength-enhancing potions, he wouldn't stand a chance. But right now, he was standing on his stall mat. The first man's fist, carrying a gust of wind, aimed straight for Jiang Nan's abdomen. Jiang Nan sidestepped nimbly, grabbed the man's arm, and pulled crack. The crisp sound of a dislocated joint made the onlookers gasp. Taking advantage of the man's stumble, Jiang Nan picked up a red brick and smashed it against the back of his head. In a desperate attempt, the man tried to activate his beast transformation ability, only to find it completely useless. Bang! The brick shattered, and the man collapsed heavily to the ground. The silver tier expert, sensing trouble, immediately tried to summon his water-based ability, but it was equally unresponsive. While he stood there in shock, Jiang Nan closed the distance, dislocated one of his arms with a joint lock, and followed up by breaking his leg with a powerful kick. Both burly men were left sweating in pain, yet they didn't utter a single word. I can take on 10 of you. Jiang Nan struck a martial arts pose, his face serious as he gestured with his hand. The onlookers were stunned. Is that Ip Man? Luo Tianxiang was in utter disbelief. You? How is this possible? With just 9-star black iron? My black iron is meteorite iron. Jiang Nan sneered. As long as I'm on this mat, even a gold tier expert wouldn't stand a chance. Just as Luo Tianxiang was about to order another attack, someone in the crowd shouted, if you keep fighting, I'm calling the police. Spirit warriors brawling in public? That's a serious offense. Su Yuan chimed in at the perfect moment. I've got so many viewers watching this livestream imaging the fallout if this gets out. Luo Tianxiang clenched his teeth in frustration. No matter how powerful the Luo family was, in this era, spirit warriors causing a public disturbance was a serious taboo. After all, maintaining societal stability in the age of spiritual energy resurgence was something Huaxia had worked tirelessly to ensure. And with so many people at Jiangqing's night market watching, everything's crystal clear. If something really happens, the Luo family will be thrust into the spotlight. Luo Tianxiang gritted his teeth and snarled. Just you wait, it'll make you wish you were dead. I have the power to do it. Jiang Nan sneered dismissively. A barking dog doesn't bite. You. Luo Tianxiang's fury boiled over. He smashed his phone onto the ground with all his strength and stormed off. It was the second phone head destroyed today, and the culprit each time was Jiang Nan. Hey, don't leave so soon. Jiang Nan shouted while deftly packing up his stall. By the time he caught up to the night market's entrance, Luo Tianxiang's stretch limousine had already sped off into the distance. But Jiang Nan wasn't someone to let things slide so easily. Watching the luxury car roar away, he pulled out his trusty domestic smartphone and vanished into thin air. Inside the limousine, Luo Tianxiang sat brooding, sipping champagne with a dark expression. Suddenly, Jiang Nan appeared out of nowhere in the vehicle, casually throwing an arm around Luo Tianxiang's shoulder. Startled out of his wits, Luo Tianxiang jolted violently, spilling champagne all over his pants and looking utterly disheveled. Come on, give me a smile. Jiang Nan grinned brightly as he raised his phone. The camera clicked, capturing the moment, and in the blink of an eye, Jiang Nan was gone. The driver, startled by the bizarre incident, slammed on the brakes. The sudden halt sent Luo Tianxiang lurching forward, his head slamming into the liquor cabinet ahead. Amid the sound of shattering glass, the Range Rover trailing behind them rear-ended the limousine. Just as Luo Tianxiang managed to pull his head out of the wreckage, the entire liquor cabinet collapsed, drenching him thoroughly. Arg! Ah! His anguished screams echoed through the car. Meanwhile, on his way home, Jiang Nan glanced at the photo on his phone and couldn't help but chuckle. In the picture, he was beaming with a dazzling smile, while Luo Tianxiang looked utterly horrified, his eyes bulging and a large wet stain spreading across his pants. TSK, this guy really isn't photogenic, Jiang Nan remarked with a smirk. Jiang Nan collapsed onto his bed, exhausted, and picked up his phone to scroll through the photos he had just taken. In the pictures, he was smiling brightly, but he still felt they weren't perfect. Opening a photo editing app, he made a few tweaks until he was satisfied, then sent the photo to Xia Yao. Before long, Xia Yao's reply popped up. Her online username was From Wolf Extinction, and her profile picture was particularly eye-catching. Taha, what's going on here? How did Luo Tianxiang make you look like this? And why are your pants wet? His expression, though. She followed it with a meme of a little cartoon bunny, laughing so hard it was kicking its legs on the ground. Xiao Nan, I absolutely love you. Jiang Nan stared at her girlish reply, momentarily stunned. He responded simply, he came to the night market with some guys to tell me to stay away from Fu. I sent him packing. Xia Yao immediately expressed concern. Are you okay? Luo Tianxiang is trash as a person, but his abilities are strong. Bronze 8-star, and he has beast transformation powers. Jiang Nan sent her a photo of himself with a beaming smile. Look how happy I am. Haha, I'm really curious how you managed that. But don't let your guard down. That guy is disgusting and loves scheming behind people's backs. Both Xue and I have suffered because of him. Jiang Nan's brow furrowed. What's going on? That day at dinner, what were you trying to say? Xia Yao quickly explained everything. They were part of a Lingshu exploration team made up of her beast transformation abilities, Zhong Yingshu's fire-based attacks, Luo Tianxiang's lightning powers, and Han Cheng, who served as the tank. Luo Tianxiang had always coveted Zhong Yingxue and even gained the support of her grandfather. However, his behavior became increasingly outrageous, culminating in an incident during a team dinner where he attempted to spike Zhong Yingshu's drink. Fortunately, Xia Yao caught him in the act. After hearing this, Jiang Nan's expression darkened. Zhong Yingxue had been his only support during their time in the orphanage. They had depended on each other deeply, and now that they had reunited, he would never allow anyone to harm her. Tomorrow's Saturday, no school? Miss Yao, care to go on a date? Jiang Nan sent a hopeful emoji. What are you planning to do to me? Xia Yao replied. Thinking of Xia Yao's silver hair and fiery figure, Jiang Nan couldn't help but swallow nervously. I wouldn't dare. I'm terrified of your unbeatable chokehold. Oomph. I don't use my chokehold on just anyone. Now spill it. Are you asking me out tomorrow? To stir up some trouble, of course. Payback time. Xia Yao instantly got excited. Are we going after Luo Tianxiang? Do you have a plan? Count me in. Count me in. Ahem, it's a covert operation. Don't tell Xue. Oh no. I was too loud just now. Xue just came into my room. Jiang Nan froze. Oh? Too loud? Wait, you two live together? The conversation was abruptly interrupted. Zhong Yingxue, dressed in a white chiffon nightgown, pushed the door open and walked in. Xiao Yao, why are you shouting like a ghost in the middle of the night? Go to sleep already. Xia Yao pouted and whined. I had a nightmare. Xue, sleep with me. Keep dreaming. Zhong Yingxue replied with a blank expression before closing the door and leaving. Lying on his bed, Jiang Nan began plotting his plan for the next day, a mischievous grin creeping across his face. Jiang Nan checked the system panel, and the resentment points had astonishingly reached over 700,000, all thanks to those adorable classmates. The power of the detoxifying soybean truly lived up to its reputation. Time for a 10-pull draw. Jiang Nan skillfully began the lottery. Thank you for participating. Consolation prize. 1 pound of detoxifying soybeans. The familiar notification sound chimed. From the first 5 draws, he received 3 body refining fruits and 47 pounds of detoxifying soybeans. Interestingly, the detoxifying soybean had now been added to the system shop, priced at 200 resentment points. In the next 2 10-pull draws, another body refining fruit appeared. But the last 19 draws brought an unexpected new consolation prize, spiritual energy chives. The system's description made Jiang Nan's eyes widen. Spiritual energy chives, when consumed, increase masculinity and happiness, with effects lasting 3 days and nights. Suitable for both men and women, it's hailed as a must-have for strong men and beautiful women. Isn't this just a green version of the little blue pill? Jiang Nan rubbed his chin, feeling an itch to stir-fry some chives with eggs for a taste. But on second thought, this was a critical item for life's big events, so he decided to handle it with caution. Afterward, Jiang Nan consumed all 4 body-refining fruits in one go. He could clearly feel his talent improving, and his cultivation level was now approaching the peak of Black Iron 10 star, just one step away from breaking through to bronze level. However, among the 6 body-refining fruits he had consumed so far, the effects of the 5th one had already shown diminishing returns. It seemed that even treasures like this had their limits. In the system shop, the body-refining fruit was priced at a hefty 100,000 resentment points, not cheap at all. This meant that the next temple draws would likely feature new prizes. Suddenly, Jiang Nan remembered something and opened the dimensional space to check. What followed was a heart-wrenching wail. His previously earned 100,000 yuan from the farmer's 3 punches had been split into 99,900 and 100 yuan. His balance was now a pitiful 1,000 yuan, although his skill points had increased to 1,013. The anguished cry startled Zhou Yuqing awake. Half asleep, she mumbled, What's wrong, brother Jiang Nan? That sounded like someone hitting their shin on a table corner, stubbing their toe on a cabinet, zipping their chin, or dropping their phone on their face. No matter how much I planned, I still couldn't escape the system's grasp. Jiang Nan muttered in frustration as he checked the system panel. To his surprise, 2 new skills had appeared in his skill list: Unarmed Combat Mastery LV1 and Brick Smashing LV0. Brick smashing is a skill? Jiang Nan chuckled bitterly, recalling the scene where he had knocked out a burly man with a brick. It must have been at that moment that the skill was triggered. Seeing over 1,000 skill points available, Jiang Nan didn't hesitate to max out the skill. After deducting 100 skill points, the knowledge of Brick Smashing Mastery LV1 flooded his mind. To his astonishment, this seemingly simple act of using a red brick was actually filled with intricate techniques and nuances. He then invested the remaining skill points into Unarmed Combat, but to his dismay, the progress stalled at LV91. Each subsequent level required a whopping 10 skill points. This is such a ripoff, Jiang Nan grumbled, staring at the mere 3 points he had left before falling into a deep sleep, still full of complaints. The next morning, as Jiang Nan was brushing his teeth in the courtyard, a commotion erupted from the alley. After quickly changing clothes and stepping outside, he was greeted by the sight of a Koenigsegg blue ghost, worth over 11 million yuan, parked at the alley's entrance. Leaning casually against the car was Xia Yao, dressed in a trendy outfit that turned heads. Her light skinny jeans highlighted her long legs, paired with a cropped tank top and a denim jacket. A white beret covered her short silver hair, and her eyes, hidden behind sunglasses, scanned the alley as if searching for something. The combination of the luxury car and the stunning woman caught the attention of neighbors and even Zhou Yuqing. As they speculated whether the visitor was lost, Xia Yao spotted Jiang Nan emerging from the house and waved enthusiastically. Xiao Nan, over here. Zhou Yuqing watched Jiang Nan approach the beautiful woman, a strange feeling stirring in her chest. Since when did Jiang Nan have such a friend? Was he planning to move away? If he left, would she even see him again? Jiang Nan walked up to the car and sighed. I thought we agreed to keep things low-key. And yet, here you are with the blue ghost. Xia Yao grinned and playfully ruffled Jiang Nan's short, slightly grown-out hair. This is low-key, okay? If I'd brought the G-Wagon, Shueshue would have noticed for sure. I spent a long time deciding on this little blue. Spent time deciding? So you have more than one car, huh? Jiang Nan teased. In that case, I might as well stop trying to work hard. What do you think? Xia Yao laughed and gave him a playful shove toward the car. As the onlookers gawked in amazement, the gull-wing doors closed smoothly, and the blue ghost sped off. The bumpy alley road occasionally scraped against the car's undercarriage, making Jiang Nan wince in pain, while Xia Yao remained cheerful, eagerly discussing the details of their plan. Where's Luo Tianxiang now? Jiang Nan asked. He should be at home for now, but he'll head to the Luo Tian Tower later. I've already looked into it, Xia Yao replied. All right, let's head to his house first. Before long, the car pulled up outside the luxurious Haitian Villa district. Jiang Nan pulled out his phone to order takeout, and Xia Yao leaned over to peek. Get me some buns, make sure they're all meat, she said, handing him a brand new iPhone 11. Jiang Nan froze, stunned. Jiang Nan handed over the gift in his hand. What are you staring at? It's for you. I told you last time I'd replace it for you. Xia Yao looked at the gift, feeling a wave of emotion. Not having to work hard feels amazing. Instantly, her frustration level skyrocketed by 666 points. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she leaned closer to Jiang Nan, exhaling softly by his ear with a hint of allure in her voice. Big sister here has a soft meal for you. Want to try it? Jiang Nan replied seriously. What a coincidence. My teeth can't handle anything hard. You're so cheeky. Xia Yao rolled her eyes. Shueshue said that when you were a kid, you'd even dig around in mouse holes. I didn't believe it at first, but now I do. Jiang Nan fell silent because, well, it was true. Not long after, an Elite delivery guy stood at the entrance of the villa complex, looking around in confusion. Jiang Nan immediately got out of the car and called out, "That's mine." The delivery guy paused for a moment, staring at the Koenigsegg in front of him. What's going on? People driving luxury cars order delivery too? Xiaoyao didn't think much of it at first, but then she noticed Jiang Nan chatting with the guy and handing him 500 yuan with a grin. To her shock, the delivery guy then started taking off his uniform. What is happening in broad daylight? Xiaoyao was stunned. In no time, Jiang Nan was back in the car, now wearing the Elite uniform, complete with a baseball cap and face mask. Xiaoyao patted her chest in relief, realizing her thoughts had gone astray. Jiang Nan casually tossed Xiaoyao her portion of buns. Wait, you didn't order this breakfast to eat it? Of course not. Jiang Nan replied matter-of-factly. What kind of proper young person eats breakfast these days? Xiaoyao looked down at the buns in her hands, her frustration level instantly jumping by 888 points. Make sure you don't show your face later. Jiang Nan instructed. The Koenigsegg Blue Ghost roared as it sped toward the Haitian villa complex, leaving behind the delivery guy in a vest and shorts, standing there dumbfounded in the breeze. Are rich people always this eccentric these days? He muttered. The security guards at the villa complex, naturally, wouldn't stop a luxury car. They were admiring the sleek lines of the Blue Ghost when the car door opened, and out jumped Jiang Nan, wearing the Elite uniform and carrying a thermal bag. The guards were utterly baffled. Delivery guys are this bold now? Can they make enough on one delivery to cover gas for that thing? Jiang Nan swiftly opened the insulated food container and added some special ingredients to the soy milk, a half bottle of power potion and 10 ground detoxifying yellow beans. He was particularly generous, showing no hesitation about using up those 10 beans. That's just how carefree he was. Arriving at the villa, he rang the doorbell. Moments later, an elderly butler with a white beard, dressed in a tailcoat, opened the door. The butler paused for a moment upon seeing Jiang Nan in his food delivery uniform. Jiang Nan quickly took the lead. Excuse me, is this Mr. Luo? Before the butler could respond, Jiang Nan deftly handed over the steamed buns and soy milk. Remember to give me a 5-star rating, he said cheerfully before turning and walking away. Upstairs, Luo Tianxiang, sporting dark circles under his eyes, was toweling off his hair. A band-aid was stuck on his face, and a bump on his forehead from hitting the liquor cabinet last night was still throbbing faintly. Old you, who was it? He called out. Just the food delivery guy. He said it was a meal the young master ordered. Luo Tianxiang paused, confused. He didn't recall ordering food, but since it was already delivered, he didn't bother questioning it further. Normally, he skipped breakfast not because he wasn't hungry, but because he was simply too lazy to eat. Sitting on the sofa, he absent-mindedly ate the buns and drank the soy milk. Why is this soy milk so watery? But it does have a nice bean flavor, he muttered. After finishing, he felt invigorated, his body brimming with energy, and all traces of fatigue vanished. Rubbing his face, Luo Tianxiang let out a cold laugh. He had already discovered Jiang Nan's address and had finalized the Luo Corporation's acquisition and redevelopment plans overnight. Today, he planned to follow through, determined to make that guy taste the bitterness of being homeless. And this was only the beginning. As he stepped outside, a refreshing breeze greeted him, and his head felt unusually light. Hiding in a car nearby, Jiang Nan and Xiaoyao watched as Luo Tianxiang emerged. His bald head gleamed under the sunlight, and the purplish bump on his scalp stood out prominently. Oofed, Xiaoyao couldn't hold back her laughter and clung to Jiang Nan. He's bald. So shiny. Is that bump for real? What did you put in the soy milk? You're so wicked, love it. Shoo, keep it down. He doesn't seem to have noticed yet, Jiang Nan whispered, his face squished by Xiaoyao's playful embrace. Indeed, Luo Tianxiang hadn't realized anything unusual. He got into his roaring GTR and sped off toward the Luo Corporation. But suddenly, a sharp churning sensation gripped his stomach, and an overwhelming urge to use the restroom hit him. Damn it, why does my stomach hurt all of a sudden? He muttered. Determined to hold on until he reached the company, he pressed harder on the accelerator, but the discomfort only intensified. Meanwhile, Xiaoyao followed in her car, puzzled. Why is he driving faster and faster? Jiang Nan smirked mischievously. What do you think? That was a 10-bean dose. Just watch, I'll have to roll down the windows soon. Sure enough, inside the GTR, Luo Tianxiang's face turned pale. A muffled sound broke the tense silence, and the stench was so unbearable that even he almost gagged. Desperately, he rolled down the window, gasping for fresh air, as he continued to accelerate wildly. Unfortunately for him, it was rush hour, and traffic was at a standstill. Clenching the steering wheel tightly, veins bulging on his arms, Luo Tianxiang was drenched in sweat as he fought to maintain control. He deeply regretted his breakfast choice and didn't dare shout in frustration, fearing that any sudden movement might result in a catastrophic breach. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan casually took off his delivery uniform and beckoned to Xia Yao with a sly grin. Xia Yao eagerly leaned closer, her curiosity piqued. Whisper, 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 Jiang Nan murmured softly into Xia Yao's ear, making her ear tingle. Her cheeks flushed pink, but her eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? That's so thrilling! Xia Yao exclaimed, clapping hands with Jiang Nan. Then Jiang Nan reminded her. Wait for me in the car. Got it, Officer Jiang. Xia Yao replied with a cheerful smile. Meanwhile, Luo Tianxiang was struggling to walk toward the company building. His awkward gait drew countless stares. Every employee who crossed paths with him had the same reaction. First, a look of shock, followed by suppressed laughter that turned their faces red. They would quickly lower their heads and say, "Good morning, young Master Luo," only to glance back at him after he walked past. This kind of attention would normally be something Luo Tianxiang enjoyed, but at the moment, he had no time to care. He headed straight for the elevator. After stepping out of the car, Jiang Nan found a hidden corner. From an alternate dimension, he retrieved a ladder, hoisted it onto his shoulder, and casually walked toward Luo Tian building. What are you here for? The security guard asked routinely. Jiang Nan, here to check the electrical circuits, he replied nonchalantly. And just as the internet jokes claimed, carrying a ladder was indeed the perfect pass. Inside the elevator, Luo Tianxiang held his breath, waiting to ascend. Just as the doors were about to close, a hand suddenly reached in. Jiang Nan entered, carrying the ladder. Under Luo Tianxiang's despairing gaze, Jiang Nan pressed every button from the second floor to the 33rd. Sorry about that, gotta check the circuits on every floor, Jiang Nan said with feigned apology. Luo Tianxiang thought about stepping out but froze mid-step. Inside the elevator was also a professional-looking woman in business attire, holding a folder. She nodded politely and smiled. The elevator started moving slowly, and Luo Tianxiang's frustration meter skyrocketed by 2,000 points. The elevator ascended, and the sudden force of inertia left all the passengers with a sinking sensation. For most people, this was just a minor discomfort, but for Luo Tianxiang at this moment, it was nothing short of a catastrophe. He clamped his legs together and gripped the elevator handrail with an agonizingly twisted posture, his face contorted in extreme pain. Jiang Nan observed the scene with crystal clarity, secretly delighted. So, you wanted to mess with me? Bully Zhongying Xue. Huh? Today, I'll let you taste the bitterness of despair. The elevator stopped on the second floor, and Jiang Nan feigned concern as he leaned out to glance down the corridor. At that moment, Luo Tianxiang shot a fierce glare at Jiang Nan, only to inadvertently catch his reflection in the stainless steel elevator door's bald head crowned with a purplish lump, a ferocious expression, and sweat streaming down his face. The absurdity of his appearance stunned him into silence. Was this ridiculous, grotesque figure really him? It suddenly dawned on Luo Tianxiang that the soy milk he drank that morning must have been tampered with. Rage burned within him, but he was utterly helpless. The elevator resumed its ascent, and each start brought renewed agony, his grip on the handrail warping it out of shape. As they neared the top floor, Jiang Nan casually pulled out his phone and made a call. The next moment, the entire Luo Tian building was plunged into darkness as the power cut out, leaving the elevator stuck between the 32nd and 33rd floors. The young woman in the elevator initially panicked but quickly regained her composure and called the emergency hotline. The response came. It would take at least half an hour to fix the issue. For Luo Tianxiang, this news was a bolt from the blue. He could no longer hold back and barked at Jiang Nan and the young woman. Both of you, turn around. Under Jiang Nan's alarmed gaze, Luo Tianxiang squatted down. Jiang Nan promptly retrieved a gas mask from his dimensional space, donned it, and even thoughtfully handed one to the young woman. At the same time, he pulled out his phone and began recording. As a suffocating sound filled the air, relief finally washed over Luo Tianxiang's face. It was only then that he noticed Jiang Nan filming him and instantly pieced everything together. There were fewer than 10 people in the world with spatial abilities. This was undoubtedly Jiang Nan's doing. Jiang Nan, you're screwing with me. I'll make sure you die a miserable death. Luo Tianxiang roared, attempting to lunge at him, but his current predicament rendered him immobile. Jiang Nan smirked coldly. Maybe you should worry about yourself first. Meanwhile, in the security room, the staff stared at the surveillance footage, utterly dumbfounded. They quickly called their colleagues over to witness this unbelievable scene. The voice of the building-wide broadcast echoed in the elevator. To the person in the elevator, please mind your manners. The entire Luo Tian tower erupted instantly. What happened in the elevator? I heard there's a bold person in there, really? That's insane. In the powerless building, bored employees flocked toward the elevator to witness the commotion. Luo Tianxiang gritted his teeth and could only pull off his t-shirt to cover his face. At this moment, he was utterly humiliated. Jiang Nan, you will pay for this. Jiang Nan narrowed his eyes, his voice icy. Remember, A dog that bites doesn't bark. Stop bothering Zhongning Xue, and don't play dirty tricks behind her back. Otherwise, this juicy scandal about young Master Luo will soon be all over the major news platforms. Luo Tianxiang was seething with anger, yet he was helpless. You have your connections, and I have my story. It may not be strong, but you'd better not cross me. Before he could finish, Jiang Nan had already vanished from the elevator in an instant, leaving behind a bewildered young woman wearing a gas mask, questioning her life choices. After being rescued, Luo Tianxiang could only focus on three thoughts. Should I tell my dad? Should I move abroad? Or should I just say goodbye to this world altogether? He locked himself in the office restroom for 3 hours before emerging. Despite his burning hatred for Jiang Nan, he had no choice but to immediately halt the plan to acquire and develop the bungalow district. There was no way around it. Jiang Nan had leverage over him. If he pushed Jiang Nan too far, his scandal would undoubtedly go viral across the internet. Jiang Nan, don't let me catch you. This was the second time he had suffered a loss at Jiang Nan's hands. Meanwhile, the cleaning lady, after finishing up in the elevator, moved on to clean the office restroom. The moment she pushed the door open, she was stunned. The toilet was completely shattered, with fragments scattered everywhere, as if it had been blown apart by a grenade. Young Master Luo is this powerful? He can break a toilet just by using it? Spirit warriors are terrifying. Little did she know, this was the magical effect of combining brute force with detoxifying soybeans. Luo Tianxiang had become the world's first lucky individual to experience this unique phenomenon. Back in the car, Xiaoyao excitedly asked, how was my timing with the power cut? Perfect. Jiang Nan laughed. Luo Tianxiang will definitely behave himself for a while now. What exactly did you do in there? Why did you need the power cut? Xiaoyao leaned in curiously. Wanna see? Jiang Nan smirked mischievously. Xiaoyao nodded eagerly. Yes, I wanna see. After watching the video Jiang Nan played for her, Xiaoyao laughed so hard she couldn't straighten up. Haha, Jiang Nan, you're so ruthless. I almost feel sorry for him. But he deserved it. Serves him right for bullying Xiao Shui. Jiang Nan grinned proudly. What can I say? I'm the legendary bad guy, after all. Hurry. Send it to me now. Xiaoyao urged impatiently. Reluctantly, Jiang Nan gave in and sent the file over. On the way to dropping Jiang Nan off at his home, Xiaoyao spoke with a serious expression. Jiang Nan, you should really consider joining our team. Spirit warriors exploring the spirit ruins need teamwork to ensure safety. If you ditch Luo Tianxiang and Han Cheng, your spatial abilities will grow immensely. You'd be unbeatable in control and combat. Even Xue would be thrilled. Jiang Nan scratched his head. I'd love to, but I'm in my senior year. I can't just transfer schools now, can I? Why not? They'll handle it for you. Xiaoyao replied confidently. As she seemed ready to pull some strings, Jiang Nan quickly added, suddenly transferring might not be great for your reputation. At Songjiang Spirit Martial Academy, they value strength above all. If I'm coming, I'll earn my way in. Every semester, Jiangqing High gets 3 exchange student slots. The top 3 students at the end of the term get sent for advanced training. Xiaoyao's eyes lit up. All you have to do is make it to the top 3. It seemed like a solid plan, but Jiang Nan had never taken an endofterm exam before. As a top student in academics, he was confident he could rank first, though his English was a bit weak. The real challenge was the Spirit Martial Class Practical Exam, which required entering the spirit ruins to hunt spirit beasts. Jiang Nan hadn't set foot in the spirit ruins in 3 years, and the nearest one, Changbai Mountain Spirit Ruins, required at least a black iron 5-star level to enter. Good luck, Xiao Nan. Xiaoyao leaned in close and whispered in his ear. There's a big reward for getting first place. Her unique fragrance made Jiang Nan shiver. Watch the road while you're driving. Xiaoyao's irritation level rose by 333 points. She wanted to say more, but suddenly noticed something unusual. Wait a second. When did you reach black iron 10 stars? Oh, just put in a little effort, Jiang Nan said, rubbing his nose with a grin. Xiaoyao was stunned. Just a few days ago, he had been at black iron 7 stars. This rate of improvement was unbelievable. She pulled out 2 spirit pearls from her chest pocket and handed them to Jiang Nan. Here, take these. See if you can break through to bronze. Looking at the warm spirit pearls, Jiang Nan swallowed hard. Wow, so this is what they mean by hidden treasures? What kind of nonsense do you watch all day? Xiaoyao's face turned red. These spirit pearls cost over 200,000 each and are strictly regulated. After dropping Jiang Nan off at the alley, Xiaoyao warned him fiercely, if you don't get first place, just wait and see how we'll deal with you. Back home, Jiang Nan began absorbing the spirit pearls. Although he hadn't broken through by 7 p.m., an idea suddenly crossed his mind. With a mischievous grin, he grabbed a bunch of spirit-infused chives and headed to the neighbor's yard. Wang Kai, come here. He called over the neighbor's Shiba Inu and sneaked a piece of chive-stuffed sausage to it. Before long, Wang Kai excitedly ran toward Aunt Zhou's Pekingese, Guagua. Zhou Yuqing, seeing the two dogs in the yard, blushed furiously. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan returned to his house, looking pleased and silently cheering Wang Kai on. Jiang Nan lay on his bed, casually scrolling through Weibo, when he suddenly noticed that his follower count had quietly surpassed 30,000. What surprised him even more was that 3 people had added him to their special attention list. One account named Ting Xue was clearly Zhongying Xue, while another called Moonlit Lone Wolf was unmistakably Xia Yao, given its overly dramatic tone. The third was from a streamer named Su Yuan, who had even sent him a private message. Bro, why didn't you set up your stall today? Did the well in your backyard dry up? Jiang Nan chuckled and replied, they'll be there tomorrow. Don't forget to come by. They'll teach you how to kick a durian properly. The system immediately notified him. Resentment points from Su Yuan 888. Pfft, trying to mess with me? Jiang Nan smirked, then casually changed his Weibo username to Im2Nan and posted his first ever status update. I dare you to click on this. The comment section exploded instantly. You wasted my feelings. The stall owner is heartless. Damn, I knew he was a student. Hey handsome, why didn't you show up today? I missed you. I drove 250 kilometers to the Jiang Nan night market today, hoping to buy a bottle of big strength. But you weren't there. Ting Xue replied. Go Jiang Nan. Moonlit Lone Wolf chimed in, pinching your chubby cheeks. Jiang Nan couldn't help but smile brightly at the responses. For the first time, he felt a genuine urge to do something meaningful for himself, Zhongying Xue, and Xia Yao. Just as he was about to drift off to sleep, a series of barking noises jolted him awake. The culprit was Wang Grandpa's dog, Wang Kai, whose romantic escapade had started with Guagua from Zhou Yuqing's household, then moved on to Laifu from Lu Grandma's place, and eventually spanned the entire village, resulting in countless flings. The next morning, a crowd of villagers gathered outside Wang Grandpa's house. Uncle Wang, you've got to control your Wang Kai. My tutu was howling so passionately last night. My whole family couldn't sleep a wink. Meanwhile, Wang Kai strolled leisurely through the alley, trailed by over a dozen female dogs of all breeds from majestic Tibetan Mastiffs to tiny Chihuahuas. It inspected each household with a signature Shiba Inu grin, enraging the other male dogs, whose barking grew louder even as their tails wagged furiously. Watching this scene, Jiang Nan gave a silent thumbs up. However, recalling the effects of his big strength, drink, and detoxifying soybeans, he decided to observe for a few more days before considering whether to experiment with his spiritual energy-infused leeks. That evening, Jiang Nan showed up at the Jiangqing night market right on time. In addition to 10 bottles of Farmer's 3 Punches, his stall now featured a bag of detoxifying soybeans. The 10 bottles sold out quickly, and business was booming beyond his expectations. Just then, Bald Chong and Scarface showed up again, this time accompanied by a towering man nearly 2 meters tall. The man wore a black short-sleeve shirt and tight jeans, his bronze-toned skin accentuating his chiseled muscles, which exuded an intimidating presence. His buzz cut only added to his menacing aura. You sure he's here today? He wasn't around last time, the tall man asked. Don't worry, Wu Xiao. We've confirmed it, Scarface said with a fawning grin. Wu Xiao, we're counting on you this time, Bald Chong chimed in. Wu Liang clenched his fists with a sinister smile. If we don't teach him a lesson, people might think our crew doesn't exist. But as soon as he got a good look at the stall owner, his expression shifted dramatically. What the? Nan Shun? As a student of Jiangqing High School, how could he not recognize Jiang Nan? His face immediately twisted into a sly, meaningful smirk. Damn it! Wu Liang gritted his teeth. Last time, the practice test machine got messed up by Jiang Nan, and I didn't even get to take the test. Now the students in class 1 of Lingwu think they're all that? This is the perfect chance to teach him a lesson and show him who's the real boss of Jiangqing High. Fueled by anger, Wu Liang marched straight to Jiang Nan's stall with Scarface and Bald Chong in tow. The towering figures of the 3 cast a shadow over the stall. Jiang Nan glanced up and immediately realized they were here to cause trouble. Wu Liang was just about to speak. Jiang Nan, I'm Wu Liang from Class 2, and today I came to... Before he could finish, a familiar voice suddenly interrupted. Hey bro, finally found you. It's me, Zheng Wei. Jiang Nan froze for a second, then waved at Wu Liang and his crew. Hold on a minute, you guys. Wu Liang and his 2 companions were dumbfounded. Scarface and Bald Chong exchanged confused looks, while Wu Liang ground his teeth in frustration. Hold on, we're here to stir things up. You think you can just tell us to wait? At that moment, Bald Zheng Wei was already walking over with 2 young women. The girls curiously eyed Wu Liang's tall and burly frame. One of them whispered to the other, Jingjing, isn't this guy totally your type? Tall and strong, right? Stop it. Jingjing blushed and looked down shyly. The unexpected interruption left Wu Liang feeling awkward. He had no choice but to suppress his anger for the time being, glaring coldly at Jiang Nan and thinking to himself, I'll deal with you later. Meanwhile, Zhang Wei enthusiastically gave Jiang Nan a big hug. Bro, you have no idea. After drinking your farmer's triple punch, my progress in the Lingshu was insane. The rewards were off the charts. Totally. One of the girls chimed in sweetly. We came looking for you yesterday, but couldn't find you. We've been missing you so much. We could barely eat or sleep these past few days. Wu Yang's face darkened even more. Jiang Nan, I'm here today to… all right, just wait a bit longer. Jiang Nan impatiently waved him off again. What the hell? We're here to pick a fight. Could you at least respect that? This is seriously messing with our professional image. You're making it super awkward for us, alright? Wu Yang's frustration and resentment skyrocketed. 999. Although having the two young women nearby made Wu Yang feel a little self-conscious, he managed to hold back and didn't lose his temper. At this moment, Zhang Wei raised an eyebrow, his face full of anticipation as he asked, do you still have any farmer's 3 punches for sale? I'd like to buy more. Hearing this, Jiang Nan chuckled slyly, a glimmer of shrewdness flashing in his eyes. Back so soon for more business? What, not worried about going bald this time? Baldness is nothing. Zhang Wei scoffed dismissively. What matters is improving my strength. As a power type awakened, pairing up with farmer's 3 punches is a match made in heaven. Jiang Nan immediately understood Zhang Wei must have really benefited from it. He thought to himself, this wasn't how the script was supposed to go. Selling it like this won't rack up any resentment points. I shouldn't have sold it to him in the first place, but he still asked, how many do you want? Without hesitation, Zhang Wei blurted out, 100 bottles. Hearing this number, Jiang Nan's eyes widened in shock, and all his inner conflict instantly disappeared. Sold. Why wouldn't I sell? Resentment points? Forget that money. I want money. Watching the excited Zhang Wei, Jiang Nan had already started calculating the unexpected fortune he was about to make. Jiang Nan skillfully retrieved 3 bottles of strength potion from an alternate dimension. This scene left Zhang Wei and the two young women utterly speechless, not because of the potions themselves, but because of the spatial ability Jiang Nan had just displayed. Whoa, spatial ability? Zhang Wei exclaimed in shock. Everyone present understood how rare it was to encounter someone with spatial powers. The odds were akin to finding a gold brick on the street. There were only a handful of spatial ability users worldwide, and now they had stumbled upon one at a street stall? 3 bottles, 1 million. I'll throw in the extra for free, Jiang Nan said cheerfully. Deal. Snapping out of his daze, Zhang Wei quickly replied, deal. I'll transfer the money right now. Jiang Nan was inwardly ecstatic. 1 million was an astronomical sum for a high school student like him. Even though the system would take its share, leaving him with just 10,000. At least he'd had a taste of what it was like to hold such wealth. Nearby, Wu Yang stood frozen, his jaw nearly hitting the ground. He couldn't comprehend the scene before him. A high school senior running a street stall and closing $1 million deal? 3 bottles of water for $1 million. His worldview was completely shattered. Hey bro, still selling? My uncle owns a bottled water company. How about 10,000 bucks per bottle? Wu Yang offered. Jiang Nan shot him an annoyed glance. Kid, why are you so persistent? Honestly, humans are just repetitive machines. That remark infuriated Wu Yang. Repetitive machine? Have you ever seen a repetitive machine this strong? With a tearing sound, his black short-sleeve shirt ripped apart as thick, glossy black fur sprouted from his skin. In an instant, he transformed into a half-man, half-bear creature. The onlookers gasped in awe, stunned by the dramatic beast transformation happening right before their eyes. Jiang Nan, however, found himself quietly wondering what Xia Ya would look like in her wolf transformation. Raising an eyebrow, Jiang Nan turned and walked toward a nearby dark alley. Wu Yang, baring his sharp fangs, cracked his bear-like knuckles and followed. Though Zhang Wei and the two young women were visibly worried, Jiang Nan simply gestured for them to watch over his stall. The bun-haired young woman was already smitten by his cool demeanor, while Zhang Wei remained anxious about the initial fragility of spatial ability users. In the alley, just as Wu Yang was about to deliver a threatening line, a flying red brick smacked him square in the face. What followed was a chaotic skirmish, with Jiang Nan using his teleportation powers and agile movements to leave Wu Yang flustered and battered. Realizing he was at a disadvantage, Wu Yang transformed further, becoming a massive black bear standing 4 meters tall. However, his clothes were completely shredded in the process, leaving Jiang Nan speechless. Not even a pair of shorts for modesty? Jiang Nan picked up a fallen street lamp pole and activated his spear skill. As he poured skill points into the ability, it felt as if he had undergone decades of spear training in mere moments. Come on, Big Bear. Back in the day, there was Wu Song slaying a tiger. Today, it's me, Jiang Nan, taking down a black bear. The lamppost, wielded like a spear, lashed through the air with a sharp crack and struck Wu Yang. Bang! The nearly 800-pound beast-like body was sent flying, as if hit Heaton by a truck. Before Wu Yang could catch his breath, Jiang Nan's relentless assault came crashing down like a violent storm. In Jiang Nan's hands, the lamppost moved with precision, delivering a seamless barrage of slashes, thrusts, and strikes, each one merciless. Wu Yang had no chance to fight back, only managing to let out pained cries. Bald Chong and Scarface, watching from the side, were utterly dumbfounded. Jiang Nan's wild and powerful spear technique was nothing short of a master's level. Smack! The lamppost struck Wu Yang's bear-like face with a heavy blow, and his massive body collapsed to the ground with a thud. Jiang Nan glanced down at the deformed lamppost in his hand, inwardly marveling at Wu Yang's beastly defense. Seeing that Wu Yang was still struggling to rise, Jiang Nan instantly teleported onto his back, grabbed a brick, and began smashing it down with unrelenting force. After over 20 bricks, Wu Yang finally passed out. Panting heavily, Jiang Nan cursed, "Damn bear." He then turned to Bald Chong and Scarface, flashing them a bright smile. The two shuddered in fear. Scarface immediately shouted, "No, Brother Nan, I'll do it myself." He then rammed his head into the lamppost with all his might and knocked himself out on the spot. Bald Chong, seeing this, mimicked the move and ran headfirst into a concrete wall. But despite the blood streaming down his face, he failed to pass out. He kept bashing his head repeatedly, while Scarface, who was secretly peeking from the ground, shook his head in disbelief. When Jiang Nan approached, Bald Chong, his face covered in blood, looked up pitifully and said, Brother Nan, how about you help me out?" Jiang Nan, his face darkened, slapped him hard, knocking him out instantly. Glancing at Wu Yang on the ground, Jiang Nan's eyes fell on his waist and abdomen. Beastification is really something. Sigh, it'll be merciful this time. With that, he pulled a pair of underwear from his dimensional space and tossed it over. Back at the stall, Zhang Wei and the two young women were looking at Jiang Nan with admiration in their eyes, repeatedly asking to become his disciples. When they learned that Jiang Nan was only a high school senior, they were even more shocked, convinced that he must come from an ancient martial arts family. Jiang Nan, helpless, joked, "Fine, it'll come clean. Actually, I'm from the Centauri star system. I triggered Earth's spiritual awakening 20 years ago and have been tasked with saving the planet." The three of them stormed off in anger. After closing up the stall and heading home, Jiang Nan harvested 10 bundles of spiritual energy-infused leeks, most of which were thanks to Luo Tianxiang and Wu Yang. Opening social media, Jiang Nan saw Li Xiang's motivational post, "Even people better than me are working hard." Without hesitation, Jiang Nan replied, "If people better than you are working hard, what's the point of you working hard?" Seeing Li Xiang's resentment meter skyrocket, Jiang Nan smiled smugly. Li Mayan's social media post caught everyone's attention. "Spent the entire weekend practicing at home, exhausted like a dog. But hey, I finally broke through to Black Iron 10 star. Hard work pays off." Instantly, over 30 likes poured in, and the comment section was filled with words of encouragement like "keep it up" and "so jealous." Just then, Jiang Nan, also known as Nan Shun, casually left a comment, "Dogs aren't as tired as you think." That reply instantly ignited the comment section. "Ha ha ha, oh my god. Nan Shun makes such a valid point." The replies were filled with laughter. Li Mayan stared at his phone screen, momentarily stunned, before realization hit him. "You know what, that's true. My dog just eats, sleeps, and plays all day. What kind of exhaustion is that?" Despite admitting this, his frustration level soared, instantly hitting 666. Soon after, Lu Wuchuan's social media post popped up. "Why do I always gag while brushing my teeth in the morning? Is it because I smoke too much?" The comments resonated with him, with some suggesting chronic throat inflammation and others advising him to cut back on smoking. Nanshin struck again. "What does smoking have to do with it? Tomorrow morning, just don't brush your teeth in front of a mirror. Problem solved." This time, it was Lu Wuchuan's turn to be dumbfounded. "Wait, so it's because I look so ugly in the mirror that I make myself sick?" His frustration level skyrocketed to 999. Jiang Nan's eyes sparkled mischievously as he stared at his screen, feeling like he'd discovered a new gold mine. Just as he was about to continue roasting others to rack up more frustration points, he noticed that the social media feed had suddenly gone quiet. His classmates were too scared to post anything, fearing they might become his next target. "Oomph. If you won't post, then I will." He then posted, "Ha, so that's how it is. It's already midnight, and not a single person has wished me a happy birthday." His classmates froze when they saw the post today was Jiang Nan's birthday. No wonder he'd been so active all day. He was trying to see who remembered his special day. The comment section quickly filled with birthday wishes. "Happy birthday, Nan Shun. Happy Hatch Day. Even though you made me change my underwear, you still saved my life." However, a comment from Ingxue brought the festive mood to a halt. "Xiao Nan, you still have me. But, isn't today not your birthday?" Jiang Nan replied, maybe it's not my birthday today after all. Wang Bei's frustration level immediately hit 666. If it's not your birthday, why the hell were you getting all sentimental? Could you be any more shameless? Wasting our feelings like this. What kind of player are you? Jiang Nan let out a mischievous laugh through the screen, the kind of hee-hee that could send shivers down your spine. Seeing Zhong Yingshue's reply, though his little scheme was exposed, his heart felt warm. Being thought of by someone was indeed a nice feeling. Xue's naturally naive demeanor was just too adorable, making him want to brag about it in the class group chat. Unfortunately, the toxic chicken soup he had posted on his social media earlier held him back. Jiang Nan glanced at the sporadically updating resentment value list and slowly drifted off to sleep. But the other villagers weren't as fortunate. Wang Cai continued its blissful dog life, howling and barking every night like a concert of chaos. The entire village was kept awake by the ruckus, and amidst the cursing and grumbling, some people even decided to take matters into their own hands. The next morning, warm sunlight fell on Wu Yang, waking him with a start. He realized he had returned to human form but was bruised and battered. Worse yet, he was completely naked, embodying the phrase, not a stitch to his name. As soon as he opened his eyes, he was blinded by camera flashes. A crowd had gathered at the alley entrance. Oh my, the younger generation is so bold these days. This young man's got quite the physique. The older women's eyes sparkled, while the younger girls shyly covered their faces, sneaking peeks through their fingers. Wu Liang slowly pieced together the events of the previous day. Looking around, Bald Chong and Scarface were nowhere to be seen. Just as he was at a loss, he noticed a pair of briefs covering his chest, triangle-shaped Pikachu design. Did Nanshan leave this for me? Repaying evil with kindness, what a good guy. Wu Yang was touched and didn't hesitate to slip them on, regardless of the style. Unexpectedly, the comfort of the briefs instantly converted him from the boxer camp. The crowd's curious gazes turned to horror, and they quickly made way for him. Camera flashes continued incessantly, turning the alley into what felt like a red carpet event. Thinking back to the fight yesterday, Wu Yang's expression became serious. Jiang Nan, once dismissed as useless, had displayed incredible prowess. His marksmanship, combat skills, and flying brick technique had left Wu Yang's blood boiling. At that moment, all he wanted was to find Jiang Nan. When Jiang Nan entered the classroom, an eerie silence fell. The toxic chicken soup he posted last night had worked wonders, with resentment values skyrocketing. Li Xiang was still replaying the double slap in his mind, while Li Mayan was drowning in the sorrow of heartbreak. During morning self-study, Lu Chuanwu suddenly burst out laughing while looking at his phone and shared a Weibo post in the class group chat. Isn't this Wu Liang from class 2? I'm dying of laughter. Is this his debut? The Pikachu design is way too cute. What a body. The comment section had already exploded. Out of curiosity, Jiang Nan clicked on it, only to see a 9-photo collage of Wu Liang wearing nothing but the Pikachu briefs, striding down the street with a solemn expression that was both ridiculous and hilarious. I admire this guy's courage. Thumbs up for Pikachu. A passerby couldn't help but laugh at the sight before them. At a breakfast stall, a customer eating tofu pudding burst into laughter so hard that they sprayed their food everywhere, angrily demanding compensation. The men's fencing team welcomed a new member, while over at the Jiang Nan night market, business for shorts was booming. 2 pairs for 10 yuan. Get the same style. Vendors shouted enthusiastically. Jiang Nan, seeing all this, quickly exited Weibo, covering his face with both hands in embarrassment. The pair of shorts he casually handed over last night had unexpectedly caused such a stir, and Wu Liang had actually worn them. Jiang Nan thought to himself, well, at least this turned out to be some effective advertising. In the classroom, the teacher pounded on the blackboard to get everyone's attention, announcing the final exam details with authority. As students of the Spirit Warrior class, your practical test will take place at the spirit ruins of Tianqi Lake and Changbai Mountain. Form your teams in advance and be well prepared. Any spirit beads obtained in the ruins will belong to you personally. If you manage to acquire a spirit bead with a spirit skill, even better. The top 10 students in the grade will also receive star beads embedded with spirit skills as a reward. Considering the upcoming college entrance exams, the exploration period for this trip has been extended from 7 days to 2 weeks. The teacher continued, team composition isn't restricted to just this class. The ideal setup would include 1 tank, 1 mage, 1 melee fighter, and 1 crowd control specialist. The classroom immediately erupted into excited chatter. The spirit ruins of Tianqi Lake, such a love-hate place. The Lingwu students in Songjiang start working in teams as early as freshman year, but our school just lets us roam free. Forget that. Start thinking about your team lineup. I'm sticking with my old teammates from last year. Teamwork is key. Jiang Nan sat quietly, listening to the discussions while his mind wandered to the topic of spirit skills. Low-tier spirit beasts rarely carried spirit skills, let alone ones that matched a person's specific attributes. As a spirit warrior, one could only absorb spirit skills aligned with their own attribute, and only one skill per level. Jiang Nan, as a black iron level space-type spirit warrior, could only absorb space-type spirit skills. However, such spirit beasts were extremely rare within China and were strictly regulated by the association. So far, his only ability was his innate teleportation skill. While prodigies could often develop their own techniques through natural talent, Jiang Nan knew he wasn't among them. Still, he wasn't overly concerned after all. Very few students at his level could absorb spirit skills at all. Jiangqing High School wasn't specifically focused on training spirit warriors, either. Yet, deep down, he couldn't help but hope. Perhaps this time, the top 10 spirit bead rewards might include that elusive space-type spirit bead he had always dreamed of. The classroom buzzed with chatter. Students had split into small groups, some eagerly reconnecting with old teammates, while others animatedly discussed the spirit beasts in the Tianqi spirit realm. Only Jiang Nan sat alone on the windowsill, looking completely out of place. Why isn't Nanshan looking for teammates? Li Xiang sneered. He's so strong. A dual element awakener. Does he even need teammates? Lu Chuanwu chuckled. Of course not. Our Nanshan is the guy who can break the testing machine with a single punch. Does he think the spirit beasts in the realm will just stand still like the testing machine and let him punch them? Someone else chimed in. Ha ha ha. He's never even stepped into the spirit realm. What's there to worry about? He can teleport, right? If anything, he's a pro at running away. Forget killing spirit beasts. Nanshan probably hasn't even killed a chicken before. A waste is a waste, no matter how you look at it. Dual element awakening? How with those conditions, what idiot would team up with him? He's nothing but dead weight. Amid the jeers and mockery around him, Jiang Nan stretched lazily, inwardly debating whether to rack up some resentment points from these classmates. The team list was due by the afternoon, but he never intended to find teammates anyway. With teleportation, super strength, and a few skill points to his name, he was confident he could carve his own path through the challenges. From the start, his goal had always been to claim the top rank of the year. Just as the others were waiting to see Jiang Nan humiliated, the classroom door was suddenly kicked open. Wu Liang stormed in, his face battered and bruised, silencing the room in an instant. Where's Jiang Nan? Where is he? Wu Liang scanned the room until his gaze landed on Jiang Nan perched on the windowsill. A grin spread across Wu Liang's face, sending chills down the spines of everyone present. Nan Shun's in trouble now. What did he do to piss off Wu Liang, of all people? His dad's the biggest used car dealer in the north. Even street thugs call him Young Master Wu. Li Xiang and Lu Chuanwu exchanged smug looks. Who would stand up for Jiang Nan? Not ganging up on him was already a mercy. Wu Liang marched up to Jiang Nan, his expression serious. Nanshan, be my boss. I want to learn from you. The entire class erupted into chaos, jaws practically hitting the floor. Li Xiang and the others were dumbfounded. Wait, he's not here to cause trouble? He's here to apprentice? Did he lose his mind? What could Jiang Nan possibly teach him? Jiang Nan scoffed. You're no saint yourself. Li Mayan froze in shock. What kind of audacity was this? Talking to Wu Liang like that? I've looked into it, Wu Liang said, shaking his head. The barbecue stall incident was Baldy's fault. I've already had my guys teach them a lesson. Last night, I was in the wrong. You were right to hit me, boss. I admit it. The entire class was stunned. So they had really fought last night? And judging by Wu Liang's current state, it was clear Jiang Nan had come out on top. Jiang Nan beamed. You can take a hit. In the Tianqi spirit realm, can you tank damage for me? Wu Liang's eyes lit up, and he thumped his chest. Leave it to me. As long as I'm standing, I won't let you get hurt. Jiang Nan thought for a moment before patting Wu Liang on the shoulder. Stick with me. Our team could use a shield. Wu Liang looked puzzled. What team? He hadn't realized yet that Jiang Nan wasn't talking about a team from Jiangqing No. 1 High, but rather the elite ranks of Songjiang Lingwu. At this point, Li Xiang couldn't hold back. Wu Liang, you better think this through. The spirit realm is dangerous. With someone like Jiang Nan dragging you down, getting a good score will be nearly impossible. Wu Liang spun around abruptly. Nan Shun, a nickname for Jiang Nan, translating roughly to God Nan, used both mockingly and admiringly. With a loud ripping sound, Wu Liang's school uniform tore apart under the sheer force of his iron-hard muscles. His eyes turned blood-red, fangs emerged, and he grabbed Li Xiang by the collar, lifting him effortlessly. Kid, watch your mouth. Is that how you talk to my big brother? Li Xiang struggled to breathe as Wu Liang's intimidating glare made cold sweat soak his back. I was just making a suggestion, he stammered in defense. Mind your own business. Wu Liang narrowed his bloodshot eyes, ready to strike. Before he could act, Jiang Nan delivered a swift kick to Wu Liang's lower back. All right. You really have a knack for ruining your clothes, huh? School uniforms aren't free, you know? You're way too rough on them. Hearing this, Wu Liang flung Li Xiang toward the teacher's podium. Li Xiang landed heavily on the desk, sending chalk scattering everywhere. Fine, I'll listen to you. Wu Liang replied bluntly. Li Xiang sat on the floor, disheveled, his eyes glinting with venomous resentment. He gritted his teeth in anger, but dared not retaliate in front of Wu Liang. The classmates exchanged bewildered glances, unsure why the powerful Wu Liang was so obedient to someone like Jiang Nan, who seemed so unremarkable. At that moment, a long-haired beauty in a short skirt peeked into the classroom. Her eyes lit up when she spotted Wu Liang. Wuga, want to team up with me? Last year's teammates ditched me. Wu Liang turned to Jiang Nan and said, my deskmate, Tang Xinya. Black Iron 9-star, with type ability. What do you think? Wind in the hallway? Jiang Nan instantly recognized her as the girl he had encountered earlier in the corridor. Tang Xianya's cheeks flushed red in embarrassment. There's no wind in the hallway today. Resentment value from Tang Xianya, 663. Sure. No problem. Jiang Nan agreed with a smile. Wu Liang nodded, picked up his tattered uniform, and swaggered out of the classroom. Just then, Jiang Nan froze in place, his eyes locked on Wu Liang's lower back, where a small yellow hair tie was still looped around. Bro, are you serious? You're still wearing that? Did you awaken some peculiar traits or something? Jiang Nan shuddered, already regretting his earlier decision. Li Xiang, still fuming, approached Jiang Nan with a dark expression. Once we're in the heavenly pool mystic realm, you'll see what I'm capable of. Jiang Nan shrugged nonchalantly. I have no idea where you get your sense of superiority. Heavenly pool mystic realm? I'm looking forward to it. They were all classmates, and Jiang Nan hadn't wanted to push things too far. But with Li Xiang repeatedly causing trouble, it was time to teach him a lesson. The cafeteria was bustling with noise at lunchtime. As Jiang Nan stepped through the doorway, a loud voice boomed across the room. Nange, over here. The shout immediately drew everyone's attention. Whispered conversations erupted throughout the cafeteria. Whoa, Wu Liang just called Jiang Nan Nange? This morning, he went to class 1 to recognize Jiang Nan as his big brother. Isn't Wu Liang that guy on Weibo wearing the Pikachu outfit? And now he's sticking so close to Jiang Nan. A group of fangirls, their eyes sparkling, huddled together, whispering excitedly, could it be? As Jiang Nan walked past, he could hear the murmurs of speculation around him, and his face grew darker with every step. He cursed silently to himself. Why don't these people focus on their studies instead of making up nonsense all day? If I could sell my soul for money, I'd have done it already. When he reached Wu Liang, he noticed the guy had already thoughtfully gotten him a meal. Nange, who's been bothering you? Want me to take care of them for you? Wu Liang asked eagerly, trying to please him. Jiang Nan frowned. Big guy, how are your grades in school? Every exam, I use my performance to prove exactly how many students are in our grade. Wu Liang replied proudly. Jiang Nan nearly choked on his meal. Wasn't that just a fancy way of saying he was dead last? This semester's finals, Jiang Nan said darkly. You'd better make it into the top 3, the bottom 3? No problem. Wu Liang slapped his chest in assurance. I mean the top 3. Wu Liang's eyes widened in shock. Nange, have you lost your mind? Even if you stuffed all the textbooks into my head right now, I still couldn't manage that. Later, the story continues according to the original events, leading to the final scene. The teacher walked into the classroom and spotted the brick in Jiang Nan's hand, looking puzzled. Jiang Nan, what are you doing with a brick? Oh, I didn't have a ruler to draw lines, so I'm using this brick instead, Jiang Nan replied without batting an eye. 666 resentment points from the teacher. Jiang Nan casually used a brick to draw a straight line, a scene that made Li Xiang and Li Mayan's expressions turn grim. They thought to themselves, go ahead and enjoy your moment of pride. Once we get to the Tianqi spiritual ruins, you'll have a lot to deal with. On the way home from school, the smell of barbecue wafted through the air from a distance. As they got closer, they saw the food stall crowded with customers. Surprisingly, a few young men were busy working at the stall, including the scar-faced guy, who was moving back and forth with plates in his hands. Hello, Brother Nan. The moment they spotted Jiang Nan, the group greeted him in unison with a loud and respectful bow. Instantly, all eyes in the vicinity turned toward him. Xiao Nan, you're here? Yuqing, come over and help. Aunt Zhou called out warmly. Seeing Jiang Nan's puzzled look, Aunt Zhou explained helplessly. These guys came in the afternoon insisting on helping out. They even said they'd kneel if I didn't let them. I couldn't turn them down. Jiang Nan glanced at the scar-faced man, who immediately shivered and flashed an awkward smile. It was clear this was Wu Liang's handiwork. Don't worry, Aunt Zhou. Just treat them like your workers. If any of them misbehave, give me a call. This area can be a bit chaotic, but with them around, they can keep things in order. Zhou Yuqing blushed as she thanked him. Jiang Nan affectionately ruffled her hair and asked if anyone had been bothering her lately. When she shook her head, he chuckled inwardly. If these guys dared to act out of line, they'd have a lot to regret. As Jiang Nan passed by Grandpa Wang's house, He curiously peeked into the yard. There, Wang Kai, the dog, was lying listlessly in front of its kennel, looking noticeably thinner. Outside the kennel, a line of female dogs had formed. Aunt Zhou's dog, Gua Gua, barked excitedly, grabbed Wang Kai by the tail, and dragged him into the kennel. Not long after, Gua Gua left looking satisfied, only for a large wolf dog to pull Wang Kai back inside. Seeing the 7 or 8 more female dogs still waiting in line, Jiang Nan shivered and thought to himself, the side effects of the spiritual energy chives are no joke. Back home, Jiang Nan began a new round of lucky draws. After saving up 3 days' worth of resentment points, he had accumulated over 310,000. The first 2 draws only yielded 20 bundles of spiritual energy chives, but the third draw finally hit the jackpot. A pair of Heo Hea brand shorts and 2 Supreme Beauty pills. After taking one of the beauty pills, Jiang Nan was thrilled to see his appearance undergo a dramatic transformation. Sharp eyebrows, piercing eyes, a prominent nose, and skin as smooth as jade. His entire demeanor exuded a carefree and charismatic charm. As he admired his reflection in the mirror, his phone suddenly rang. On the video call, Xia Yao and Zhong Yingxue were waiting for him at Century Square to have dinner together. Xiao Nan, did you turn on a beauty filter? It's like you maxed it out to level 10. Xia Yao teased with a laugh. Jiang Nan couldn't help but laugh as well. This beauty filter was no software effect, it was now permanently etched onto his face. Jiang Nan was just about to head out for dinner with Xia Yao and Zhong Yingxue when an unexpected scene unfolded at Wu Liang's house. Wu's father, shirtless and wearing slippers, barged into his son's room. Son, time to eat. Your mom just… He stopped mid-sentence, eyes wide in disbelief as he saw Wu Liang hunched over his desk, writing furiously. He must be doodling on his books. Wu's father reassured himself as he moved closer. But when he saw the opened 3 years of Gaokao, 5 years of simulation exam prep book, he was too shocked to speak. What the? He's actually studying? Don't bother me, Dad, Wu Liang said without looking up. I'm aiming for the top 3 in the grade this term. Top 3? Wu's father panicked. What about the promise to drop out of high school and take over my job? You said you'd join me in the workforce. Wu Liang frowned in disdain. I don't want a life that's so predictable and boring. Did something happen to you? Tell me who it was. I'll handle them. Dad, I'm trying to study. Leave me alone. Wu Liang got up and pushed him out of the room. Standing outside the door, Wu's father looked bewildered. Honey, do you think our son is sick? He's actually studying. It's you who's sick. Wu's mother snapped with a dark expression. Now get over here and eat. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan, wearing a Sailor Moon t-shirt, oversized shorts, and little flip-flops, strolled down the street, drawing the attention of passers-by. From elderly grandmothers to young girls, everyone was captivated. In just a short walk, he was asked for his WeChat 17 times and posed for 3 photos. When he reached Century Plaza, Zhong Yingxue was waving at him under a street lamp. She wore a light blue dress with white sandals, her ponytail swaying, looking fresh and radiant. Beside her, Xia Yao was dressed in a black tube top with a white sun-protective jacket, pairing it with denim shorts that highlighted her long, slender legs. Oh my gosh! Xia Yao rubbed her eyes as she looked Jiang Nan up and down. How did you get this handsome in just a few days? Been eating papayas? Jiang Nan glanced at her chest and smirked. Are papayas beauty enhancers in your house? You seem to eat plenty of them. Not one to back down. Xia Yao reached out and pinched his cheek. Your skin is so smooth. Did you get some work done? Nope, just washed my face. Bull. How long has it been since you last washed it? Jiang Nan's just naturally good-looking. He can't help it, Zhong Yingxue said with a laugh, defusing the situation. Come on, let's go have hot pot. Why are we eating out on a Monday? Jiang Nan asked. Can't we just miss you? Zhong Yingxue replied with a smile. Xia Yao chimed in. That Luo guy took 2 weeks off, so school's finally peaceful for once. Xiaoxue is over the moon. Jiang Nan and Xia Yao exchanged knowing smiles and high-fived. Zhong Yingxue eyed them suspiciously. Are you two hiding something from me? Of course not. I swear on my conscience. Xia Yao declared, patting her chest. Jiang Nan rolled his eyes. Please, your conscience is too far away for you to reach. With that, he pulled out a white rabbit candy and handed it to Zhong Yingxue. Here, a treat for you. Save it for later. Zhong Yingxue stared at the candy in her hand, momentarily lost in thought as memories came flooding back. Yeah, I'll eat at home. Jiang Nan replied with a smile. Xia Yao immediately stretched out her small hand, looking at him expectantly. What about mine? I want candy too. Jiang Nan deliberately pouted. Kids who don't behave don't get candy. This completely enraged Xia Yao. She lunged at him and, with a perfect chokehold, made Jiang Nan roll his eyes. Are you giving it or not? There's really none left. Just one piece. Jiang Nan struggled to explain. Next time, I'll get you some. Next time. Leaning closer to her ear, he lowered his voice and said, I found a shield warrior. When I take first place, they'll bring them over for you two to meet, alright? Xiaoyao paused for a moment, then chuckled. First place? So confident? Haven't you never even entered the Lingshu before? Huh, Jiang Nan said with a smug grin. With my looks, do you think spirit beasts would dare to hurt me? Ugh, shameless. Xiaoyao said with disdain. Fine, you decide who you want. Zhou Yingxue, noticing their secretive exchange, turned around curiously. What are you two whispering about? The two of them immediately shook their heads in unison, as synchronized as a pair of metronomes. Just as Zhou Yingxue was about to press further, suddenly, boom, a deafening explosion erupted from the Walmart Mall 2 streets away. Flames shot up into the night sky, and the powerful shockwave shattered the windows of nearby apartment buildings. The fire spread rapidly, engulfing 2 floors of the mall within seconds. Thick black smoke filled the air, accompanied by the acrid stench of burning. Panic ensued as pedestrians fled in every direction. Some dodged falling shards of glass, while others pulled out their phones to capture the shocking scene. The three exchanged a glance, their expressions turning serious. The mall was still packed with shoppers. This was a peak hour, and the situation was dire. Let's go. We need to check it out, Jiang Nan said firmly. As spirit warriors, they possessed abilities beyond those of ordinary people. In the face of danger, it was their duty to step forward. Even if they couldn't do much, they had to try. This was the pride of Huaxia. Despite the resurgence of spiritual energy, it remained the safest and most peaceful country in the world. Because in the heart of every Huaxia citizen was a deep sense of duty and an unwavering resolve to never back down. Zhou Yingxue and Xiaoyao moved at an astonishing speed, so fast that even Jiang Nan struggled to keep up. This was no coincidence. Songjiang Lingwu Hai had adopted a team-based training approach from the start, and coupled with the extensive combat experience they had gained over years of hunting spirit beasts in the Lingshu, the two could understand each other with just a glance. At that moment, Jiang Nan sharply noticed 3 figures darting through the crowd. They were dressed in black suits topped with black jackets and were sprinting towards the mall at an incredible speed. From their agile movements and composed demeanor, it was clear they were skilled operatives, likely from the military. Shue, Sister Xiaoyao, be careful, this isn't just an ordinary fire, Jiang Nan quickly warned. Zhou Yingxue nodded in confirmation. It's spirit fire caused by a fire element awakener, and it's at a high level. Just then, Xiaoyao's silver short hair suddenly sprouted 2 fluffy wolf ears. There are still people inside the mall. I can sense several powerful presences, but Jiang Nan, completely ignoring Xiaoyao's words, couldn't take his eyes off those overly adorable wolf ears. So this is Xiaoyao's beast transformation? It's not the full form yet, right? Would the full form turn her into a wolf? The 3 soon arrived at the base of the mall. The area had been sealed off, and the surrounding crowd evacuated. Several fire trucks were spraying water, but it was ineffective against what was clearly no ordinary fire. Water element Lingwu practitioners were also doing their best, but their efforts were like drops in the ocean. What puzzled Jiang Nan even more was the presence of not only fire trucks but also riot vehicles, military vehicles, and even a live broadcast van from a news station. The fire had already engulfed the 4th and 5th floors and was spreading rapidly to the 6th. Reporter Hu Shuo was on site. Speaking into the camera, it's now 8:03 p.m. A sudden fire has broken out at the Jiangxing Walmart. I'm not afraid of the fire, but I can't get people out from up there, Zhou Yingxue said anxiously. The 6th floor is too high, I can't jump that far. Xiaoyao was pacing in frustration. I have an idea, Jiang Nan declared, about to rush in, but was stopped by armed police who insisted he register first. Just then, a loud explosion echoed. Flames burst out from a window, and 4 figures leapt from the mall to the rooftop of the adjacent building. A woman in black, wearing a beret, jumped down from the 6th floor and landed heavily on a jeep, denting its roof. Wiping the soot off her face, she strode to a military vehicle, ripped the door off, and shouted sharply, after them. The military vehicles roared to life and sped off in pursuit of the fleeing figures. Among the crowd, several mysterious figures in black jackets quietly left, swiftly pursuing the violent woman. Jiang Nan watched her astonishing moves and couldn't help but swallow hard. This woman's physical abilities were simply terrifying. While everyone was still in shock, a sudden scream came from the 6th floor. A mother, losing her balance due to the intense flames, fell from the building with her child in her arms. The crowd erupted in gasps and screams, and even the journalist Hu Shua shouted in alarm, "Someone's falling." Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Damn it, there's no time. Jiang Nan growled under his breath, and in an instant, his figure vanished from where he stood. Before the armed police could react, he appeared midair, catching the mother and child in his arms. Then, in another flash, he reappeared safely on the ground. Hu Shua stood in stunned silence for a second before shouting excitedly, "Did you get that on camera? That was teleportation. He really teleported to save them midair." The crowd erupted into cheers. The armed police gave Jiang Nan a thumbs up, while Xia Yao jumped up and down with joy, exclaiming, Xiao Nan is so cool. Zhong Yingshue's cheeks flushed with excitement as she clenched her fists. This was the Jiang Nan she knew. Although shaken and trembling, the rescued mother and daughter managed to answer Jiang Nan's question. There might still be 50 or 60 people inside the mall, maybe more. Jiang Nan's heart sank. With so many people, the ladder trucks wouldn't be fast enough. Without waiting for the firefighters to remind him to put on protective gear, his figure disappeared once again. What happened next left everyone dumbfounded. Every time Jiang Nan reappeared, he was carrying a different number of people, sometimes one in each arm, sometimes with someone over his shoulder, or even tucked under his arms, resembling a human transport machine. In just a minute, he had rescued over 20 people. The crowd's cheers grew even louder, and both the firefighters and armed police were in awe of his extraordinary rescue abilities. The person Jiang Nan dragged out hadn't even processed what was happening before they found themselves in a safe zone. The crowd erupted in cheers and whistles. Whoa, this guy is incredible. Relentless rescue machine. Wait a minute. Isn't he that guy from the Jiang Nan night market who breaks bricks with his bare hands? Hu Shuo from the news station passionately narrated. Let's focus the camera on this young man who fearlessly charged into the fire to save lives. He looks like a student, but he's clearly a powerful spiritual warrior. In just 1 minute, he's rescued 27 people from the flames. Wait, his shirt is on fire. Only then did Jiang Nan realize his short-sleeve shirt had several burnt holes. The extreme heat of the fire was unbearable, even for someone with his physical resilience. Without hesitation, he retrieved a large bottle of strength potion from his dimensional space and poured it all over himself. A bottle of Farmer's Spring priced at 10,000 yuan being used as shower water now, that's extravagant. The icy liquid made Jiang Nan shiver briefly, but soon he felt a surge of energy coursing through his body. Wait, strength potion works topically too? Jiang Nan quickly felt his head to ensure he hadn't gone bald, then sighed in relief. Though Head made a surprising discovery, there was no time to dwell on it. He charged back into the flames without delay. Hu Shuo, visibly moved, continued his commentary. Look, everyone, his short-sleeve shirt, emblazoned with a Sailor Moon design, is completely scorched. This shows just how dangerous the fire is. Yet he insists on rescuing people, putting his own safety aside. Such selflessness is truly heart-wrenching. The crowd suddenly burst into laughter. Why not just say short-sleeve shirt and be done with it? Sailor Moon, seriously? Meanwhile, in the bathroom within the burning building, a petite girl with twin buns sat on the sink, live streaming. Tears streamed down her face as she asked pitifully, Am I going to die here? Comments flooded her livestream chat. Don't be scared, Xiao Yu. Stay where you are and don't move. Someone amazing has already rushed in to save people. Sailor Moon is on the way. As Yu Qingqing wiped her tears, she suddenly heard a voice calling out from outside. Is anyone still here? Make some noise. Tweet, tweet, tweet. Yu Qingqing responded immediately. With a loud bang, the bathroom door was kicked open. Through the smoke, Jiang Nan's figure emerged. Sailor Moon, is it you? Yu Qingqing asked excitedly. Jiang Nan rolled his eyes. More like I'm a magical girl now. The livestream chat exploded instantly. This guy's hilarious. Magical girl transformation. Activate. Dark Lord Gunera, arise. Even with soot covering his face, Jiang Nan's striking features couldn't be hidden, adding an air of rugged charm. Before Yu Qingqing could process what was happening, Jiang Nan scooped her up and teleported them out of the fire. Yu Qingqing hadn't even processed what was happening before she was pulled out of the raging fire. She stood there, stunned, wanting to thank Jiang Nan, but he had already rushed back into the flames. Amid the crowd, she spotted two familiar figures, Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao. She ran toward them, tears streaming down her face. Xiao Xue, Yao Yao. I was so scared. Wah. The two girls finally recognized the soot-covered figure in front of them as their classmate. Zhong Yingxue gently patted her on the back to comfort her. There. It's all over now. Everything's okay. Xia Yao looked worried. Jiang Nan is only at Black Iron 10 stars. With all that teleporting, his spiritual energy must be running out. Yao Yao, you know that magical sailor girl? Yu Qingqing asked in surprise. He's my friend, Jiang Nan, Zhong Yingxue explained with a smile. Is this fate, or what? Yu Qingqing's eyes sparkled with delight. By this point, Jiang Nan had gone back and forth into the fire more than 10 times. His face was as pale as a sheet. Just as Xia Yao feared, his spiritual energy was nearing its limit. Fortunately, he had already saved 63 people. He decided to go in one last time to make sure no one was left behind. As he was about to leave, he tripped over something. Looking down, he found a blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreign man. The man's arm was severed, and his other arm and both legs were covered in severe injuries. Despite his dire condition, his gaze remained unusually calm. TSK, bro. You've had it rough. Don't worry, I'll get you out of here, Jiang Nan said as he reached down to help him. What do you mean I've had it rough? The foreigner suddenly replied in fluent Chinese, then frantically began crawling away. Don't save me. Let me die. His unexpected reaction left Jiang Nan momentarily stunned. What? No way. As a model citizen, I can't just leave you here. The young foreigner's eyes filled with despair as he lunged toward a nearby pillar, slamming his head against it. Blood trickled down his forehead, but he still failed to end his life. Hey, how can you treat yourself like this? Your body is a gift from your parents. Jiang Nan exclaimed as he hoisted him onto his back without giving him a chance to protest. A system notification immediately rang in Jiang Nan's mind. Resentment value from Alexander Joykovsky 1000. What a ridiculously long name. Jiang Nan muttered to himself. On Jiang Nan's back, Alexander thrashed wildly. I'm begging you. Let me die. No way. Life is precious. Just let me die already. Alexander shouted in despair. Nope. Surviving this is a sign of great fortune. You'll have blessings after this. At that moment, Alexander truly felt the weight of the world crushing down on him. Alexander's mind was on the verge of collapse. Severely injured, he lay on the ground, thinking in agony, can't I even die in peace? Who told you to be so soft-hearted? Jiang Nan watched Alexander's feigned composure and sneered coldly. Despite such injuries, he could still maintain his calm. Coupled with the earlier events, Jiang Nan had already pieced together his identity. Wanna die? Not on my watch. Jiang Nan said icily. Please, just let me die. Alexander was nearly in tears. No way. Life is precious. I'll pay you. How much do you want? Jiang Nan grabbed him and threw him to the ground, roughly searching him. Go easy. Don't touch my arm. It's in the left pocket. The search yielded little. A handgun, 3 passports, a phone, and a pitiful $250. That's it. Jiang Nan sneered. What's the phone password? What about WeChat or Alipay? This belt looks decent. Before he could finish, Jiang Nan slapped Alexander hard, knocking out half a tooth. I saved your life, and you curse me? Without hesitation, Jiang Nan grabbed Alexander's belt, teleported outside, and threw him to the ground. The armed police on site immediately surrounded Alexander, their guns aimed at him. This guy's name is Alexander something ski. He's the one you're after, right? Jiang Nan asked. Just shoot me. Alexander screamed hysterically, only to be slapped unconscious by Jiang Nan again. This guy wants to die. Don't let him have his way, Jiang Nan warned. I'm guessing he has important intel. A senior officer chuckled and explained. This is a top-tier Russian spirit weapon master. We owe you big time. Jiang Nan was momentarily stunned, silently relieved that Alexander was already gravely injured. Soon after, the rescued civilians approached to thank him, with one little girl even giving him flowers, making Jiang Nan a bit embarrassed. Reporter Hu Shua rushed forward for an interview, shoving the microphone almost into Jiang Nan's mouth. Upon realizing it was live, Jiang Nan immediately straightened up and said, Jiang Nan Night Market. Socks, underwear, hair ties, and clips. 2 for $10. The sudden advertisement left everyone dumbfounded before a wave of laughter erupted. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan's system notifications were flooded with surging resentment points. Finally, surrounded by Xia Yao, Zhong Yingxue, and his newly acquainted black sister Yu Qingqing, Jiang Nan learned about the existence of the Dark Knight Army and the Longyuan Army. Though technically secret forces, their existence was an open secret to all. After the incident, the group lost their appetite for hot pot. Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao decided to take Xiao Yu home first, while Jiang Nan hurried back to his place. On the way, Jiang Nan couldn't help but reflect on his unexpected discovery. Applying the power potion externally could enhance physical fitness without causing hair loss. He felt relieved, thinking, drinking it causes baldness, but applying it externally should be fine, right? The thought brought a smile to his face, and on the way home, he bought a bathtub. Meanwhile, in a wooded area on the outskirts of Jiangcheng, a devastating scene unfolded. Within a 300-meter radius, the ground was torn apart, with grass uprooted and large craters everywhere. A military vehicle lay tilted on the roadside, completely wrecked. Next to the vehicle stood a woman wearing a beret, her long hair tied into a bun, dressed in a black leather jacket. Around 25 or 26 years old, her features were strikingly flawless, though her expression was icy and stern. Her sharp, narrow eyes gleamed with an intimidating intensity beneath her high-bridged nose. Casually wiping blood off her face, she revealed a scar that marred her otherwise fair complexion. Several subordinates were combing through the area, inspecting 3 corpses on the ground. Reporting, Captain. The item isn't on these individuals. Use codenames during missions, the woman reminded coldly. Yes, Lynx, Captain. Lynx narrowed her eyes slightly. If it's not here, then it must be with that viper. Conduct a citywide search. Under no circumstances can the item get out. She's injured and won't escape the blockade. Understood. We've already sent people to tighten the perimeter and are conducting a thorough search. Suddenly, Lynx asked, what about the situation at the mall? The fire has been extinguished, 12 dead, 37 injured. The numbers surprised Lynx. Logically, the casualties should have been higher. Upon learning that a high school senior named Jiang Nan had used spatial abilities to save people, a flicker of intrigue crossed her eyes. Huaxia has only ever had one spatial spirit warrior, Li Daotian. How could there suddenly be a second? She carefully reviewed Jiang Nan's records and rescue footage. Watching him perform 21 consecutive teleportations within a 100-meter range while maintaining stamina, she assessed his strength to be at least Black Iron 10-star level. A smirk curled her lips. A grade talent? Clearly, something doesn't add up. Gather all his information for me. Also, bring Alexander. I want to interrogate him personal. At that moment, Jiang Nan was at home, eagerly pouring the power potion into the bathtub. Filling it with 10 bottles, he grinned to himself. $1,000,000 for a single luxurious bath? Even Dubai tycoons can't top this. The instant he jumped into the tub, the icy sensation made him shiver. But soon, waves of strength surged from within. While external application wasn't as potent or immediate as drinking it, it provided permanent improvements to his physical constitution, enhancing his senses, defense, and motor skills across the board. Half an hour later, Jiang Nan realized his physical capabilities had increased tenfold compared to before, and this was without consuming the potion. Staring at the tub, still brimming with residual potion energy, a mischievous thought crossed his mind. What if I bottle this back up and sell it? Heh, what a brilliant idea. Frugality and sustainable development for the win. Jiang Nan shuddered at a sudden thought that struck him. Wait, doesn't this mean someone else is drinking my bathwater? He immediately dismissed the unsettling idea. Looking down at his body, Jiang Nan couldn't help but smile in satisfaction. His perfectly sculpted muscles glistened under the water's light, his abs sharp and defined without appearing bulky, and his skin so smooth and soft it seemed like it could drip water. However, his smile froze abruptly. Wait a second. Jiang Nan's gaze moved downward, his eyes widening in shock. He quickly reached out to confirm his hair was still there, his eyebrows intact, but everything below his eyebrows was completely bare. What the? Jiang Nan couldn't help but curse. The system's cold. Robotic voice immediately chimed in. Detected profanity directed at the system. Deducting 1,000 yuan from your account. Watching his account balance drop, Jiang Nan gritted his teeth in frustration. But he quickly consoled himself, thinking, for the sake of power, who cares about a barren landscape? No one's going to see it anyway. I'll just treat it as my little secret. Just then, a loud bang sounded from above. Before Jiang Nan could react, the roof was suddenly smashed open, and a figure plummeted straight down. He barely had time to get up before he was shoved back into the bathtub, a glinting dagger pressed firmly against his throat. The figure pinning him down exuded a faint scent of orchids, mixed with the metallic tang of blood. Golden hair cascaded over her shoulders, dipping into the water. The dangerous aura sent chills down Jiang Nan's spine. As he tried to turn his head, the dagger traced a thin line across his neck. Don't move, boy, the woman behind him whispered softly into his ear. One more move and you're dead. The warm breath tickling his ear made Jiang Nan freeze in place. He muttered awkwardly, Big sister, I'm not a boy. The blonde girl glanced down at the bathtub and chuckled. Oh, not a boy, you say? But so clean. Are you sure? Jiang Nan was momentarily speechless. Oh? What the? Damn it. Why does that actually make sense? I can't even argue with that. Jiang Nan's mind raced. The woman who had just descended from the sky was no ordinary spiritual warrior. The overwhelming spiritual energy emanating from her was suffocating. The situation left Jiang Nan both amused and exasperated. Had only been enjoying a bath at home, and as soon as the forest that once concealed his house was gone, someone dropped from the heavens, not only catching a full view of him but also smashing a large hole in his roof. The blonde woman was dressed in a black, form-fitting outfit. With her high-bridged nose, delicate collarbones, and deep, captivating ocean blue eyes, she exuded an air of elegance. Her flawless figure betrayed her unmistakable Slavic heritage. However, at this moment, she was pressing a sharp dagger against Jiang Nan's neck, her other hand gripping him with such force it felt as if she intended to crush his bones. Big sister, I've been frail and weak since childhood. I can't handle this kind of rough treatment. Jiang Nan tried to lighten the tense atmosphere. How about I introduce you to someone else? His words only seemed to infuriate her further. She dug her nails into his shoulder, piercing his skin deeply. In an instant, Jiang Nan felt all his strength drain away, leaving him paralyzed. Resentment value from Katerina, 666. What nonsense are you spouting, kid? She sneered. pulling out a vial emitting a red glow from behind her. Without hesitation, she plunged it into Jiang Nan's chest. The searing pain was unbearable, and Jiang Nan could only watch helplessly as the liquid was injected into his body. "This is poison," she whispered softly. "Don't run away. I'll come back for you. Whether you're alive or dead, you belong to me now." Furious, Jiang Nan summoned every ounce of his strength and teleported away in an instant. The effort made his heart pound like a drum, his power surging exponentially, his blood boiling, and his skin turning an eerie shade of crimson. Quickly, he swallowed a detoxifying pill, which instantly cleared his mind and restored his energy. Without hesitation, Jiang Nan shattered the bathtub with a single punch and launched an attack on Katerina. Despite her severe injuries, her movements remained as agile as a snake's. In the ensuing fight, Jiang Nan managed to subdue her with a chokehold and joint lock. Just then, footsteps sounded on the rooftop. For members of the Night Legion, 3 men and 1 woman peered through the hole in the roof and froze at the sight before them. Seizing the moment, Katerina erupted with spiritual energy, breaking free from Jiang Nan's grip and fleeing while coughing up blood. The Night Legion members stared at the scene with mixed reactions. The men wore serious expressions, while the woman blushed furiously. When Jiang Nan tried to explain that she had attacked him first, none of them believed him. To make matters worse, they were in such a hurry to pursue her that they left without even helping repair the roof. That night, Jiang Nan not only had to patch up the roof himself, but also found himself frequently running to the bathroom for unknown reasons. It was a sleepless night, to say the least. The next morning, Jiang Nan sat in the classroom for early self-study, sporting noticeable dark circles under his eyes. Thinking about the events of the previous night, he was still quietly fuming, but the atmosphere in the classroom was unusually lively. "Did you hear? There was a massive explosion at the mall last night, and the whole Jiangxing is on lockdown. I saw a bunch of mysterious people in black jackets searching the city." Li Xiang chimed in. "Those are the Night Legion, the most secretive special forces unit in the country." "Xianga, how do you know so much about this?" The classmates' curiosity was immediately piqued. Li Xiang lowered his voice with a hint of pride. "My cousin's in the armed police and was involved in the operation yesterday. It's an operation from the Russians. They infiltrated to steal something and tried to escape via Jiazi, but they were intercepted here. The mall explosion was their doing." Just as the classmates were marveling at Li Xiang's insider information, another voice interjected. "Did you see the news yesterday? That woman who jumped from the 6th floor was insane. She tore the car door right off." "Oh, and Nan Shen was incredible yesterday too." The topic suddenly shifted to Jiang Nan. Li Xiang froze. "Jiang Nan? What's it got to do with him? You didn't know?" Nan Shen was at the scene last night. He used teleportation to rush into the fire and saved over 60 people. He even caught a foreigner and handed him over to the armed police. Soon, someone shared a video from the Jiangxing Evening News in the class group chat. The headline read, "Nan Shen, the fearless hero of the fire, turns out to be a high school student and night market vendor." The video captured footage of Jiang Nan rescuing people, his humorous exchange with Yu Qingqing, and even the moment he made an ad. The views had already surpassed 1 million, and even the Jiangxing Fire Department had reposted it to express their gratitude. The comment section was buzzing. "The most powerful street vendor in history. Legendary. $10 for 2 pairs of boxers. Starting today, I'm in love with buzz cuts." Jiang Nan scratched his head as he watched his follower count skyrocket to over 100,000. Meanwhile, Li Xiang's expression grew darker, his earlier smugness completely gone. Li Mayan and the others also looked sullen, clearly uncomfortable with how this former underachiever of the class had stolen the spotlight. At that moment, the screech of brakes abruptly interrupted the chatter in the classroom. "Holy crap! 3 military trucks. So many people are getting out." The entire class rushed to the windows, and Jiang Nan curiously looked over as well. 3 military Green Army vehicles were parked on the campus, drawing everyone's attention. Jiang Nan noticed the people getting out of the vehicles and heading into the teaching building. He muttered to himself, "Could it be that the blonde beauty has been caught? Are they here to reward me?" He couldn't help but feel secretly pleased. After all, he had successfully held off that blonde beauty last night. Just as the students were fervently discussing the military vehicles, a sudden rush of footsteps echoed through the hallway. Lynx was the first to step into the classroom. She was dressed in an all-black military uniform, her boots hitting the floor with a crisp sound, and her shoulders bore no rank insignia. Behind her followed 2 members of the Night Corps, a man and a woman, both of whom had appeared on the rooftop the previous night. The previously noisy classroom fell silent in an instant. The students were dumbfounded. Why were members of the Night Corps in their classroom? And leading them was none other than the fierce figure who had leaped from the 6th floor last night. Lynx's sharp gaze swept across the classroom, and every student who met her eyes felt a chill, as if a blade were pressed against their chest. They instinctively straightened their backs, hardly daring to breathe. When her gaze finally landed on Jiang Nan, She turned to the two people behind her and nodded. Captain, it's him. Under the stunned gazes of the entire class, Link strode over to Jiang Nan's desk, her almond-shaped eyes fixed on him. The classroom was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Jiang Nan scratched his head awkwardly. There's no need to make such a big deal out of this. In his heart, he was already prepared to accept some kind of commendation. However, with a loud clang, Lynx tossed a pair of black handcuffs onto the desk. Put them on yourself, or should I help you? Jiang Nan was dumbfounded. Wait, no. This isn't right. Where's the commendation? The medal? Why does this medal look so much like handcuffs? He asked weakly. Maybe you could check your pocket again? See if you grabbed the wrong thing? Without a word, Lynx pulled a black hood out of her pocket. Jiang Nan immediately realized the situation was bad. Run? He thought about Alexander's miserable fate and shivered. Escaping from this woman, who could rip a car door off with her bare hands? Better not. Resigned, he quickly put on the handcuffs and hood but still couldn't help asking, will there be lunch later? Lynx's eye twitched slightly before she grabbed the back of Jiang Nan's collar, opened the window, and leaped out. A muffled thud was followed by Jiang Nan's wail. Why are we jumping out the window again? Can't we just take the stairs? The two Night Corps members shook their heads helplessly and hurried after them. Trailing behind was the principal, drenched in sweat and trembling all over. The students in the classroom were utterly bewildered. Jiang Nan had actually been taken away by the Night Corps? As Jiang Nan was taken away, the classroom instantly erupted into chaos. 3 military vehicles from the Dark Knight Army were parked at the school gate, their imposing presence leaving the students stunned. No way. The Dark Knight Army came just to arrest Nan Shan? That's the elite special forces real soldiers who've seen blood. They even brought black hoods and handcuffs. This is intense. The students whispered among themselves, and even those from other classes leaned against the windows, trying to get a better view. They all watched as Jiang Nan was shoved into a military vehicle, which then sped off with a roar. Li Xiang sneered. Stop speculating. Jiang Nan's done for this time. Those black handcuffs are specifically designed to suppress the abilities of spiritual warriors. Saving people at the mall? Yeah, right. For all we know, he might be colluding with those Russians. Lu Chuanwu immediately chimed in. Exactly. Why else would they arrest him? He could be an inside agent. However, some students spoke up for Jiang Nan. Stop being so bitter. No matter why they took him, Nanshan risked his life last night to save over 60 people. No one can deny that. One of them gave a firm thumbs up, leaving Li Xiang and Lu Chuanwu speechless. Inside the military vehicle, Jiang Nan sat quietly, as the woman called Lynx was seated right next to him. He tried moving his wrists within the specially designed handcuffs and thought to himself, these are just like the sea stone cuffs from One Piece. Now I can't even teleport. Lynx sis, I need to use the restroom. Jiang Nan squirmed in his seat. No response. Lynx sis, I really... Hold it. Lynx replied coldly. Half an hour later. Lynx sis, I need to go. Number 2. Lynx handed him an empty bottle of mineral water. You want me to go in the car? Jiang Nan was stunned. How am I supposed to use this? Need me to help you? Lynx raised an eyebrow. Jiang Nan shuddered. No, that's fine. The soldiers in the front seat were struggling to hold back their laughter. 2 hours later, Jiang Nan was brought to a small room in an underground base, his hands locked to the table in front of him. From the adjacent room, muffled thuds and agonized screams could be heard. Resentment from Alexander's Joykovsky 1000. Jiang Nan shivered. So it's Duck Pear Hill over there getting beaten up? No wonder he wanted to die yesterday. Guess he knew this was coming. Quietly, Jiang Nan took out a copper wire he had pocketed from the military vehicle and began picking the lock. Skill activated. Lockpicking LV0. Skill points added. 100. Skill upgraded. Lockpicking mastery LV0. With a click, the handcuffs popped open. Jiang Nan tiptoed to the door and was just about to make his escape when he bumped into something soft. Looking up, he found Lynx standing there, staring at him with a blank expression, though there was a glint of amusement in her eyes. As her gaze shifted to the unlocked handcuffs on the table, a deep interest sparked within her. Jiang Nan hesitantly said, I was thinking of checking out what's on the cafeteria menu for lunch. No sooner had he finished speaking than the system notification chimed. Resentment points from Luo Tianhong, 614. Luo Tianhong? Jiang Nan's lips curved slightly. That's a pretty nice name. But when he caught sight of Wildcat's cold, stern face, he immediately straightened up and obediently walked into the room. Wildcat was already seated on a chair, her feet casually propped up on the table, with a man and a woman, both members of the Night Corps, standing behind her. She gave her subordinates a subtle look, and with a loud bang, the door was shut. Come here, Wildcat commanded. Jiang Nan scratched his nose. Seeing the dried blood on Wildcat's knuckles, his expression turned serious. He quickly jogged over to her and put on a fawning smile. What can I do for you? Just say the word and I'll... Smack. Before he could finish, Wildcat's hand moved like lightning and struck the back of Jiang Nan's neck. His vision went dark, and in the final moments before losing consciousness, he thought to himself, so it's true those TV shows weren't lying. A chop to the neck really can knock someone out. 10 minutes later, Wildcat was carefully examining the needle marks on Jiang Nan's chest and the wound on his shoulder, a thoughtful look on her face. Just as I thought. Dress him. The female Night Corps member standing nearby, her face flushed, awkwardly helped Jiang Nan back into the clothes she had just removed. Suddenly, Jiang Nan jolted awake, sprawled across the table. A sharp pain radiated from the back of his head. He looked around in confusion, only to see Wildcat sitting across from him. Why did she knock me out? Could it be? A sudden thought struck Jiang Nan, and he hurriedly looked down to check his belt. The simple knot he had tied was now a neatly crafted bow. His face darkened with despair. His little secret had probably been discovered. How old are you? Wildcat asked. You already know, so why ask? 20. Jiang Nan growled through gritted teeth. The records say you're 18. Was that a lie? Wildcat looked slightly surprised. Jiang Nan froze. You were asking about my age? Wildcat's face turned faintly red, and her tone grew sharp. What else would I be asking about? Are you trying to be funny? The system chimed again at just the right moment. Resentment points from Luo Tianheng, 666. Jiang Nan sighed internally. So it's true guys need to watch out for themselves when they're out and about. It's only been 2 days, and already the blonde beauty, Wildcat, and even the female Night Corps member have all discovered his little secret. Being too handsome really is its own punishment. The lynx stood up and slowly walked towards Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan's heart raced, fearing that the lynx might lash out in anger over what had just happened. However, the lynx merely cast him a cold glance before instructing the female Night Army soldier, take him to draw some blood and then send him back. You've got to be kidding me, Jiang Nan exclaimed, utterly incredulous. You went through all this trouble to bring me here, just to knock me out and take advantage of me? What about the lunch and the little medal you promised? Now that you know my secret, you better take responsibility. Don't just freeload. After the blood was drawn, Jiang Nan was sent back to the car. This time, it was the female Night Army soldier escorting him instead of the lynx. Sitting in the car, Jiang Nan, still upset about missing his meal, started chatting with her. Miss, what's your name? Is working for the Night Army tiring? Do you get full benefits and insurance? Full benefits? Are you serious? Ning looked at Jiang Nan in exasperation. In all her years, this was the first time she'd encountered someone so unpredictable. Thinking back to the earlier scene, her cheeks flushed slightly. Do you want to add me on WeChat? Jiang Nan's eyes lit up. There's hope. Of course, I'll add you. I love girls like you with such grace and charm. I feel so safe around you. Meanwhile, back at the military base, the lynx was holding Jiang Nan's blood test report, a rare smile appearing on his face. A male Night Army soldier next to him asked in confusion, You're just letting him go? The blood combustion serum has clearly been injected into his body and successfully fused. That serpent will definitely come back for him. He's clever, the lynx replied nonchalantly. Trying to take him away right under our noses? Dream on. Unless they launch a large-scale operation. Captain, are you planning to set a trap? The trap is secondary, the lynx said, narrowing his eyes. What I truly want is the bait. Encrypt Jiang Nan's file. No one below the rank of school level should have access. The male Night Army soldier glanced at the tablet and couldn't help but gasp. The file read, Name, Jiang Nan. Age, 18. Abilities, spatial, strength to be determined. Physical condition, extremely strong. Talent, SSS first in history, classification pending. Cultivation level, black iron 10 star. Special, successfully fused with blood combustion serum. Reason unknown. At school, the afternoon exercises were underway. When Jiang Nan got out of the military vehicle, Ning smiled and waved goodbye to him. This scene immediately caught the attention of the entire school, and the chatter among the students grew louder and louder. Xia Yao revealed her adorable little tiger teeth, her eyes gleaming mischievously. Arg, I'm so mad, she exclaimed playfully, suddenly pouncing on Zhong Yinxue and knocking her onto the bed. The phone screen shook violently, accompanied by Zhong Yinxue's startled cries and Xia Yao's triumphant laughter. Go ahead and scream. Scream all you want. No one's coming to save you. Xia Yao teased with a wicked grin, her hands continuing their playful assault. Xiao Yao, stop it. Please, stop. Zhong Yinxue pleaded through her laughter. Hee hee. No way. I won't stop. The room was filled with their giggles and playful banter. Jiang Nan watched the scene unfold, shaking his head in exasperation. To rescue Zhong Yinxue, he finally relented. Fine. I'll give you some candy, okay? Xia Yao immediately perked up, her eyes sparkling. Deal. And you won't say I used beauty filters anymore, right? No, I won't say it anymore. Jiang Nan quickly assured her. Xiao Nan is the coolest. Xia Yaojia likes you the most. Misses you so much she could die after just one day apart. Xia Yao chimed in sweetly. And you're not going to choke me anymore? Of course not. How could I? They'll even give you shoulder massages, crack sunflower seeds for you. Xia Yao said, obediently revealing two fluffy wolf ears that nearly melted Jiang Nan's heart. All right. They'll get you another one when I get back. Yay. Xiao Nan, you're the best. With that, Xia Yao cheerfully ended the video call. Jiang Nan shook his head helplessly. Women, he muttered to himself. As he opened the door and entered his room, Jiang Nan was contemplating whether to try a couple of tentpoles in his game. But the sight before him left him stunned. A blonde beauty, wearing his white Pikachu t-shirt, was standing in his room, happily munching on a giant head of cabbage. The oversized t-shirt stretched tightly across her figure. The two of them stared at each other in silence, the air thick with awkwardness. With her mouth still full of cabbage, neither of them spoke. I must have walked into the wrong room. What a strange day. Jiang Nan stammered with an awkward laugh, trying to retreat and close the door. The blonde beauty's eyes narrowed as she hurled the cabbage at him. Jiang Nan teleported to dodge it, silently cursing in his mind. Crap, how did this blonde bombshell end up in my house? Where's the Dark Knight army? Weren't they supposed to capture her? Hurry up and get here. If you run or call the cops, they'll kill all your neighbors. The woman, Katerina, leaned against the doorframe and threatened with a sweet yet menacing smile. Jiang Nan froze in place. Big sister, what do you want? Didn't you get enough yesterday? I even got stabbed by you. Why are you sticking to me now? I already told you, whether in life or death, you're mine now. There's no escaping it. Katerina's pupils morphed into snake-like slits. Now, get back here. Immediately. Seeing that this golden-ranked powerhouse meant business, Jiang Nan swallowed his fear and obediently stepped back into the room. Katerina plopped down on the bed, pointing to her combat outfit lying on the side. Wash this for me. I need it tomorrow. Oh? Why should I? You're already eating my cabbage, and now I have to do your laundry too? Katerina tapped the edge of the bed with her finger, and a purple mist spread, instantly corroding a small hole in the fabric. Jiang Nan immediately caved, scurrying off to grab a basin and some detergent. Big sister, want some extra fabric softener? It smells amazing. What's fabric softener? Jiang Nan was speechless, crouching on a small stool to wash clothes with a pitiful look on his face. Katerina watched his back, lost in thought. Her organization wouldn't be able to send reinforcements for another 2 days. Although the bloodburn serum was gone, as long as she could take Jiang Nan with her, it would be enough. But with the Dark Knight Army's surveillance, she couldn't escape on her own. She had to send out a message and wait for help. The problem was how to get through the next 2 days. With no one else to turn to, she had come to Jiang Nan after all. The serum was still in his body, and she needed to keep an eye on him. As she thought about it, her stomach growled again, and she prepared to take another bite of cabbage. A young lady like you shouldn't be eating that at night. It'll cook for you. Jiang Nan quickly finished the laundry and darted into the kitchen. Katerina watched him suspiciously as he busied himself. Soon, the aroma of food wafted through the air. A hearty meal was set on the table. Scrambled eggs with chives, stir-fried bean sprouts with pork, and a steaming pot of rice. Give it a try. I'm a pretty good cook, Jiang Nan said eagerly. Katerina only picked at the eggs and meat, completely ignoring the vegetables. The chives and bean sprouts are delicious too. Why not give them a shot? Jiang Nan coaxed. Katerina shot him a glare and continued to ignore the greens. You shouldn't be picky. It's important for your health. Mind your own business. Why aren't you eating? Me? I already ate outside. Jiang Nan replied, relieved. The chives and bean sprouts were infused with spiritual energy and detoxifying properties. A large enough dose would surely knock her out. Then he could inform the Dark Knight Army his plan was flawless. Unfortunately, Katerina stopped after just 3 bites of egg, 2 pieces of meat, and a bowl of rice. That night, Jiang Nan lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling in frustration. Katerina had taken over the blanket and pillow, leaving him curled up in a corner. This night was so cold, so very cold. Jiang Nan, whose phone had been confiscated, lay on the bed tossing and turning, unable to sleep. He had waited for an entire hour, hoping for the effects of the spiritual energy chives and detoxifying soybean to kick in. Yet, aside from the lingering taste of the soup, there seemed to be no effect at all. Out of boredom, he decided to do 2 tentpole draws, using up his accumulated resentment points. The results weren't too bad this time. 1 supreme beauty pill and 19 pairs of How brand boxer shorts. Just then, Katerina, lying beside him, began to shift uneasily. Her cheeks were slightly flushed, and after sneaking a glance to confirm that Jiang Nan was asleep, she quietly reached out to hold his hand. What is Big Sister up to? Jiang Nan wondered to himself. In theory, The combination of chives and soybeans should have had a strong effect. Why was the reaction so mild now? Could it be because she only ate the egg and stir-fried meat that came with the soup? But the situation suddenly took a drastic turn. Katerina's expression twisted in pain, and she broke out in a sweat. Just as Jiang Nan was secretly relieved that the effects were finally kicking in, she suddenly grabbed him by the neck with such strength that his eyes rolled back. What shocked Jiang Nan even more was that Katerina's legs transformed into a thick, snake-like tail in an instant, and her pupils turned into slitted snake eyes. Her tail coiled tightly around him, and the more he struggled, the tighter the grip became. He tried to teleport away but found his ability suppressed by some unknown force. Just as Jiang Nan was caught in this dire situation, Katerina's pupils suddenly lost their light, and she collapsed on top of him, unconscious. Jiang Nan was truly stuck now, didn't dare to move, and he could barely breathe. Helplessly, he watched as the night dragged on, second by second. Who would have thought that the spiritual energy chives had triggered Katerina's animalistic instincts, while the detoxifying soybean had overstimulated her to the point of passing out? The next morning, when Katerina woke up, she found Jiang Nan staring at her with dark circles under his eyes, looking utterly resigned. She quickly reverted to her human form, rubbing her temples with a bewildered expression. "You're such a restless sleeper, even sleepwalking. Tomorrow, you can take the bed, and you'll sleep on the floor," Jiang Nan said, feigning composure. On the way to school, Katerina, wearing Jiang Nan's clothes, followed closely behind him. Although she tried to stay low-key with a baseball cap, her striking blonde hair and blue eyes still attracted countless stares. When Zhou Yuqing and other classmates saw this scene, they were utterly dumbfounded. In the classroom, Jiang Nan pretended to focus on his homework but was actually racking his brain for a solution. Many classmates sneaked glances at Katerina, who stood outside under the shade of a tree, their envy plain to see. When asked how they knew each other, Jiang Nan casually replied, "She fell from the sky," causing an immediate surge in resentment points. Though his answer sounded absurd, it was entirely true after all. She really had crashed through his roof. Jiang Nan was the perfect model student today. Attentive in class, focused on solving problems, completely unlike his usual mischievous self. However, as he casually turned his head to glance out the window, he noticed Katerina standing under the shade of a tree, staring intently at the old man selling ice cream by the gate. "Should I borrow a phone to report this to the Dark Knight Army?" Jiang Nan thought to himself. But as if sensing his gaze, Katerina suddenly whipped her head around and glared at him. Jiang Nan immediately shrank back, pretending to bury himself in his book. "Study. Study. This isn't cowardice, it's strategic retreat." As soon as the school bell rang, students poured out of the gates, only to find Katerina waiting for Jiang Nan all day. Gasps of awe filled the air. "Oh my gosh! What kind of fairy tale romance is this?" Envious glances surged like waves. Jiang Nan walked up to Katerina, pulling a bottle of cold cola and an ice cream out of his bag and handing them to her. She gave him a suspicious look, but took them anyway. Sipping the cola and licking the ice cream, a bit of white cream stuck to the corner of her mouth as she enjoyed the treats. With a sly grin, Jiang Nan pulled out a vintage bicycle from an alternate dimension. "Hop on. Where are we going?" "To set up a stall." "No way. I waited for you all day. You're coming home with me. How am I supposed to buy you delicious food without money? With your sensitive identity, you can't exactly go robbing people, can you?" Katerina hesitated, glancing at the snacks in her hands. "Fine. I'll go with you." On the back seat of the bike, Katerina sat sideways, one arm around Jiang Nan's waist while still savoring her ice cream. Jiang Nan's lips curled into a mischievous smile. "Just wait till we get to the stall. You'll see how I deal with you." The Jiangqing night market was bustling with activity. As soon as Jiang Nan spread out his stall, laying out bottles of strength-enhancing potions, detoxifying soybeans, and spiritual energy-infused chives, it immediately drew the attention of passers-by. Katerina stared at the bizarre array of items, completely baffled. What happened next completely shattered her understanding of reality. Bottles of mineral water priced at 10,000 yuan each were flying off the shelves, with buyers scrambling to get their hands on them. The crowd was in an uproar. "Nanshun, finally, you're here. I saw the video of you saving people at the mall the other day, so impressive. Nanshun, can I add you on WeChat? Do you have more strength potions? They'll take 5 bottles." When Jiang Nan moved on to selling the spiritual energy chives, his sales pitch became even more outrageous. "If he eats it, she can't handle it. If she eats it, he can't handle it. If they both eat it, the bed can't handle it. Iron Kidney War God. Bring back your glory. 1,000 per stock, 10 stocks for 10 grand. Under his relentless marketing, the chives and detoxifying soybeans sold out in no time. As Jiang Nan counted his cash with a grin that stretched ear to ear, he suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Turning around, he saw Katerina staring at him with eyes that could kill. Katrina jolted awake, flashes of last night's events rushing through her mind, the so-called spiritual leaks and detox soybeans that Jiang Nan had insisted she try but refused to touch himself. They were just ordinary dishes. Thinking about how she'd lost control and embarrassingly drawn circles last night, and then recalling how Jiang Nan had the audacity to claim she was sleepwalking, her face burned with humiliation. She glared at Jiang Nan, her eyes blazing with fury. But instead of being intimidated, Jiang Nan glared back with a defiant smirk, as if daring her to do something about it. The lively, bustling night market around them forced her to suppress her urge to teach him a lesson. When the night market finally started to disperse, Katrina couldn't hold back any longer. Are you not planning to explain what happened last night? Jiang Nan straightened up, pulling a childish face. Yeah, I did it. What are you gonna do about it? Hit me. Infuriated, Katrina struck like lightning, her seemingly delicate arm darting toward Jiang Nan's throat. But in a flash, Jiang Nan teleported behind her and executed a familiar chokehold technique. Katrina instinctively tried to activate her beast transformation ability, only to realize with horror that her powers were completely unresponsive. Before she could process what was happening, she found herself immobilized, utterly at his mercy. Jiang Nan smugly flicked her forehead. That's for making me wash your battle suit. And for using your moral high ground to suffocate me. Katrina was both furious and stunned, unable to believe that Jiang Nan, just a mere black iron tier, could suddenly display such overwhelming strength. He seemed like a completely different person. Jiang Nan casually retrieved her phone from her pocket and dialed the Nightshade Army hotline. Hello? Sister Mountain Cat? The blonde bowtie spin subdued. She's right here at Jiangxing Night Market, come pick her up. At that moment, in the military base, Mountain Cat was lounging comfortably with her legs crossed, watching satellite footage on her tablet. Behind her stood Ning, staring at the screen in disbelief as she watched Jiang Nan effortlessly overpower the venomous Katrina. Got it. Let her go. Mountain Cat responded calmly. What? No. She's right here, come take her away. Jiang Nan protested, his tone desperate. Understood. Let her go. Are you guys even the real Nightshade Army? Jiang Nan had gone through all kinds of trouble, swallowing his pride and resorting to tricks and persuasion, to finally pin Katerina down on a makeshift mat. Just as he let out a sigh of relief, thinking he was finally free of her, his phone buzzed with an unexpected directive from the Dark Knight Army. Let her go. Let her go? Jiang Nan stared in disbelief at Katerina, whom he had just subdued. The icy look on her delicate face only made him feel more uneasy. How can I just let her go? She's so dangerous. The only response from the other end of the line was the monotonous beeps of a disconnected call. Jiang Nan swallowed hard, forcing a bright smile onto his face. Carefully maintaining his grip on Katerina, he reached out and gently massaged her forehead. Does it still hurt? It's all my fault. Let me rub it. It won't hurt anymore. Let me go, and I won't hit you, Katerina said calmly, though the sudden spike in her aura of resentment made Jiang Nan shiver. Sis, that doesn't sound convincing at all. Jiang Nan sighed helplessly. They couldn't stay locked in this stalemate on the ground forever, but he knew that letting go could very well spell his doom. He decided to try a more charming approach. You're so generous, your kindness could even fatten up Pikachu. Don't hold it against me, all right? Let's just pretend this never happened. Katerina smiled sweetly. Sure, it'll behave, it'll be good. Now let me go. The notification of yet another 999 points of resentment confirmed Jiang Nan's growing suspicion. Women's words were indeed the most unreliable. How about, I treat you to some barbecue? Jiang Nan's eyes lit up as he noticed that every time he mentioned a food item, her resentment value seemed to drop. From beef slices and lamb skewers to tripe, enoki mushrooms, chicken wings, and even crab, Katerina's resentment visibly decreased, clearly because she was getting hungry. And I'll take you shopping for clothes, the most expensive ones. With this final offer, her resentment value finally stopped climbing. Pouting, Katerina relented. Deal. Now let me go. Jiang Nan hesitantly loosened his grip. Seeing that she didn't immediately lash out, he suddenly recalled that she had been tailing him all day without a bite to eat. And so, their evening began. From a barbecue stall to a clothing store, Katerina swapped her previous attire for skinny jeans and a black crop top, topped off with a purple bucket hat. Together with Jiang Nan, whose striking looks were unmatched, they became the most eye-catching pair on the street. They watched a movie, got their hair and nails done, and played games at an arcade until dawn. For Katerina, who was accustomed to navigating the shadows of the underworld, this was a night unlike any she had ever experienced. The next day, Jiang Nan, sporting dark circles under his eyes, dragged himself to school, while Katerina remained stationed outside the school gates. His classmates, noticing her presence, cast knowing glances and raised their thumbs in approval. By midday, Katerina received a message, glanced at Jiang Nan with a complicated expression, and left without a word. When Jiang Nan woke up and noticed she was gone, he didn't think much of it. That evening, upon returning home, he found his room impeccably tidied. On the desk lay his phone, and upon opening it, he discovered a farewell message from Katerina. She advised him not to leave Jiangqing and suggested he seek the protection of the Dark Knight army. Their conversation continued until Katerina boarded a train bound for Russia. Jiang Nan kept up his playful teasing, joking about her having left behind her combat uniform, while she sternly warned him to stay out of White Shark's operations. Lying in bed, Jiang Nan mulled things over. It was clear the Dark Knight army intended to use him as bait to lure bigger prey. But at the moment, he couldn't care less about White Shark or White Bear. Tomorrow was the final exam, and securing the top spot was his real priority. A long night stretched ahead, and sleep was elusive. Jiang Nan reached for the English textbook on his bedside table. If he couldn't sleep, he might as well study. Jiang Nan, who had stayed up late studying English, woke up the next day feeling refreshed and invigorated. On his screen, messages from Zhong Yingxue and Xiaoyao popped up one after another. Yingxue's words were filled with concern, reminding him to eat sausages and eggs in a specific order. Finding it unnecessary to fuss over the sequence, Jiang Nan rolled his eyes and simply sent Xiaoyao a picture of a stunningly handsome elixir. As the morning self-study session began, the exam seating arrangement was announced. Students eagerly sought out their exam hall companions, forming temporary battle squads. Being a top student, Jiang Nan appeared calm and confident, showing no signs of nervousness. Soon, classmates flocked to him to inquire about his exam hall. Jiang Nan, are you in exam hall 3? Someone asked, sparking a flurry of responses. Me too. Same here. Jiang Nan, are you thirsty? I brought iced tea. Lunch is on me. Everyone scrambled to offer their support. Jiang Nan nodded kindly and reassured them. Don't worry, leave it to me. Hearing this, smiles lit up their faces as if they could already see the light of victory. Standing at a distance, Li Xiang coldly observed the scene. He silently vowed to surpass Jiang Nan in both academics and the mysterious Tianqi Lingshu domain. As the first exam was about to begin, Jiang Nan encountered Wu Liang in the hallway, wearing a red headband with the words, strong, 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 written on it. Unexpectedly, Wu Liang had also donned black-rimmed glasses, giving him a somewhat scholarly look. Brimming with confidence, Wu Liang patted his chest and assured Jiang Nan he would secure a spot in the top 3. Jiang Nan, amused, punched him lightly on the shoulder and promised a reward if he achieved his goal. Once inside the exam hall, Jiang Nan noticed Tang Qinyao was also assigned there. As the exam began, Jiang Nan completed his paper at an astonishing speed, finishing the essay within 30 minutes and preparing to hand it in. However, the proctor did not allow early submissions, leaving Jiang Nan bored at his seat, observing his classmates' creative cheating methods. Some had written tiny notes on water bottle labels, others tampered with their pencil cases, and a few even used Morse code to pass answers. Seeing this, Jiang Nan had an idea and started tapping his fingers on the desk, mimicking Morse code. Half an hour later, the students receiving the signals realized they'd been tricked. During the English exam, a slip of paper filled with answers floated onto Jiang Nan's desk, carried by a breeze. Out of kindness, Jiang Nan filled in the answers and passed the note along, but deliberately started from the second question. By the end of the exam, the mistake had spread like wildfire. Only afterward did everyone realize that all their answers were misaligned and of the questions matched. Not a single one was correct. Jiang Nan stared at the rapidly updating resentment value list in front of him, utterly baffled. I was just trying to be helpful by sharing the answers with them. How did I end up being blamed for it? These people really don't know how to appreciate kindness. During the third math exam, Jiang Nan once again breezed through the questions with ease. Not far away, Wang Ping was sweating profusely, staring blankly at the paper. He recognized the questions, but they seemed to have no idea who he was. Jiang Nan unfolded a small note he had received and couldn't help but chuckle. The note neatly listed question numbers like 1, 2, 3, clearly showing that the sender had learned to read the room. Watching Wang Ping wipe his sweat repeatedly, Jiang Nan finally felt a pang of sympathy and picked up his pen to write a reply. However, when Wang Ping eagerly opened the note, he nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. The note read, 1. If 3 are long and 1 is short, pick the shortest. 2. If 3 are short and 1 is long, pick the longest. 3. If they're about the same length, choose C. 4. Trust Ninshun. You can't go wrong. 5. Not getting a perfect score isn't human. Wang Ping stared at Jiang Nan with wide eyes. Are you kidding me? Is this a rhyme or a hidden poem? I asked for actual answers. Nan Shun, I'm begging you. Please stop showing off your wit. Jiang Nan, however, raised a serious thumbs up, as if to say, trust me. Wang Ping's resentment value 1,000. Meanwhile, in exam room 2, Wu Liang, a burly man built like a small mountain, was sweating bullets as he stared at his test paper, veins bulging on his forehead. His answer sheet remained blank except for his name. Outside the school, a Wuling Hongguang van was bustling with activity. 7 or 8 shirtless, tattooed men were crammed inside, intensely focused on a laptop. The screen displayed a live feed of Wu Liang's test paper, transmitted via a special pair of glasses he was wearing. The red bandana on his forehead was actually a high-frequency antenna, rendering the school's signal jammers useless. Old Wang, hurry up. Big Wu is waiting. Why are you rushing me? This question is tough. Weren't you a college graduate? It's been an hour. Just call for backup already. My son's a postdoc. I'll ask him. Isn't your daughter a high school math teacher? Get her on this. Passers-by glanced into the van at the sweating, brawny men huddled together and quickly moved away. They couldn't help but silently wonder what had become of the world. With only 3 minutes left before the papers were due, and chaos echoing in his earpiece, Wu Liang finally lost his patience. He slammed his fist onto the desk and roared, "Hurry up!" The sudden, thunderous noise shocked the entire exam room and reverberated across the floor. The invigilator was so startled that their hand jerked, spilling tea all over the face of a student in the front row. The student paused for a moment, then quietly murmured, Westlake Dragon Well. All eyes turned to Wu Liang. At that moment, he realized something was off. A chill shot up from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. The exam room was dead silent, and Wu Liang's heart was pounding like a drum. This is bad, really bad. I can't let this get exposed, or my chances of being in the top 3 are gone. He scratched his head nonchalantly, putting on a troubled expression. Why can't I solve this problem? The invigilator at the podium casually wiped the desk and said without looking up, "Keep quiet, student." Another invigilator walked over, gently patted Wu Liang on the shoulder, and comforted him. "It's okay. If you don't do well this time, there's always next time." Just then, Wu Liang let out an earth-shattering roar, so loud that it could be heard clearly even from the van parked outside the school. "Wu Ge, it's out. Quickly write it down." In an instant, Wu Liang's eyes widened, and his muscles tensed like steel. Grabbing his pen, he began writing furiously, his arm moving so fast it was a blur. He managed to complete the entire test just before the bell rang. Then, like a whirlwind, he dashed out of the teaching building, vaulted over the school wall, and jumped into the van, slamming the door behind him. The Wuling Hongguang shook violently for 3 minutes. When Wu Liang finally stepped out, looking refreshed, the van echoed with the desperate cries of 7 or 8 bruised men making phone calls. "Daughter, son, come save your dad." Just then, Jiang Nan, who had just come back from the restroom, bumped into Wu Liang and asked with a smile, "How was the exam this morning? Went smoothly?" Wu Liang solemnly patted his chest. "Don't worry, Nan Gu, everything's under control." "Well, not bad." Jiang Nan smiled in approval. "Looks like all that studying paid off." Wu Liang chuckled to himself. How could it not go well? Half the underworld in Jiang City was helping him answer those questions. As for studying, it only confirmed what Nan Gu had said, his brain was indeed all muscle. On the way home from school, Wu Liang was in high spirits, relieved to have made it through the exam. He turned to Jiang Nan and said, "Nan Go, we're heading to Changbai Mountain tomorrow afternoon. If you need any gear, I'll get it for you." Jiang Nan paused. "What gear?" Wu Liang suddenly remembered that Jiang Nan was still a rookie in the Lingshu realm. He patiently explained the dangers posed by spirit beasts in Lingshu and the necessity of weapons and survival equipment. With enthusiasm, he added, "Just bring your stuff. I'll carry your backpack for you." Jiang Nan rolled his eyes. "Carry what backpack? I'm basically a walking suitcase. Did you forget I'm a spatial type user? But to be honest, I haven't prepared any gear." Wu Liang slapped his forehead, finally recalling Jiang Nan's spatial ability. "All right, let's head to my place. Pick whatever you need." He threw an arm around Jiang Nan's shoulders and steered him down another street. Jiang Nan chuckled. "Perfect timing. I have something for you too. You'll love it." Nearby, a group of girls walking home from school noticed the two of them with their arms around each other. Their eyes sparkled with curiosity and gossip. "See? I told you so. What a waste of Jiang Nan, such a handsome guy." "Waste? Oomph, just wait and see. I'll win him back." "Xiaobei, are you planning to go after Jiang Nan? If I don't make a move soon, someone else will snatch him up. Where else am I going to find such a good-looking guy?" Following Wu Liang to his territory, Jiang Nan was taken aback by the sight before him. It was an abandoned warehouse that had been meticulously transformed, spanning nearly 400 square meters. As the rolling shutter door slowly rose, the scene that unfolded left Jiang Nan completely stunned. Inside the vast space, an array of fitness equipment was neatly arranged. Punching bags of various sizes hung in place, and dumbbells were lined up according to their weights. At the center stood an imposing professional-grade octagonal cage. The walls were a haven for weapons. Nepalese kukris, Malay krises, Triged military daggers, crossbows, and other cold weapons were displayed in an impressive array. In one corner of the garage, a row of modified off-road vehicles was parked. From Raptors to Wranglers, Everest SUVs to Hummers, each vehicle had undergone heavy customization, some so unique that even an expert like Jiang Nan couldn't identify them. Other corners of the warehouse were piled with outdoor gear. Tents, searchlights, generators, everything one could possibly need. This was the ultimate playground for men, and Jiang Nan couldn't help but drool at the sight. What guy wouldn't be tempted by such a setup? Wu Yang, brimming with excitement, brought out two toys. A massive titanium magnesium alloy shield, 2 meters tall, engraved with a roaring bear's head and weighing at least 300 pounds. In his other hand, he held a Tunterlong Zanbato, its blade gleaming coldly. Brother Nan, how about this? Impressive, huh? Wu Yang asked with a boastful grin. Jiang Nan shook his head repeatedly. No, no, don't show me that. That whole setup weighs at least 500 pounds. Can you really move around flexibly with it? Without a word, Wu Yang raised the iron shield and thrust it forward with a powerful motion, sending a gust of wind rushing through the air. He then swung the Zanbato, the heavy weapon seeming as light as a feather in his hands. I train every day, this is nothing. If I be asked defy, I'll be even easier. Jiang Nan nodded silently, thinking to himself that he had struck gold. This guy was like a mobile fortress, a perfect tank warrior, practically invincible. Suddenly, as if remembering something, Wu Yang tossed aside the shield and Zanbato and grabbed a red-tasseled iron spear, its tip glinting ominously. Brother Nan, try this one. Does it feel right? Jiang Nan took the spear, spun it around, and delivered a vertical slash. The spear's tip sliced through the air with a sharp whistle before striking the concrete floor with a crack, leaving a deep fissure. Wu Yang watched with excitement, but Jiang Nan shook his head. Not this. I'll pick my own. This left Wu Yang puzzled. He remembered how, during their last alley fight, Jiang Nan had wielded a street lamp with the skill of a martial arts master. Technique like that didn't come overnight. So why was he refusing the spear now? In the end, Jiang Nan simply took a Triged military dagger from the rack and tucked it into the back of his waistband. Skill activated. Dagger, LV0. As skill points flowed in, Jiang Nan skillfully drew a 3-edged military dagger from its sheath. The cold steel gleamed like a lively sprite in his hand, every movement sharp and precise, without a single wasted motion. A reverse thrust, a swift slash. His techniques flowed seamlessly, like water. Wu Yang stared in stunned amazement. This is insane. How are you so good with a dagger? After sheathing the dagger, Jiang Nan's gaze was drawn to a Tang Dao resting on a wooden rack. This ancient blade, measuring 1.2 meters, had weathered the passage of time, yet still exuded an air of majesty. As he unsheathed it, the intricate layered patterns on the blade shimmered under the light, and the ancient character Liang engraved on the hilt stood out prominently. Skill activated. Swordsmanship, LV0. With 100 skill points infused, Jiang Nan swung the blade, creating a dazzling flower of steel. The straight blade traced a perfect arc through the air. Wu Yang was utterly dumbfounded. A spear, a dagger, a Tang Dao, what can't you use? Jiang Nan patted his shoulder. Wait until summer break. I'll teach you how to wield a Zamadeo. This Tang Dao is an antique my dad picked up from the countryside, Wu Yang said enthusiastically. The craftsmanship is long lost. If you like it, Nange, it's yours. Jiang Nan accepted it gladly. As a spatial ability user, the lightweight Tang Dao was indeed a better fit for him than larger weapons, and paired with the 3-edged dagger, it made for a perfect close combat combination. I've got a gift for you too, Jiang Nan said with a mischievous smile, pulling out a pair of boxer briefs emblazoned with a bear's head from his spatial dimension. Wu Yang looked utterly perplexed. Boxers? That's your idea of a treasure? These are Hulk-approved. Jiang Nan demonstrated by stretching the fabric. No matter how much you pull, they instantly return to their original shape. You'll never have to worry about wardrobe malfunctions when you transform. Wu Yang's eyes lit up, but then hesitated awkwardly. Nange, do you have briefs instead? The air froze for a moment. Jiang Nan shook his head in horror, but eventually pulled out 10 pairs of briefs in various styles from his spatial dimension. Wu Yang was overjoyed and was about to try them on when Jiang Nan grabbed him tightly. Please no, bro. I don't want to be scarred for life. Jiang Nan looked at the warehouse filled with an array of dazzling equipment, his eyes gleaming with excitement as a sly smile crept across his lips. Heh, this is going to be interesting. Beside him, Wu Yang scratched his head, looking puzzled. What do you mean? It wasn't until past 2 in the morning that Jiang Nan finally finished tinkering around in the warehouse. Lying in bed, he hesitated for a moment before dialing the number for the Dark Knight Corps. Beep, beep. Ugh, who is it? A drowsy, slightly annoyed voice came from the other end of the line, instantly sending a chill down Jiang Nan's spine. The voice, soft and sleep-laden like a kitten disturbed from its slumber, tugged at his heartstrings. Mountain Catsis? It's me, Jiang Nan. I'm heading to the Tianqi Spirit Ruins tomorrow for 15 days. You guys. Beep, beep, beep. The call was abruptly cut off again. Jiang Nan gritted his teeth. Damn it. Hung up on me again. Does she have to be so cold? Mountain cat? Just wait. One day, I'll turn you into a sweet, obedient little kitten. But as he lay in bed, his anxiety grew. The Dark Knight core didn't take him seriously at all. What if White Shark took the opportunity to target him? But skipping the Spirit Ruins trip wasn't an option either. Screw it. What's there to fear? Worst case, he'll set up a street stall and take on anyone who dares challenge me. Meanwhile, Mountain Cat, rubbing her sleepy eyes, sat in her shirt and made another call. How are the arrangements? Reporting, Captain. Personnel are in place. What about White Shark's people? No signs of activity along the border for now. Huh. They're holding back for now. Report to me immediately if there's any movement. Yes, Captain. Unable to fall back asleep, Mountain Cat moved to the bedside and gazed at the bright moon. She murmured to herself, I hope I didn't misjudge him this time. The next morning, Jiang Nan arrived at school full of energy. His classmates, all carrying large hiking backpacks, were buzzing with excitement as they prepared for the journey to the Tianqi Spirit Ruins. But when Jiang Nan walked into the classroom, everyone froze. Was only carrying a small satchel, which held nothing but a charging cable and 3 power banks. He's doomed. Jiang Nan's totally unprepared. With that gear, he's going to be eating tree bark and grass in the Spirit Ruins. Does he think this is some kind of vacation? Li Xiang tried to smooth things over. Don't be so harsh. After all, it's Nan Shan's first time. It's understandable. Haha. Lu Chuanwu laughed. Now that you mention it, I almost forgot. Nan Shan is still a rookie. Li Mayan smirked coldly. Jiang Nan, if you can't handle it, just quit. No one will laugh at you. Jiang Nan flashed a bright smile. Can't handle it? I've got quite a lot of stamina. You, of all people, should know that best. The moment those words left his mouth, Li Mayan's face turned crimson, her eyes widening in shock as she struggled to respond. The classroom fell silent, and everyone stared in disbelief. Was there something more going on between the two of them? Sister Yin is amazing. The classmates exclaimed as they witnessed the scene, their gossiping energy instantly surging. The atmosphere in the classroom was electric, and Li Mayan's frustration level skyrocketed to 999. Returning to his seat, Jiang Nan was surprised to find a breakfast on his desk. Beneath the soy milk was a pink envelope, adorned with a lipstick mark and cute little hearts. His eyes lit up. Was this a love letter? Just as he sat down, a cascade of colorful envelopes spilled out from his desk drawer. Some were folded into origami cranes, others decorated with photos, and one girl had even folded a little green frog out of paper. Seriously? Jiang Nan couldn't help but laugh. If you can't fold a crane, fine. But who uses a frog to confess their love? What was even more astonishing was someone using an exact stack of 521 yuan to express their feelings. Jiang Nan looked at these creative expressions of love and silently appreciated the girls who admired him. Meanwhile, his classmates' envy was palpable, and the frustration levels in the room soared. Sensing an opportunity, Jiang Nan immediately pulled out his iPhone 11 Pro Max and snapped a selfie. He posted a photo of his desk, piled high with love letters, alongside his beaming smile on Weibo. The caption read, "Too many love letters to handle? Should we just chat on WeChat instead?" He even included his QR code in the post. His 100,000 followers exploded with reactions. The comment section was lively. Ingxue. Ugh. Traitor. Didn't you promise to be my arm candy? Moonlit Wolf. Added. Added. Little fish. Are you drinking that soy milk? If not, can I have it? Handsome. Do you need a backup option? Little Tang Tang. Even the haters weren't silent. Have some shame, will you? Couldn't make it as a street vendor, so now you're doing MLM? Someone else added, FYI. This guy is a human pile driver on steroids. While the classroom buzzed with excitement over Jiang Nan's Weibo post, the teacher walked in. The exam results were about to be revealed on the screen, instantly silencing the room. The air grew tense as Li Xiang clenched his fists, determined to outperform Jiang Nan in academics. The results were announced. First place, Jiang Nan, 696 points. Second place, Li Xiang, 695.5 points. Third place, Wu Liang, 666 points. Fourth place, Zhou Qiliang, 665 points. Li Xiang nearly fainted, just 0.5 points short. After hiring countless tutors and studying tirelessly, he still fell short by the smallest margin. Jiang Nan, smug as ever, quipped, just a tiny difference. If I'd known, I would have double-checked my answers. His words only fueled the fire, and the frustration levels in the room reached a boiling point. At that moment, a loud bang came from Class 2 of the Spirit Marshal Department, as if someone had slammed a desk with all their might. Then Wu Liang's voice echoed through the halls. Hell yeah, that's right. That's so right. I'm third. Who else could it be? The sudden outburst left Jiang Nan, the teacher, and all the students frozen in shock. Jiang Nan looked at the screen displaying his report card and broke into a satisfied smile. He quickly snapped a photo and sent it to Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao. Hurry up and praise me. Zhong Yingxue replied almost instantly. Hee, you're amazing. Here are 99 little hearts for you. I left one out so you wouldn't get too full of yourself. Meanwhile, Xia Yao sent over a short video. In the clip, she was lying on her desk, smirking mischievously at the camera. Then she puckered her lips and blew a kiss, saying, Moi, mua. Startled by the unexpected gesture, Jiang Nan quickly closed the video, his heartbeat involuntarily speeding up. Tianqi links his top scorer. And there's a reward too. Lang Mia texted him. I don't want any other reward. When I take first place, just change that ridiculous username of yours. Jiang Nan replied. He'll strangle you. Lang Mia fumed, his anger skyrocketing, and his resentment value instantly spiked by 888. Li Xiang took a deep breath, silently analyzing the situation. Now that Li Mayan had successfully broken through to bronze 1 star, their first team was exceptionally strong. In contrast, how could Wu Liang possibly win with Jiang Nan and Tang Qinya dragging him down? The teacher announced it was time to board the bus, signaling the start of the joint combat simulation test among the 3 schools. Students from Yuan No. 2 High School and Jiangbei High School were all participating in the test. Excitedly, they grabbed their backpacks and dashed toward the buses. Only Jiang Nan strolled leisurely, wearing headphones and carrying a small backpack, as if he were heading out for a casual outing. On the bus, Tang Qinya sat beside Jiang Nan, occasionally handing him pieces of dried fruit. On the other side, Li Xiang watched the scene jealously while his teammate next to him was cursing loudly at a mobile game. About 10 minutes into the ride, Tang Qinya suddenly panicked after finishing a bag of chips. Oh no, I left my phone in the classroom. My mom told me to call her and let her know I arrived safely. Jiang Nan asked, is it that important? I don't even remember my own phone number, Tang Qinya said in frustration. Jiang Nan raised his hand, requesting the bus to stop, but his suggestion was met with opposition from the other students. Li Xiang sneered sarcastically. Stop the bus for just you? Really? Tang Qianya's eyes reddened as she tugged at Jiang Nan's sleeve. Nanshin, it's okay. Forget it. Before she could finish, Jiang Nan gently patted her head and said, wait here for a second. With that, he vanished from his seat. Through the bus windows, the students saw him darting down the highway at lightning speed, disappearing in the blink of an eye. 3 minutes later, Jiang Nan reappeared in his seat, holding 2 cups of milk tea and a phone. Here, this one has extra sugar. I figured you'd like it sweet. Tang Qinya stared at the milk tea and phone in front of her, tears welling up in her eyes. I love sweet things the most. Jiang Nan exclaimed with a satisfied look as he sipped his bubble tea, thanking Nanshan. The bus was silent. Everyone was still in shock, unable to process what had just happened. In just a few minutes, Jiang Nan had performed a series of jaw-dropping feats, teleporting back to school to grab his phone, buying 2 cups of bubble tea along the way, and then teleporting back to catch the bus. Even the usually stern teacher was momentarily stunned before regaining composure and sternly saying, you mustn't do such dangerous things again. This is the last time. Jiang Nan, wearing headphones and engrossed in his bubble tea, paid no attention to the teacher's words. He thought to himself, if you won't stop the bus, I have to figure out a way to get my phone back. It didn't delay anyone anyway. Li Xiang watched the scene, gritting his teeth in frustration but unable to say a word. He could only bury his head in his mobile game to distract himself. Only Li Mayan seemed deep in thought, his brows furrowed. He was pondering a critical question. What level was Jiang Nan at now? Was he still the same Black Iron 7-star? But teleporting multiple times in such a short distance, ordinary spiritual energy reserves would never be enough to sustain that. The only explanation was that Jiang Nan's strength far exceeded what it seemed. But how is that possible? Such rapid improvement in just a few days? And wasn't he supposed to have the weakest level talent? Questions swirled in Li Mayan's mind, and an ominous feeling quietly crept in. Becoming enemies with Jiang Nan might be a fatal mistake. After a 4-hour drive, the bus finally arrived at Changbai Mountain. Although still a popular tourist destination bustling with visitors, Tianqi Lake had been placed under strict lockdown. The entrance was heavily guarded by the military, forbidding unauthorized access. The group took a cable car straight to the summit. At the entrance, they saw heavily armed soldiers, fortified bunkers, and defensive structures. The rigorous security checks sent chills down their spines. Standing atop the mountain, Jiang Nan was captivated by the breathtaking view before him. The surface of Tianqi Lake was like a vast mirror, calm and unbroken, with mist swirling above it. Suspended in the air above the lake was a portal resembling a fractured mirror, radiating an otherworldly spatial energy. This was the true entrance to the Tianqi mystic realm. A flicker of anticipation lit up in Jiang Nan's eyes. Although it was already late, the final assessment would not begin with immediate entry into the Lingxiu. The assessment was scheduled to officially start the next morning, and the students were required to first check into the hotel located below Tianqi. The Lingwu class students from Yuan Second High School and Beijiang High School had already arrived by noon. Their gazes toward the recently arrived students from Jiangxing First High School were filled with hostility, and the air was thick with a sense of competition. Wu Liang had also arrived, and the three-member team consisting of him, Jiang Nan, and Tang Qinya was finally complete. During dinner, the teacher stood at the podium, carefully explaining the rules and key points of the assessment. While the other students, being experienced participants, listened absent-mindedly, Jiang Nan paid close attention, taking note of every rule. The joint training assessment between the three schools would last for 15 days. The final evaluation would be based on the number and quality of spirit beads collected by each team. Drones would record the entire process, and any cheating would result in immediate disqualification. All students would wear satellite tracking wristbands. If a student was deemed incapacitated, they would be removed from the Lingxiu. In case of danger or if a student wished to withdraw, they could press the wristband, but doing so would forfeit their eligibility to compete. As Jiang Nan listened, a sly smile appeared on his lips. The rules don't seem to say you can't take someone else's spirit beads, do they? Tang Qinya shook her head at him. How can you already be thinking about stealing from others before the competition even starts? As an experienced participant, Wu Yang explained, not only can you take them, but you can also team up with other groups. As long as you don't go overboard, it's allowed. Jiang Nan's eyes lit up. These rules were intriguing: competition, victory, collecting spirit beads by any means necessary, and the chaos of a three-school free-for-all in the Lingxiu. It sounded like his kind of challenge. The teacher continued stressing the precautions. Although the Lingxiu at Tianqi is classified as bronze level, there are silver level and even gold level spirit beasts deeper inside. For your safety, under no circumstances should you venture too far into the depths. Alright, you're free to move around now. Be ready at 6 a.m. tomorrow. As soon as the teacher finished speaking, the students sprang into action. Some discussed strategies, while others studied the habits of spirit beasts. Meanwhile, Li Xiang led Li Mayan, Lu Chuanwu, and a few others straight to the night market below Tianqi, where many independent Lingwu practitioners and those just returning from the Lingxiu gathered. Brother Xiang, what are we doing here? Ling Feng asked, confused. Buying maps, Li Xiang replied smugly. Those guys have what we need. Meanwhile, in the hotel lobby, Tang Qinya enthusiastically suggested they start strategizing. Strategize about what? Jiang Nan waved dismissively. Just follow my lead, and I'll make sure you shine. Let's hit the night market. I wonder if they have crepes for sale. I want one with salad dressing. Tang Qinya was exasperated but amused. Hey, we're entering the Lingxiu tomorrow. Can't you take this seriously? She turned to Wu Liang for support, only to see him equally eager. Aren't you coming for crepes? At the night market, the three strolled leisurely, only to be surprised by the variety of stalls. Black tiger claw at Bronze Peak. Only 200,000. Pay in full and get a tiger tail for free. Brew it into wine for a guaranteed nosebleed. Complete map of the fallen leaf forest. Includes spirit beast activity zones and safe zone markers. 300,000 per map, no bargaining. Bronze level red-faced baboon spirit bead. Includes the fearsome roar skill. 3 million. Spirit beads for all 5 elemental attributes available. Fair prices. The night market was filled exclusively with high-priced goods like these. After all, once outside Tianqi, these items were hard to sell, which had led to the formation of this unique trading scene. Jiang Nan was filled with curiosity, wandering around without buying anything, not because he didn't like the items, but simply because his wallet was empty. However, the lively scene made him itch with excitement, and he couldn't help but wish he could set up a stall right then and there to sell his own miracle pills. Not far away, Li Xiang was haggling fiercely with a bald young man over a crude hand-drawn map. Their argument had escalated, and both were red in the face. 30,000 flat, and he'll take it, Li Xiang declared. Are you kidding me? 50,000. Not a penny less. The bald young man stood firm, flanked by 2 determined young women. Lu Chuanwu and the others joined in to help negotiate, but the bald man remained unmoved. Li Xiang, take a step back. There'll be plenty of chances to collaborate in the future, someone advised. Your offer is really insincere, the bald man retorted, shaking his head. Li Xiang hesitated. Although his family was well off, 50,000 for a map seemed excessive. Just then, a young woman with a bun hairstyle behind him suddenly lit up with excitement. Jingjing, look at that guy with the buzz cut. Su Jingru followed her gaze and exclaimed in surprise, oh my gosh, what's he doing here? Zheng Wei, look, she called out. The bald young man, Zheng Wei, turned to look and his eyes immediately lit up. Holy crap. Li Xiang was still trying to bargain. How about 35,000? But Zheng Wei had completely lost interest in him and shouted loudly, bro, over here, over here. 40,000. I can't go any higher. Li Xiang gritted his teeth. Zheng Wei waved him off impatiently. Stop wasting my time, man. I've got no time for you right now. Li Xiang was dumbfounded. Jiang Nan, hearing the commotion, turned his head and spotted the shiny bald head. He greeted him with a grin. What's up? Changed careers? In the street vendor game? You're the real OG, brother Nan? Zheng Wei replied with a big smile. Su Jingru pouted and complained. You've been ignoring my messages. You promised to teach me how to throw bricks. Jingjing talks about you all the time. Yuan Yuhan added with a laugh. This scene left Li Xiang stunned. Brother Nan? Why did that nickname sound so familiar? When he finally realized it was Jiang Nan, he was even more confused. Wasn't Jiang Nan someone who had never set foot in the Lingshu? Yet this group of seasoned vendors from the Tianqi Lingshu seemed to know him well. Jiang Nan glanced at Li Xiang and his group, smiling. I won't keep you from your business. Don't worry about them, Zheng Wei scoffed. They're so stingy and indecisive. That remark completely infuriated Li Xiang. He shot Jiang Nan a fierce glare and, through gritted teeth, said, Fine, 50,000 it is. He'll take it. As soon as Zheng Wei heard this, his eyes lit up. Sure thing. Before the words were fully out of his mouth, he had already pulled out his phone to make the transfer. After all, how could he pass up such an easy deal? The transaction was quickly completed. Although Li Xiang looked pained watching his money disappear, his gaze toward Jiang Nan was filled with contempt. SK, a bunch of broke losers. Can you even afford this? Lu Chuanwu immediately chimed in. Following my bro Xiang was definitely the right move. With this map, getting through the Lingshu will be a breeze. Ling Feng and Li Mayan both nodded in agreement with a smile. But Zheng Wei paid no attention to Li Xiang. Instead, he enthusiastically threw his arm around Jiang Nan's shoulder. Nan Xin? What brings you to the Tianqi Lingshu? Final exams, Jiang Nan replied casually. The moment those words left his mouth, Zheng Wei and the two girls beside him were utterly dumbfounded. What the? You're really a high schooler? Jiang Nan rolled his eyes. If I said I was from the Centaurus galaxy, you wouldn't believe me either. A system notification popped up. Resentment points from Zheng Wei, 666. Resentment points from Su Jingru, 333. Suddenly, as if remembering something, Zheng Wei pulled a notebook out of his backpack. Oh, perfect timing, Nan Shan. Take this. It's a compilation of all the information our team has gathered about the Tianqi Lingshu. We've got detailed notes on the upper, middle, and lower routes. He opened the notebook, and pages filled with meticulous notes and detailed maps came into view. It included safe zones, spirit beast habitats, their types and behaviors, and even supply points, a treasure trove of information. Li Xiang and his group stared at the crude map they'd just spent $500,000 on, then at the comprehensive notebook Zheng Wei was offering. Their faces turned green. This doesn't feel right. Jiang Nan hesitated, trying to decline. No way. You have to take it. Refusing would be an insult to me, Zheng Wei. Zheng Wei insisted firmly. Su Jingru also smiled and said, Nanshan, just take it. Without you, our team wouldn't have had such great success. Jiang Nan glanced at Zheng Wei's shiny bald head and suddenly understood. All right, I'll accept it then. Li Xiang couldn't hold it in any longer. Why are you giving them such a detailed one while we get this garbage? I paid good money for this, I want that one too. Zheng Wei shot him a look of disdain. $500,000 for your level? That's the standard price no matter where you go. As for this one, not for sale. Then why are you giving it to him? Li Xiang pointed at Jiang Nan angrily. What business is it of yours? He's my Nanshin. Who the hell are you? Zheng Wei retorted with a raised eyebrow. This guy is so annoying. Su Jingru said, clearly exasperated. Li Xiang was grinding his teeth in frustration. There was simply no arguing against this. Jiang Nan cleared his throat and extended the notebook toward Li Xiang. How about you give me another $500,000, and I'll sell this to you? You've got to be kidding me. You're a real businessman, huh? Li Xiang nearly exploded with rage. System notification. Resentment points from Li Xiang 1000. Li Xiang and Lu Chuanwu's faces darkened as if they'd swallowed a fly. Don't think having a map will give you an advantage in there. Just wait and see. With that, they stormed off with their group in tow. Zheng Wei grinned and asked, How about it, Nanshan? Satisfied? About that dolly. Before he could finish, Jiang Nan generously pulled a barrel of dolly elixir out of his spatial storage and placed it on the stand. No problem. Just hit me up on WeChat if you need more. OJBK. Zheng Wei laughed heartily, clearly thrilled. On the way back, Tang Qianya's gaze toward Jiang Nan was filled with admiration. Just a casual stroll through the night market was enough for Jiang Nan to obtain a map of Lingshu. His extensive network left people in awe. For a young girl like Tang Qianya, this kind of mature charm was simply irresistible. Wu Yang, however, remained composed, fully aware that Jiang Nan's capabilities far exceeded this. The next morning, students from 3 high schools gathered at the base of Tianqi for the competition. Around 1,500 participants formed into teams, each wearing a satellite wristband and passing through security checks one by one. Among the many teams, Jiang Nan's squad stood out while other teams carried massive hiking backpacks. They looked as if they were on a leisurely vacation, traveling light. Jiang Nan even had his headphones on, casually listening to music. Are they here to compete or to forfeit? Is Jiangxing First High School even taking this seriously? What are they going to eat, or where will they stay once inside? Whispers of doubt filled the air. What drew even more attention was Jiang Nan's striking appearance, which captivated many of the girls present. That guy with the buzz cut is so handsome. I'm going to ask for his WeChat. Some bold girls even shouted, "Hey, handsome, stick with me once we're inside. Lingxi will take care of you." This immediately drew intense glares from the single guys around, their jealousy skyrocketing. After waiting for half an hour, it was finally Jiang Nan's team's turn for the security check. However, an unexpected situation arose when Jiang Nan scanned his ID. Beep, beep, beep. No record found. The armed soldiers instantly became alert, their sharp, hawk-like eyes locking onto Jiang Nan. He scanned his ID again, but the result was the same. No record found? Jiang Nan was dumbfounded, and so were Wu Liang and Tang Qianya. Everyone else's scan displayed their Lingwu information, abilities, and levels. Why was Jiang Nan's scan showing nothing? 3 soldiers immediately pointed their guns at him. Identify yourself. Jiang Nan raised his hands helplessly. Check again, I'm fine. My classmates can vouch for me. Li Xiang seized the opportunity to mock him. Haha, a ghost ID? Lu Chuanwu came from an orphanage, right? Maybe his records are messed up, or maybe he's not even human. The scene erupted into chaos, with people in the back urging them to hurry up. A scar-faced officer noticed the commotion and strode over. Using a specialized military device, he conducted another scan. A cold, robotic female voice announced, "Identity records classified. Access restricted to officials at or above school-level clearance." The crowd was stunned. All eyes were on Jiang Nan, their perceptions of him shifting dramatically. His identity required military-grade equipment to verify, and it was encrypted. Only a handful of people in all of Huaxia had the clearance to access such information. Among everyone present, not a single person had the authority to know who he truly was. The officer's face suddenly changed dramatically, and beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. This level of identity encryption was typically used only in a few special forces units. He quickly straightened his posture and gave Jiang Nan a standard military salute, his voice carrying a trace of respect. "Safe travels. Clear to pass." The 3 armed soldiers immediately lowered their weapons and joined the officer in saluting Jiang Nan. The entire checkpoint fell into an eerie silence. Those who had been shouting and urging moments ago now didn't dare to make a sound. Li Xiang and the others stood awkwardly, unable to speak, as if their aggression had hit nothing but air. Tang Qianya's delicate face was filled with shock, while Wu Liang looked equally bewildered. Many of their classmates couldn't help but recall the scene of Jiang Nan being taken away by the Dark Knight Army earlier, and they began speculating about his connection with them. Jiang Nan quietly put away his ID card, inwardly grumbling, "That damn wildcat turned me into a ghost with no official record, almost got me shot on the spot." However, seeing how strict the Linksys inspection procedures were, he felt a sense of relief. White Shark's people would likely find it difficult to infiltrate. And so, the 500-plus contestants from the 3 schools gradually passed through the Lingshu entrance. The moment Jiang Nan stepped through the gate, a familiar spatial fluctuation washed over him, reminding him of the sensation he felt during teleportation. Suddenly, his vision brightened. What unfolded before everyone was an expansive forested landscape. Rolling mountain ranges stretched endlessly into the horizon, their peaks blanketed in glistening white snow. From deep within the dense forest, the occasional low growl of beasts echoed, adding an air of raw, untamed wilderness. The entrance to the Lingshu revealed a completely different world. At the gateway, the military had set up a base, erecting rows of wooden watchtowers. The entire Lingshu was under constant military surveillance, with designated safety zones fortified with strict defenses. As soon as the students entered, they split into small teams and quickly dispersed in 3 directions. Among the upper, middle, and lower routes, the upper and lower paths were safer, with lower-level spirit beasts. However, the middle route, teeming with high-level and numerous spirit beasts, posed a greater risk but attracted the majority of students eager to get ahead. After all, in the competition for limited spirit beast resources, being first was critical. Overhead, drones transmitted real-time footage of Lingshu back to the giant screens in the hotel. Shortly after Jiang Nan's team entered, 3 military vehicles pulled up outside the hotel. A group of personnel in dark military uniforms stepped out and took over all monitoring operations, leaving the school administration with no choice but to cooperate. Meanwhile, the school's official website was hosting a live broadcast of the competition, which had become incredibly popular. The number of viewers online soared past 100,000, with the chat flooded with comments. "Here for Nan Shun." "Same here." Where is he? That buzz-cut guy over there. Can't find him? Clearly not a true fan. Flawlessly handsome from every angle. His teammates must be so lucky. The principal, watching the skyrocketing viewership, couldn't stop grinning. At the same time, Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao were at home, surrounded by snacks and drinks, glued to the live stream. Oh my gosh, Jiang Nan has so many fangirls. Xia Yao exclaimed. Aren't we fangirls too? Zhong Yingxue laughed. He said he's going to take first place, let's see what he's got. Xia Yao teased with a mischievous grin. On site, over 1,000 students had already stormed into the Lingshu, while another 500 hesitated at the entrance, deliberating on which route to take. Most of the stronger teams had already chosen the middle path. Nan Shun, which route are we taking? Tang Qianya asked excitedly. We're not taking any route, Jiang Nan replied, shaking his head. Are we just going to stay here until it's over? Tang Qianya looked utterly incredulous. Jiang Nan grinned, snapped his fingers, and a dimensional portal suddenly roared open. Wu Liang darted inside, and moments later, a heavily modified Ford Raptor pickup truck rumbled out, its headlights illuminating the surroundings. Tang Qianya was dumbfounded. What is this move? Jiang Nan hopped into the truck, pulled out a megaphone and announced, express ride to the middle route. 1,000 per seat. Limited spots. First come, first served. Let me know where you want to get off. Within a minute, the Raptor, now loaded with 12 paying passengers, sped toward the middle route under Wu Liang's skillful driving, its tires spraying mud several meters high. Jiang Nan sat in the passenger seat, counting the cash with a broad, delighted grin. The students left behind at the entrance were completely stunned and began filing complaints to the drone operators, accusing Jiang Nan of cheating. However, the staff clarified, the rules don't prohibit driving. You're welcome to get a vehicle too. Where are we supposed to find a car? The students were on the verge of tears. Meanwhile, the live stream chat exploded. Nan Shun is legendary. Charging people for rides, what a businessman. Spatial abilities are just unfair. You can never predict his next move. Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao were rolling on the bed with laughter, tears streaming down their faces. The heavily modified monster truck roared through the forest, showcasing its astonishing off-road capabilities as it weaved effortlessly through the rugged terrain. Meanwhile, the advanced teams were racing against time, each member eager to reach the gathering point of the spirit beasts first and claim the advantageous positions. Among the group, those with enhanced physical abilities managed to keep up with relative ease. However, the elemental practitioners were visibly struggling, drenched in sweat, their tongues hanging out like a pack of exhausted hunting dogs. At the forefront was Li Xiang's team, which had started earlier and was now leading the pack. Li Xiang tilted his head back to gulp down water, sweat streaming down his face. Suddenly, a faint yet unmistakable engine roar reached their ears. Strange, this is the spirit realm. How could there be a car here? Many wore puzzled expressions, instinctively guessing it might be the sound of some spirit beast. But the engine's roar grew louder, approaching rapidly. Everyone turned to look, and soon a pitch-black monster truck appeared, barreling toward them with about a dozen people on board. Standing on the truck, Jiang Nan held a loudspeaker and shouted, "Make way, everyone! Don't want to run anyone over." The team members were collectively dumbfounded, their eyes wide with disbelief. What the heck? What is going on? Where did this truck even come from? Li Xiang and Li Mayan stood frozen in shock, unable to process the absurdity of the scene before them. Before they could react, the truck carrying Jiang Nan roared past them in a burst of speed, leaving them in its dust. Mud and water splashed all over Li Xiang and his team, drenching them from head to toe and turning them into mud-covered figures in an instant. The stench of wet earth filled their mouths, and aside from the faint outlines of their torsos, it was almost impossible to distinguish male from female. Jiang Nan! Li Xiang roared furiously, his voice echoing in the air. But the car that had caused the mess had long disappeared from sight. The system immediately displayed resentment points from Li Xiang 1,000. Resentment points from Li Mayan 1,000. The other teams, who were sprinting in the distance, were stunned by the scene. What kind of godder team is this? Where did they get a car from? Many people quickly reported them for cheating, but no response came. That's Jiang Nan from Jiangxing No. 1 High School. I heard they got it from a spatial dimension. Spatial abilities are seriously enviable. Discussions buzzed among the crowd. What's their team name? Jiang Nan says it's all right. No, I mean the team name. Yeah, that's it. Jiang Nan says it's all right. As they sped along, the resentment points list refreshed wildly. Jiang Nan couldn't stop laughing, thinking how amazing it would be if every exam or competition could be like this. If others were miserable, he was happy. He couldn't be blamed for it, it was all the system's doing. After dropping off their passengers, Jiang Nan and his team stopped when they encountered a group of red-faced baboons. These were bronze-level spirit beasts, notorious for their aggressive nature and muscular builds. The baboon leader even possessed the terrifying roar spirit skill, capable of briefly stunning its enemies. Thanks to the research notes from Zheng Wei that Jiang Nan had studied the night before, he quickly identified the characteristics of the 7 or 8 red-faced baboons. They were much larger than ordinary baboons, standing at about 1.5 meters tall even when crouching. Beneath their golden fur rippled powerful muscles, and their crimson faces exuded ferocity. The rumble of the engine caught the baboons' attention, and they stared warily at Jiang Nan and his group. What's the plan? Should we go for it? Jiang Nan asked casually. Wu Liang nodded. Your call. We'll draw the aggro, you tank the damage, and protect Xiao Tang Tang. Leave the rest to me. What about me? Tang Qinya asked nervously. Stick behind the big guy, and use your wood-based ability to control their movements. The three got out of the car to prepare. Wu Liang pulled out an iron shield and a massive saber, transforming into a 2-meter-tall half-bear humanoid. Tang Qianya's hands glowed green, while Jiang Nan unsheathed a Tang Dao. Ready? Let's do this. Jiang Nan teleported into the midst of the baboon group 100 meters away, moving so fast that the baboons were caught off guard. With a swift arc of his blade, the head of one baboon fell cleanly to the ground. The efficiency of the kill gave Tang Qianya goosebumps. The scent of blood enraged the baboons, and they grabbed stones and sticks, attacking wildly. The baboon leader's terrifying roar thundered through the air, causing Jiang Nan's heart to jolt and leaving him momentarily stunned. The baboons seized the opportunity to strike with their fists. Tang Qianya used vines to entangle the baboon leader, but it quickly broke free. Jiang Nan snapped back to focus, teleporting back with the severed baboon head still in his hand. Big guy, hold them off. Take down the leader first. The terrifying roar was too dangerous. Losing focus in battle could be fatal. The baboons charged at Wu Liang's iron shield with reckless abandon. With a roar, Wu Liang swung his saber, sending one baboon flying. Jiang Nan teleported into the air, plunging his blade cleanly into the back of the airborne baboon's skull. The baboon leader roared again, stunning the trio for a brief moment. It struck Wu Liang with a heavy blow, forcing him back 3 steps, but Wu Liang retaliated with a shield bash, knocking the leader to the ground. Jiang Nan seized the moment, teleporting onto the leader's shoulder and driving his blade deep into its neck. Another baboon lunged at Jiang Nan, leaving him no time to retrieve his weapon. He abandoned the blade, caught the baboon's fist, and executed an over-the-shoulder throw, hurling it toward Wu Liang, who cleaved it in two with his saber. With the leader dead, the remaining 4 baboons were quickly dealt with. When the fight was over, 6 baboon corpses lay scattered across the ground. Tang Qianya's heart raced. Is this what they call a chicken dinner? That was less than a minute. Is it really supposed to be this fast? In less than 60 seconds, the thrilling battle came to an end. Tang Qianya had only been controlling the bushes to entangle the baboon leader, yet she witnessed the entire annihilation unfold before her eyes. She watched as Jiang Nan skillfully used a military-grade triangular bayonet to extract the spirit orb from the baboon leader's head, still reeling from the shock. The brief but remarkable fight was live-streamed in its entirety by drones, and the comment section instantly erupted. Nan God is insane. The red-faced baboon group in the Tianqi Spirit Ruins is something even a fully equipped bronze-level team wouldn't dare to mess with, and they took care of it in just 57 seconds. That shoulder throw, that teleportation, absolutely mind-blowing. Captain Xiong is definitely a national treasure-level heavy armored shield warrior, and that horse-gutting blade is just ferocious. The video went viral online, with Nan God's fans frantically sharing it. Meanwhile, Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao, far away at home, exchanged incredulous glances, finding it hard to believe that Jiang Nan had never set foot in the spirit ruins before. Zhong Yingxue's bright eyes sparkled as she marveled inwardly at Jiang Nan's decisiveness and precision in battle. In the vehicle, Jiang Nan reviewed the fight and still found it less than perfect. He realized he had underestimated the effects of the fear howl and also identified a shortfall in the team's offensive power. Among the 7 baboons, they had only managed to collect 3 spirit orbs, one of which contained the fear howl skill. Do you want this skill? Jiang Nan asked. Wu Liang and Tang Qianya both shook their heads in refusal. Little Tang Tang couldn't even imagine herself turning into a muscle-bound warrior, roaring online like a wild beast. Speeding along the way, Jiang Nan showed no mercy to the spirit beasts they encountered. Whenever he spotted an iron-level beast, he teleported directly into action, finishing the fight within seconds. By 4 p.m., they had already collected 11 spirit orbs, including 5 bronze-level ones. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan's resentment value list inexplicably began to refresh at an alarming rate. It turned out that the rival teams trailing behind them were on the verge of losing their minds. They hadn't seen a single living spirit beast all day, not even a fruit left on the roadside. Having been on the move from 6 a.m. to 7 p.m., these teams were utterly exhausted and empty-handed, their legs giving out beneath them. When they finally dragged their weary bodies to the safety outpost, The sight that greeted them only deepened their despair. By the lakeside stood a luxurious inflatable tent with 3 rooms and a living area, illuminated by bright camping lights. Wu Yang, shirtless, was roasting a whole deer over the campfire, the aroma wafting through the air. Jiang Nan, dressed in a bathrobe, lounged leisurely on a beach chair under a rainbow sun umbrella, sipping an iced cola from a wine glass as he admired the sunset. Big guy, add more cumin and chili powder. Jiang Nan instructed lazily. The other contestants looked at their own shabby tents, sleeping bags, and instant noodles, and as the smell of roasted deer filled their nostrils, their resentment levels skyrocketed. When Tang Qinya emerged, freshly showered and drying her hair, casually asking if anyone wanted to play a game, the frustration reached its peak. Li Xiang, covered in mud, angrily refused the instant noodles Lu Chuanwu offered him. Jiang Nan glanced at the rapidly climbing resentment values and thought to himself, well, what can I say? When you've got the means at home, you've got to enjoy life even when you're out here. By the campfire, Jiang Nan skillfully sliced roasted meat with a military-grade triple-edged dagger, the sizzling sound of dripping grease filling the air. Wu Yang devoured a deer leg with gusto, while Tang Qinya savored small bites, her face lit with contentment. The aroma of spirit beast meat wafted through the night, tormenting the nearby corporate squad members stationed not far away. They stuffed their noses with wild grass in a futile attempt to block the tantalizing scent, their mouths watering uncontrollably. In the end, they could only grumble in frustration and bury themselves under their covers to sleep. Even deep into the night, the live stream remained as popular as ever, with viewers flooding the chat with teasing comments about Jiang Nan's wild antics. Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao watched the feast through the live stream, involuntarily swallowing their saliva. To them, entering the spirit ruins was synonymous with hardship, yet Jiang Nan seemed to have turned it into a luxurious vacation destination. A mischievous glint sparkled in Xia Yao's eyes as she secretly resolved to join Jiang Nan's team next time. Even the covert night army members watching the stream from their hotel couldn't help but chuckle. After years of missions, it was their first time witnessing such an unconventional and cheeky way of handling things. The next morning, the rich aroma of latte and the roar of engines woke everyone up. Opening their eyes, they saw Jiang Nan and his group speeding away in a powerful off-road vehicle. The corporate squad panicked, scrambling to pack their gear and give chase. This pattern continued for 3 whole days. The corporate squads found nothing but tire tracks and piles of slain spirit beasts during the day, while at night, they endured the torment of the tantalizing aroma of roasted meat. Unable to take it anymore, they filed complaints with their superiors. The staff issued a warning to Jiang Nan via the satellite wristband, urging him to show some restraint. Though bewildered by the reprimand, Jiang Nan reluctantly agreed to tone it down. Over the following 2 days, he led Wu Yang and Tang Qinya on leisurely strolls through the spirit ruins, playing card games like Three Kingdoms Kill, much to the relief of the other squads. On this particular day, Li Xiang's team was engaged in a fierce battle against a bronze 3-star earth armor dragon. Lu Chuanwu, in his beast form, held the line against the creature's onslaught. The situation was intense. Suddenly, Jiang Nan and his companions barged into the battlefield, their eyes gleaming with an unusual light. Alarmed, Li Xiang and his team immediately heightened their vigilance, fearing that Jiang Nan's group had come to snatch their prey. Jiang Nan pointed excitedly at the small waterfall ahead and shouted, "This spot looks great. Let's do it here. Strike a pose." Wu Yang and Tang Qinya immediately responded, happily running over to the waterfall. Wu Yang swiftly took off his shirt, striking a crab-style bodybuilding pose that highlighted his well-defined muscles. Meanwhile, Tang Qinya flashed a sweet smile and made a peace sign with her fingers, exuding youthful energy. This scene left everyone else dumbfounded. Li Xiang, Li Mayan, and Lu Chuanwu exchanged helpless glances, their thoughts filled with frustration. Seriously? We're in the middle of hunting spiritual beasts, a life-or-death situation, and you're here leading a photo shoot? Before they could voice their complaints, Jiang Nan had already raised his phone. All right. 1, 2, 3. Cheese. With a click, Jiang Nan cheered enthusiastically. Come on, come on. This shot is awesome. Take a look. Tang Qianya's eyes lit up as she and Wu Liang quickly leaned in to see. However, the phone screen displayed only Jiang Nan's beaming selfie, showcasing his bright, perfectly aligned teeth. A selfie? Tang Qianya pouted in protest. Then why did you make us pose? Wu Liang also chimed in, clearly annoyed. Jiang Nan, can I beat you up for this? This is so unfair. Jiang Nan chuckled as he scrolled through the album, finally revealing the actual photo. The image showed Wu Yang's muscular physique and Tang Qianya's radiant smile, though Li Xiang and the others appeared slightly blurry due to their exasperated expressions. As Wu Yang and Tang Qianya's faces darkened further, Jiang Nan remained unfazed, continuing to tease them. All right, let's move on to the next spot. Wu Yang and Tang Qianya stood there, stunned and speechless, unsure how to even respond. It was the fifth day, and under the resentful gazes of others, Tang Qinya felt an overwhelming sense of unease. Every glance seemed to silently accuse her of something. Nange. At this rate, getting first place is going to be nearly impossible. Wu Yang couldn't help but remind him. However, Jiang Nan appeared completely at ease. Don't worry, I've got this. It's just some spirit pearls after all. His nonchalant attitude instantly triggered a storm of comments in the livestream chat. The viewers, seeing that instead of hunting spirit beasts he was busy taking photos, went wild. While everyone's fighting tooth and nail, he's just taking pictures. When can I ever be as cool as my idol? Why do I suddenly feel like punching him? 666. This move is next level bold. Is he seriously not hunting spirit beasts anymore? Just showing off? Is he planning to self-destruct? At this point, all the participating teams had reached the fifth and final safe zone. Beyond this point, there would be no sanctuary. Most teams chose to use this location as their base, venturing out during the day to hunt and returning at night to rest. Few dared to venture further, as the dangers of the night increased exponentially. Over the past 2 days, Jiang Nan had already scouted almost the entire surrounding area and had a clear plan in mind. That day, like usual, he returned to the safe zone early to set up camp. As the team members dragged their exhausted bodies back to the safety outpost, an irresistible aroma of grilled meat filled the air. In front of a spacious 3-room tent, a massive barbecue grill was releasing waves of steam, with skewers of meat sizzling over the charcoal. 7 or 8 small tables were neatly arranged on the open ground, while large fans rotated continuously, spreading the enticing smell throughout the camp. Jiang Nan's voice echoed through a loudspeaker, repeating his self-made advertisement. Come, come, come. Tianqi's signature giant meat skewers. So fragrant. So delicious. He even imitated a little girl's voice. Mommy, I want some meat skewers. Eat. Eat the big ones. 10 skewers, is that enough? Yes. Thank you, Mommy. You're the best. Tang Qinya blushed with embarrassment. She never imagined she would end up selling meat skewers in Lingshu, nor that Jiang Nan's ad slogans would be so shameless. The team members froze in place, exchanging glances. After surviving 5 or 6 days on nothing but compressed biscuits and instant noodles, their mouths were practically watering. How much for a skewer? Someone asked impatiently. 1 black iron spirit bead per person, or a discounted price of 3 beads for a team of 4. Jiang Nan replied with a grin. Although the team members were annoyed at what was clearly price gouging, the aroma was simply too tempting. In no time, all 8 tables were packed, and some even sat directly on the ground. Seeing the booming business, Jiang Nan introduced a new product, ice gold green popsicles. 1 bronze-grade spirit bead for a dozen. Despite the steep price, the extra salty seasoning that Wu Yang had added made everyone unbearably thirsty, prompting eager customers to hand over their spirit beads for beer. Wu Yang was busy to the point of sweating buckets, while Tang Qinya, wearing a little apron, weaved through the crowd. Jiang Nan, meanwhile, roamed around with skewers in hand, promoting his goods to everyone. Even Li Xiang's team wasn't spared. Free? Kid, you're dreaming. Jiang Nan responded nonchalantly to Li Xiang's skepticism. When Jiang Nan added a free shower service to the mix, even Lu Chuanwu, who had loudly declared that he would rather die than eat, couldn't resist in the end. He crouched on the ground, devouring the skewers ravenously. Jiang Nan watched the scene unfold, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. As expected, no one could escape the allure of true deliciousness. Late into the night, Jiang Nan and Wu Liang finally wrapped up their busy day. The results were impressive: over 70 black iron-grade spirit beads and 13 bronze-grade ones. Wu Liang couldn't help but marvel at how Jiang Nan had managed to secure first place just by selling skewers. As the two were packing up their stall, Jiang Nan grabbed a pile of skewers and made his way toward the patrolling soldiers. Over the past few days, he had accumulated a staggering amount of resentment points, which kept increasing. One detail in particular caught his attention. A new name, Ivanov Harivis, had appeared on the list. For 3 consecutive days, this name showed up at the last safe zone, each time contributing exactly 666 resentment points. This unusual occurrence gave Jiang Nan a sense of foreboding. It reeked of a conspiracy, likely involving the White Shark Group. Determined to uncover Ivanov's identity, Jiang Nan had been obsessively taking photos and posing with various squads, hoping to spot him. But his efforts had yielded nothing, leaving him with only one last possibility. Holding a beer and skewers, Jiang Nan approached the soldiers on night duty. Hey guys, want some? Smells amazing, he offered with a grin. The soldiers, however, remained expressionless, standing rigidly at attention. This was the perfect moment for Jiang Nan's true name detection feature from his ultimate street vendor system to shine. He tested each soldier one by one until he stopped in front of a tall, burly man standing at about 1.8 meters. The soldier hesitated, swallowing nervously before saying, "Well, Maybe just one? What theory actually eating it? Doesn't your unit have rules against this? Jiang Nan teased, pretending to be shocked. The soldier's face darkened immediately. So you weren't planning to share in the first place? Then why wave those skewers in our faces? The system instantly updated. Resentment points from Ivanov Harivis, 999. Got him. Jiang Nan was ecstatic. Though the soldier didn't look like someone from the Goose Country, the system didn't lie. Perhaps he had undergone plastic surgery or used some kind of spiritual technique. I was just worried you might get in trouble. Here, I'll cover for you, Jiang Nan said, handing over the skewer. He watched as Ivanov devoured it ravenously, then walked away, satisfied. Back at the crooked tree outside the safe zone, Jiang Nan dropped the skewers and teleported back to his tent. He immediately summoned Wu Yang and Tang Qianrou, his expression unusually serious. If something happens tonight, you two run. Head to the next safe zone and seek protection from the patrol unit. Don't worry about me, and don't follow me. The night grew quieter, and none of the three dared to close their eyes. Meanwhile, under that crooked tree, two members of the night watch Ning and Chen Chen were on stakeout. They had found a note Jiang Nan had left behind. Soldier ID 009527, a white shark operative. Just as they were preparing to report this to their superiors, Ivanov hurried over, clutching his stomach. Clearly, Jiang Nan's skewers had been spiked with something potent, leaving the spy in desperate need of relief. As Ivanov squatted under the tree, ready to handle his business, two terrified pairs of eyes stared at the scene from beneath a camouflage cover. And Ning and Chen Chun were on the verge of losing their minds. At the same time, Jiang Nan's resentment points list went wild. Resentment points from Ivanov Harivis 1000. Resentment points from Ning 1000. Resentment points from Chen Chun 1000. Jiang Nan stared at the unexpected windfall with a puzzled expression. What the? Jiang Nan suddenly realized that the ones monitoring under the crooked tree were none other than Ning and Chen Chun from the Dark Knight Army. The two were filled with seething resentment, though not due to the embarrassment of being discovered, but because they were about to face an unexpected storm. Ivanov happened to be crouching directly opposite them. The situation became critical, and Chen Chun could no longer hold back. He drew a dagger, leaped forward in a flash, and pressed the blade against Ivanov's neck. Hold it in if you don't want to die, Chen Chun warned through gritted teeth. But Ivanov had reached his limit. Before their horrified gazes, he released the pressure. The two quickly stepped back to avoid the scene, narrowly escaping the ordeal. Damn Dark Knight Army, Ivanov cursed, his face a mixture of pale and livid hues. Before he finished speaking, a surge of energy at the pinnacle of a silver-ranked spiritual warrior erupted from him. Without even pulling up his pants, he activated his earth element ability, burrowing underground and racing toward the safe zone. Seeing this, Ning and Chen Chun immediately gave chase, but it was too late. Ivanov had already reached the center of the safe zone and pulled the pin on a pink grenade. The deafening explosion woke everyone from their sleep, as crimson liquid splattered everywhere, filling the air with an eerie fragrance. The security forces were about to open fire when Ning descended from above, using her air element ability to trap Ivanov instantly. Chen Chun followed up, unleashing hundreds of steel pellets that tore through Ivanov, leaving him riddled with holes. You are doomed. Ivanov spat out his final words before succumbing. The sudden chaos left all the students in utter panic, with some vomiting on the spot. The security forces raised their weapons toward Ning and Chen Chun, but the situation was defused only after Chen Chun presented his Dark Knight Army officer's badge. Jiang Nan, hearing the explosion, emerged from his tent just in time to see Ivanov's lifeless body sprawled on the ground. Wu Yang frowned deeply, while Tang Qianya, pale and terrified, hid behind him. Brother Nan, what happened? Tang Qianya asked in a trembling voice. Jiang Nan shook his head and walked toward Ning. Sister Ning? Was it the two of you under the crooked tree? Ning turned around and shot Jiang Nan a fierce glare. Chen Chun was momentarily speechless, staring at the scene before him with a complex expression. What was supposed to be a simple silver-level threat had escalated into such chaos. Ning pointed at the awkward-looking Chen Chen beside her and said to Jiang Nan, "Ask this big fool." Chen Chun could only cover his face in frustration, deeply regretting how his threat had inadvertently scared the target into exposing themselves. Jiang Nan walked over to Ivanov's corpse, nudging it with his foot to flip it over. Tsk. What a gruesome way to go. His tone carried a hint of nonchalance, as if he was used to such sights. The members of the group team exchanged uneasy glances, shocked at Jiang Nan's familiarity with the personnel from the Night Army. He had even casually called the female officer Sister Ning. Adding to their confusion was the fact that Jiang Nan's information at the entrance had been encrypted. The mystery deepened. Just who was this seemingly ordinary high school senior? As Jiang Nan was about to ask for more details, Ning's expression suddenly turned grave. We might be in serious trouble. Chen Chen also noticed something was off. There's something wrong with this grenade. Before the words fully left his mouth, the roars of beasts echoed through the forest. The ground began to tremble as countless pairs of crimson eyes glinted in the dense woods. Leading the charge was a six-legged black panther, its razor-sharp claws tearing ferociously at the concrete walls, as though something inside the safe zone was irresistibly luring it. Soon, hordes of spirit beasts swarmed in like a tidal wave, encircling the entire safe outpost. The rapid rattling of gunfire erupted as bullet casings rained down like a storm. Soldiers unleashed a relentless barrage at the entrance, their bullets proving effective against spirit beasts below the silver level. Panic spread like wildfire as students scattered in every direction. The cacophony of gunfire, beastly roars, and terrified screams merged into a chaotic symphony, transforming the once peaceful night into a battlefield. Jiang Nan's face darkened. White Shark is trying to drag every participating student into this mess. With the crisp sound of a tang blade being unsheathed, a sharp glint flashed in Jiang Nan's eyes. Wu Liang gripped a horse-cutting saber in one hand and a black iron shield in the other, standing ready for orders. Nange, what's the plan? He asked. Jiang Nan's voice was steady and resolute. Give it everything you've got. Stay alive. Jiang Nan's warning was no exaggeration amid the beast horde attacking the safe zone. A silver-deer spirit beast had shockingly appeared. At the front line, a six-legged black panther charged through a hail of bullets, tearing a soldier to shreds amidst a spray of blood. The soldiers' agonized screams instantly shattered the students' psychological defenses. Over 500 students, mostly at Iron Tier, were thrown into a panic at the grisly scene. To them, hunting spirit beasts had always been like a game. They had never imagined they could become the prey. The threat of death plunged the crowd into chaos, with screams and cries echoing all around. Ning Ning, have you contacted the Lynx unit yet? Jiang Nan demanded grimly. I already did, and Ning replied. But the entrance is 5 days' journey from here. The night squad will need time to arrive. Jiang Nan scanned his surroundings. On one side were his terrified classmates, and on the other, the ferocious spirit beasts were about to breach the defenses. The situation was critical. If the line broke, everyone would be doomed. Big guy, if you're not afraid to die, follow me. Jiang Nan roared, gripping his blade as he teleported into the horde. With a flash of his sword, the six-legged Black Panther's head fell to the ground. Wu Liang let out a thunderous roar and transformed into a 2-meter-tall half-human bear form. Armed with a black iron shield and a massive saber, he charged forward. His shield struck with such force that it sent 3 spirit beasts flying. Jiang Nan's figure flickered through the beast horde, and each time he appeared, a spirit beast would fall. Inspired, Ning and Chen Shan joined the fray, fiercely defending the entrance. However, the few of them alone could not hold back the overwhelming tide of beasts. To make matters worse, the soldiers were running out of ammunition. After slaying another spirit beast, Jiang Nan wiped the blood from his face as drops slid down his blade. He turned to the terrified students and roared, "Do you want to die? Did you awaken your powers just to show off at school? If we can't hold the entrance, we're all dead. Who are you waiting for to save you? If you want to live, get up here and hold the line." At that moment, Jiang Nan, drenched in blood, was unrecognizable from the carefree boy who usually sold skewers. He seemed like a deity of slaughter emerging from the depths of hell. Li Xiang, Lu Chuanwu, and others turned pale, unable to comprehend how Jiang Nan could remain so composed. This was real, people were dying. Yet Jiang Nan was the first to charge with his blade. Ning and Chen Shan took note, their impression of Jiang Nan completely transformed. In this life-or-death moment, the calm and decisiveness he displayed went far beyond their expectations for a high school student. Gradually, some of the braver students began stepping forward. Though their legs trembled, they gritted their teeth and moved to the front line. Nanshan, I'm with you. Tell me what to do. That's right. We can't just sit here waiting to die. Those soldiers sacrificed their lives to protect us. I won't be useless. I need to survive and return to take care of my parents. With a few leading the charge, more and more students joined the fight. In no time, over 20 had stepped up. Push these beasts back. Shut the gates. Hold the safe zone until the night squad arrives. Jiang Nan barked orders while cutting down beasts. With the reinforcements, the tide of the battle began to turn. At that moment, Ling Feng and Li Mayan could no longer hold back and prepared to join the fight. Li Xiang shouted anxiously, "Are you two out of your minds? This is a matter of life and death. Can't we just let them keep guarding?" Lu Chuanwu immediately chimed in, "Yeah, exactly. Staying alive is the priority." Suppressing his anger, Ling Feng said in a low voice, "Aren't Jiang Nan and the others risking their lives out there? Who doesn't have parents? Why should we hide here and enjoy the protection of others? I refuse to look down on myself." Li Mayan didn't say a word, but merely cast a cold glance at them. This silent disdain made Li Xiang feel even more uncomfortable. "Tisich, fine. You're the noble ones. If you want to go, go ahead. I'm not joining your madness. Li Xiang snapped angrily. At the battlefield's front lines, Jiang Nan was already in a frenzy. His swordsmanship had improved dramatically through real combat, reaching an intermediate level. He weaved and dodged through the spirit beast horde, every strike precise and lethal. His movements flowed seamlessly, creating an eerie sense of beauty in the chaos. Wu Yang's performance was even more astonishing. Wielding a tumter-long horse-slaying blade and an iron shield, he charged fearlessly, crushing any spirit beast in his path into pulp. Within a 5-meter radius of him, no enemy dared to approach. Qin Shun and Ning watched in awe, their mouths agape. The other students fighting alongside them couldn't help but give Wu Liang a thumbs up. This heavily armored shield warrior was nothing short of extraordinary. Then, as if spurred on by the adrenaline, Wu Liang let out a thunderous roar and fully transformed into a beast. He became a massive black bear nearly 4 meters tall. His clothes shredded under the sudden expansion of his body, leaving only a pair of tightly clinging triangular briefs. The battlefield fell silent. Ning nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Qian Chen's legs turned to jelly, and the female students screamed, covering their eyes. The scene was too surreal. A 4-meter-tall black bear, covered in jet-black fur, wielding an iron shield and a horse-slaying blade, but wearing nothing except a pair of snug triangular briefs. Briefs? Seriously? That's way too bold. Brother, I never expected you to have such depth. Most are tough guys with a soft side, but you're just a tough guy with a flair for the dramatic. Even Tang Qinya was stunned, her worldview completely overturned. She couldn't help but wonder, what kind of magical material is that underwear made of? It survived even the beast transformation? Could it be the same fabric as the Hulk's? Feeling the attention of the crowd, Wu Liang assumed they were admiring his might. Puffing out his chest, he let out a deafening roar. Come, who dares challenge me? Ning and Chen Shun exchanged helpless glances and sighed in unison. Stop shouting, man. You were pretty intimidating, but that pair of briefs just ruined it all. On the other side, a silver-ear iron-eating bear stood up, its large, shiny black eyes glancing curiously at Wu Liang. Then it looked at itself, seemingly pondering. We're both bears, so why does he get to wear briefs while I don't? That's just unfair. Wu Liang stood proudly, basking in his imagined glory, while Jiang Nan, still fighting, shouted, the one wearing briefs is on our side. Don't attack the wrong one. Ning and Tang Qinya shook their heads in exasperation. Was that really necessary to point out? What kind of spirit beast would wear triangular briefs? The battlefield was in complete chaos as the students fought desperately against the invading spirit beasts. Amid this life-and-death struggle, a small leopard-patterned creature wandering across the battleground stood out, drawing attention and momentarily distracting those who noticed it. After an intense and grueling fight, they finally managed to drive the spirit beasts back. Jiang Nan seized the opportunity and teleported to the gate, pulling the lever. The massive iron gate crashed down, sealing off the remaining spirit beasts outside. The intruding beasts were swiftly eliminated, leaving behind only their lifeless bodies scattered across the ground and the wounded soldiers who had fought valiantly. Looking at the soldiers who had risked everything to protect the students, Jiang Nan felt a heavy weight in his heart and silently saluted them. But there was no time for sorrow. Chun Chun immediately began organizing a defense, assigning the remaining soldiers to take positions on the walls to snipe at the spirit beasts and calling for earth and wood element ability users to voluntarily reinforce the fortifications. They just needed to hold out until the night army arrived to secure their safety. This heart-pounding moment was captured entirely by a drone. The Lynx unit was already en route to the scene, and night army operatives stationed nearby were racing toward the 5th stronghold at full speed. The hotel's surveillance room was in chaos, sending urgent alerts through satellite wristbands to notify other examinees to end their tests early and evacuate. Although the live feed had been cut off, earlier footage had already spread across the internet, with the number of viewers surpassing 1 million and the screen flooded with comments. Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao sat in silence, staring at the now black screen of the live stream. Moments later, the roar of the Koenigsegg Blue Ghost's engine pierced the night as it carried the two of them speeding toward Changbai Mountain. Meanwhile, inside the stronghold, the walls trembled under the relentless assault of the spirit beasts. Elemental mages and soldiers took up positions at elevated points, unleashing a barrage of firepower on the beasts outside. Jiang Nan quickly scavenged equipment from fallen soldiers, donning a bulletproof vest and arming himself with an M416 rifle and magazines. Against spirit beasts below silver rank, firearms were far more effective than melee weapons. Without hesitation, he activated his firearms skill and invested 100 skill points to upgrade it to firearms mastery. In this dire situation, conserving skill points was no longer an option. The reason I've been saving up skill points is exactly for a moment like this, Jiang Nan thought to himself. Without hesitation, he allocated 1,000 skill points, instantly raising his firearm skill from level 0 to intermediate. The moment he picked up the M416 assault rifle, the patrolling soldier grew alert. Hey, student, this is no joke. Handling a firearm without proper training is extremely dangerous. You could hurt yourself or others. The soldier hurriedly stepped forward to stop him. And Ning and Qin couldn't help but feel worried. If it misfires, it'll be a disaster. Seeing this, Li Xiang seized the opportunity to mock him. What do you think this is, a video game? This is a real gun. Lu Chuanwu chimed in as well, shouting, put it down now. Don't accidentally hurt someone. The other students looked on with alarm, all convinced that gaming and reality were worlds apart. However, Jiang Nan's next move left everyone stunned. He skillfully slung the M416 across his neck with practiced ease. Step by step, he checked the gun, removing the magazine to inspect the ammo, pulling the bolt to confirm the chamber was empty, swiftly reinserting the magazine, chambering around, and switching off the safety. Raising the rifle, aiming, and pulling the trigger, it all flowed seamlessly. Bang! The shot rang out, and in an instant, the eye of a spider that was attempting to climb over the wall was pierced with pinpoint accuracy. Its lifeless body crashed heavily to the ground outside the wall. Li Xiang, could you shut your filthy mouth and stick to your excavator work? Jiang Nan said coldly. That single shot left everyone speechless. And Ning and Qin stared in shock, while the patrolling soldier couldn't believe his eyes. Such precise dynamic shooting at this distance was a feat even seasoned soldiers might struggle to achieve. But Jiang Nan was just getting started. In the blink of an eye, he leapt onto the wall. Facing the swarm of spirit beasts below, he switched the rifle to single-shot mode. Each creature was taken down with 2 shots, the first to the leg joint to disable its movement, and the second to the head for the kill a textbook Mozambique drill. What was even more astonishing was his reloading speed. With one hand, he pressed the magazine release and flicked the rifle to eject the empty magazine. Simultaneously, his other hand retrieved a fresh magazine and loaded it in, chambering around with a smooth motion all while maintaining his shooting stance. The entire reload took less than 3 seconds. And Ning, watching his flawless marksmanship, almost felt as if her shooting coach's spirit had possessed Jiang Nan. Bang! Bang! 2 sharp gunshots pierced through the air, and another spirit beast collapsed to the ground. Every shot Jiang Nan fired precisely struck the joints and vital points of the spirit beasts, maximizing the lethality while conserving ammunition. And Ning and Qin watched in stunned silence, their mouths agape. The surrounding classmates gave him thumbs up in admiration. Tang Qinya observed Jiang Nan's professional shooting stance, more impressive than anything she'd seen in action movies, and couldn't help but wonder how many secrets this man was hiding. Only Wu Liang seemed unfazed. In his eyes, Jiang Nan was nothing short of a legend. If someone told him Jiang Nan could fly a plane or drive a tank, he'd believe it. At this moment, Wu Liang, dressed in a leopard print outfit, was pacing back and forth atop the wall, standing out conspicuously. As time went on, more spirit beasts surged in, making it increasingly difficult to fend them off. Suddenly, a female classmate lost her footing and fell off the wall. Her desperate scream echoed as she plummeted, her eyes filled with despair. Below her, a sharp-jawed crocodile had already opened its massive mouth, waiting. Jiang Nan acted fast, teleporting in an instant to grab the girl and pulling her away from the crocodile's jaws. You really need to lose some weight. You look slim, but you're surprisingly heavy. Jiang Nan blurted. The girl, named Yang Lu, was about to protest that she wasn't overweight, but Jiang Nan had already vanished again. Stamping her foot in frustration, Yang Lu was nonetheless no longer as frightened as before. 521 resentment points from Yang Lu. The spirit beasts kept gathering, and even Ning and Qin, both silver-ranked, were struggling to cope. The wall was on the verge of being breached. Another classmate slipped and fell, and Jiang Nan rushed to save him, only to return with just the lower half of the student, the same one who had initially stepped forward to help. Damn it! Jiang Nan roared, his eyes blazing red with fury. Drawing his blade, he leaped off the wall. And Ning shouted after him, Jiang Nan, don't be reckless. But it was too late. Jiang Nan had already charged into the horde, slicing down with all his might at the rhino-like beast that had taken his classmate. When he teleported back, drenched in blood, he was clutching the severed head of the creature. A heavy silence fell over the scene. Though everyone knew casualties were inevitable, witnessing it firsthand weighed heavily on their hearts. Just then, someone shouted in relief, the Dark Knight Army. They're here. In the distance, a group of figures clad in pitch-black military uniforms was racing toward the safe zone. But before Jiang Nan could breathe a sigh of relief, disaster struck. The ground at the center of the safe zone began to ripple like water. A man in green military fatigues, with a white shark emblem on his armband, emerged from the earth. Grinning, he slammed his hands against the ground, instantly turning the entire area into sand. The walls, now unsupported, collapsed with a thunderous crash, throwing the scene into chaos. Damn it, a gold-ranked fighter? Ning's face turned pale. White sharks people. Chen Chun growled through gritted teeth. Protect Jiang Nan. Amid the chaos, Jiang Nan suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. The man in green, with piercing blue eyes, was staring at him like a predator locking onto its prey. This isn't good. Jiang Nan's instinct screamed danger. He turned and shouted at Wu Yong. Big guy, get little Tang Tang out of here. Without hesitation, Wu Yong grabbed Tang Qinya, holding her tightly as he used his shield to force a path through the chaos. Tang Qinya cried out anxiously. What about Jiang Nan? Where's Jiang Nan? Follow what Brother Nan told us to do. Wu Yang replied firmly, carrying out Jiang Nan's orders without question. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan's gaze locked onto the blue-eyed man, both of them staring each other down in deadly tension. Jiang Nan immediately broke into a radiant smile. You're so annoying. This unexpected opening left the burly Russian man, Konstantin Georgievich Postovsky-Yakov, completely dumbfounded. Was this supposed to be some kind of serious pre-battle taunt? His frustration level instantly skyrocketed to 999. Jiang Nan found it amusing as well. His opponent's name alone was a mouthful, hardly fitting for a menacing character. But he knew full well that as a top-tier assassin sent by the White Shark organization, this man was here for him. If he could just stall him, it might buy enough time for his classmates to escape. With that thought, Jiang Nan decisively drew his Tang sword. Come on, let's play, shall we? Constantine sneered menacingly and was just about to attack when his expression suddenly changed. He stumbled back 2 steps in shock. You'll regret this. You can't escape White Shark's grasp. With that parting threat, he turned and bolted. Jiang Nan blinked, stunned by the abrupt turn of events. Before he could process it, a thunderous rumble of footsteps echoed behind him. Turning around, he saw a massive earthquake bear, over 20 meters tall, charging down the hillside with bloodshot eyes. Its sheer size rivaled King Kong from the movies, and it was no wonder the mercenary fled at the sight of it. The camp was in chaos. Li Xiang's team was scrambling to escape, but Li Mayan had gotten her pants caught in a barbed wire fence. The colossal beast raised a paw the size of a small mountain, ready to crush her. Li Xiang and Lu Chuanwu hesitated for a moment, then ultimately chose to save themselves. Li Mayan looked up in despair at the descending paw, tears streaming down her face. Just as it seemed all hope was lost, a figure suddenly appeared in front of her like a flash of lightning. Hey, Mayan, what are you spacing out for? Standing still like that makes you a sitting duck. Jiang Nan grinned, his trademark bright smile lighting up his face, even as the deadly paw loomed behind him. Li Mayan stared at Jiang Nan in shock, unable to utter a word. Li Mayan's heart was gripped with extreme panic. She couldn't comprehend Jiang Nan's composure at this moment. With swift, decisive movements, Jiang Nan tore through the barbed wire, stepped forward in one quick motion, and hoisted her onto his shoulder. What was even more unexpected was that he had the audacity to glance back at the towering earth bear, over 20 meters tall, and arrogantly flip it off with a middle finger, saying, "See ya." With a deafening roar, the bear's massive paw slammed down, shattering the ground instantly. Rocks and debris flew in all directions. The sheer destructive force was enough to make anyone tremble with fear if struck directly. One would be reduced to nothing more than a bloody smear on the ground. 100 meters away, Jiang Nan, wielding a knife in one hand, effortlessly slashed through the flying debris with fluid precision. Suddenly, a thought struck Li Mayan like a bolt of lightning. What about Li Xiang and the others? Her body froze, and she bit her lower lip so hard it bled. Yet she didn't even notice. Looking around frantically, she realized she could no longer see Li Xiang, the class leader she had always trusted most, the one who always seemed so composed and reliable. In this life-and-death crisis, they had abandoned her without hesitation. Ironically, it was Jiang Nan, the person she clashed with most often, who ended up saving her. Though she usually found him infuriating, she had to admit that his actions today, especially his ability to smile so brightly even under the threat of that deadly bear paw, were undeniably impressive. As she lay securely on Jiang Nan's shoulder, a sense of safety unlike anything she'd ever experienced surged through her. In that moment, she found herself wishing she could stay like this forever. Jiang Nan was about to break free from Li Mayan's grip when she clung tightly to his arm. Don't leave me alone. Her voice trembled with fear. Jiang Nan frowned deeply. I'm not joking, following me will get you killed. He knew that the white shark was targeting him specifically and had likely set countless traps in the shadows. Allowing Li Mayan to tag along was akin to leading her to her death. Despite their usual disagreements, he couldn't bring himself to abandon her in such a dire situation. Just then, the earth bear suddenly raised its massive head and sniffed the air. Its blood-red eyes locked onto Jiang Nan's position, and with thunderous steps, the beast charged straight toward him. Seriously? Out of all these people, why me? Jiang Nan muttered in frustration. Without hesitation, he hoisted Li Mayan onto his shoulder and activated his teleportation ability to escape. To his shock, the bear relentlessly pursued them, as if it had an uncanny ability to track their exact location. Meanwhile, taking advantage of the chaos, the other students at the ruined base began to flee. Ning and Chen Shun had already regrouped with the arriving Lynx. Lynx wore a grim expression. The White Shark's forces aren't just limited to these attackers. Other retreating students have also been ambushed. You two coordinate with the Night Army to ensure the students' safe evacuation. Sacrifice yourselves if you must, but protect the students at all costs. What about Jiang Nan? Ning asked urgently. Clenching her teeth, Lynx replied, I'll go find him. If anything happens to Jiang Nan, I'll take full responsibility. Luo Tianhong. With that, she crouched low, gathering immense strength, and launched herself like a cannonball, stirring up a fierce wind as she shot into the distance. Elsewhere, Jiang Nan and Li Mayan had taken refuge in a stalactite cave. The roars of the earth bear could still be heard outside. Jiang Nan was baffled how could the bear track them so precisely, even after he used teleportation to evade it? He turned his gaze to Li Mayan, who was curled up in the corner sobbing. Suddenly, he noticed a pink, sticky substance smeared on her jeans, the very material that triggered the beast tide. Take off your jeans, Jiang Nan demanded bluntly. Li Mayan's eyes widened in shock, and she shrank back in terror. You, don't come near me. Jiang Nan, I didn't think you were this kind of person. Before Jiang Nan could explain, the earth bear had already located the cave and began pounding on the entrance with its massive claws. Li Mayan let out a terrified scream. Hurry up, take them off, Jiang Nan shouted urgently. Can't we just run first? Li Mayan sobbed, pleading with him. They'll let you do whatever you want later, just not now. Jiang Nan was dumbfounded. What are you even talking about? Just take them off now. Li Mayan shook her head furiously, clearly unwilling to reveal something important hidden from Jiang Nan, no matter the danger. Jiang Nan watched the dire situation in front of him, anxiously stomping his feet. Even with his teleportation ability, there was no way he could escape with Li Mayan. Li Mayan, terrified, kept retreating until her back pressed against the cold cave wall. The large black bear outside could charge in at any moment. Things were critical. Realizing there was no time to explain, Jiang Nan suddenly lunged forward, pinning Li Mayan to the ground and reaching for her jeans. Li Mayan struggled desperately, clawing and scratching at Jiang Nan's face, her fingers nearly poking into his nostrils. Her legs kicked wildly, almost sending Jiang Nan flying. Get off me, you pervert! Li Mayan screamed. Help! Somebody help! How am I a pervert? I'm trying to save you, Jiang Nan shouted in frustration. Can't you understand my good intentions? Stop yelling, there's no one around to save you anyway. Then he paused, suddenly realizing how wrong his words sounded. Why do I feel like the villain here? Seizing the moment when Jiang Nan was distracted fumbling with a button, Li Mayan sank her teeth into his hand. Ow! Jiang Nan yelped in pain. Are you part dog? I'm trying to save you, and you bite me? Suddenly, Jiang Nan remembered the hand chop move the Lynx girls had used on him before. His eyes lit up, and he formed his fingers into a blade, aiming for the back of Li Mayan's neck. Whack! Li Mayan's eyes widened, her face contorting in pain as she let out a shrill scream. Are you trying to kill me? She glared at Jiang Nan furiously. I thought it would knock you out. Jiang Nan scratched his head awkwardly. Let me try again this time for sure. Before Li Mayan could react, the second chop landed with a heavy thud. With a faint crack, her eyes rolled back, and she passed out. Startled by the sound, Jiang Nan quickly checked her breathing. Confirming she was still alive, he sighed in relief. The beast's roars outside urged him to act fast. He tore off her slime-covered jeans in one swift motion. But the next second, Jiang Nan froze in place. Li Mayan's undergarments were unexpectedly minimal. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, he pulled a pair of his own athletic pants from his dimensional space and dressed her in them. Just as Jiang Nan was tying the waistband, Li Mayan groggily regained consciousness. Seeing the scene before her, she immediately burst into tears. You beast! Taking advantage of me while I'm unconscious. I didn't feel anything. I was just changing your pants. Jiang Nan tried to explain helplessly. Li Mayan finally realized her misunderstanding, and her face turned bright red. To make matters worse, her little secret had been exposed to Jiang Nan. To prove his innocence, Jiang Nan rolled up the slime-covered jeans and tossed them out of the cave. Sure enough, the earthquake bear immediately abandoned its pursuit, pouncing on the pants and devouring them in one bite. Li Mayan finally understood what had happened. Embarrassed, she muttered. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have doubted you. It's fine. I have a terrible memory. You'll probably forget this by tomorrow, Jiang Nan replied with a grin. Seeing his forgiving smile, the guilt in Li Mayan's heart slowly melted away, and she couldn't help but smile back. The atmosphere inside the cave was thick with tension as Jiang Nan and Li Mayan remained silent. The earth bear, sensing the stalemate, gave up its pursuit and turned to leave. Just as Jiang Nan exhaled in relief, a sharp gust of wind suddenly howled from the horizon. A towering black figure plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily into the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. Jiang Nan and Li Mayan stared in stunned silence at the newcomer, a figure clad in a sharp black military uniform, with hair coiled into a bun under a beret, and piercing narrow eyes that gleamed with cold determination. It was none other than Lynx. Angered by the sudden intruder, the earth bear roared and raised its massive paw, striking fiercely at Lynx. Instead of retreating, Lynx stepped forward, meeting the attack head-on with a single punch. Boom! The impact was deafening. Half of Lynx's body sank into the rock, but her hands had turned a hardened black, resembling wrought iron. Unfazed, she gripped the earth bear's paw, and with a surge of strength, she hurled the colossal beast to the ground. My goodness! Jiang Nan's scalp tingled as he exclaimed, is she even human? She's more like a humanoid dinosaur beast. The earth bear roared furiously as it struggled to its feet, its body emanating a dark glow that solidified into a thick shield, its spiritual skill, Bear King's shield. But Lynx remained indifferent. Her arms turned completely black, glinting with a metallic sheen. She lunged forward, her arms radiating a blazing red light. With a punch that broke the sound barrier, she unleashed a shockwave. The Bear King's shield shattered instantly, and the earth bear was sent flying, slamming into the cliff face. Lynx leapt onto its face, raining down punches one after another, each strike as explosive as a tank shell. Within 30 seconds, the golden-ranked earth bear lay lifeless. Jiang Nan! Lynx straightened up and called out, taking a deep breath. Over here, Sister Lynx. Jiang Nan waved from the cave entrance. Li Mayan watched the scene unfold, her mind flashing back to the time Lynx had personally come to pick up Jiang Nan from school. After 3 years as classmates, she suddenly realized how little she truly knew about Jiang Nan, and she felt a twinge of regret over the petty disagreements they'd had. Seeing Jiang Nan unharmed, Lynx's icy demeanor softened slightly, though she still couldn't help but scold him. Why are you always running off? You're nothing but trouble. I knew you cared about me, Sister Lynx. Jiang Nan grinned cheekily as he approached, but his words were cut short by Lynx's frosty glare. Quickly changing the subject, he eagerly retrieved a golden-ranked spiritual orb from the earth bear's body. Without a word, Lynx grabbed Jiang Nan by the waistband with one hand, scooped up Li Mayan with the other, and leapt into the air. As they sped through the wind, Jiang Nan's face contorted from the force, and he silently grumbled to himself. Why does Li Mayan get carried gently while I'm hauled around like a sack of potatoes? Eventually, Lynx landed at the Night Corps base. After setting Li Mayan down, she whisked Jiang Nan away into the night, leaving only his screams echoing behind. At the base, their classmates buzzed with chatter. Was that really Jiang Nan just now? If it wasn't, our outpost would have been done for. Li Mayan turned red with embarrassment when Ling Feng noticed she was now wearing a pair of men's athletic pants. Meanwhile, Li Xiang and Lu Chuanwu exchanged dark looks, clearly displeased that she had managed to survive. Jiang Nan was involuntarily experiencing a free roller coaster ride, with the howling wind slapping against his face so fiercely that he was nearly numb. Why won't you put me down already? We've escaped, haven't we? He shouted in confusion. Lynx replied coldly, you're their target. If I don't take you away, others will be in danger. Damn, doesn't that make me even more of a target? Jiang Nan suddenly realized. You're using me as bait and yourself as the fishing rod. At that moment, Lynx sensed something was off, but before she could react, the solid ground beneath her feet suddenly turned into quicksand, pulling her in up to her waist. Acting quickly, she hurled Jiang Nan away with all her strength. Jiang Nan twisted midair and landed steadily on a tree branch. Finally, I'm out of the lion's den. Jiang Nan breathed a sigh of relief. On the sandy ground below, a man in camouflage emerged with a cold smirk. It was Constantine from the Goose Nation. You've got some serious luck, kid. Constantine sneered. But this time, you won't escape. If you try, I'll make you wish you were dead. Once I deal with this woman, you're next. Jiang Nan, however, sat leisurely on the tree branch, swinging his legs. Deal with Lynx? You must be dreaming. Even a golden-ranked earth bear runs from her. And you think you can take on someone who can crush golden-ranked spirit beasts with her bare hands? Go ahead. Show us your skills, amateur. Constantine was so enraged he couldn't even respond, his fury level spiking by 666 points. Meanwhile, Lynx had already freed herself from the quicksand and was closing in step by step. Constantine let out a roar, manipulating countless grains of yellow sand to coil up like serpents, wrapping around Lynx and compressing her into a 10-meter-wide pyramid. Holy crap! Gaara's sand burial. Jiang Nan's eyes lit up. Have you been binge-watching Naruto? You're in your 40s, and you're still pulling off moves this cringy? Constantine's face turned bright red. Shut up. Suddenly, the pyramid exploded, revealing Lynx, her entire body covered in a black iron-like sheen. She looked like an iron warrior, exuding a unique and striking beauty. Constantine quickly switched tactics, summoning countless stone spikes from the ground, but they only managed to tear a few holes in Lynx's uniform. Her skin remained unscathed. Jiang Nan was dumbfounded. This level of physical resilience made even his energy-boosted self seem weak by comparison. Desperate, Constantine raised his hand to conjure a massive stone sphere, 20 meters in diameter, trapping Lynx midair. A planetary devastation? Jiang Nan continued to mock. Didn't you say you've never watched Naruto? Why not try a Shinra Tensei while you're at it? Before his words had even faded, Lynx had already shattered the stone sphere with a deafening blow. She shot out like an arrow, gripping Constantine's face and slamming him hard into the ground. Then, as if she were dribbling a basketball, she repeatedly smashed his head into the earth until he lost consciousness. Finally, Lynx cuffed Constantine with spirit-binding handcuffs, and only then did Jiang Nan gleefully scamper over. The Lynx's body gradually shed its black iron-like hue. Beneath the tattered military uniform, snow-white skin peeked through, especially the neatly arranged 8-pack abs, dazzlingly white like top-grade mutton jade. Jiang Nan couldn't help but reach out, gently pressing her abdomen. The texture was soft yet elastic, leaving him puzzled. How did it turn that iron-black color earlier? It doesn't seem very defensive, he muttered, giving the soft flesh another curious pinch. Just then, a chill ran down his spine as he sensed an icy gaze boring into him. Jiang Nan looked up to find the Lynx staring at him with a murderous glare. He quickly withdrew his hand, awkwardly explaining, I was just curious, that's all. To make amends, he rolled up his sleeve and exposed his belly. See? I won't let you feel cheated, you can pinch mine too. The Lynx's expression turned incredulous. You call that fair? 666 resentment points from Luo Tianhong. Cut the nonsense and carry him, the Lynx commanded. Jiang Nan let out a sigh of relief, grateful he'd narrowly avoided being turned into a punching bag. You just can't bring yourself to hit me, can you? He teased, quickly hoisting Constantine onto his shoulder and teleporting to follow closely behind the Lynx. They arrived at the entrance of a cave, and the Lynx dragged Constantine inside. She turned to Jiang Nan and said, Wait outside. Jiang Nan shivered, already imagining Constantine's impending misery. Sure enough, muffled thuds and agonized screams soon echoed from within the cave. Before long, the Lynx emerged, her fists stained with blood. Jiang Nan greeted her with a bright smile. Tired? Huh? Let me take over for a bit while you rest. Without waiting for a response, he eagerly dashed into the cave. Inside, Constantine lay on the ground, bloodied and pale. Jiang Nan flashed a devilish grin and immediately began pummeling him. Talk. Are you going to talk or not? 1,000 resentment points from Constantine. After half an hour of relentless beating, Jiang Nan, panting heavily, asked again, Well, are you going to talk? Tears streaming down his face, Constantine whimpered in a pitiful voice, You keep asking, talk or not. But what do you even want me to say? You've never asked a single actual question. You just came in and started hitting me. I want to talk, but I don't even know what to say. The burly man collapsed in a sobbing heap on the ground. I've never been this humiliated in my life, getting beaten up without even being interrogated properly. If you want me to talk, at least ask something first. Jiang Nan scratched his head irritably, feeling an overwhelming headache from the situation at hand. He couldn't help but turn to glance at the Lynx leaning against the cave entrance. Although the Lynx's face was slightly flushed, she quickly regained her composure and said with a hint of arrogance, Forgot to ask. What? Jiang Nan looked utterly shocked. It dawned on him that he had been so focused on venting his frustration by beating up Constantine that had forgotten to ask the important questions. To cover his embarrassment, he cleared his throat and said self-righteously, If I don't ask, can't you just spill the beans on your own? No sense of initiative at all serves you right to get beaten. Constantine immediately protested. Hey, is that how people talk? I wanted to explain, all right? But every time I tried to speak, you shut me up with punches. Half an hour of non-stop blows, where was I supposed to find the chance to talk? The Lynx cut straight to the point. How many people came? Jiang Nan, make him confess honestly. Faced with this violent duo, Constantine caved completely and confessed everything on the spot. If Jiang Nan hadn't stopped him, he might have even divulged his accomplices' home addresses and the names of their mistresses. Pathetic. You're a disgrace to mercenaries. Jiang Nan sneered coldly. Constantine, furious, nearly spat out blood on the spot. Pathetic? A disgrace? Are you kidding me? You're the one who made me confess, and now you're insulting me for it? Hypocrite. Do you even have a conscience? Jiang Nan nimbly dodged the spit and immediately tattled to the Lynx. Sister Lynx, he's slandering me. The Lynx's face darkened. Kid, Do you even know what slander means? Was your language teacher your gym coach? Seeing that the lynx ignored him, Jiang Nan pouted. But he quickly recalled Constantine's confession. White Shark had sent a significant number of people this time, planning to use the Indofterm exams to tie up the Dark Knight army while capturing Jiang Nan and then fleeing. However, their plan was disrupted by the unexpected appearance of a Golden Tier earthquake bear. Most of White Shark's members had already been subdued by the Dark Knight army. What worried Jiang Nan most was that even the Golden Tier Constantine wasn't the leader. Just then, a burly man from Russia, shirtless and composed, walked slowly toward the cave. I knew it. This bunch of useless fools couldn't handle you. The Chinese Dark Knight army truly lives up to its reputation. The lynx's expression turned uncharacteristically serious. Jin Gang, this time, you'll die on Chinese soil. I guarantee it. Jin Gang narrowed his eyes. You, I will kill. And I'll take the boy with me. Without turning, the lynx said to Jiang Nan, take care of yourself. If I die, you run. China needs a second spatial user. Jiang Nan feigned ease. Don't worry if you die, they'll definitely run. But his heart was heavy. Just how powerful was Jin Gang? If even the lynx wasn't confident. The lynx nodded in satisfaction, then began rotating her neck as her body was enveloped in a dark, iron-like sheen. Jin Gang burst into laughter, and under Jiang Nan's astonished gaze, his flesh began to transform into diamond. He eventually became a human-shaped diamond, gleaming under the moonlight. Holy crap! What kind of rich kid superpower is this? He can turn into diamond? Jiang Nan exclaimed. How many carats is that? If you're broke, just clip off a piece and sell it. A walking diamond bachelor, and you're wasting it as a mercenary? No future in that. Jin Gang frowned. No future? So what if I'm a mercenary? It's called having a dream. Ever heard of it? The two stopped wasting words and clashed instantly. Their fists collided with explosive force, the air around them crackling. Sparks flew where their blows met. In their close quarters battle, every punch landed with raw intensity, the scene utterly fierce. On closer inspection, Jin Gang's body was stained with the lynx's blood. While the lynx's strength could crack the diamond-like surface of Jin Gang's body, she couldn't fully overcome its hardness. Jiang Nan noticed diamond shards scattered on the ground, and his eyes lit up. Without hesitation, he teleported onto the battlefield and bent down to pick them up. Holding a diamond the size of a pigeon egg, he couldn't help but grin from ear to ear, his mind racing with all sorts of wild ideas as he continued collecting the fragments. Jiang Nan stared at King Kong, and suddenly, an idea struck him. King Kong was once human, but now he's turned into diamond. The bits falling off him. Doesn't that make him human scum? Following this logic, Jiang Nan abruptly looked up and coldly spat out two words at King Kong. Human scum. King Kong froze for a moment, then erupted in rage. Oh? What kind of player are you? Picking up the scraps I shed is bad enough, but calling me human scum? Can you have some shame? The battle grew fiercer. The lynx unleashed her crimson aura skill, her attacks swift and relentless. King Kong, unwilling to be outdone, suddenly sprouted countless diamond spikes from his body, each strike leaving bloody gashes on the lynx. Jiang Nan watched anxiously, wanting to jump in and help, but he quickly realized that with his current abilities limited to teleportation for escape, he had no means of breaking through King Kong's defenses. At that moment, the lynx's body burst forth with dazzling red light, accompanied by an earth-shattering explosion. The entire ground shook violently. When Jiang Nan refocused his gaze, he saw the lynx with diamond spikes embedded in her chest, abdomen, and thigh, blood flowing freely from the wounds. King Kong lay collapsed on the ground, with most of his spikes broken off, leaving countless diamond fragments scattered around. His entire body was covered in cracks, like a ceramic piece on the verge of shattering, and he dared not move a muscle. The lynx attempted to continue her attack, but collapsed from severe blood loss. Jiang Nan rushed forward to catch her, his breath quickening as he saw the spikes lodged in her vital areas. Don't die. I've got a med kit, let me patch you up. The lynx shook her head weakly, her voice hoarse. King Kong isn't dead yet. Forget about me. Kill him now. Jiang Nan's heart skipped a beat as he realized she was right. King Kong was still alive, glaring at him with a menacing gaze. Though his body was riddled with cracks and he couldn't move, the fractures were slowly mending. Facing Jiang Nan, who was only at Black Iron 10-star level, King Kong showed no concern. Instead, he taunted. Even if I let you hack away at me, you still wouldn't break through my defense. Jiang Nan was in a panic. If this Diamond King of fighters recovered, both he and Lynx would be done for. 200 pounds of diamonds? Watch me handle this. Jiang Nan's eyes burned with determination as he stared at King Kong's massive diamond body. He might not be able to lift a brick, but when it came to money or diamonds, that was his specialty. King Kong noticed the sly glint in Jiang Nan's eyes and involuntarily swallowed. Jiang Nan swiftly drew out his military dagger and delivered a fierce stab at King Kong's neck. A sharp clang echoed as sparks flew, numbing his hand and chipping the blade. Damn it, that's tough. Jiang Nan gritted his teeth. King Kong smirked smugly. Let's see what you can do to me. That taunt only fueled Jiang Nan's anger. Maybe I can't beat you, but I can definitely get my hands on some cash. His eyes shifted as a new idea struck him. He changed tactics, attempting to pry open King Kong's mouth with the dagger. But King Kong clenched his jaw tightly, refusing to budge. Fine, just you wait. Jiang Nan sneered, grabbing two small rocks and shoving them into King Kong's diamond nostrils. Won't open your mouth? Let's see how long you can hold your breath. 3 minutes later, King Kong's face turned beet red as he finally gasped for air. Jiang Nan was ready. He quickly shoved a detoxifying yellow bean and a piece of spiritual energy-infused leek into King Kong's mouth. What? What did you just feed me? King Kong roared in a mix of shock and fury. You'll see. Jiang Nan replied with a mischievous grin. Sure enough, King Kong soon grew restless and agitated. Jiang Nan seized the opportunity, using his dagger to pry diamonds off King Kong's body. Watching pieces of his body being stripped away, King Kong erupted in rage. I'll kill you. He lunged forward, his diamond fists raining down like a storm. Jiang Nan barely managed to hold his ground, but the overwhelming strength gap forced him to retreat step by step. At a critical moment, he teleported behind King Kong, locking his arms around King Kong's neck in a chokehold. King Kong fought back furiously, his punches landing with brutal force. Jiang Nan's back cracked under the pressure, his bones and tendons straining. Blood surged up his throat, but he stubbornly swallowed it down. Run. Leave him. Leave me. Lynx shouted weakly. Jiang Nan flashed a bloody grin, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Give up on this much diamond? You must be joking. You promised me. You said if you died, I'd run. A man's word is worth nothing. Little Lynx, you're still too naive. Jiang Nan took another devastating punch, but refused to let go of King Kong. At that moment, Lynx stared at the bloodied figure, still clinging on despite the odds. A wave of indescribable emotions surged in his chest. He bit his lip hard, unable to say a single word. Jiang Nan had always been a joker, his words often slick and playful, but he never faltered when it mattered. At this moment, he stood firm, his gaze resolute, jaw clenched tightly, clearly having made up his mind. Wildcat nodded silently, acknowledging that her judgment of him had been spot on. If I don't take you down today, they'll eat dirt on livestream, Jiang Nan declared, raising the stakes. The moment he said his bold vow, a violent transformation began within him. His heart pounded furiously, blood coursing through his veins at an alarming speed, and his body temperature spiked as if molten lava were flowing inside him. The heat evaporated the moisture in his body, causing wisps of steam to rise from his pores. His skin turned an eerie crimson, veins bulging visibly. Jiang Nan felt his senses heighten instantly, his physical capabilities surging to unprecedented levels. Wildcat's eyes widened in realization this was the blood ignition serum taking effect. Come here, you. Jiang Nan growled, his hands suddenly exerting immense force. A sharp crack echoed as the diamond-forged head snapped clean off. The massive diamond body collapsed with a thunderous crash, and Jiang Nan, panting heavily, stared at the enormous diamond head in his hands. Clicking his tongue, he muttered, damn. How much is this thing worth? Wildcat was at a loss for words, but this wasn't the time for quips. Jiang Nan immediately turned his attention to her injuries. Blood had already pooled beneath her, and her face was as pale as a ghost. Don't bother saving me, Wildcat said weakly. Out here in the wilderness, there's no way you'll make it. Just go. With your skills, you can make it out of this spirit realm. Jiang Nan crouched down beside her, grinning cheekily. Come on, I've seen people in movies survive worse than this and still walk away like nothing happened. You'll be fine. Can you be serious for once? Wildcat said with a faint, bitter smile. Jiang Nan shook his head. There was no way he was going to let Wildcat die on his watch. Looking at the nearly 2 million resentment points had accumulated in the system, he silently prayed, System, don't mess with me this time. Just work for once, will you? Step aside. Time for me to show off, Jiang Nan exclaimed, staring at the information that suddenly appeared in his mind. He froze for a moment. What the? I've got nothing to say to this. The 10 consecutive draws began. Again and again, Jiang Nan watched as 100,000 resentment points disappeared each time. After 19 draws, had only managed to get 5 Supreme Beauty Pills, with the rest being useless Heo brand underwear. On the 20th draw, finally, something new appeared: a Vitality Ginseng. Jiang Nan quickly checked the item description. Vitality Ginseng. Effects. Restores the user's health, cures all ailments, replenishes blood and energy. Super effective. Though the system's overly serious description made Jiang Nan skeptical, he had no other choice with Wildcat on the brink of death. He took out the ginseng and was dumbfounded. This wasn't some miraculous herb. It looked like a pitiful, malnourished twig, shriveled and scrawny, barely the size of his thumb. What the hell? This pathetic thing is supposed to cure all diseases? Replenish blood and energy? Super effective? Who'd believe that nonsense? What kind of lousy presentation is this? Jiang Nan grabbed the shriveled ginseng root and shoved it toward the wildcat's mouth without hesitation. Come on, eat it. This ginseng is super restorative. You'll be fine after this. The wildcat stared at the dry, lifeless root in dismay. The thing looked more like a malnourished twig than a magical herb. Was this really the best solution they had? Just stop. Let me have a moment of peace, the wildcat said weakly, wanting to spend her final moments reminiscing. But with Jiang Nan's commotion, the solemn atmosphere was completely ruined. If you want eat it, I'll feed it to you myself. Jiang Nan threatened, leaning closer. And yes, I mean that literally. Fine. Shut up already. I'll eat it. The wildcat shot Jiang Nan a furious glare and reluctantly opened her mouth to take the ginseng. Watching Jiang Nan pull out another root, hesitate briefly, and then swallow it, she couldn't help silently mocking his absurd behavior. Suddenly, a warm sensation spread through her body, and an itch began to radiate from her wounds. Jiang Nan carefully gripped the 3 diamond-like spikes embedded in her, and, urged by her impatient commands, pulled them out one by one. To their astonishment, the wounds began to heal visibly, the flesh knitting together with incredible speed. But just as they started to marvel at the miracle, 3 streams of blood erupted from the wounds, shooting over a meter high. Within seconds, Jiang Nan was drenched in blood, fumbling desperately to press against the injuries. Hey, where do you think your hands are going? The wildcat exclaimed. I'm trying to stop the bleeding. Jiang Nan defended himself. Sister Wildcat, how do you even have this much blood? Within half a minute, the bleeding stopped, and the wildcat's wounds were completely healed, her skin smooth and flawless. The two stared at each other, stunned by the miraculous recovery. But it wasn't over yet. Jiang Nan's expression suddenly shifted as twin streams of nosebleed gushed out like fountains. The wildcat was just about to laugh when her own nose started pouring blood. The side effect hit them hard and fast, and the two sat there, bleeding profusely for 3 hours before it finally stopped. In the end, the wildcat, clutching her nose, extended a hand toward Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan cautiously extended his hand, pressing his palm against the lynx. The moment their palms touched, the lynx noticeably stiffened. Aren't you a bit old to be playing high five? Jiang Nan said in a teasing tone. The lynx slapped his hand away with a sharp smack and snapped, Who wants to high five with you? Give me some clothes. She was utterly exasperated by this man's peculiar train of thought. Spending time with him was enough to drive anyone to the brink of madness. Jiang Nan chuckled and handed her a set of his clothes. They were both in a sorry state covered in blood, and the lynx's clothes were so tattered they looked like rags. While the lynx was changing, Jiang Nan took the opportunity to stealthily collect all the giant diamonds formed from the Vajra's corpse into his alternate dimension. It was a haul of over 200 pounds of diamonds. As he calculated the fortune in his head, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Ever seen a diamond ring the size of a human head? He muttered to himself. The lynx finished changing into Jiang Nan's clothes, a pair of shorts and a white t-shirt with a Doryman print. Due to her figure, the t-shirt ended up looking like a crop top. Catching Jiang Nan staring at her, she barked. What are you looking at? How can I help it when I have an eye for beauty? Jiang Nan grinned brightly. I just can't control myself. Jiang Nan, you and your sweet talk. The lynx huffed before changing the subject. Where did you get that ginseng, baby? Without missing a beat, Jiang Nan replied. Dug it up in the spirit ruins. Your house doesn't even have a backyard. Who are you trying to fool? The lynx retorted with a roll of her eyes. As someone from the military, she was well informed about Jiang Nan's background. Jiang Nan gave an awkward laugh and decided to drop the topic. The lynx's expression turned serious as she locked eyes with him. Join me. Jiang Nan fell silent, his face showing a trace of hesitation. Seeing this, the lynx nodded in understanding. After all, this was a significant decision that required careful thought. Half a minute later, Jiang Nan let out a long sigh. Fine, I'll join you. But I want a Mercedes, a little villa, a stack of cash, and hugs every morning and night. Promise me all that and I'm in. What on earth? The lynx nearly lost her mind. I'm just asking you to join the night corps as a watchman. A Mercedes, a villa. Cash, those are already ridiculous. And now you're asking for hugs too? Are we talking about becoming a little puppy? Or a night shift worker? Shan Mao's face instantly darkened, a flicker of anger flashing through her eyes. Hugs? You must be asking for trouble. Shan Mao snapped. Jiang Nan shrank back, looking uneasy. What? No, that's not right. Whips and chains. That's not really my thing. This instantly caused Luo Tianhong's resentment level to spike by 1,000 points. Shan Mao grabbed Jiang Nan's cheeks and started squeezing them fiercely. I mean joining me as a night shift worker. Be one of my soldiers. Jiang Nan froze for a moment, then his expression turned disappointed. Not a sugar mama? I thought I could finally rely on my looks and live carefree as a pampered little puppy. Hey, are you serious with that disappointed look? Shan Mao rolled her eyes in exasperation. What normal person would even think that? How about you actually consider my offer? No way. Jiang Nan shook his head defiantly. I still have school. Shan Mao refused to give up. What's the point of school? I can teach you everything they do. She had been a hard-working soldier for so long, and now that she had discovered Jiang Nan's potential, there was no way she would let him slip away. To her, Jiang Nan's stage shouldn't just be confined to the small city of Jiangqing, but should encompass all of Huaxia and even the world. But Jiang Nan kept shaking his head like a rattled drum. Nope. Are you kidding? What's the benefit of being a night shift worker in the military? No poorly dressed girls to rescue, no chance to make money from street stalls, and no campus life to enjoy. Surprisingly, Shan Mao suddenly smiled at his firm refusal. Fine, fine. If you don't want to, I won't force you. Let's go. Her unexpected response made Jiang Nan wary. With Shan Mao's personality, shouldn't she have beaten him up and dragged him off already? Shamajiji, what's the deal with that blood combustion serum? When we fought King Kong earlier, military secret. Can't tell you. Shan Mao glanced at him. Seriously? You're playing this game now? Jiang Nan finally understood her intentions. Shan Mao's voice turned coaxing. Join the night shift team and I'll tell you. Still not going. Jiang Nan turned his head away, muttering, stupid Shan Mao, manipulative woman, human-shaped dinosaur, heartless scoundrel. In the end, I have to bear all this alone. Afterward, Shan Mao took Jiang Nan on a tour of various locations, initially intending to assist the night army. But soon, they received word that aside from King Kong and Constantine, all other White Shark personnel who had invaded the spiritual realm had been captured, and all the students had been safely evacuated. Of course, she had no idea that Constantine had been cuffed, and that King Kong had been turned into a massive diamond resting in Jiang Nan's alternate dimension. Along the way, Jiang Nan was far from idle. The aftermath of the beast tide left behind a large number of beast corpses. The night army had only managed to collect the silver-grade spirit pearls before hastily leaving the rest for him to claim. Step by step, Jiang Nan happily scavenged money. At the entrance to the Tianqi spiritual realm, the night army had already taken over and was guarding the area tightly. Many students' parents had gathered there, overjoyed to see their children safe and sound. Meanwhile, parents who received bad news were weeping uncontrollably. As a spiritual warrior, danger is an inherent part of life. Even with mental preparation, sudden unforeseen events can still be hard to accept. Fortunately, the Dark Knight Corps intervened just in time, minimizing the damage. At this moment, Xia Yao and Zhong Yingxue rushed to the scene overnight. Watching others exit one after another but still not seeing Jiang Nan, they were both extremely anxious. Even Wu Liang and Tang Qianya had returned safely, yet Jiang Nan was still nowhere to be found. Zhong Yingxue's delicate face was filled with worry, her eyes slightly red, and tears still visible. Xia Yao gently comforted her. Don't worry, Shue. Xiao Nan is so clever. He'll definitely take care of himself. Just then, a commotion arose at the entrance to the spiritual ruins. Jiang Nan appeared, walking slowly behind Wildcat and stepping out through the gate. A group of Dark Knight Corps members saluted Wildcat in unison. Captain. Wildcat nodded slightly but said nothing. Everyone's gaze instinctively lingered on Wildcat. She was wearing a men's short-sleeved shirt with a Doraemon print that revealed her slender waist. Jiang Nan was similarly dressed in shorts and a t-shirt, also featuring Doraemon. The obvious couple's outfit left everyone momentarily stunned. What made it even more intriguing was that Wildcat was clearly wearing Jiang Nan's clothes. Coupled with the fact that the two had disappeared together for a full 3 hours earlier, the crowd's expressions became subtly complicated. Chen Shun and Ning exchanged glances with Jiang Nan, one giving exaggerated hints, the other discreetly giving a thumbs up. Jiang Nan looked smug as if to say, I didn't do anything at all. The evacuated students were equally shocked, whispering among themselves about Jiang Nan's special relationship with the Dark Knight Corps. Li Mayan, imagining certain scenarios, blushed slightly. Noticing the situation, Wildcat's face filled with suspicion. She rolled her eyes at the grinning Jiang Nan. All this fuss just because you picked up a few spirit beads? Is it really worth being this happy? Let's go back. I still have work to do. Got it, Sister Wildcat. Don't forget to miss me. Scram. As soon as Jiang Nan stepped out of the restricted area, he was immediately sandwiched between Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao, who lunged at him. The sweet scent of the two girls surrounded him. Are you hurt? Do you feel unwell anywhere? Zhong Yingxue asked anxiously, checking him over. Why did it take you so long to come out? What happened? Xia Yao pressed. Seeing the two girls rushing over in the middle of the night out of concern for him, Jiang Nan felt a warmth in his heart. If I told you I was digging for diamonds and found over 200 pounds of them, would you believe me? The two girls rolled their eyes at him in unison. Resentment points 6,662. As a reward for coming all this way, I'll give you some candy. Jiang Nan conjured 3 supreme beauty pills. Xia Yao's eyes lit up. She kissed Jiang Nan on the cheek, snatched 2 pills, and stuffed them into her chest. Then she quickly spat and wiped her mouth, jumping over to Zhong Yingshu's side. Shue, listen to me. My loyalty to you is unwavering. That kiss just now is forced. Let me kiss you to make up for it, okay? Zhong Yingxue looked speechless. Oh? Jiang Nan was dumbfounded. You little wolf in sheep's clothing. Betraying me after crossing the river? Using me and then discarding me? Shameless. Jiang Nan was just about to get close to Zhong Yingxue when she pushed him away with a look of disdain. Nearby, Xia Yao saw this and let out a mischievous laugh. Undeterred, Jiang Nan stuffed a beauty elixir into Zhong Yingshue's pocket, leaned in closer, and blinked expectantly. Won't you give it a try? Zhong Yingxue couldn't help but laugh, her radiant smile stunning everyone around her. She playfully flicked Jiang Nan's forehead. In your dreams. I'm not kissing you. Jiang Nan immediately put on a look of exaggerated grievance. The surrounding classmates watched the scene unfold, their envy palpable. Who wouldn't want to be like Jiang Nan, just returning from Lingshu and already greeted by 2 breathtaking beauties? His charm made even top-tier actresses seem dull in comparison. At that moment, Wu Liang and Tang Qianya approached. Tang Qianya was still sniffling. Nange, I knew you'd be okay. I was so worried about you. But Jiang Nan froze in place instantly because Wu Liang had shown up wearing nothing but a pair of shorts. The nearby teachers, students, and even the Dark Knight army couldn't help but start whispering among themselves, with some even pulling out their phones to take pictures. Wu Liang, however, was unfazed, proudly flaunting his sculpted physique. Even Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao were momentarily stunned. Is this what they call a muscle fanatic? They murmured. Jiang Nan cleared his throat awkwardly to break the tension and introduced him. This is Wu Liang, the shield warrior I chose. Are you sure about this? Xia Yao asked, covering her face in disbelief. Zhong Yingxue also seemed concerned. Nan, you really need to be careful with your choices. Jiang Nan chuckled and reassured them. Don't worry. My judgment's always spot on. Let's all grab a meal later and get to know each other better. Xia Yao, visibly excited, declared she was going to stick with Jiang Nan from now on and even mentioned wanting to visit Lingshu for some grilled skewers. It was then that Zhong Yingxue suddenly realized something. Wait, teammates. Xia Yao wrapped an arm around Zhong Yingshue's shoulders and explained Jiang Nan's plan to join Songjiang Lingwu, as well as how he'd managed to handle Luo Tianxiang. Hearing this, Zhong Yingshue's eyes welled up with tears, and she threw her arms around Jiang Nan. Just as Jiang Nan was about to seize the moment for a kiss, Xia Yao stepped in to stop him. She even made a bet with him. If he could rank first among the 3 schools, she'd wash his socks for a month. To her surprise, Jiang Nan raised an eyebrow with a sly grin and said that she'd have to wash his socks regardless of the outcome. At that moment, a teacher called for everyone to assemble for score tallying. Jiang Nan hurriedly dragged Wu Liang and Tang Qianya to join the lineup. Thanks to Wu Liang's unconventional attire, their group instantly became the center of attention. It was finally Jiang Nan's turn. As he strode confidently to the front, the classmates who had experienced the infamous skewer incident instinctively touched their teeth, a vivid reminder of that painful memory. Everyone was certain Jiang Nan's team was undoubtedly going to take first place. Jiang Nan casually opened his spatial dimension and effortlessly pulled out a handful of multicolored spirit beads. The dazzling light immediately illuminated the entire classroom. Just as the invigilator was about to start counting, Jiang Nan suddenly seemed to recall something and pulled out another handful, placing it on the table. What if the other teams also managed to get spirit beads from the Dark Knight army like I did? With this thought, he retrieved a third handful. In the back, Xia Yao glared at him furiously, and the system promptly notified. Resentment value from Xia Yao 666. This was soon followed by Li Xiang's 1000, and the invigilator's 666. Seeing the endless stream of resentment points, Jiang Nan's eyes lit up as he continued to pull out more. The tray was soon piled high, and the invigilator was visibly sweating. Student, can you just take them all out at once? The entire class was on the verge of losing their minds, shouting, Is there no end to this? Is your spatial dimension Doraemon's magic pouch or something? Even the usually composed Wu Liang and Tang Qianya were left dumbfounded. They distinctly remembered that there hadn't been nearly this many spirit beads when Jiang Nan was selling skewers, but Jiang Nan remained unhurried, continuing to extract more beads. He even whispered, Teacher, do you think this is enough to secure first place? If not, I've got more. What do you think? The teacher's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Whisper. We can all hear you. The classmates protested through gritted teeth. That's it, then. Jiang Nan replied innocently. If it's not enough for first place, you'll have to compensate me. The teacher reluctantly began counting the spirit beads. while Jiang Nan stood to the side, smirking and deliberately raising his eyebrows at Xia Yao, who was so furious she was grinding her teeth. There was no escaping the fact she'd be washing underwear for a month. After more than 3 minutes of counting, the sheer quantity was astonishing. Suddenly, Jiang Nan suggested, "Teacher, why bother counting? I brought a scale. Let's weigh them instead. Everyone else is getting impatient." Weigh them? The teacher was on the verge of a breakdown. Do you think this is a market for sunflower seeds, peanuts, and raisins? I've been teaching for 20 years, and I've never weighed spirit beads before. As the resentment points soared to new heights, the classmates were hopping mad. Can you stop being so shameless? Stop breaking our hearts. But Jiang Nan, watching the resentment points climb with glee, just chuckled smugly. This feels so good. When the results were announced, the hotel's large screen suddenly started flickering wildly. Jiang Nan stepped forward to take a closer look as the scores of the other teams appeared one after another. The Strive for First team earned 4 bronze-level star beads and 17 black-level star beads. The Yizhao Willy Jiao Jiao team collected 3 bronze-level star beads and 11 black-level star beads. When it was the turn of the Jiang Nan Says It All team, the screen displayed a shocking result. A total weight of 7 pounds and 6 ounces of star beads. This jaw-dropping figure instantly catapulted them to the top of the leaderboard. Jiang Nan couldn't help but burst into laughter. This was probably the first time in history that star bead results were measured by weight. Looking at the bizarre team names, it seemed like none of the teams from Jiangqing No. 1 High School had a proper one. Seeing the resentment levels rising rapidly, Jiang Nan pulled out his phone to snap a picture of the leaderboard, then smugly ran over to Xia Yao. 1 month of socks, don't forget our deal, he teased. Xia Yao was so furious that she gritted her teeth and shot him a fierce glare. Can't you let someone else win for once? Coming in second place would still qualify us for Songjiang Spirit Marshal. Ugh, you're such a clueless guy. Her resentment value instantly skyrocketed by 1,000. Jiang Nan looked puzzled, thinking to himself, does this silver-haired wild beast expect me to wash her socks? What a joke, I have my dignity. The final tally was unsurprising. With the astounding result of 7 pounds and 6 ounces, Jiang Nan secured first place. The school promptly arranged for the students to return, and upon learning that Jiang Nan was safe, Zhong Yinxue and her companion also drove back to Jiangqing. Although Zhong Yinxue had wanted to spend more time with Jiang Nan, she couldn't compete with Xia Yao's eagerness to get home and test the effects of the white rabbit milk candy. The three of them agreed to meet for a meal during the holiday before going their separate ways. On the return bus, Jiang Nan opened his phone, which he hadn't touched in a long time. The moment it connected to the internet, it went into a frenzy, vibrating non-stop for a full 30 minutes. When he opened Weibo, he was greeted by over 99 notification alerts, all filled with messages expressing concern for his safety, accompanied by countless little candle emojis for prayers. Reading these heartfelt messages, Jiang Nan felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Jiang Nan excitedly posted on Weibo, "Nan Shun, sent from iPhone 11 Pro Max. Strength and looks do go hand in hand. Can't help it. Songjiang Lingwu, here I come." The post was accompanied by 2 pictures, one showing the final rankings, and the other a group photo of the 3 of them in the Lingshu. In the picture, Jiang Nan and his 2 teammates posed in goofy stances with bright smiles, while in the background, Li Xiang's team could be seen hunting spirit beasts, their faces full of frustration, a stark contrast. Right after posting, Jiang Nan drifted off into a deep sleep. By the time he woke up, his comment section had already exploded with over 10,000 replies. Haha, I knew he'd be fine. Good people don't live long, but troublemakers last forever. What kind of team name is that? Too brilliant. Yeah, you're right. When you're good looking, everything you say is right. 7 pounds 6 ounces? Am I seeing things? Other teams count by individual beasts, but Nan Shun's team goes by weight. 666. Glad you're safe. In the comments, Xiao Yu asked, are you coming to our school? I'll treat you to grilled fish. Jiang Nan immediately replied, iron pot stewed koi? Grilling yourself over charcoal? Instantly, Yu Xiaoqing's resentment level shot up by 333. The school bus took the students back to campus, and the exhausted group slept an entire day before recovering. At the award ceremony the next day, Jiang Nan, Wu Liang, and Tang Xinyan naturally stood on the highest podium, both nervous and excited. What Jiang Nan didn't expect was that Li Xiang's team actually secured second place. However, Li Mayan, clearly still upset about the injury on his neck, kept his distance from his teammates and remained silent throughout the event. When his eyes met Jiang Nan's, he immediately shot him a furious glare. Unfazed, Jiang Nan smirked and provocatively made a hand-chopping gesture, his lips curling into a mischievous grin. Li Mayan instinctively shrank back, clutching his neck and avoiding eye contact for the rest of the ceremony. As the awards were distributed, each person received a red box containing a spirit pearl. Tang Xinya got a silver-grade wood element pearl with the ability of Vine Whip. Wu Liang received a silver-grade berserk pearl, both perfectly complementing their respective abilities. When it was Jiang Nan's turn, the principal shook his hand and delivered a 10-minute speech, praising him from a promising young man to the pillar of the nation. Jiang Nan's hand grew sweaty, his face stiff with a forced smile as he nodded repeatedly like a bobblehead. When the principal finally stopped, Jiang Nan eagerly stretched out his hand, ready for his reward. To his surprise, the principal cleared his throat, turned around, and walked off, cheerfully calling out, "Come on, everyone. Smile. Let's take a photo for the hallway display." Jiang Nan was dumbfounded. He waved at the principal and called out, Hey, where's my little box? My spirit pearl? My skill?" The principal merely glanced at him and continued shouting, "All right, 1, 2, 3, cheese." With a click of the camera, the shutter captured the moment and marked the end of the semester's final exam. In the photo, everyone else smiled brightly, holding their red boxes, while Jiang Nan stood there looking utterly confused, his empty hands spread out. The principal was in an extraordinarily good mood after the photo session. This semester's joint final exams among the three schools turned out to be a double blessing. Not only did Jiang Nan's presence skyrocket the broadcast revenue, but Jiangqing First High School also achieved the best overall results among the three schools. Next year's enrollment prospects were practically guaranteed. Just as he was basking in his joy, a sudden chill ran down his spine. Turning around, he saw Jiang Nan staring at him with eyes full of resentment, sharp enough to kill. The principal shivered, quickly pretending not to notice, and walked away briskly. However, he knew perfectly well that if he didn't give Jiang Nan a satisfactory explanation today, this matter would not be resolved. After the awards ceremony, the principal stopped Jiang Nan, who was about to leave. "Come with me." Suspicious, Jiang Nan followed the principal to his office. On the desk lay 2 documents and a metal box. With lightning speed, Jiang Nan snatched the box. Inside was a spiritual orb emanating spatial energy, making Jiang Nan's mouth water. It was the spatial spirit technique he had been dreaming of. "Put it down. It's not yours yet," the principal said helplessly. "I came in first place. How is this not mine?" Jiang Nan protested indignantly. The principal gestured to the documents on the desk. Only then did Jiang Nan notice that next to the orb was a transfer document to Songjiang's Spiritual Martial Academy, and on the other side was a request from the Dark Knight Army demanding 7 pounds of spiritual orbs from the spirit ruins, claiming they were spoils of their kills. Jiang Nan exploded on the spot. Once something was in his pocket, there was no way he'd give it back. At that moment, the principal handed him another document. "Sign this, and both the orb and the transfer document are yours. Don't sign, and that request form will be yours to deal with." Jiang Nan glanced at it and realized it was an enlistment form for the Dark Knight Army, already filled out with his name only missing his fingerprint. Unbelievable. Jiang Nan finally understood why Mountain Cat had been so confident earlier. His anger flared as he whipped out his phone and dialed her number. "You sneaky Mountain Cat. Manipulative witch. Big pig's hoof. Scumbag. Human-shaped battle dinosaur. Berserk Gundam. EVA Unit 01. Astro Boy." The phone beeped with a busy tone she had clearly hung up. The principal stood there, dumbfounded. How could this kid have the audacity to talk to the Dark Knight Army like that? But then again, he thought, countless people would kill for a chance to join the Dark Knight Army. Why did Jiang Nan act like it was a death sentence? Glaring at his disconnected phone, Jiang Nan immediately dialed again. This time, as soon as the call connected, the lynx's voice carried a chill. "Do you have a death wish?" Jiang Nan froze in place, his tone filled with grievance. "Is this how you treat your savior?" In the office, the lynx suppressed a laugh, deliberately keeping her voice calm. "Hurry up and press your fingerprint. From now on, you're one of mine. In light of your contribution, I'll make you a lieutenant for now." She could already imagine Jiang Nan's pitiful expression, which brought her a surge of satisfaction. "But I still have to go to school." Jiang Nan protested. "It won't interfere with your studies. Don't you have winter and summer breaks, as well as weekends?" The lynx replied. "What the? So, during my vacations, I have to work part-time for the Dark Knight Army? Spatial-type spirit beads are strictly controlled by the state, and the Void Sea spirit ruins aren't open to the public. The Dark Knight Army is your only way to obtain a spatial-type spirit bead. Just think of it as working a side gig." Jiang Nan pouted, but had to admit the lynx made a valid point. He couldn't expect to coast through life with just one teleportation skill, could he? "Fine, but what about my Mercedes, my villa, my cash, and a hug?" The lynx gritted her teeth. "No to everything else, but I can give you a hug." Luo Tianhong's resentment meter instantly shot up by 1,000. Jiang Nan shivered at the thought. A hug from the lynx? That might just send him spiraling into the heavens. Terrified, he quickly hung up the phone and reluctantly pressed his fingerprint. The principal watched this scene unfold with a gratified smile. "Now that's more like it. A lieutenant? Do lieutenants get train ticket discounts?" Jiang Nan asked innocently. The principal's expression darkened. "Discounts? I'll break your legs for that. You joined the Dark Knight Army just to get cheaper train tickets? Resentment meter 666. Jiang Nan picked up the spatial type spirit bead and curiously asked, Principal, what kind of spirit bead is this? It's from the Void Sea Spirit Ruins in Myajianga Void Koi, a golden grade spirit beast, and extremely rare. Jiang Nan was stunned. Golden grade? The lynx is being this generous? You should be grateful. The Void Sea is closed to outsiders, and the lowest grade of spirit beasts there is golden. The Void Koi's spatial wormhole skill is incredibly rare and difficult to capture. The Dark Knight Army really values you. At the school gate, Tang Qinya and Wu Liang were waiting for him. So, did they give you something special? Wu Liang asked with a smile. What kind of spirit bead did you get? It must be amazing, right? Tang Qinya asked expectantly. Jiang Nan wore a bitter expression. It's decent, but I practically sold my soul for it. On his way home, Jiang Nan suddenly pulled out a spirit bead and handed it to Wu Liang. Nange, this? Wu Liang stammered, his voice trembling with excitement as he looked at the golden grade spirit bead. It's from that golden grade Earth Berserk bear. The Bear King's shield skill is pretty good. Go ahead and absorb it. With one Berserk skill and the Bear King's shield, you'll be fine until at least the silver tier. Wu Liang's hands shook as he held the bead. A golden grade spirit bead with a skill was priceless. Yet Jiang Nan had given it to him so casually. Back home, Jiang Nan soaked in a strength potion, enjoying the boost to his physical attributes, then swallowed a beauty pill. Firm in his belief that good looks guaranteed success, he took out the Void Koi spirit bead and prepared to absorb it. This time, he had to break through, right? Sure enough, the terrifying spiritual energy contained in the golden grade spirit bead propelled him straight to bronze tier level 3. But before Jiang Nan could celebrate, he was already itching to test out his newly acquired spatial wormhole skill. Jiang Nan focused his thoughts, and 2 space wormholes the size of wash basins appeared out of thin air in front of him, one for entry and one for exit. He extended his arm into the entrance and, to his surprise, it emerged from the exit. Taking advantage of the moment, he even touched his own face. This is spatial folding. Jiang Nan's eyes lit up as he quickly grasped the essentials of this newfound ability. He could freely set the entrance and exit of the wormholes within a 300-meter radius, control their size, and pass any part of his body through them. Even his teleportation range had increased to 300 meters. An idea struck him, and he immediately opened a pair of wormholes, with one end leading to the kitchen refrigerator. A disembodied arm appeared in front of the fridge and effortlessly retrieved a bottle of soda. At that moment, he felt as if he controlled every inch of space within 300 meters. No wonder this ability needs to be strictly regulated. It's practically a tool for robbing banks. Jiang Nan's playful side emerged as he opened another pair of wormholes, one at the bottom of the bathtub and the other leading to the sewer. In an instant, all the water in the tub drained away. Thrilled by the convenience this ability brought, Jiang Nan had another idea. I could even handle bathroom trips without leaving my bed. Without hesitation, he stood up in the bathtub, opened a wormhole, and aimed the exit under the old locust tree in the courtyard, intending to fertilize it. Unexpectedly, Zhou Yuqing was in the courtyard cleaning. Startled by the sudden stream of sparkling water, she squatted under the tree, curiously observing it and even reaching out to touch it. Mom, come quick. The old locust tree at the entrance is performing a miracle. It's watering itself. Her shout startled Jiang Nan, who quickly closed the wormholes. Zhou Yuqing, still puzzled, muttered, why did it stop? Phenomena like this really are rare and fleeting. What's going on, Shaoqing? Aunt Zhou asked, hurrying over. Hiding in the bathtub, Jiang Nan held his breath, realizing that it was best to keep this divine power under wraps to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. With the final exams over and summer vacation beginning, Jiang Nan was preparing to set up a street stall to make some money. One evening, as he was absorbing spiritual beads, he received a video call from Yingxue. On the screen appeared 2 stunningly beautiful faces, Zhong Yingxue and the silver-haired beauty Xia Yao, who had taken the peerless beauty pill. Xiao Nan, come join us for hot pot and drinks. I didn't drive today. Xia Yao invited cheerfully. Come on, we need to talk about something, Zhong Yingxue said with a smile. Yes, my fans want to meet you too. Yu Qingqing, wearing her signature double bun hairstyle, popped into the frame. Drinks? Jiang Nan raised an eyebrow. Just wait, we'll make sure you're too drunk to find your way home. Xia Yao teased with a mischievous grin. Where? They'll be there right away. Jiang Nan replied. Zhong Yingxue asked him to bring Wu Liang and Tang Qinya along as well. When the 3 of them arrived at the reserved private room, both Wu Liang and Tang Qinya were stunned. Tang Qinya, in particular, was completely captivated by Xia Yao's wild and untamed charm. Mom, I think I'm in love, she exclaimed. Xia Yao observed their reactions and nodded in satisfaction. She turned to Jiang Nan with a playful smirk. Hey, why aren't you complimenting me? Am I not gorgeous? Jiang Nan scoffed. Because I know your true nature as a vicious wolf in sheep's clothing. This immediately riled Xiaoyao up. She bared her teeth, looking like she was ready to strangle Jiang Nan on the spot. Zhong Yingxue quickly stepped in to diffuse the tension. You two. You can't meet without arguing, can you? Come on, Xia Tang, sit next to me. She gestured to the girl beside her and introduced, this is Xiao Yu, a classmate from my school. Yu Qingqing gave a shy smile. Hi, everyone. She even waved at the camera on her phone. Look, everyone. Hey, race the Nan Shun you've all been waiting for. The live stream chat exploded instantly. Damn, Nan Shun is still so handsome. Sailor Moon, I've finally seen you again. Sorry, but my heart's no longer with Nan Shun. Drink him under the table. Jiang Nan froze for a moment. This girl's something else live streaming even while eating? Last time she was stuck in the mall, she was live streaming too. Zhong Yingxue chuckled and explained, don't let her clumsy demeanor fool you. Xiaoyu's a pretty famous streamer on Penguin platform. She signed a 10 million contract. Jiang Nan immediately straightened up. Sister Xiaoyu, do you need a decorative accessory for your leg? Yu Qingqing's face turned bright red, leaving her at a loss for words. Xiaoyao rolled her eyes but then grinned mischievously. Stop teasing her. Tonight, I'm determined to take you down. Wu Yang patted his chest in agreement. We've got to make Ninggu drink until he drops tonight. Tang Qinya, blushing, chimed in. I'll join too. Zhong Yingxue smiled gently. I'll have a few drinks with you, but I can't handle much. Jiang Nan glanced around and suddenly realized something was off. Wait a second. So, everyone's here just to take me down, huh? Despite the daunting situation, he slammed the table and declared, bring it on. Xiaoyao raised an eyebrow. How much can you drink? Let me get a sense of your limit first. Jiang Nan timidly held up one finger. Xiaoyao burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, just one bottle? And you call yourself from Jiangxing? Jiang Nan slowly shook his head, his gaze turning resolute. One bottle? No, you're wrong. I mean, I can drink endlessly. Everyone at the table thought had lost his mind. Xiaoyao sneered in disbelief, while Zhong Yingxue tried to stifle her giggles. Wu Yang egged him on. Nanga, big talkers eat instant noodles without flavor packets. Jiang Nan rolled his eyes and boldly proclaimed, as long as Qingdao beer stands, so will I. As long as snow beer doesn't fall, neither will I. Say no more, challenge me. Yu Qingqing's live stream erupted into chaos, with the chat scrolling at breakneck speed. Holy crap. Jiangcheng's drinking god is not to be messed with. Live stream battle. Let's see who's left standing. Nanshan, you're drunk before you've even started drinking? Are you feeling cocky, or do you think I can't handle a blade anymore? That's some next level bragging. Tonight, I want to see how much you can really handle. Watching the flood of comments and the surge of resentment points they brought, Jiang Nan found himself growing fonder of Yu Qingqing. What a wonderful person. Doge Xiaoyao smirked coldly. I'll just sit back and watch you dig your own grave. Crates of beer were brought to the table one after another. Jiang Nan grabbed a bottle, a sly smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. Don't believe in my skills? Watch me put on a show for you all tonight. Xiaoyao quickly shielded herself with a napkin, her face full of disdain. Wait. The food hasn't even been touched yet. Don't you dare spray everywhere. How are we supposed to eat like this? Nange, let it go. Wu Yang chimed in, trying to dissuade him. I still need to change clothes later. Jiang Nan's eyes widened. You think I can just let this slide? He suddenly stood up, yelling. If I take more than 3 seconds, I'll call you dad. With that, he tilted his head back and chugged the entire bottle of beer in under 3 seconds, leaving behind just a bit of foam. Everyone at the table was stunned. Xiaoyao and Zhong Yingxue stared in disbelief, while Tang Qinya covered her mouth in shock. Even Wu Yang was dumbfounded. How could Jiang Nan's slim frame handle so much beer? Only Yu Shaoqing clapped excitedly, her live stream chat exploding with comments. Holy crap. A new record. I thought we were about to see a human fountain, but turns out he's a real pro. Xiaoyao cleared her throat, her eyes darting mischievously. Since you're such a heavy drinker, how about this? We girls drink 1 glass, and you drink 1 bottle. Fair, right? The strong should do more work. Jiang Nan agreed without hesitation. No problem. Xiaoyao thought to herself. He agreed so easily? Tonight, I'm definitely taking him down. And so, the drinking contest began. The girls sipped their glasses while Jiang Nan downed bottles. Wu Yang joined in, drinking straight from the bottle alongside Jiang Nan. An hour later, the battle's outcome became clear. Jiang Nan remained unfazed, calmly dipping tripe into the hot pot. Tang Qinya had already passed out on the table. Zhong Yingxue, her cheeks flushed, gazed dreamily at Jiang Nan. Xiaoyao was seeing double, pointing at Jiang Nan and slurring. You're cheating, 2 people are drinking. Meanwhile, Wu Yang lay flat on the floor, a mysterious liquid dripping from his mouth, resembling a true human fountain. The waitstaff and onlookers were left speechless. By this point, Jiang Nan had drank 66 bottles, and opposite him, Yu Shaoqing had matched him with 66 glasses, both showing no signs of exhaustion. What shocked everyone even more was when Jiang Nan ordered 10 bottles of Nulinchin and 10 bottles of Red Star Erguo. He inserted straws into the bottles, sipping the strong liquor as casually as if it were bubble tea. He even commented, "To be honest, your hot pot dipping sauce is a bit salty." This left the waitstaff utterly dumbfounded, and Xia Yao on the verge of breaking down. This isn't humanly possible. She turned to Yu Shaoqing for help. "Xiao Yu, it's all up to you now." Little did she know, Yu Shaoqing, as a mukbang streamer, had a special ability. She could convert everything she ate or drank into energy. But even with her unique gift, she had never faced an opponent like Jiang Nan. The truth was, Jiang Nan wasn't actually drinking. He had created a spatial wormhole in his mouth, with the other end leading outside the hot pot restaurant. Forget beer could effortlessly dispose of an entire reservoir if he wanted to. Meanwhile, in a narrow alley outside the restaurant, the local thug Bald Chong was patrolling his turf with a few henchmen. Suddenly, a stream of yellow, frothy liquid came cascading from above, drenching them from head to toe in an icy shower. "Damn it!" Bald Chong and his lackeys instinctively dodged to the side, caught off guard. Looking up, they saw a yellow liquid, foaming and spraying straight out of the window of a private room on the second floor of the hot pot restaurant, splashing onto the ground below. "Who the hell has the guts to do this?" Bald Chong growled through gritted teeth, his face twisting with rage. "Drunk and can't make it to the bathroom, so you pour it on me instead?" The lackeys stared at the strange liquid, which shifted between white and yellow, their eyes wide with disbelief. One of them, unable to resist, licked his lips and hesitantly said, "Boss, this smells kinda off. Almost like beer." The moment he said it, everyone froze, staring at him in shock. "You actually tasted it?" one of the others exclaimed, dumbfounded. "How thirsty are you?" Enraged, Bald Chong stormed into the hot pot restaurant with his gang, charging up to the second floor. The blonde-haired lackey kicked open the door to the private room, shouting, "Who the hell dared to splash my boss?" The room fell silent in an instant. Jiang Nan turned his head slowly, frowning slightly, holding a straw and a bottle of Erguo in his hand. The blonde-haired lackey smirked smugly, turning back to seek approval from his boss, only to find an eerie silence behind him. He blinked and looked closer. Bald Chong and the others were already on their knees, cold sweat streaming down their faces, filled with sheer terror. The blonde-haired lackey was utterly confused, completely unaware of what had just transpired. What the heck is going on? Huang Mao stood frozen in place, utterly bewildered by the scene before him. A group of fierce and intimidating men suddenly dropped to their knees, and Guangtou Chong, without a second thought, yanked him down as well. Inside the private room, Xia Yao and Zhong Yingxue were equally stunned by the unexpected turn of events. They watched as Guangtou Chong, trembling, stammered out New Year's greetings to Jiang Nan, only to be met with a deadpan response of, "It's only July." Instantly, all eyes in the room turned to Jiang Nan, their gazes filled with astonishment as they sized up the boy who could make a group of burly men bow in submission. Inwardly, Jiang Nan was groaning. Yet again, the spatial wormhole had gone out of control, spraying drinks all over Guangtou Chong and his group. If Xia Yao found out, his carefully built image would be utterly ruined. Maintaining his composure, he calmly asked, "What do you want from me?" Guangtou Chong, quick on his feet, forced a smile and offered to settle their bill. However, when they reached the ground floor, the total reported by the server nearly made him pass out: 374 bottles of beer and 20 bottles of liquor, amounting to 3,888 yuan. As the drinking session came to an end, Yu Qingqing was the first to succumb, followed by Tang Qinya and Wu Liang. Jiang Nan reluctantly stepped into the role of guardian angel, personally escorting his inebriated friends home one by one. In the taxi, a tipsy Xia Yao leaned against Jiang Nan, alternating between trying to vomit and asking the driver whether he believed in love. Meanwhile, Zhong Yingxue rested her head on Jiang Nan's shoulder and softly invited him to move in with them. When they arrived at the Oasis Villa, the elegant two-story house revealed its charm, complete with a swimming pool and an open-air balcony. After settling Xia Yao in, Zhong Yingxue stopped Jiang Nan as he was about to leave, gently telling him that his room was downstairs. Jiang Nan's room was cozy and inviting. On the bedside table sat an old, yellowed photograph that captured a moment from their childhood: him as a boy wearing a red blanket as a cape, and Zhong Yingxue as a girl with a flower crown, both beaming with radiant smiles. Running his fingers gently over the cherished photo, Jiang Nan murmured softly, "Could it be? I finally have a home?" Jiang Nan was lost in thought when a sudden loud crash came from upstairs. He rolled his eyes, wondering if he could get a moment of peace tonight. Dragging his exhausted feet, he made his way to Xia Yao's room. As the door opened, The sight before him left him both amused and exasperated. Xia Yao hadn't even changed her clothes or shoes. Her hair was a tangled mess, and she was slumped awkwardly on the edge of the bed. Her lower body was still on the mattress, but her upper body was dangling precariously in midair. After a great deal of effort, he managed to settle her back onto the bed properly. Jiang Nan then headed to the bathroom. Looking at the luxurious bathtub in front of him, he nodded in satisfaction. Without hesitation, he poured in some strengthening potion and jumped in for a relaxing soak. As he enjoyed the invigorating effects of the potion enhancing his physical condition, Jiang Nan calculated silently. Just the physical boost from the potion alone had already made his body stronger than other beast-armed spirit warriors of the same level. He had proven that during the battle at the Tianqi spirit ruins. If it weren't for the risk of going bald, he'd drink the potion every day. But before long, another loud bang came from upstairs. Jiang Nan climbed out of the tub with a dark expression and rushed back to Xia Yao's room. This time, it was even more absurd. She had rolled off the bed entirely and was halfway under it. After a chaotic night, Jiang Nan finally emerged from Xia Yao's room, drenched in sweat. Clapping his hands together, he vowed, "If I let you drink again, am not human." He was so exhausted that he gave up on showering and collapsed into bed, falling asleep instantly. The next morning, Zhong Yingxue woke up, rubbing her aching head. The villa was quiet, and seeing that everyone else was still asleep, she decided to take a bath. In the bathroom, a tub of warm water shimmered under the morning sunlight. She thought to herself, "Did Xiaonan prepare this for me? How thoughtful." She slipped into the tub, letting the warmth envelop her. But soon, Zhong Yingxue noticed something extraordinary. The water seemed to possess a mysterious energy that was gradually enhancing her physical condition. As an elemental spirit warrior, her biggest weakness was her fragile body, and now this magical bathwater was directly improving her physique. Overjoyed, she wrapped herself in a bathrobe and ran to wake Xia Yao. However, as she opened the door, she froze at the scene before her. Xia Yao was completely wrapped up like a dumpling, tied securely to the bed with ropes. When Xia Yao woke up and realized she couldn't move, memories of the previous night's embarrassment flooded back, and her face turned bright red. With Zhong Yingshu's help untying her and some nudging, she eventually went to try out the magical bathtub herself. At first, she had fun, even placing a little rubber duck on the water to float around. But when she looked closely at the water, her expression changed instantly. Letting out a startled "ah," she jumped out of the tub, wrapped herself in a bathrobe, and stormed toward Jiang Nan's room. Kicking the door open with one swift motion, Xia Yao, like an enraged little tiger, pounced on the still sleeping Jiang Nan. Grabbing him by the neck, she shook him violently. I'm going to strangle you. I'll strangle you. It's gone. You owe me. Everything's gone." Jiang Nan, jolted awake by this physical alarm clock, rolled his eyes as he struggled. In his mind, he thought bitterly, aren't people supposed to wake others up gently like in cartoons? What kind of chaos is this? Zhong Yingxue, who had been following closely behind, looked utterly confused as she stared at Xia Yao gripping Jiang Nan's neck without letting go. She quickly intervened. "Xiao Yao? What's going on? Didn't your physical condition improve?" Xia Yao's eyes flashed with anger, and her grip remained firm. "It did improve. But it's all gone. There's nothing left. Jiang Nan, just die already." With that, she shook him violently again. "What's gone?" Zhong Yingxue asked in bewilderment. Xia Yao's cheeks instantly turned crimson, and she stammered, unable to explain. At this moment, Jiang Nan seemed to realize something. His gaze swept over the two women wrapped in bathrobes, and his expression gradually turned to one of horror. You two didn't take a bath using the water from that tub, did you?" Jiang Nan swallowed hard. "Damn, that power-enhancing potion, if you bathe in it, it'll make you bald. No hair below the eyebrows." Thinking about Xia Yao's predicament, Jiang Nan couldn't hold back anymore. He clutched his stomach and burst into laughter, tears streaming down his face. Xia Yao, mortified, turned as red as a ripe apple and clutched the collar of her bathrobe tightly, wishing she could just disappear. Zhong Yingxue was still confused. "Xiao Yao, what exactly is gone?" Xia Yao shot Jiang Nan a glare before leaning close to Zhong Yingxue and whispering the explanation into her ear. Zhong Yingshu's face immediately turned red, but then she asked in confusion, Why am I fine?" "Well, you didn't have it to begin with." Xia Yao rolled her eyes at her. Jiang Nan gave Zhong Yingxue a peculiar look. Didn't have it to begin with? It seemed he had stumbled upon some astonishing secret. Zhong Yingxue quickly covered Xia Yao's mouth, but as soon as Xia Yao broke free, she locked her hands around Jiang Nan's neck again. "Spill it. Did you do this on purpose?" Amid their back and forth, they discovered that Jiang Nan himself had also soaked in the potion. Xia Yao immediately seized the opportunity. Half an hour later, Jiang Nan was kneeling on the bed, giving up 2 rare beauty-enhancing pills in exchange for a temporary truce. During their subsequent conversation, Jiang Nan explained the effects and side effects of the power-enhancing potion. The two women were left dumbfounded. However, Xiaoyao quickly came to terms with it. Well, it's already gone anyway. Might as well bathe in it every day from now on. As evening approached, the three of them went to Jiang Nan's rented place to help him move. When they saw the tiny room, barely 20 square meters, the two women couldn't help but feel a pang of pity. Finally, Jiang Nan stood at the door of the small room he had lived in for 3 years, gazing at it for a long time. Then, he broke into a bright smile. Let's go. The next day, Zhong Yingxue was busy preparing for old Master Zhong's birthday banquet. As the daughter of the Xia family, which had deep connections with the Zhong family, Xiaoyao was naturally expected to attend. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan spent the entire day in his room, meticulously arranging the environment to his liking. In the afternoon, when Jiang Nan finally had some free time and was about to absorb the spiritual pearl to level up, the door suddenly opened. Zhong Yingxue stepped in, dressed in an elegant white evening gown, her black hair styled into a high updo. She looked like a graceful white swan, stunningly beautiful and impossible to ignore. Shue, you look absolutely gorgeous. Jiang Nan was dazed for a moment before breaking into a grin. Flatterer. Zhong Yingxue chuckled softly. Hurry up and get ready. The banquet is about to start. From the side, Xiaoyao poked her head out, dressed unusually formally in a black gown. Her bare back and short silver hair made her stand out even more. You'll drive later, okay? This outfit isn't exactly convenient for me, Xiaoyao said. Got it. Jiang Nan replied enthusiastically, slipping on his slippers and heading for the door. Both women froze. Wait a second, are you really going out dressed like that? They looked at him in disbelief. Jiang Nan was wearing oversized shorts, flip-flops, and a casual white t-shirt with a cartoonish face printed on it. You won't even make it past the hotel entrance like this, Zhong Yingxue said helplessly. I think there's a suit that came with the car purchase. Let me grab it for you to try, Xiaoyao quickly offered. 10 minutes later, Jiang Nan emerged in a sleek black tuxedo, complete with a bow tie and a white pocket square. The outfit accentuated his playful yet charming demeanor, and with his tall stature and striking features, he was undeniably captivating. At the parking lot, Xiaoyao handed Jiang Nan the keys to a Rolls-Royce Phantom instead of her usual Mercedes G-Wagon. The moment Jiang Nan gripped the steering wheel, his driving skills leveled up instantly, jumping from beginner to mastery. Before long, they arrived at Jiangqing Century Hotel. As Zhong Yingxue and Xiaoyao stepped out, their presence immediately drew everyone's attention, prompting them to hasten into the hotel. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan's experience parking the car turned into an unexpected comedy. Dressed in what resembled a hotel staff uniform, he was mistakenly handed the keys to 17 different cars by guests. It wasn't until he saw the actual hotel staff wearing the same outfit that he realized the mix-up. Frustrated, Jiang Nan yanked off his bow tie and pocket square, tossing them into the trash. He then delivered all the keys to the lost and found. These aren't mine. I just picked them up, Jiang Nan explained irritably to the skeptical security guard. 17 keys at once? Are you sure you're not running a roadside car key duplication service? The guard asked suspiciously. Jiang Nan glared and retorted. What, they can't lose them all as a group? You've gained 666 frustration points from the security guard. Jiang Nan barged straight into the hotel. With the influx of guests, the parking lot had turned into complete chaos. The hotel manager was anxiously pacing around, frantically asking about the whereabouts of the car keys. Left with no other options, they began contacting the car owners one by one. 17 car owners rushed out of the hotel, staring dumbfounded at the chaotic parking lot. They distinctly remembered handing their keys to the valet. How could it turn out like this? After a frantic search, all the car keys were eventually found at the lost and found desk. The hotel manager's face darkened like the bottom of a burnt pot. Who on earth had the nerve to collect the keys, not park the cars, and then drop them off at lost and found? Suddenly, he recalled the smiling young man from earlier and came to a realization. It was him. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan was leisurely sitting in the grand banquet hall, indulging in pastries as the system alerts kept popping up. Resentment value from Gaojin 1000. Resentment value from Gu Beihai 1000. Watching the rapidly updating resentment value list, Jiang Nan smiled with satisfaction. The lavish banquet hall was filled with a glamorous crowd, a mix of perfume and chatter. Although he hadn't seen Zhong Yingxue yet, Jiang Nan didn't mind and focused on enjoying the food. While savoring a strawberry mousse sundae, a young woman in an evening gown approached him. She appeared to be in her early 20s, with her black hair elegantly styled and her makeup impeccable. She politely asked Jiang Nan to pass her a mango sundae. As she ate, she occasionally stole glances at Jiang Nan before finally asking in a low voice, "Can you even eat this?" Jiang Nan looked puzzled. "Why wouldn't I? Aren't you afraid of being caught?" she whispered. Realizing her implication, Jiang Nan angrily grabbed the last mango sundae. "Not only can I eat it, but I'll eat too," he declared. "Gong Xiaoyu." watching her coveted mango sundae being taken, pouted in displeasure. The system displayed resentment value from Gong Xiaoyu 333. The story unfolded further. As a waiter approached Jiang Nan with a tray of drinks, things took a more complicated turn. A delicate-looking man and his female companion, who had been among those at the chaotic parking lot earlier, walked up and demanded a refill. Without a word, Jiang Nan grabbed the man's unfinished drink and downed it in one gulp, proceeding to finish all the drinks on the tray. The man glared at him, threatening to make Jiang Nan disappear from Jiangcheng. However, with his companion's intervention, they eventually left. Just as Jiang Nan was about to take off his waiter uniform, a stunning woman, shimmering with diamond-like brilliance, approached him. Her tall figure, sun-kissed skin, and exquisite features caught everyone's attention. She walked straight up to Jiang Nan and, in a surprising move, pinned him against the wall. Room 69, 11 p.m., she whispered in his ear, slipping him a room key and 3,000 yuan before walking away. Touching the room key in his pocket, Jiang Nan instantly abandoned the idea of changing out of the uniform. Today, being a waiter was definitely the right choice. The tan-skinned young lady winked at Jiang Nan with her big eyes before leaving, and Jiang Nan quickly pulled his half-removed shirt back on, secretly thrilled about the easy 3,000 yuan he just scored. A nearby waiter, who had witnessed the whole scene, looked on with envy and jealousy. Damn, why don't I ever get this kind of luck? With your cement-like looks, you better let it go. With a face like his, why is he even working as a waiter? Jiang Nan glanced around cautiously, then discreetly slipped the money into his pocket and began executing his money-making plan. He roamed around the venue without drawing attention, lingering near potential targets for half a minute each time. If there was no reaction, he moved on to the next. Although a few young ladies showed signs of interest, the tan-skinned girl kept a close watch on Jiang Nan. Whenever someone displayed even a hint of curiosity, she would shoot them a sharp glare, scaring them off and leaving them no choice but to back down. Damn, is it necessary to guard your territory so fiercely? Good things are meant to be shared. Jiang Nan grumbled internally, but stubbornly continued his search. Eventually, he stopped next to a young lady dressed in a backless outfit. She turned around, and the moment she saw him, she immediately hooked her arm around his. Xiao Nan, where have you been? I've been looking for you everywhere. Xia Yao. Jiang Nan froze, caught off guard by the situation. Feeling the awkwardness, he quickly changed the subject, pretending to be annoyed. You're blaming me? I was pouring drinks for people. And what's with this tacky outfit you picked for me? Just wait until we get home. Xia Yao couldn't help but laugh, her eyes sparkling mischievously as she leaned in to whisper into Jiang Nan's ear. That's what you get for making me end up in the same boat as you. Humph. The waitstaff nearby were stunned by the scene. This guy snagged another one? And it's Xia Yao, the daughter of the Xia family? He's definitely here to charm the ladies. The tan-skinned girl immediately shifted her gaze to Xia Yao, her eyes sharp and piercing. Xia Yao, unfazed, glared back defiantly and then asked Jiang Nan, Xiao Nan, why is that woman staring at you? Jiang Nan coughed awkwardly. Maybe it's because I'm too handsome? As he spoke, Jiang Nan felt another gaze on him. Zhong Yingxue was chatting with a couple, but her eyes eventually drifted in their direction. Xia Yao waved to her, and Jiang Nan flashed a bright smile. Zuex's parents? Just in name. Xia Yao replied with a polite smile. At that moment, a sharp voice broke the atmosphere. Huh, a place like this, and a broke nobody like you can get in? Wearing a waiter's uniform, no less? Don't tell me you snuck in. Luo Tianxiang, dressed in an Armani suit, looked down at him with disdain. Xia Yao's expression turned icy. Watch your mouth. Don't think I don't know about the shady things you've done. So what if you do? Going to snitch to the Zhong family? Old Master Zhong has already agreed to this, so it's none of your business. Luo Tianxiang then turned to Jiang Nan. What's the matter? Hiding behind a woman? Jiang Nan smiled brightly. Well, isn't this young Master Luo? Finally grew your hair out before stepping outside? Bold enough to relieve yourself in an elevator, but still care about saving face? The comment left Luo Tianxiang speechless, his face turning pale with rage, while Xia Yao burst into laughter, tears forming in her eyes. The resentment emanating from Luo Tianxiang spiked instantly. Over the past month, even his own father had been looking at him with disdain. You think that video still matters? Go ahead, post it. Let's see which media outlet dares to report it. If you dare step into Songjiang Lingwu, we'll make sure you regret it. Jiang Nan didn't respond and instead pulled out his phone, fiddling with it. What's the matter? Cat got your tongue? What are you doing? In posting the video, of course, Jiang Nan said matter-of-factly. You wouldn't dare. Jiang Nan glanced at Xia Yao with a smirk. Sister Xia Yao, isn't this guy strange? He told me to post it, and now he's taking it back? Luo Tianxiang's face turned red with panic. Manipulating the media took time, and who would have thought Jiang Nan would post the video on the spot? He lunged forward to grab the phone, but Jiang Nan, wrapping an arm around Xia Yao's waist, vanished into thin air. Luo Tianxiang gritted his teeth, glaring furiously at Jiang Nan's back. Just you wait. Before his words even faded, he frantically pulled out his phone and started dialing wildly. Hello, Mr. Ma. I need your help. He really sent it. Hello, Brother Lu. Remember that thing I told you about last time? Hello, Brother Ma. One call after another, yet no one answered. Luo Tianxiang was drenched in sweat, his fingers swiping feverishly across the phone screen. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan was already sitting leisurely at a nearby table with Xia Yao in his arms. Xia Yao's face lit up with excitement, her eyes sparkling as she exclaimed, "Wow, teleportation. This is my first time experiencing it, so thrilling." Jiang Nan couldn't help but tease her. "I just love how easily impressed you are." Resentment level from Xia Yao 999. Xia Yao immediately pinched him hard. "Ow, stop pinching me. It hurts. It hurts." "Oomph, you're so mischievous." Xia Yao huffed lightly, then curiously asked, "By the way, did you really send that video?" Jiang Nan gave a mysterious smile. "Nope, I have other plans for it." Xia Yao perked up instantly. "Spill it. What sneaky scheme are you up to now?" Jiang Nan leaned close to her ear and whispered softly, "Goo goo goo goo. Hee hee. You're so bad. I love it." Just then, the tan-skinned young woman furrowed her brows as she tracked down Luo Tianxiang. By this point, Luo Tianxiang had been on the phone for half an hour, his battery was drained, and he was exhausted, thirsty, and visibly anxious. "Xiao Xiong, who have you been calling?" Luo Tianxiang froze. "Cousin? You're back from Australia? You Runin, answer me." Nothing important." Luo Tianxiang stammered. Yu Runin pressed further. "Do you know that buzzcut guy?" Luo Tianxiang gritted his teeth. "Know him? Of course, I know him. I'd recognize him, even if he turned to ashes." Yu Runin was stunned. "He's not a waiter? Have you ever seen a waiter with bronze 3-star spatial abilities?" That line made Yu Runin's face instantly flush red. Remembering how she had handed him a room card earlier, she wished she could crawl into a hole and disappear, her resentment boiling over. "If he's not a waiter, why are you wearing someone else's uniform? What kind of weird fetish is this?" Seeing his cousin's flushed face, Luo Tianxiang suddenly had a realization. "Oh? Why are you blushing when I mention Jiang Nan? Could it be that my own cousin likes him too? Damn it, Jiang Nan, I'm not letting you off the hook. This Jiang Nan guy really knows how to charm people. Even my cousin is smitten with him." Luo Tianxiang muttered to himself, clearly displeased as he watched Yu Runin's shy and hesitant demeanor. Meanwhile, Yu Runin's mind was in turmoil, preoccupied with the appointment at 11 p.m. She had initially thought he was just a waiter, but now it was clear he was far from ordinary. Her gaze fixated on Jiang Nan, her resentment visibly growing. "Who is that?" Jiang Nan asked, noticing the intense stare aimed at him. "My cousin." Xia Yao glanced back and explained. "She comes from a powerful family in Australia and doesn't return to the country often. What interested in her?" "Of course not." Jiang Nan replied seriously. "It's obvious that she's interested in me. Besides, it was your sister who asked me to meet her, not the other way around." At that moment, the entire banquet hall fell silent. All eyes turned to the main seat, where the Zhong family couple was pushing a wheelchair forward. Seated in it was an elderly man with an extraordinary presence. This was none other than Master Zhong, now in his 70s. His full head of white hair was meticulously groomed, and though his face was lined with wrinkles and age spots, there was still a hint of vitality about him despite his sickly pallor. However, the frequent bouts of violent coughing betrayed his fragile health. "He was so robust just a year ago," Xia Yao sighed. "But ever since he was diagnosed with lung cancer, his condition has steadily declined. I really worry about Zuex's future in the Zhong family." Guests began stepping forward to offer their birthday wishes, and Master Zhong responded to each with impeccable courtesy. "Xiao Xue, why are you standing so far away? Come over and spend some time with your grandpa." Zhong Yinxue smiled as she approached and presented a sandalwood box containing Starinman Bodhi beads. "Happy birthday, Grandpa Zhong. My granddaughter always knows exactly what I like." Master Zhong chuckled. "Now, where's the Xia family girl?" Xia Yao quickly led Jiang Nan forward, presenting a pair of intricately carved starry lion head walnuts. Instantly, the crowd's attention shifted to the young pair. When Master Zhong complimented Jiang Nan's well-defined nose and eyes, Jiang Nan couldn't help but inwardly criticize the odd phrasing. Then, when Jiang Nan casually mentioned how, 5 years ago, he had once chased Master Zhong with a wooden sword, the room erupted in stunned murmurs. As the atmosphere grew awkward, Luo Tianxiang stepped forward, holding out a vibrant green fruit that glowed faintly and emitted a captivating fragrance, instantly filling the hall with its alluring aroma. As soon as the fruit was revealed, the entire venue erupted into a frenzy. "My goodness! The Yin Kong fruit. the sacred medicine from the ancient Lingshu forest in Zhejiang. Its market price has skyrocketed to nearly 30 million, hasn't it? Exclamations from the guests echoed throughout the room. Some whispered about the miraculous effects of the yin kong fruit, claiming it could cure countless ailments. While it might not completely cure Mr. Zhong's cancer, it could at least alleviate his condition. Mr. Zhong gazed at the yin kong fruit, a look of contentment spreading across his face. The Luo family has truly put thought into this. I gladly accept this gesture. Luo Tianxiang responded with a polite smile. You don't need to give it too much thought, sir. This is simply what we younger ones should do. As he spoke, his gaze suddenly shifted to Jiang Nan, his tone turning sharp. But some people, attending the celebration without even preparing a birthday gift? Are they here just to freeload? Zhong Yingxue immediately stepped in front of Jiang Nan, her expression icy. I brought Jiang Nan here. If you have a problem, direct it at me. Stop with the snide remarks. She turned to Mr. Zhong, explaining, Jiang Nan only just found out about your birthday celebration. He didn't have much time to prepare. Prepare? Luo Tianxiang interrupted with a sneer. A guy who sells trinkets at night markets, putting on silly brick-smashing acts to draw a crowd? Even if he had time, what could he possibly prepare? A street-side pancake or grilled noodles? Jiang Nan, this isn't a place for someone like you. The room buzzed with even more chatter. The disdain and mockery in the guests' gazes toward Jiang Nan were palpable. Some whispered that he was likely trying to use Zhong Yingxue to climb his way into the Zhong family. Mr. Zhong, however, remained silent, observing the scene with intrigue. So what if he sells things at a street stall? Zhong Yingxue snapped angrily. Jiang Nan has never relied on anyone his whole life. I won't let you insult him like that. Jiang Nan, however, grinned. Shui, don't get upset. Who says I didn't prepare a gift? My present is incredibly valuably an unparalleled treasure I risked my life to retrieve from the heavenly pool Lingshu, battling a golden tier earthquake bear in a fight where I barely survived. That so-called yin kong fruit is nothing in comparison. Oh really? Then show us. Luo Tianxiang jeered. Otherwise, all your talk means nothing. Luo Tianxiang nearly exploded on the spot, his face turning bright red with anger. He furiously repeated the word good 3 times. Good, good, good. I can't wait to see what you can bring out to compete with my yin kong fruit. Jiang Nan spoke mysteriously. Let me tell you, my treasure is incredible. It cures all ailments, restores vitality. It's insanely effective, super effective. This exaggerated description immediately piqued everyone's curiosity. They couldn't help but speculate. Could it really be that miraculous? Curing all ailments? Could it even treat Elder Zhong's lung cancer? Even Zhong's father and mother perked up their ears. Zhong Yingxue, however, felt a pang of guilt. She knew Jiang Nan hadn't prepared any birthday gift, especially since the banquet was only recently announced to him. If she had known, she would have arranged something for him in advance. Xia Yao stared at Jiang Nan with eager anticipation, wondering what kind of treasure he had been hyping up so much. Jiang Nan then reached into what seemed like a dimensional space, searching for something. This scene left everyone stunned. Spatial abilities? Even Elder Zhong showed a look of surprise. After all, spatial ability users were exceedingly rare, with fewer than 10 in the entire world. In China, there was only one, Li Daotian. While everyone was still immersed in shock, Jiang Nan finally pulled something out, holding it tightly in his palm. He solemnly presented it to the crowd. When he opened his hand, everyone froze. It was a thumb-sized ginseng root, shriveled and malnourished, with sparse, scraggly roots. Its appearance was downright pitiful. Zhong Yingxue covered her face in embarrassment. Xia Yao was dumbfounded. Zhong's parents exchanged awkward glances, and Elder Zhong frowned deeply. Luo Tianxiang burst out laughing, nearly doubling over. Are you kidding? You're treating this tiny ginseng like some kind of treasure? Is it even big enough to get stuck in your teeth? Jiang Nan remained unfazed. Not big enough to get stuck in your teeth? Then your gaps must be massive. Luo Tianxiang was momentarily speechless, while the entire room erupted in restrained laughter. Xiaoyao nudged Jiang Nan quietly. Hey, are you serious? If you don't have a gift, no one's going to blame you. The story continued to unfold until the moment Jiang Nan pulled out a head-sized diamond, declaring it the invincible King Diamond, leaving the entire room utterly stunned. Invincible diamond? A 5-pound diamond shaped like a human head? All eyes instantly turned to Jiang Nan. Even Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao exchanged incredulous glances, unable to believe what they were witnessing. Gao Jin sneered. Nonsense. My family has been in the jewelry business for generations, and we've never heard of a diamond this big. The largest diamond in the world, the Cullinan from South Africa, is just over a pound and valued at 7.5 billion. A 5-pound diamond? Who are you trying to fool? These days, even glass can pass for diamonds, Luo Tianxiang remarked sarcastically. The guests chimed in, laughing and speculating that it was likely a glass ornament. doubting that someone from a street vendor background could produce anything valuable. Jiang Nan shrugged dismissively. Just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. At Gao Jin's suggestion, Zhong Yingshue's father brought out professional equipment to examine the diamond. Zhong Yingxue held her breath nervously, while Xia Yao kept signaling frantically from the side. However, Jiang Nan remained completely calm. It's genuine, Zhong Yingshue's father announced solemnly, and it's of the highest purity, completely flawless. A single diamond of this size, carved into a portrait, is simply priceless. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Gao Jin and Luo Tianxiang's expressions turned sour immediately. If it's this valuable, I think you should take it back, young man, Zhong Yingshue's father said. I already said it's a gift from Mr. Zhong, Jiang Nan replied nonchalantly, waving his hand. Besides, I still have over 200 pounds of it back home. Excuse me? The crowd nearly choked on their own disbelief, their perception of reality shattered. Xia Yao looked utterly exasperated. This guy was measuring diamonds by the pound. When Zhong Yingshue's father expressed his gratitude and promised to remember this favor, Jiang Nan suddenly walked in. Her tattered clothing immediately drew everyone's attention. Xia Yao quickly covered Jiang Nan's eyes, only for him to protest. Hey, if you're going to cover my eyes, fine, but why are you digging into my eyeballs? As Jiang Nan crouched down to place an imperial jade ring on Mr. Zhong's finger, his face suddenly flushed red, and moments later, twin streams of blood gushed from his nose. The force sent his wheelchair careening backward, flipping over at the steps. The room fell silent for a moment before erupting in astonishment. Mr. Zhong is still full of vigor, isn't he? Vigor, my foot. Mr. Zhong shot to his feet with a nimbleness that belied his age, clutching his nose in anger. What kind of ridiculous ginseng is this? The aftereffects are too strong. Resentment from Zhongshan Mountain 1000. Jiang Nan smirked triumphantly, watching the rapidly updating list of resentment points. He couldn't feel more pleased. Meanwhile, old Master Zhong was in a miserable state covered in blood, with nosebleeds gushing uncontrollably through his fingers, resembling a human fountain. Quick! Call an ambulance. Mr. and Mrs. Zhong were in a panic, fearing that any further delay could lead to a disaster as they stared at the unprecedented amount of blood. Don't call the ambulance. Everyone, stay back. Old Master Zhong waved his hand firmly to stop them. I feel perfectly fine right now. Could this be his final burst of energy before the end? Gao Jin asked worriedly. Final burst of energy, my foot. Old Master Zhong roared angrily. Bring me a tea mug. He stopped trying to cover his nose, letting the blood directly spray into the mug with a loud splashing sound. In less than 2 minutes, the large mug was full, and he promptly replaced it with a second one to continue catching the flow. Speak up. Did you do something to harm old Master Zhong? Luo Tianxiang seized the moment to point at Jiang Nan, questioning him sharply. Instantly, all eyes turned toward Jiang Nan with suspicion. Don't make a fuss, Jiang Nan shrugged nonchalantly. This is a good thing. I told you. It's replenishing his energy and blood works like a charm. While everyone was still in shock, old Master Zhong suddenly sprang to his feet with a dramatic kip-up, immediately following it with a backflip. Not a single drop of the nosebleed spilled from the tea mug. I think I'm cured. Old Master Zhong took a deep breath, a look of astonishment covering his face. At that moment, he felt an incredible surge of vitality. The pain from the lung cancer that had tormented him for years was completely gone. His breathing became smooth and powerful, as though he had returned to his younger days. Zhong Yingxue, with tears in her eyes, threw herself into her grandfather's arms. Memories of watching him suffer from illness over the years flashed through her mind. Yet now, a miracle had truly happened. Father Zhong looked at Jiang Nan with gratitude written all over his face, his voice trembling slightly. Young man, this medicine is nothing short of a miracle for my father and the Zhong family. We will never forget this kindness. If you have any requests, just let us know, whether it's money or anything else, as long as it's within my power. But old Master Zhong waved his hand to interrupt. Enough. He's not doing this for that. Father Zhong gave a wry smile. How shallow of me. Someone who can casually give away a 5-pound diamond, how could Jiang Nan possibly need money? Hearing this, Jiang Nan almost jumped up. What? I am that shallow? What do you mean I'm not doing it for this? Of course I am. And who says I don't need money? I do. I need it desperately. I want cash. I want money. Old Master, are you doing this on purpose? Do you have to be so understanding? But under the expectant gazes of everyone around, Jiang Nan could only suppress his inner rant and force a polite smile. It's nothing really. As long as Xiaoxue is happy, that's all that matters. Zhong Yingshue's gaze toward Jiang Nan was filled with tenderness. In her eyes, this rare and priceless ginseng must have been brought back by Jiang Nan at great personal risk from the mystical lands. Yet, he gave it away without hesitation to help the old man recover. Such selflessness melted her heart. Jiang Nan noticed the affectionate look in Zhong Yingshi's eyes and couldn't help feeling guilty. Women and their wild imaginations. It wasn't nearly as dramatic as she thinks. I just got lucky in a random draw. Meanwhile, Luo Tianxiang, seeing the way Zhong Yingxue looked at Jiang Nan, was trembling with rage. His fists clenched so tightly his knuckles turned white. A single ginseng can cure lung cancer? And with that 5-pound diamond too? Compared to Jiang Nan, my yin kong fruit is utterly worthless. At this moment, Jiang Nan walked over to the marble table, lightly tapping its surface with his fingers, and smiled slyly at Luo Tianxiang. If you eat this thing raw, it might hurt your teeth. How about we grind it up and mix it with some water to drink? What do you say, young Master Luo? Consider it an extra course for dinner. But I'm warning you, this dish is tough. Luo Tianxiang's forehead veins bulged, and his face turned crimson. Tough? Of course it's tough. It's a marble table, for crying out loud. Who in their right mind could eat this? Everyone's eyes were fixed on him, and the humiliation was unbearable, worse than the embarrassment head suffered in the elevator earlier. Luo Tianxiang was filled with regret. Why did I ever make a bet with this street vendor? Gritting his teeth, he thought bitterly, just wait until we get to Songjiang Ling, we'll pay for this. Before anyone could say another word, Luo Tianxiang stormed out of the banquet hall without looking back, unable to bear staying a moment longer. Jiang Nan watched his retreating figure, then turned to old Master Zhong. His tone was calm yet resolute. Old Master Zhong, with someone like that, I'm afraid he's not worthy of Xiaoxue, don't you think? Whatever the Luo family can offer your Zhong family, I, Jiang Nan, can provide the same. And whatever they can't, I can still offer it. As his words echoed through the hall, a heavy silence fell over the room. Jiang Nan's words brought the entire room to silence. His confidence, bordering on arrogance, was undeniable, yet it was rooted in truth. With his rare spatial abilities, his stage was destined to extend far beyond Jiangxi. Elder Zhong let out a long sigh and revealed the truth. Zhong Yingxue was adopted. The Zhong couple immediately bowed their heads in shame. Elder Zhong admitted that he had initially sought the Luo family's protection for Yingxue, never expecting that not only would he survive, but live even longer. He then patted Jiang Nan on the shoulder. Their eyes met, and an unspoken understanding passed between them. However, the sudden gush of nosebleeds from Elder Zhong left Jiang Nan both amused and exasperated. Zhong Yingxue could no longer hold back her tears, biting her lip and wiping her face in a way that tugged at everyone's heartstrings. Xia Yao quickly stepped forward to comfort her. Jiang Nan joked that men also have those days every month, causing Xia Yao to stifle her laughter so hard she pinched her thigh. While Elder Zhong was so enraged he ended up in the hospital. Even the doctor was astonished by the test results. This 70-something-year-old man was in astonishingly good health. The banquet lasted until after 10 p.m. Jiang Nan and Xia Yao were already waiting in the car. Jiang Nan kept glancing at his watch, looking visibly anxious. When Xia Yao pressed him for an explanation, he only said he had a promise to fulfill. Understanding his implication, Xia Yao immediately thought of Yu Xiangnan. In room 69 of the Century Hotel, Yu Xiangnan was nervously pacing when the door suddenly opened. Jiang Nan walked in, pulled out his phone, and played a video of Luo Tianxiang. Yu Xiangnan watched with growing disgust. Jiang Nan wouldn't leave until he was sure she understood Luo Tianxiang's true character. Back in the car, Xia Yao teased him for only taking 3 minutes. When she learned that Jiang Nan had gone just to show Yu Xiangnan the video, she burst into uncontrollable laughter. Zhong Yingxue, confused by their exchange, asked what was going on. Jiang Nan and Xia Yao replied in unison, "It's a secret." Zhong Yingxue was left utterly puzzled. That video must not be shown to Zhong Yingxue. Jiang Nan thought to himself with a sly grin. Standing nearby, Zhong Yingxue rubbed her temples as she watched Jiang Nan and Xia Yao giggling to themselves. What mischief were these two up to behind her back again? "Let's go home," Zhong Yingxue said with a sigh of resignation. "Got it. Let's roll." Jiang Nan replied enthusiastically, hopping into the driver's seat. Sitting in the passenger seat, Zhong Yingxue watched Jiang Nan skillfully handle the steering wheel. Suddenly, she spoke up with interest. "Xiao Nan, I want to learn how to drive too." "Xue, don't you already have a driver's license?" Xia Yao chimed in from the back seat. Having a license and knowing how to drive are two different things. Zhong Yingxue's cheeks flushed slightly. "Now that Xiao Nan has joined our team and can drive in the Lingxiu, both of you know how to drive, but I don't. I really want to learn." "Sure. I'll teach you," Xia Yao said excitedly. "Forget it, you reckless driver." Jiang Nan rolled his eyes. "You'd probably send the car flying into the air without even watching the road. Do you remember how badly you scraped the undercarriage of that Koenigsegg? Jiang Nan, you jerk. I'm going to strangle you." Xia Yao fumed, hopping in frustration. 1,000 resentment points from Xia Yao. Meanwhile, in a room at the Century Hotel, Luo Tianxiang was furiously smashing objects in a fit of rage, letting out a primal scream. Just then, his phone rang. "Son, is Missy with you?" came Luo's father's voice. Yeah, Dad. Do you need something from cousin? Tell her to come to the office tomorrow. There's a $10 billion deal to discuss. Aside from attending Grandpa Zhong's birthday banquet, this is the main reason we're here. Don't mess this up. 10 billion? Luo Tianxiang's eyes lit up as he patted his chest. Don't worry, Dad. Leave it to me. Leave it to you, my foot, his father roared. Because of you, we even have to replace the company's elevator. What did I do in my past life to deserve this? Elsewhere, not long after Jiang Nan had left, Jiang Nan was still blushing from the earlier awkward encounter. A sudden knock on the door snapped her out of her thoughts. Could it be Jiang Nan coming back? With a hint of anticipation, she opened the door, only to be met with Luo Tianxiang. Ugh. Jiang Nan instinctively stepped back, covering her mouth. Cousin, my dad said. Get out. You're disgusting. Jiang Nan interrupted, retreating further. Luo Tianxiang looked utterly baffled. How am I disgusting? Cousin, this is a $10 billion deal. Don't even bring it up. After what happened in the elevator, Jiang Nan waved him off in disgust. Don't ever come looking for me again. Bang. The door slammed shut. Luo Tianxiang stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. She knew about the elevator incident. It had to be Jiang Nan who showed her the video. And what was Jiang Nan doing in her room this late at night? The $10 billion deal was ruined just like that. Jiang Nan, I won't rest until you're dead. His roar shook the entire hotel. Back in his room, Jiang Nan was focused on pouring the Li energy drink into empty water bottles and tying little heart-shaped bundles of spiritual chive stalks. He'd been so busy with trips to the Lingshu lately that he hadn't had time to set up his street stall. His skill points and resentment points were almost depleted. Luckily, tomorrow was Valentine's Day. Chives paired with the Li would surely sell like crazy. He pulled out his phone and posted a message on Weibo. Rain or shine, I'll be at the night market. See you tomorrow at 5 p.m. near the university town. He added a couple of heart gesture emojis. The comment section exploded instantly. Finally, you're back. I can't survive without those chives. New items? Can't wait. Suddenly, one comment caught Jiang Nan's eye. Yesterday, I ate chives with Deli, then had some detox soybeans and then what? Someone asked. I ended up in the hospital. My girlfriend left me, and I had to sell my house. The buyer insisted on giving me an extra 20,000 yuan, curious about how I managed to crash into the ceiling. Jiang Nan was so startled he quickly shut off his phone. Was he going to get beaten up tomorrow? Oh well, the stall fee was already paid. Money matters most. The next morning, Jiang Nan woke up early, prepared his strength potion, and enjoyed a relaxing bath. While he was focused on absorbing the spirit pearl in his room, Xia Yao's voice called out from the bathroom, Xiao Nan, I forgot to grab a towel. It's in the second compartment of my wardrobe. Jiang Nan rolled his eyes, too lazy to move. Instead, he directly activated a spatial wormhole, pulled the towel from Xia Yao's room, and opened another wormhole to hand it over to the bathroom. At that moment, Xia Yao was humming a tune, completely immersed in the delightful sensation of her enhanced physical abilities, with the issue of desertification far from her mind. Suddenly, she felt a tap on her shoulder. Startled, she turned around sharply, only to see a hand unexpectedly reaching out from thin air, holding a towel and waving it. Xia Yao screamed and jumped out of the bathtub. Less than half a minute later, she stormed into Jiang Nan's room wearing a sports tank top, her snow-white skin still glistening with water droplets, and her silver hair damp. Xiao Nan, was that your spirit skill? How did your hand appear in the bathroom? She asked, her face full of curiosity. Jiang Nan grinned brightly and opened another spatial wormhole, this time reaching out from behind Xia Yao to close the door. The spatial wormhole of the void koi. I can now open it freely within a 300-meter range, he said proudly. A spatial spirit skill? Isn't the government restricting spatial spirit pearls? Xia Yao asked, raising an eyebrow. I've got connections. Jiang Nan replied smugly. Xia Yao pouted and warned, don't go opening spatial wormholes randomly, especially not to sneak up on me or shue at night. With the way you sleep, even if I did sneak up on you, you'd never wake up, Jiang Nan teased. This remark reminded Xia Yao of the time she was tied up like a mummy, and her irritation flared instantly. Gritting her teeth, she declared, Humph, you're asking for it. Today, I'm going to teach you a lesson. Come and spar with me. Under Xia Yao's threat, the two headed to the gym on the third floor of the villa. The gym was equipped with various machines, and in the center was a padded wrestling ring. Zhong Yingxue was sweating it out on the treadmill and greeted them with a smile. Excited, Xia Yao struck a pose in the wrestling ring. Come on, let me show you who's boss. If you lose, you get a flick on the forehead, and no using spirit skills or teleportation. However, the match took an unexpected turn. Despite Xia Yao's attacks being as swift as a silver phantom, she was subdued by Jiang Nan with a flawless shoulder throw in just 3 seconds. Even her surprise counterattacks were effortlessly neutralized by Jiang Nan's various combat techniques. Frustrated and embarrassed, Xia Yao suddenly unleashed a surge of spiritual energy. Her entire appearance transformed dramatically. Her beautiful eyes turned into silver vertical pupils, furry wolf ears emerged on her head, 3 silver streaks appeared on each cheek, her nails grew sharp, and a fluffy silver-white tail sprouted behind her. Jiang Nan was stunned by her stunning beast-like transformation wolf ears paired with a big fluffy tail. It was overwhelmingly adorable. Seizing the moment while he was distracted, Xia Yao landed a punch squarely on his eye. That's what you get for zoning out, Xia Yao said triumphantly. Clutching his bruised eye, Jiang Nan straightened up and declared, I've decided. No flicking your forehead anymore. If I win, I get to touch your wolf tail. In your dreams. Xia Yao's cheeks flushed red. Win first, then we'll talk. Zhong Yingxue covered her face as she watched the scene before her, utterly shocked. She never imagined that Xia Yao would resort to activating her semi-beast transformation just to deal with Jiang Nan. Seeing Xia Yao's silver wolf ears and fluffy tail, Jiang Nan didn't back down. Instead, his eyes lit up with excitement. To him, this was a dream come true, the chance to touch a real beast girl's tail and ears. Fueled by this dream, Jiang Nan didn't hesitate to invest all 1,000 of his skill points to level up his unarmed combat to intermediate. Even so, Xia Yao's semi-beast transformation put immense pressure on him, as her speed was almost impossible to track. What shocked Zhong Yingxue even more was Jiang Nan's performance. It was as if he had the ability to foresee Xia Yao's moves. Just from her stances, he could predict her attack routes. Not only did he dodge with ease, but he also occasionally took the opportunity to ruffle her fluffy wolf ears, which only infuriated Xia Yao further. I'm going to give you a matching black eye, Xia Yao shouted angrily. Bring it on, Jiang Nan teased with a grin. As the battle continued, Jiang Nan showcased jaw-dropping skills. He seamlessly blended techniques from ancient martial arts, Sanda, MMA, and Muay Thai, moving with the grace and precision of a true master. Zhong Yingxue was completely mesmerized, unable to believe that someone so young could possess such mastery. After a long and intense fight, Xia Yao was drenched in sweat, her silver hair damp and clinging to her face. Aside from her initial sneak attack, she couldn't land a single hit on Jiang Nan. I give up, Xia Yao panted, clearly exhausted. Fine, you can touch it. She extended her tail toward Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan swallowed nervously. I am really going to touch it, okay? A bet's a bet. Xia Yao rolled her eyes. But you have to teach us close combat techniques. I want to learn too. Zhong Yingxue eagerly raised her hand. Just as Jiang Nan reached out to touch the fluffy tail, curiosity got the better of him. He wanted to see where the tail actually grew from. Without a second thought, he moved to lift. Don't you dare. Xia Yao instantly reverted to her human form, her face flushed with embarrassment. She swung her fist at him. Jiang Nan reflexively opened a spatial wormhole, causing Xia Yao's punch to land squarely on her own eye. Jiang Nan, I'm going to strangle you, she yelled in fury. Ahem. They'll just go set up my stall now. Jiang Nan stammered before teleporting away in a flash. Later, Jiang Nan met up with Wu Liang at the university town. When Wu Liang saw Jiang Nan's black eye, he was stunned. Jiang Nan, however, laughed it off, saying that getting to touch the tail made it all worth it. That evening, the night market in the university town was packed with people, most of whom had come specifically for Jiang Nan. When he arrived, the crowd parted to make way for him. Jiang Nan set up his stall, displaying his wares: mighty potions, detoxifying yellow beans, spiritual energy chives, and the legendary Hao brand underwear. Step right up. Hao brand underwear. Indestructible and unterrible. Jiang Nan shouted energetically. Your brothers might betray you, your girlfriend might betray you, but these shorts? Never. Only 10,000 per pair. The onlookers were dumbfounded. 10,000 for a pair of shorts? What kind of divine product was this? As Jiang Nan unveiled his new product, a wave of boos erupted from the crowd. Su Yuan, accompanied by a group of live-streaming female influencers hoping to ride the hype, scowled in disappointment. The comments in the live-stream chat were equally ruthless. Looks like Jiang Nan has finally run out of steam. After all this time, this is what he came up with. A few scraps of fabric for 10,000 bucks? Does he think we're idiots? Jiang Nan's selling out now. Shorts used to be 2 for 10 bucks, and now he's jacked it up 1,000-fold? Taking advantage of the situation, Su Yuan chimed in mockingly. Jiang Nan, I brought people here just to support you. These girls came just for you. Don't let them down. Although the female influencers pouted in dissatisfaction, their faces flushed slightly as they glanced at the shorts on display. Could it be that we're just out of touch with the trends? This is a bit too much, isn't it? Jiang Nan sneered dismissively. What do you know? He then turned to Wu Liang and shouted, Big guy. Full beast transformation. At that moment, Wu Liang finally realized the real reason Jiang Nan had brought him here right was time to showcase his impressive physique. The thought made him grin with excitement. With a ripping sound, Wu Liang transformed before everyone's stunned gaze. Standing nearly 2 meters tall in his human form, he suddenly morphed into a formidable giant black bear. His jeans and t-shirt shredded explosively during the transformation, leaving only a pair of Pikachu-patterned briefs tightly clinging to his bare form. The scene fell into dead silence. The crowd was collectively frozen in shock, jaws practically hitting the ground. My eyes. My poor eyes. What in the world did I just witness? My worldview is shattered. How many self-help books will it take to heal my soul? Even Jiang Nan was dumbfounded. Wait a second. Why are you wearing the Pikachu ones again? Change back now. You're going to give the kids nightmares. When Wu Liang returned to his human form, the crowd erupted into chaos once more. The sight of a towering, muscular man over 2 meters tall, wearing nothing but adorable Pikachu briefs, was simply too much to handle. Wu Liang, however, seemed completely unbothered, basking in the attention with a smug grin. Jiang Nan muttered under his breath. Did this guy awaken some weird new personality trait? First the ripped clothes maniac, then the triangle briefs hero, and now he's got extrovert extraordinaire syndrome? Su Yuan and the female influencers were left utterly speechless, while the live stream chat exploded with comments. Words fail me. All I can say is wow. All he's missing is a pole. Bulgaria's dancing king has a worthy successor. Seizing the moment, Jiang Nan launched into his sales pitch. See this? It's the ultimate blessing for beast-type ability users. Transform in battle without a care in the world. No more embarrassing wardrobe malfunctions. These triangle briefs are a must-have for any macho man, and cute girls won't be able to resist. Even the Hulk swears by them. Fashionable, practical, and just 10,000 bucks each. Guaranteed to make both campus heartthrobs and sweethearts swoon. And to back up Jiang Nan's over-the-top marketing, Wu Liang repeatedly demonstrated the astonishing sight of his full beast transformation, showcasing the miraculous effects of the Hauka brand shorts from every angle. The university town students watching, especially those with beast transformation abilities themselves, gazed in awe. The Pikachu pattern shorts fit perfectly on Wu Liang's massive beast form, completely solving a long-standing problem they all faced. Give me 2 pairs to switch between. 3 pairs. I want 3 pairs. Hey handsome, grab me one. Jiang Nan was stunned. Bro, 1 pair isn't enough. You need at least a spare, right? The customer waved it off. If the front gets dirty, I can just wear them inside out. Jiang Nan was floored by the logic. What kind of thinking is that? Forget I said anything. Thanks to Wu Liang's impressive demonstration, Hauka brand shorts were selling like crazy. Even the 2 female live streamers brought by Su Yuan crouched down to pick some out. One of them held up a pair with a chibi Marukakan pattern and coquettishly asked, Nan Shan, don't we girls get a discount? A discount? No way. Don't girls look better with a little money to spend? Don't be so heartless. I'll wear them as soon as I get home and send you a picture. The streamer batted her lashes flirtatiously. Su Yuan immediately covered his nose, thinking, is this for real? Jiang Nan, keeping a serious expression, said, a discount isn't impossible. If you try them on right here, I'll give you a pair for free. The streamer's face turned dark. Try them on here? In front of all these people? Hearing this, Li Qin's annoyance level shot up by 666. Su Yuan quickly interjected. Xiao Qin, I'll pay for yours. Just send me a picture when you wear them at home, okay? In your dreams. Li Qin shot him a glare. Why is it okay to send Jiang Nan a picture, but not me? I'm the one paying for it. Jiang Nan laughed. Want to know the difference between us? He pointed at Li Qin and himself. This is an elegant lady. Then he pointed at Li Qin and Su Yuan. And this? What's this? Su Yuan thought for a moment. You? No, no, no. It's a girl. That's the difference. Li Qin burst into laughter, tears streaming down her face. Su Yuan stomped his foot in frustration. How does she become an elegant lady with you, but just a girl with me? Isn't girl just woman plus ugly? I've never been insulted so indirectly. As everyone laughed and joked, the lively crowd suddenly quieted down. Jiang Nan turned around, almost falling off his small stool. Wu Liang had reverted from his black bear form back to human. However, the Hauka brand shorts had lost their elasticity and were slowly slipping down, all the way to his ankles. Jiang Nan and Wu Liang froze in place simultaneously. Not only were the onlookers dumbfounded, but even Jiang Nan was left standing there in a daze. For 3 seconds, the crowd was dead silent, then erupted into a deafening uproar. Countless camera flashes and shutter clicks filled the air, blinding Jiang Nan to the point where he couldn't keep his eyes open. The cause of all this commotion was simple. Wu Liang's Heyo Heya brand shorts suddenly gave out, leaving him completely exposed in front of everyone. This was supposed to be Jiang Nan's pick for the best consolation prize, but who could have imagined such a hidden flaw? It turned out the shorts had a usage limit. After about 30 wears, they lost their elasticity. Unfortunately, this side effect was discovered far too late. The reactions at the scene were nothing short of dramatic. The men shielded their faces and closed their eyes, muttering about needing to go home and cleanse their souls. The young women screamed but couldn't resist sneaking glances, and the older ladies were thoroughly entertained, offering loud commentary. The two female streamers, in particular, stood frozen in shock, unsure of how to respond. Wu Liang, oddly enough, remained unusually calm. It wasn't the first time he had dealt with such an embarrassing situation. Still, his face darkened like the bottom of a burnt pot as he glared at Jiang Nan with resentment. Bro, could you screw me over any harder? Jiang Nan quickly handed him a new pair of shorts. Put these on, quick. But Wu Liang had the audacity to be picky. I want briefs. The fact that he was still fussing over the style at a time like this left Jiang Nan speechless, but he begrudgingly found him a pair of briefs. Clearing his throat, Jiang Nan began explaining the usage limit of the shorts to the gathered crowd. However, his explanation was abruptly interrupted by two loud screams. It turned out the two female streamers, and Su Yuan had just discovered their livestream accounts had been banned. The three of them turned their accusatory gazes toward Jiang Nan, their eyes full of resentment. After all, the last time they tried to ride his coattails for clout, they'd already suffered losses, but this time, they'd lost their livelihoods entirely. Sensing the tension, Jiang Nan quickly changed the subject and began promoting his Valentine's Day special product, power chives. To everyone's surprise, the first buyers turned out to be a group of middle-aged women, while nearby stood a bunch of haggard, dejected-looking middle-aged men. Just as sales were booming, Zheng Wei pushed through the crowd with his new girlfriend, Jiang Hong. When Jiang Nan casually remarked, "Wasn't it someone else last time?" Jiang Hong stomped on Zheng Wei's foot with a vengeance. Flustered, Zheng Wei hastily explained that the previous person was a teammate, not a girlfriend, before grandly ordering 3 buckets of the product. What shocked everyone even more was that Zheng Wei immediately started eating the chives on the spot. The middle-aged men around him were utterly stunned, while Zheng Wei felt his whole body heat up. Dragging Jiang Hong away, he kept muttering, "This is bad. This is really bad." Jiang Hong was being pulled away briskly by Zheng Wei's burning hot hand. "Hey, didn't we agree to check out the street stalls and have some spicy hot pot? Where are you taking me?" At this moment, Zheng Wei was flushed, drenched in sweat, his ears ringing, and his mind consumed by a single thought. That chive from Nan Shan's stall was way too potent. It hit me instantly. Forget the hot pot. Let's cut to the chase. Zheng Wei exclaimed, dragging Jiang Hong forward. Cut to the chase? What are you talking about? Where are you taking me? Jiang Hong asked, completely baffled. Zheng Wei stumbled forward in a daze, silently cursing himself, swearing he'd never eat anything from Nan Shan's stall again. Moments later, a building came into view. Jiang Hong followed his gaze, and her face instantly darkened. It was a themed hotel. You jerk. I traveled all the way to Jiangxing to see you, and you won't even let me have a 7-yuan hot pot before dragging me to a hotel? Hong, it's not my fault. It's that chive from Nan Shan's stall. It's too intense. I can't take it anymore. This is the only way to save me. Zheng Wei was on the verge of tears. Seeing his pitiful state, Jiang Hong reluctantly helped him into the hotel. Zheng Wei slumped over the reception desk, his bloodshot eyes staring up. One room, please. I'm sorry, sir. It's Valentine's Day, and we're fully booked without a reservation, the receptionist replied with a polite smile. Ugh, Zheng Wei rolled his eyes and collapsed to the floor, convulsing and foaming at the mouth. The receptionist was stunned. Is his temper that bad? He's this upset just because we're full? Forget the hotel. Call an ambulance now. Jiang Hong panicked. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan was strolling home with a satisfied grin on his face. After paying Wu Liang 10 small triangular coins for labor, he had made a clean profit of 50,000 yuan that night, racked up over 300,000 resentment points, and his skill points had reached 49,500. He was ready to head home and enjoy a good round of prize draws. Suddenly, the roar of an engine grew louder and louder. A Mercedes-Benz G-Class sped around the corner, its wheels lifting off the ground. Jiang Nan recognized it. It was Xia Yao's car, but she wasn't slowing down. All I did was accidentally bruise your eye. Is that worth running me over? Jiang Nan spread his arms wide, bracing for impact. Bang! He was sent flying over 30 meters, spinning 7,200 degrees in the air before crashing heavily onto the sidewalk. Xia Yao and Zhong Yingxue scrambled out of the car, only to realize Zhong Yingxue had been the one driving. Onlookers shook their heads, convinced the young man was done for. But to everyone's shock, Jiang Nan suddenly emerged from a nearby shrub, brushing leaves off his clothes. Calmly, he said, "Next car." The crowd was left speechless. What the heck? Is he showing off? One car wasn't enough, asking for another? Passers-by were astonished to find that aside from some dirt on his clothes, Jiang Nan was completely unharmed. They all gave him a thumbs up, their eyes filled with admiration. Now everyone knows what to say after being hit by a car, right? Next, one such understated elegance, someone exclaimed. Jiang Nan rolled his eyes. This is just standard procedure. You're all overreacting. He knew deep down that it was all thanks to the ongoing transformation of his body by the powerful potion. Zhong Yingxue suddenly rushed over and hugged him tightly. I'm so glad you're okay. You scared me to death just now. While gently patting her back to comfort her, Jiang Nan shot a glare at Xia Yao. You sly fox, such a ruthless heart. Are you satisfied now? What nonsense. Xia Yao looked utterly baffled. How did I become the bad guy here? I was so worried about you. Resentment level 666. Wasn't it you who hit me? Hiding in Jiang Nan's arms, Zhong Yingshue's face turned as red as an apple. It was me driving. Xiao Yao was in the passenger seat. We had just gone out to practice driving, and then, upon learning it was Zhong Yingxue driving, Jiang Nan's attitude shifted instantly, and he started blaming Xia Yao. It's all your fault for being a terrible teacher. What if you hit someone else next time? Xia Yao exploded with anger and stormed over, biting Jiang Nan's arm fiercely. Resentment level 1000. Not long after, the three of them got into a Mercedes G-Class. Zhong Yingxue nervously took the driver's seat, while Xia Yao anxiously fastened her seatbelt twice. Under Jiang Nan's patient guidance, Zhong Yingxue finally managed to start the car and began driving at a snail's pace. When they saw an elderly woman crossing the road ahead, Jiang Nan suddenly grinned mischievously. Run her over. To his surprise, Zhong Yingxue actually stepped on the accelerator. Jiang Nan quickly stopped her, and the car barely came to a halt at the crosswalk. At a red light, an even more dramatic scene unfolded. Zhong Yingxue, overwhelmed with nervousness, somehow managed to yank the steering wheel clean off. The honking from the cars behind grew incessant. Frustrated, Zhong Yingxue stuck the steering wheel out of the window. Instantly, silence fell, and everyone was left dumbfounded. In the critical moment, Jiang Nan pulled an adjustable wrench out of his interdimensional space and temporarily attached it to the steering column as a makeshift steering wheel. Xia Yao stared in disbelief. Resentment level 333. Meanwhile, Zhong Yingxue was brimming with excitement. I want to try driving with this. Off we go, Jiang Nan commanded, and the makeshift modified G-Class set off once again. After some practice, Zhong Yingxue had gradually mastered the basics of driving. She gripped the adjustable wrench tightly with both hands, carefully adjusting the angle. Her movements were becoming increasingly skillful. The car's speed picked up slightly, but her expression grew more tense, her bright eyes fixed unblinkingly on the road ahead. Jiang Nan sat in the passenger seat, holding the detached steering wheel in his arms, patiently guiding her. In the back seat, Xia Yao had already taken out her phone and was secretly recording the scene in front of her, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. After all, it wasn't every day you got to witness someone driving with an adjustable wrench. All right, time to speed up and shift to third gear, Jiang Nan suggested. Okay, Zhong Yingxue replied nervously, her gaze locked on the road. She pressed the clutch and began groping for the gear shift with her right hand. After a few attempts, her hand landed on a cylindrical object. Jiang Nan glanced down and immediately widened his eyes. Hey, the gear stick is on your left. You're holding the Coke bottle on the center console. But Zhong Yingxue, with a completely serious expression, had already shifted to third gear using the Coke bottle. Jiang Nan tried to stifle his laughter, his face turning red. This was the first time he'd ever seen someone shift gears with a soda bottle. Huh, why isn't it speeding up? Zhong Yingxue asked, puzzled. In the back seat, Xia Yao was already laughing so hard she could barely breathe, pinching her thigh to keep from bursting out loud. She was just about to say something when Jiang Nan shot her a warning glance. Gotta let Yingxue save some face. Quietly, Jiang Nan activated a spatial wormhole from his pocket and discreetly shifted the car into third gear. Sure enough, the car began to accelerate. Wow, it's really going faster, Zhong Yingxue said excitedly. The car might be a little slow to respond, but you're doing amazing, Yingxue. Jiang Nan praised her gently. Encouraged by the speed increase, Zhong Yingxue immediately used the Coke bottle to shift to fourth gear. Jiang Nan watched helplessly as she refused to let go of the bottle. Do you maybe want to try touching the actual gear stick? He suggested. But by this point, Zhong Yingxue was so nervous she didn't dare make any unnecessary movements, afraid she wouldn't be able to find the gear stick again if she let go. Left with no other choice, Jiang Nan continued to operate in secret until the car was in the highest gear. As traffic on the road increased, Zhong Yingshue's palms were already slick with sweat. Jiang Nan, I'm too scared to keep driving. How do I stop the car? She cried. Step on the brake and slowly pull over. Jiang Nan guided her gently. Zhong Yingxue nodded, then slammed her foot down hard. The engine roared, the tachometer shot up to 8,000 RPM, and the sheer force of acceleration pinned Jiang Nan firmly against his seat. Why is it going even faster? Zhong Yingxue was on the verge of tears. At this moment, Jiang Nan frantically twisted the wrench, maneuvering through the oncoming traffic on the road like a professional race car driver. Jiang Nan, you're pressing the wrong pedal. That's the accelerator. Xia Yao screamed in panic, her face pale as she fastened both seatbelts on herself and tightly gripped the car door handle. Jiang Nan, however, remained calm and composed. Relax. The brake is the one next to the accelerator. Just press the one in the middle. Zhong Yingxue nodded repeatedly, but just then, the car sped over a speed bump. With a loud bang, Jiang Nan was launched from his seat, hitting his head on the car roof and creating a makeshift sunroof. The rushing wind distorted his face as it blew against him, impressing the brake. But it's not working. Zhong Yingxue shouted anxiously, turning her head to check. She found Jiang Nan's upper body stuck through the hole in the roof. Jiang Nan, are you okay? Jiang Nan finally managed to pull his head back through the hole, rubbing the large bump on his head. Did the brakes fail? Could they have broken from that bump? Does that mean we can't stop? Xia Yao exclaimed in horror. Jiang Nan was about to say, don't panic, we can use engine braking. But before he could finish, Zhong Yingxue, overwhelmed with tension, suddenly burst into flames. Scarlet fire erupted from her skin. Why are you combusting? Calm down. Jiang Nan was utterly dumbfounded. The flames quickly ignited the car's interior, filling it with thick smoke that obscured their vision entirely. Jiang Nan covered his nose, tears streaming down his face from the smoke. Yingxue, put out the fire already. I am trying. Zhong Yingxue patted her chest, trying to regain her composure. At that moment, Xia Yao pointed at Zhong Yingxue's hand in terror. Yingxue, what's in your hand? Jiang Nan squinted to take a closer look and nearly fainted. It was the wrench from earlier. The steering wheel was now completely out of control. The car was instantly filled with 3 synchronized screams. Meanwhile, a man leisurely driving nearby suddenly caught sight of a mobile furnace, spewing thick smoke as it roared past him. What the heck? Are they cooking in there? With another loud bang, the out-of-control car crashed straight into a roadside grove of trees. Jiang Nan was flung through the windshield and ended up hanging from a tree. Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao kicked the car doors open and crawled out, their faces blackened from the smoke but otherwise unharmed. Hanging from the tree, Jiang Nan glanced at the burning car by the roadside and chuckled bitterly. I think we should just give up on learning to drive. Agreed. Zhong Yingxue's face turned beet red as she silently vowed never to touch a steering wheel again. Back at home, Jiang Nan prepared a warm bath for Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao before settling on the living room sofa to start a lucky draw. With 500,000 grievance points in hand, he eagerly hoped the system would reward him generously. The first 10 draws yielded nothing but consolation prizes, vitality ginseng and supreme beauty pills. The second round was no different. Jiang Nan frowned and thought, can't the system give me something new? Am I not beautiful enough already? On the third try, the system's notification tone suddenly changed. Congratulations! You've won a prize. 1 pack of heart-pounding popping candy. Jiang Nan's eyes lit up. Finally, something new. Although the name seemed a bit corny, pounding, instead of the more elegant, pounding heart, it was still better than another consolation prize. Eagerly, he checked the item's attributes. Heart-pounding popping candy. Effect. Increases spiritual energy absorption speed 10-fold for 24 hours, while significantly boosting personal charm. Makes you irresistible to all, flowers bloom at your sight, and cars, well, they might just blow a tire. You're one true love. Give me fire. This is amazing. Jiang Nan thought in delight. Not only did it enhance cultivation speed, but it also increased charm, basically the ultimate tool for winning hearts. Just then, Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao emerged from their baths, their cheeks flushed pink. Jiang Nan quickly straightened up and said, I have something to tell you both. The two exchanged curious glances before sitting across from him. Xia Yao teased, it's Valentine's Day, are you about to confess your love to me? Relax, why would I confess to you? Humans and big-tailed wolves are hardly compatible. Jiang Nan's words were cut off as Xia Yao lunged forward, playfully choking him. After a round of laughter and playful scuffling, Jiang Nan revealed 2 gift boxes, one large and one small. Quick as lightning, Xia Yao snatched the larger box. Inside, she found a stash of white rabbit candies and a vibrant spiritual fruit. Zhong Yingxue's box contained the same treasures. After eating the spiritual fruit, both of them quickly felt their talents improve. Xia Yao's aptitude shot from A to S, while Zhong Yingxue's already impressive S talent somehow advanced even further. As the two were basking in their newfound joy, Xia Yao noticed something hidden beneath the boxes lining 10 pairs of shorts, each in a different style. Remembering the embarrassing incident with her stained clothes, she immediately bristled and chased Jiang Nan around the house. These are premium Heo brand anti-rip shorts. They cost 10,000 apiece. Jiang Nan shouted as he dodged her attacks. Meanwhile, Zhong Yingxue glanced at the shorts on the table, her cheeks turning slightly red. Unable to hold back, she burst into laughter. Late at night, Jiang Nan returned to his room and stood in front of the mirror, carefully examining himself. Despite the dark purple bruises around both eyes, they did nothing to detract from his handsome face. He scrutinized his reflection. The corners of his mouth lifting slightly, those symmetrical bruises actually had a certain aesthetic appeal. Still, just to be safe, he took out a supreme beauty pill and swallowed it. After all, who could complain about being too good-looking? With his facial issues taken care of, Jiang Nan couldn't suppress the excitement bubbling within him any longer. He finally retrieved the long-awaited, heart-pounding popping candy from its package. This was a rare and serious prize, as precious as the bone-refining spirit fruit or the supreme beauty pill. However, as he took a closer look at the candy's packaging, he froze. Cartoon designs were one thing, but why was there a straw included? How childish. At his age, eating something like this seemed a bit inappropriate, but then he shrugged it off. Who cared? With a determined grit of his teeth, Jiang Nan tore open the package, inserted the straw, and took a fierce sip more aggressively than someone puffing on a cigarette. In one swift motion, the entire packet of popping candy poured into his mouth. It's pretty sweet, he thought to himself, just as a loud boom erupted in his mouth. It was as if he'd been struck by lightning, leaving him lying flat on the bed, eyes wide open. The forcey, it wasn't popping candy, it was practically a C4 explosive. Before he could recover, even more intense explosions followed one after another in his mouth. Boom, boom, boom. It was like a box of firecrackers had gone off, or a Gatling gun had been installed in his jaw, leaving his mouth completely numb. At that moment, he finally understood why it was named heart-pounding. Jiang Nan couldn't help but cry out, which only triggered an even more violent chain reaction. The continuous popping and crackling sounds filled the air. He quickly clamped his mouth shut, rolling back and forth on the bed, clutching the sheets tightly as tears of regret streamed from the corners of his eyes. Meanwhile, he suddenly felt spiritual energy surging into his body at 10 times the usual speed. His cultivation level skyrocketed from bronze level 3 to bronze level 4 in an instant. At the same time, upstairs in Xia Yao's room, 10 pairs of cooling shorts were neatly laid out on the bed. The girl blushed, muttering to herself, just trying them on, as she picked out a blue pair and slipped them on. After double-checking the door lock, she gently transformed under the moonlight. Her silver wolf ears and tail looked especially enchanting. As Jiang Nan had said, the Hao Hao brand shorts perfectly accommodated her semi-beast form. Suddenly, a series of rapid, rhythmic noises came from downstairs, resembling machine gun fire or a tractor engine starting up. Xia Yao hurriedly retracted her ears and tail, exchanging a startled look with Zhong Yingxue. Together, they headed to Jiang Nan's room. As they opened the door, they were greeted by the sight of a disheveled Jiang Nan. His eyes were vacant, his face streaked with tears, his body drenched in sweat, and he was still twitching slightly on the bed. Yet, even in this state, his profile made the girls' hearts race. The more they looked, the more captivating he seemed. Xiao Nan, why are you crying? Zhong Yingxue asked worriedly. Crying so much that the blanket is soaked? Xia Yao chimed in. That's sweat, Jiang Nan weakly explained. The heart-pounding popping candy was way too intense. Xia Yao sat down on the edge of the bed, gently wiping the tears from his face. With a soft voice, she said, Don't cry anymore. I'm sorry. Is it because I bullied you that you're upset? I promise I won't hit you or bite you ever again. Okay? Zhong Yingxue, on the other hand, pulled Jiang Nan into her arms, softly patting his back as she comforted the poor boy who had been utterly defeated by the popping candy. When Xiao Nan woke up, the first thing he saw was Zhong Yingxue's gentle, caring gaze. The maternal warmth radiating from her eyes left him momentarily dazed. Even the usually fierce and intimidating De Langmi seemed unusually soft at this moment, speaking in a calm, tender tone as if he were a completely different person. Jiang Nan secretly rejoiced. This must be the effect of the heart-pounding candy. His charm level had skyrocketed. Yet, amidst this joy, a faint sense of guilt crept into his heart. Jiang Nan put on a pitiful expression. I actually have this strange illness. I can't fall asleep at night unless someone keeps me company. Zhong Yingxue's cheeks turned bright red. No way. But I could give you a hug. Ugh. No hugs for him. Xia Yao immediately widened her eyes in protest. I've never even hugged you like that. I was so worried about you. And this is what I get? Just go ahead and stay sleepless. With that, she grabbed Zhong Yingxue's hand and stormed out. Jiang Nan watched the two leave, but his gaze lingered on the familiar brand of shorts Xia Yao was wearing. He chuckled to himself. She says she doesn't like me, but her actions tell a different story. Through the spatial wormhole, Jiang Nan overheard Xia Yao's conversation with Zhong Yingxue outside the door. Xue, don't you think Xiao Nan looks especially good tonight? For a moment, I even thought he was my type. Zhong Yingshi's face turned even redder. It's like, my heart started racing. So strange. Jiang Nan stifled a laugh. It seemed the candy really could make people fall for him, though its effects were limited and couldn't alter someone's subconscious feelings. Still, just the tenfold increase in spiritual energy absorption was absurdly powerful. If he could keep a steady supply, his cultivation level would skyrocket. However, this heart-thumping sensation was a bit overwhelming. Looks like Head need to find a way to earn more resentment points to sustain it. In the days that followed, Jiang Nan spent his mornings teaching the two beauties close combat techniques, and his evenings helping Wu Liang run their street stall. Afterward, he'd head to his secret base to train in broadsword and shield techniques. With 7 pounds of spiritual pearls in hand, there was enough for everyone to use throughout the summer. It was shaping up to be a fulfilling and enjoyable vacation. One evening, while Jiang Nan was on his phone, he received a friend request. The sender was Luo Tiana. She used her real name, and her profile picture was a youthful, short-haired ID photo, looking pure and innocent. You think you can just add me like that? Jiang Nan pretended to be tough and declined the request. But the next second, his phone rang. Hello? Do you have a death wish? Accept it right now. Recalling the scene of the wildcat brutally taking down the earth bear, Jiang Nan shuddered and immediately hit accept. This wasn't cowardice, it was strategic. Survival comes first. After accepting the friend request, Mountain Cat immediately sent a brief message. Luo Tianhong, report to the Jiangqing military base tomorrow for rookie training. I'll arrange for someone to pick you up. Jiang Nan glanced at the phone screen and sneered dismissively. Rookie training? What a joke. Isn't it better to make money running my stall every day? Or spar with 2 beautiful ladies? I've already got my transfer certificate, a spatial spirit bead, and the one I snagged from Tianqi. I have no weaknesses left. What can the Dark Knight Army do to me? Not going. Jiang Nan replied decisively. Mountain Cat, are you sure? Not going. Nope. 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 Jiang Nan added a playful emoji to his response. Seeing no further reply from Mountain Cat, Jiang Nan grinned smugly. He cheerfully planned to open his stall later tomorrow to earn some extra cash and then drifted off to sleep, satisfied. Late at night, Zhong Yingxue, ever alert, was awakened by faint footsteps. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she looked out the window and immediately sobered up. 10 riot control vehicles had quietly arrived, and armed soldiers in black uniforms had surrounded the villa. As she opened her bedroom door, she saw Ning standing calmly at the entrance, smiling gently. Don't be alarmed. We're with the Dark Knight Army. We just need Jiang Nan for a bit. He'll be safely returned before school starts. Did Xiaonan do something wrong? Zhong Yingxue asked nervously, and Ning chuckled. Maybe it was because of an emoji he sent. Zhong Yingxue exchanged bewildered glances with Xia Yao, who was also being restrained. Neither could fathom how sending an emoji could provoke a national special forces unit. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan, sound asleep, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He jolted awake and turned around, only to see Mountain Cat standing beside his bed in a sharp black uniform, his expression unreadable. Beside him stood a short-haired young woman, probably in her 20s, with large, sparkling eyes and a small beauty mark near the corner of one eye. She exuded an endearing shyness. Run! Jiang Nan instinctively tried to teleport, only to realize his powers were completely nullified. He glanced at the short-haired girl and immediately understood it was a domain-type ability at work. Restrain him, Mountain Cat ordered calmly. Qin Shan approached with a rope, grinning mischievously. Old Jiang, don't fight it. You can't beat me. 3 seconds later, Chun Chun was sent flying by a single kick from Jiang Nan, his face turning bright red with embarrassment. The short-haired girl, Su Rue, gasped in surprise. Wow, is this guy really that strong? Jiang Nan smirked proudly. So what if I can't use my powers? I didn't train in combat for nothing. Tie him up. Use any method you like, reverse chest bind or backhand waist bind, your choice. Mountain Cat instructed. Su Rue tilted her head in confusion, while Chen Xian nearly choked on the professional terminology. 1 minute later, Jiang Nan, now tied up like a dumpling, was hoisted over Mountain Cat's shoulder. Let me go. You promised me hugs, but now you're just lying. Fraud. Jiang Nan yelled as he was carried off, with Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao watching in stunned silence. He was promptly stuffed into one of the riot control vehicles. Ning reassured the 2 girls, don't worry, we'll ensure Jiang Nan's safety. Inside the vehicle, Jiang Nan sat between Mountain Cat and Su Rue, his eyes darting around mischievously. He turned to Su Rue with a charming smile. Hey, new girl, you're really pretty. Su Rue stole a quick glance at Jiang Nan, her heart inexplicably racing as her cheeks turned a light shade of pink. Yeah, I'm new, she replied shyly. It was the first time such a handsome guy had struck up a conversation with her. Su Rue stood nervously in place, her fingers unconsciously twisting together. As a rookie in the Night Army, She had only been here for 2 weeks before being assigned her first real mission assisting Captain Lynx in capturing a target. What surprised her even more was that this time, the target was actually a potential recruit for training. She thought back to how hard she had worked to earn this opportunity and couldn't understand why someone would resist so much that they had to be forcibly brought in. When she saw Jiang Nan for the first time, Su Rui's mouth dropped open in shock. Was just a high school student, at most 2 years younger than her. Kitty's sister. Jiang Nan asked innocently, how long is the training? Are there any rewards? I don't even have a spatial ability yet. Do they pay? If you just asked me to come, I would have come. Why make it so complicated? Jiang Nan continued to chatter, even sending an emoji to express his dissatisfaction. Lynx watched all of this coldly, calculating in her mind. This kid is as stubborn as a mule. If it's not the carrot, then it has to be the stick. Night 14, Lynx suddenly spoke. Huh, 14? Su Rui froze in confusion. Jiang Nan's eyes lit up. Is that a mission code name? Lynx shot Su Rui a sharp glare. Execute the order. Yais. Su Rui stammered, quickly pulling a small bottle and a handkerchief out of her bag. She poured the clear liquid onto the cloth in a rush. Jiang Nan recognized the scene instantly, his smile gradually stiffening. Wait a second, this is the knockout drug they use in TV shows, isn't it? Hey, you can't be serious. I'm sorry. Please bear with it. Su Rui took a quick step forward and pressed the handkerchief over Jiang Nan's nose. Jiang Nan struggled violently, suddenly recalling the time he had blocked a gorilla's nose with a rock. He thought to himself, this must be karma. But he wasn't someone who would give in so easily. Without hesitation, he opened his mouth and licked the handkerchief. Su Rui shrieked in fright. He's licking my hand. Please, stop licking it, little brother. Lynx's expression darkened to the point of resembling coal, but she firmly ordered, hold on. 3 minutes later, Jiang Nan finally collapsed, unconscious. Su Rui's face turned scarlet as she stared at her hand, which had been licked by Jiang Nan. She felt both embarrassed and annoyed. This was the first time something like this had happened. How could someone be so shameless? But when her gaze shifted to the sleeping Jiang Nan, she couldn't help feeling a little moved. This guy, he did look a bit endearing while asleep. The next morning, Jiang Nan woke up groggily. The first thing he saw was his neatly folded Night Army uniform on the bedside table, along with his officer's ID and other essentials, all arranged perfectly. He smirked slightly. There was no escaping this training, it seemed. Absent-mindedly licking his lips, he couldn't help but think, Su Rui's hand really was a bit salty. After putting on his uniform and stepping out of the room, he was greeted by the glaring sunlight and the sound of gunfire. 20 Night Army recruits were engaged in shooting practice, their shots mingling with the hum of cicadas. Among them was Su Rui, her face flushed from the heat as she focused intently on her aim. Ning and Chen Shun were nearby offering guidance, while a circle of veteran soldiers watched the scene with amusement. What's wrong with you lot? Are those holes on your faces just for decoration? Even I could aim better using my nostrils. The white-beard instructor bellowed. Below gold rank, firearms are the fastest and most effective way to take down an enemy. Here, you're all trash. Keep practicing. Jiang Nan strolled in leisurely, yawning as he observed the scene. His arrival immediately drew everyone's attention. His tall, commanding figure and striking features caused more than a few people to take notice. Su Rui, recalling last night's hand-licking incident, flinched and accidentally missed her target. Is that Nanshin? Did the captain actually manage to drag him here? I saw it myself yesterday. Was sleeping soundly when they tied him up and brought him in. Remember when he and the captain came out of the heavenly pool spirit ruins wearing matching outfits? The veterans erupted in excited chatter. Hey you, get over here and join the training. The instructor barked. I think I'll pass. I really don't need the practice, Jiang Nan replied with a grin, waving his hand dismissively. The entire field fell silent. In a place like this, a military base, who would dare defy an instructor's orders? Noticing the instructor's expression darken, Chen Chen quickly stepped in to explain. Instructor Chun, Jiang Nan really doesn't need to participate. He already has shooting training. And Ning also nodded in agreement. Reluctantly, the instructor agreed, seeing as it was coming from two of his trusted subordinates. Jiang Nan seized the opportunity, pulling out a beach umbrella, a lounge chair, and a table stocked with chilled watermelon and cola from his interdimensional storage. Calling out to the veterans, he said, Hey, come on over. It's a hot day, have some watermelon to cool off. The veterans stared in disbelief. Wait, seriously? He keeps this kind of stuff in his interdimensional space? But they quickly joined him, happily gathering around to enjoy the refreshments. Jiang Nan even made a point to offer some watermelon to the instructor and a Ning, but when it came to Chen Shun, he was deliberately dismissive. You think you can tie me up and still get watermelon? Dream on. And so, the training field presented a stark contrast. The recruits sweating under the blazing sun as they practiced tirelessly, while Jiang Nan leisurely wandered around with a slice of watermelon and a bottle of cola, making the recruits eye him enviously. The group of rookies watched Jiang Nan leisurely enjoying his watermelon, and their anger was about to explode. Does he have to be so shameless? If he wants to eat, can't he do it secretly? Why does he have to flaunt it in front of us? The rookies grumbled in frustration, feeling the oppressive cruelty of the summer heat. System notifications kept popping up. Massive critical hit from Jiang Nan. Resentment points from Wang Tai, 1,000. Resentment points from Lu Yuding, 1,000. Resentment points from Su Rue, 111. Chunli, focus. Stop spacing out. The instructor barked while taking a huge bite of watermelon. Juice sprayed everywhere, further aggravating the rookies. Jiang Nan glanced at the rapidly updating resentment points list and couldn't help but chuckle. Wow, this watermelon is insanely sweet. Finally, a buzzcut guy couldn't hold back anymore and jumped to his feet. I refuse to accept this. Why does he get to skip training? Back in my old unit, I was the sharpshooting champion 3 years in a row. We're all rookies here. I don't believe he's better than me. If we beat him, does that mean we can skip training too? The other rookies chimed in. Exactly. How old is he anyway? How strong could he possibly be? Is he just relying on connections to act so cocky? Let's challenge him. Jiang Nan's watermelon operation had completely ignited the crowd's fury. Even the veterans perked up, eager to watch the drama unfold. Jiang Nan blinked and said, "Not convinced? Well, not convinced then. Got it." With that, he went back to lounging on his beach chair, casually munching on his watermelon. What the Wang Tai's eyes widened in disbelief. What the hell do you mean, got it? You think you're reporting to a superior or something? You're supposed to fight back. Instead, you're seriously just acting like a bystander eating your watermelon? Resentment points from Wang Tai, 1,000. Chunli smirked and said, "Why don't we test him? Stop talking and start doing. I'm curious to see what skills someone personally scouted by Mountain Cat really has." Jiang Nan's face darkened when he heard this. Scouted? Seriously? It was more like he was tricked, coerced, and practically dragged here. Jiang Nan stood up from his seat, flashing a bright smile at Wang Tai. "If I outperform you, you'll have to make my bed, fold my blanket, and fetch water for me throughout the entire training period. Deal? No problem." Wang Tai responded loudly, almost shouting. "But what if I outperform you? Then, Jiang Nan, you get to eat this melon for free." Wang Tai added smugly. The room fell silent for a moment before a wave of suppressed laughter broke out. Su Rue's face turned red from holding back her laughter, too afraid to laugh out loud. Ning and Chen Chun exchanged glances, both seeing the helplessness in each other's eyes. Wang Tai was bound to regret this. Jiang Nan walked up to the workstation, his eyes falling on the scattered parts on the table. A Type 92 pistol? His expression instantly became focused. His movements were so fast they dazzled everyone. The assembly of the gun's frame, barrel, and spring was as smooth as flowing water. No one could tell when he chambered a round. All they heard was a loud bang. From assembly to firing, it took only 7 seconds. Wang Tai was dumbfounded. Wait, it wasn't chambered? How did it fire? Even the instructor, Chunli, looked astonished. Such speed was impossible without years of real combat experience. Yet Jiang Nan was only 18 years old. "Do you know why it fired without chambering?" Chunli explained. "This is called chamber compression assembly. The bullet is already loaded during the assembly process. It's far more complex than conventional assembly, but it saves a significant amount of time." "What's so great about chamber compression?" Wang Tai shouted, his face flushed. "Accuracy is what really matters. Look where he hit what? The 7th ring? Ha ha ha." Before he could finish, Jiang Nan had already pulled the trigger again. Bang, bang, bang. 8 consecutive shots, every single one hitting dead center. The force even created a dent in the steel target's bullseye. Type 92 pistol, 9mm caliber, 8-round capacity, chamber compression allows for 9 rounds. Jiang Nan said casually as he began assembling a Type 95 assault rifle. By the way, the sights on this gun are off by 1.5 degrees. What followed was even more astonishing. Whether in single shot or burst mode, all 20 bullets hit the bullseye. In fact, the latter rounds precisely passed through the same bullet hole. Finally, Jiang Nan's eyes lit up when he saw the Barrett heavy sniper rifle. He didn't even use a stand, opting to fire while holding it directly. At a distance of 2,500 meters, he shot at the fruit trees, hitting the stems cleanly with 10 consecutive bullets, causing the fruits to drop perfectly intact. "That's 2,500 meters. A new record," Chunli exclaimed in shock. "You need to account for wind speed, air humidity, and latitude to pull this off. How did you do it?" Jiang Nan grinned cheekily. "Maybe it's because I play PUBG and always get the chicken dinner?" "Pfft, what kind of excuse is that?" Chunli said, rolling his eyes. Wang Tai covered his face, realizing he'd encountered a true legend today. His so-called 3-time sharpshooter champion title was utterly insignificant compared to Jiang Nan. Seeing Wang Tai glaring at him with a flushed face, Jiang Nan beamed brightly. "Want to learn? I'll teach you." "Oh?" This line, Wang Tai looked suspicious. "Why does it sound like I've heard it before?" The veteran soldiers immediately protested. "Damn, I want to learn too. Nanshin, teach me. That marksmanship is gaudier. I've never seen anyone as cocky as you." Chin couldn't help but complain. 18 years of shooting with a pistol wasn't for nothing. "Nanshin, this ancestral skill of yours, you gotta teach us too." Jiang Nan put on a stern face. "Why does everything sound weird coming out of your mouth? Is this what they mean by a dog's mouth can't spit out ivory?" Chun Chen's resentment level 333. The rookies started gathering around as well. "Nanshin, teach us too. I want to learn that chambering and assembly trick. It's so cool." Su Rue blushed and whispered shyly, I want to learn too." "All right," Jiang Nan declared loudly. "Then I'll teach you all this skill." Chun-Li, standing off to the side, silently muttered to himself, "Is this kid trying to steal my job?" Resentment level 666. But he had to admit, Jiang Nan's marksmanship truly surpassed his own. Where on earth did Lynx dig up this treasure? I heard he's still in high school? At the shooting range, Jiang Nan paced back and forth with his hands behind his back, instructing the rookies lying behind sandbags. He used his foot to correct their posture, but when it came to female trainees like Su Rue and Lu Yuding, he switched to Hansen guidance, getting so close their faces nearly touched. Su Rue glanced at Jiang Nan's side profile, her cheeks flushed, and her heart raced. No, I can't let my mind wander. He's only 18, so much younger than me. I need to stay composed. Yes, composed. The male trainees collectively voiced their dissatisfaction. Damn, the favoritism is way too obvious. Wang Tai's resentment level 666. Lu Xiaofeng's resentment level 666. At that moment, the shooting range suddenly fell silent. The veterans under the sunshade stood up in unison, forming a neat line. While Jiang Nan was guiding Su Rue, he suddenly felt his feet leave the ground. Looking up, he saw Lynx, expressionless, lifting him up with one hand. "What are you doing?" "Teaching the rookies how to shoot." Jiang Nan thought to himself, "Stupid Lynx, put me down. This is so embarrassing." But he dared not say it out loud. Very good," Lynx said calmly, "but can you first let go of her hand?" Only then did Su Rue realize that even though Jiang Nan had been lifted off the ground, their hands were still clasped together. Hand over hand teaching, that's the professional way. Jiang Nan defended. Lynx was speechless. Luo Tianhong's resentment level 666. She had originally brought Jiang Nan to the training camp to temper his attitude, but within half a day, he had turned into an instructor. After seeing Jiang Nan's shooting performance through the surveillance, she was also shocked by his incredible marksmanship. Did he skip drinking Ming Po soup in his past life or something? Lynx looked at Jiang Nan, who wore an innocent expression, feeling utterly at a loss. If this goes on, the rookies are all going to be led astray. She set Jiang Nan back on the ground, her tone unexpectedly carrying a hint of negotiation. "Behave yourself, all right?" "Got it." Jiang Nan grinned widely. This scene left everyone stunned, including the veterans, rookies, and even instructor Chun-Li. None of them had ever seen Lynx speak in such a tone. Did she have a personality switch or something? "What are you all staring at? Combat training. Now." The veterans eagerly cracked their knuckles, while the rookies looked dejected they were about to get beaten up again. Only Wang Tai looked excited. The center of the field soon became lively. The veterans stripped off their shirts, revealing their muscular builds. The rookies charged in but were quickly taken down except for Wang Tai, who, like a young bull, managed to execute a beautiful takedown and floor one of the veterans. "Whoa, old Lu, are you serious? Been watching too many movies? You're looking weak." Another veteran charged forward, grappling with Wang Tai. "You should join in too," Link said to Jiang Nan. "I think I'll pass on this one, right, old Chin?" Jiang Nan chuckled. Chen, though internally seething, could only comply with Lynx's orders and went to observe the fight. With the captain watching, everyone on the field fought even harder. Ning frowned as she watched Wang Tai and the others sparring fiercely. She quietly asked, "Why do you guys always take your shirts off when competing?" Jiang Nan stroked his chin, falling into deep thought. If everyone takes off their pants, the atmosphere would definitely get a bit weird. Anning's blunt remark left both Shan Mao and Su Rue stunned. A hint of excitement flickered across Su Rue's face, while Shan Mao looked utterly confused. The three fell into an awkward silence, none of them expecting such a bizarre idea as a pants-off duel. Just then, a dull thud echoed across the training ground. Wang Tai's powerful hook landed squarely on the veteran's nose, sending his opponent sprawling to the ground. This was the fifth veteran he had taken down. Wang Tai's skills were remarkable. His moves were bold and precise, embodying the traditional techniques of Hong Kong martial arts. Damn, this kid's got something special. Instructor Chun-Li nodded repeatedly, clearly impressed by Wang Tai's performance. The remaining veterans hesitated, wary of embarrassing themselves in front of the recruits. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Wang Tai's bronze skin glistened under the sunlight. Who's next? No one dares to step up? His voice carried a tone of exhilaration. Jiang Nan, get up there and take him down. Chun Shun suddenly shouted, igniting a chorus of cheers. Nan Shun, Nan Shun. Both the recruits and veterans chanted in unison. Jiang Nan rolled his eyes inwardly, thinking that Chen Shun was clearly using this as an excuse for payback. He resolved to teach the kid an unforgettable lesson. Wang Tai's eyes locked onto Jiang Nan with unwavering confidence. He knew his close combat skills were exceptional, especially with his mastery of authentic Hong Quan, which was second to none. While Jiang Nan was renowned for his sharpshooting, Wang Tai was certain he wouldn't match him in hand-to-hand combat. So, what do you say? Ready to go? Wang Tai taunted. Let's do it. Jiang Nan grinned and, to everyone's surprise, began unbuckling his pants. The crowd erupted in shock, and even Wang Tai took 2 steps back in disbelief. What the hell? What kind of fight is this supposed to be? Both recruits and veterans were dumbfounded. Shan Mao's cheeks flushed red as she quickly grabbed Jiang Nan's arm. A duel is fine, but why are you taking off your pants? Meanwhile, Su Rui's eyes sparkled with a mischievous glint, clearly enjoying the unexpected turn of events as she glanced between Jiang Nan and Wang Tai with great interest. When they fight shirtless, their morale skyrockets, Jiang Nan explained with a straight face. I just wanted to see if taking off my pants would give me a similar buff. This left Anning and Shan Mao speechless once again. If Jiang Nan actually went through with this, he'd undoubtedly go down in history as the first person in China's 5,000-year history to fight with his pants off. Whether or not it would grant him any kind of buff was uncertain, but it would definitely be an eyesore. Resentment points from Luo Tianhong, 666. Resentment points from Ning, 333. Resentment points from Su Rui, 333. The system notifications chimed one after another. Jiang Nan was about to untie his waistband when he was forced to stop by the sharp gaze of Lynx. Resigned, he took off his shirt instead, revealing a physique that left the girls present in awe. Under the sunlight, his muscles were well-defined, but not overly bulky, exuding a refreshing charm with every movement. A faint, heart-fluttering smile lingered on his lips. Come on, face me, Hedon. Jiang Nan stood casually in the center, not even bothering to assume a defensive stance. Wang Tai stared at his opponent, growing more uneasy by the second. Jiang Nan appeared completely unguarded, yet there wasn't a single flaw to exploit. An overwhelming sense of pressure loomed over him. Without further hesitation, Wang Tai stepped forward, launching a fierce, iron horse bridge punch that tore through the air toward Jiang Nan's face. The audience collectively held their breath as Wang Tai's fist closed in. Just as it seemed inevitable, Jiang Nan moved. His right foot lifted slightly and struck Wang Tai's bent knee with precision. The kick disrupted Wang Tai's balance, causing his fist to graze past Jiang Nan's cheek. Taking advantage of Wang Tai's instability, Jiang Nan's fist shot out like a dragon emerging from the sea, landing squarely on his opponent's abdomen. With a resounding thud, Wang Tai was lifted off the ground, doubling over before collapsing heavily to his knees. His eyes were bloodshot, and despite several attempts, he couldn't rise. The crowd was stunned. Even Su Rui, who had witnessed Wang Tai's strength firsthand, was left speechless. With just one kick and one punch, Jiang Nan had subdued his opponent, a display of strength that was almost unbelievable. Everyone, get in there. Instructor Chun-Li shouted excitedly. Whoever takes down Jiang Nan gets 3 days off from physical training. The declaration instantly ignited the crowd. Both new and veteran soldiers surged forward, their shouts echoing. Take him down. With so many of us, we can't lose to Nan God. Are you kidding me? Jiang Nan cursed under his breath. Old man, spit out the watermelon you ate from me. This is so unfair. Just as he was about to make a run for it, Lynx called out, Xiao Rui, activate the field. Jiang Nan was dumbfounded. What? So Lynx brought this girl just to counter me? Let me tell you all, you can't beat me. Hearing this, the veterans became even more enraged, charging toward him with renewed determination. Think you're invincible? Or is it that I can't handle a blade anymore? If I can't take you down, I'll do a handstand and eat dirt. The veteran's taunt was cut short as Jiang Nan's precise punch landed squarely on his jaw. His eyes rolled back, and he dropped to the ground like a felled tree. Bare-chested, Jiang Nan moved through the crowd like a force of nature. Every punch he threw was devastating, leaving those hit feeling as though they'd been crushed by a freight train. His movements were lightning fast, his attacks relentless and unpredictable. Grappling, kickboxing, Brazilian jiu-jitsu, Muay Thai wielded these techniques effortlessly. The veterans, proud of their own strength, found their punches landing on Jiang Nan's body with no effect, as if they were striking solid steel. His body, capable of withstanding the impact of a speeding SUV without a scratch, was far beyond the reach of ordinary attacks. In just 15 minutes, the ground was littered with sprawled bodies. Jiang Nan leaned forward, hands on his knees, catching his breath, his sweat-soaked body gleaming under the lights. To the guy who said he'd do a handstand and eat dirt, make sure to call me when you're heading to the restroom. He even had the energy to crack a joke. Nan God, I was wrong. Qin Chun cried out in defeat. Chun-Li was utterly stunned. Taking down 70 elite soldiers of the Night Army in just 15 minutes and still having the strength to jest Jiang Nan's combat prowess was nothing short of terrifying. In all his years in the military, Chun-Li had never encountered a fighter so young yet so formidable. Su Rue stood frozen, finally understanding why the higher-ups had sent Shan Mao personally. At that moment, Shan Mao licked her lips, her eyes alight with excitement. She shed her uniform, tying her hair up in a bun, revealing a tactical vest that showcased her chiseled muscles and 8-pack abs. Beat me, and you can skip training from now on, Shan Mao declared. Her words caused the injured soldiers on the ground to scramble to their feet, eager to witness the impending showdown. The name Luo Tianhong was enough to make both the Night Army and Dragon Abyss Army tremble. Jiang Nan shivered slightly, fully aware of Shan Mao's terrifying reputation. No abilities allowed. What counts as a win? His question drew gasps from the crowd. Was actually daring to take her on. Until someone admits defeat, Shan Mao replied. Before she could finish her sentence, Jiang Nan had already launched himself forward, leaving a crater in the ground behind him. He moved like a blur, delivering a spinning kick aimed directly at Shan Mao's jaw. But Shan Mao merely tilted her head slightly and caught his leg, slamming him toward the ground. Jiang Nan broke his fall with his hands, immediately springing forward with an elbow strike aimed at her temple. At the same time, Shan Mao's knee came up like a battering ram. Bang! Jiang Nan was sent flying 5 meters. Ow, that hurts, he groaned, grimacing in pain. Meanwhile, Shan Mao had already raised her fists, her entire body radiating battle-hardened energy. It's been so long since anyone has made me feel this alive. Jiang Nan, you're incredible. The lynx felt the battle spirit surging through her, her muscles trembling slightly with excitement. This pure desire for combat, she hadn't experienced it in a long time. Jiang Nan rubbed his stomach, watching the fighting intent blazing in the lynx's eyes, and couldn't help but shrink his neck. The person before him was like an awakened humanoid Trex. Her sheer presence was intimidating. Even without using any special abilities, her physical prowess, honed through relentless training, far surpassed his own, which relied on strength-enhancing potions. Before Jiang Nan could think further, the lynx's heavy punch came roaring toward him. The two instantly engaged in a fierce exchange in the arena, the sound of fists meeting flesh echoing continuously. Every move carried lethal intent, every second was nerve-wracking. The onlookers around the arena held their breath, afraid to miss a single detail. Coach Anning, does Jiang Nan stand a chance? Su Rue asked anxiously from the side. Chun-Li's expression was grim. If Luo gets serious, she's tough to deal with. Jiang Nan is at a disadvantage in terms of physical strength. Even without using her abilities, Luo has gold-tier combat skills. Add her years of battle experience, and Jiang Nan might not be able to hold up. The fight grew increasingly intense. The lynx seized an opportunity to move behind Jiang Nan and decisively executed a triangle choke. Jiang Nan's neck was locked, his face turning red. The veteran soldiers gasped in unison. It's over. Once this move is locked in, there's no way to break free. But just at this critical moment, Jiang Nan's eyes darted around, and he suddenly stuck out his tongue, frantically licking the lynx's arm. The loud, slurping sounds left everyone dumbfounded. Hey, what are you doing? The lynx, startled by this unexpected action, loosened her grip slightly, her frustration level skyrocketing. Taking advantage of this opening, Jiang Nan headbutt his way out of the hold. Yet before he could celebrate, the lynx had already pinned him to the ground, straddling him. At the crucial moment, Jiang Nan grabbed her incoming fists, interlocking their fingers tightly. Behold my ultimate move. Asian fell in love with A Chong, he shouted dramatically, abruptly forcing the lynx's arms outward. Thrown off balance, the lynx involuntarily leaned forward, about to fall into Jiang Nan's embrace. Jiang Nan puckered his lips, clearly about to succeed in his mischief. Although the lynx turned her head in time, she still got kissed on the cheek. Wow, so warm. Jiang Nan exclaimed triumphantly. The scene fell into an awkward silence. The lynx's face turned bright red, a mix of embarrassment and fury, as she struggled desperately. But with her hands restrained and legs tangled by Jiang Nan, she couldn't break free. Don't be shy. Come on, one more kiss. Jiang Nan teased, leaning closer relentlessly, while the lynx leaned back as far as she could, trying to evade the shameless assault. The resentment value from Luo Tianhong skyrocketed by 1,000 points. Jiang Nan struggled desperately, but couldn't escape his predicament. Seeing that the other side of his face was in imminent danger, he finally surrendered and admitted defeat. At that very moment, an overwhelming aura of a peak golden tier powerhouse erupted. The blast swept across the scene, scattering sand and stones everywhere, and directly embedding Jiang Nan into the ground. Lynx swiftly stood up, her slender fingers lightly brushing her cheek. Her face was still flushed, her eyes slightly red, looking both embarrassed and annoyed. See that? Strength isn't the only factor in determining victory. Lynx warned the others with a sharp glance. None of you are allowed to imitate him. Humph. Shameless. With that, she stomped her foot, glared fiercely at Jiang Nan, and stormed off. Everyone present was dumbfounded. The usually cold and aloof captain had just shown such a girlish side. Her face even turned red. Jiang Nan, feeling a bit guilty, thought to himself, the bolder the person, the greater the reward. Sure, I won and got out of training, but this is like poking a tiger's backside. Will Lynx come after me later tonight to settle the score? Or worse, silence me for good? Humph, even if she does, so what? At least I scored a kiss, it's worth it. Jiang Nan reveled in his triumph, but seeing Lynx's slightly reddened eyes, he couldn't help but feel a pang of regret for teasing her. Whoa, Jiang Nan, you're a legend. Chun Chin's eyes sparkled. I need to learn that amazing move of yours. Was that some kind of Asian falls for Achong trick? Such a bold move. Sigh. Chun Li shook his head in disbelief. As they say, clear water holds no fish, and the shameless are invincible. What? Jiang Nan protested indignantly. Hey, old man, if you don't know how to use idioms, don't even try. Who are you calling shameless? Seeing the crowd eager to learn his technique, Jiang Nan grinned smugly. This forbidden art, without my kind of sunny, handsome, and dashing looks, will just get you killed faster. And if you're older, you might even get sued for harassment. What? Chin Chun was dumbfounded. Seriously? You're insulting us for being less attractive? Do you think being good-looking makes you superior? Chun Li was furious. Resentment value from Chin Li 1000. Resentment value from Chin Chun 1000. Hey, don't leave me here. At least dig me out of the ground. Jiang Nan shouted at their retreating backs. Ugh, shameless. Chin Chun retorted without turning around. Dig yourself out, you arrogant jerk. What? Jiang Nan, still embedded in the ground, was on the verge of tears. After a day of training, Jiang Nan returned to the dorm. True to his word after losing the bet, Wang Tai was busy attending to Jiang Nan fetching foot-washing water, making his bed, bustling back and forth with various tasks. Watching this straightforward and outspoken guy scurrying around, Jiang Nan couldn't help but chuckle to himself. This group of people were the protectors of Huaxia. Over the past 20 years of spiritual energy resurgence, it was their bravery in the face of storms and battles that ensured peace and stability for the nation and its people. Now, Jiang Nan was one of them. The feeling still seemed a bit surreal. At 10 p.m., the lights-out signal echoed through the dorm, and the room instantly turned lively. The cacophony of teeth grinding, snoring, farting, and even sleep-talking filled the air. To Jiang Nan's disbelief, some of the sleep-talkers were actually responding to each other. Lying on his bed, he stared wide-eyed at the ceiling, his composure completely shattered. The system notification kept popping up. Resentment points from Luo Tianong, 111. Resentment points from Luo Tianong, 111. Jiang Nan was stunned. It had been an entire afternoon, and it was still increasing? All he did was steal a kiss. Was it really worth holding such a grudge? Resentment points from Luo Tianong, 1000. Now Jiang Nan was genuinely panicked. Was she planning to silence him in the middle of the night? Unable to sleep, Jiang Nan finally gave in. In a flash, he teleported outside Lynx's office. Peeking through the door crack, he saw her asleep at her desk, and only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. Quietly, he teleported inside. Under the moonlight, the usual coldness on Lynx's face was replaced by a serene and gentle expression as she slept. Resentment points from Luo Tianong, 111. Jiang Nan smiled wryly to himself. Still holding a grudge even in her dreams? The desk was piled high with documents marked in red pen, a testament to her dedication to work. Jiang Nan took out a beauty blossom pill from his storage space and gently placed it in her hand. He also scribbled an apology note on a piece of paper. Finally, he draped a nearby military coat over her and teleported away. 3 minutes later, Luo Tianhong woke up. She stared at the white rabbit candy in her hand for a long time before noticing the note. Sorry, here's a candy for you. Please don't stay mad. Take care of yourself and stop sleeping in the office. Smile more, you look so pretty when you do. Lynx smiled, her dimples making her expression even more enchanting. As she savored the candy, its sweetness spread in her mouth. Back in the dorm, Jiang Nan still couldn't fall asleep. The dorm was just too noisy. Frustrated, He buried himself under the blanket and pulled out his stash bag of heart-pounding popping candy. To avoid wasting time he could use for cultivation, he tilted his head back and poured it all into his mouth. Pop, pop, pop. Explosive crackles erupted in his mouth, and the sharp pain made Jiang Nan twitch and kick his legs uncontrollably. The rhythmic creaking of the iron bed echoed with his movements. Chun Chun, sleeping on the bottom bunk, was awakened by the commotion. Hearing the sounds above, he smirked knowingly and tapped the bed frame with his foot. Nan Shun, take it easy, will you? You're still young. Take care of yourself. Jiang Nan shot up from under the covers, glaring at Chun Chun in exasperation. What nonsense was this? He was suffering from the popping candy, not whatever Chun Chun was imagining. Jiang Nan quickly burrowed back under his blanket, wanting to explain but unable to find the words. In his current situation, opening his mouth would sound like a Gatling gun firing non-stop, and the noise would surely wake up everyone in the dormitory. Chun Chun noticed something was off with Jiang Nan. He was drenched in sweat, looking as if he'd just run a marathon. Just as Chun Chun was about to ask, a sudden explosion of popping candy in Jiang Nan's mouth set off a chain reaction, causing his whole body to shake and even making the bed creak loudly. This is too much. The bed can't take it, Chun Chun exclaimed, worried the bed frame might collapse. He yanked off Jiang Nan's blanket, only to be stunned by what he saw. Both of them froze in place, and Chun Chun's expression turned icy. What are you doing? Chun Chun demanded sharply. Panicking, Jiang Nan quickly shoved the cartoon-wrapped package under his pillow. If the guys in the dorm found out he was secretly eating popping candy in the dead of night, his image as the almighty Nan Shun would instantly crumble. Old Shun, please, keep this quiet. Jiang Nan begged in a hushed tone. Keep quiet. Chun Chun snapped. Do you even realize what you're doing? This is a military base. What you're doing is illegal. Jiang Nan was completely baffled. Who said you can't eat popping candy on a military base? How is eating candy breaking the law? He rolled his eyes. Here, I'll share some with you. Problem solved. Chun Chun grew even angrier. You want to drag me down with you? Jiang Nan, you need to quit this stuff for good. Stop before you get addicted. If you're already hooked, turn yourself in and seek treatment immediately. Are you kidding me? Jiang Nan's face turned into a mix of disbelief and amusement. Addicted? Illegal? Are you out of your mind? Before Chun Chun could say another word, Jiang Nan pulled the popping candy out from under his pillow. This is just popping candy. Trying to trick me with a cartoon wrapper? Nice try. Chun Chun still wasn't buying it. Trick you? Open your mouth, you idiot. Jiang Nan didn't give him a chance to argue. The moment Chun Chun reflexively opened his mouth, Jiang Nan dumped the rest of the popping candy in. So sweet, Chun Chun exclaimed. But before he could say more, a loud pop erupted in his mouth. The moment the popping candy exploded in Chun Chun's mouth, it was as if he had been struck by lightning. His eyes rolled back, and he collapsed straight onto the floor. Loud popping sounds erupted from his mouth, accompanied by spasms and wild screams as his body writhed uncontrollably on the ground. The rapid, crackling explosions echoed through the dormitory, jolting everyone awake in an instant. The Dark Knight soldiers instinctively leapt up, thinking they were under attack. Enemy attack. Sounds like a Gatling gun. No, it's a grenade launcher. Find cover, quick. The lights flicked on, and the scene before them left everyone dumbfounded. There was Chun Chun, drenched in sweat, convulsing on the floor, with bursts of popping sounds still coming from his mouth. Jiang Nan face-bombed as he watched the chaos unfold. I told you so. Has old Chin gone mad from overtraining? Or is this some real-life zombie apocalypse? This sound effect skill is insane. What shocked everyone even more was that Chun Chun somehow managed to break through from Silver 8 star to 9 star because of it, with his spiritual energy absorption speed increasing tenfold. 3 minutes later, Chun Chun finally calmed down, wiping away tears and snot as he excitedly shouted, Nan Shun, give me another bag. I'm hooked. It was only then that the Dark Knight soldiers realized the truth. The two of them had been secretly eating popping candy under the covers in the middle of the night. Jiang Nan's face flushed with embarrassment, but things took a turn for the worse when he noticed the atmosphere in the dormitory growing strange. Everyone's gaze toward Jiang Nan became peculiar, their faces tinged with a blush. They felt an inexplicable flutter in their hearts, even harboring thoughts they shouldn't have. Despite trying to convince themselves it was just camaraderie, they couldn't help stealing glances at Jiang Nan. The unsettling vibe sent chills down Jiang Nan's spine. Staying in the dorm any longer might lead to serious trouble. With that thought, he decisively teleported away, leaving Chun Chun alone to face the fiery gazes of their comrades. Eventually, Jiang Nan arrived at Lynx's office. Pushing the door open, he found Lynx poring over some documents, draped in the jacket he'd left behind earlier. At that moment, Lynx looked particularly striking. Her sharp features paired with those cold, penetrating eyes left Jiang Nan momentarily stunned. Noticing his gaze, Lynx's cheeks flushed slightly. What? What are you staring at me for? Jiang Nan teased. There's something a little cute on your face. Lynx wanted to snap at him but, inexplicably, softened her tone instead. She offered him the single bedroom next door to rest. As Jiang Nan lay on the bed, faintly scented with her fragrance, he drowsily agreed to her instructions about mentoring newcomers. What's there to ask? I trust you. The next morning at roll call, Jiang Nan couldn't resist teasing Chen Chun, who showed up with dark circles under his eyes. Hey brother, does it hurt? Chen Chun glared at him with resentment. After all, he'd spent the entire night wide awake, terrified of losing his defenses. Last night, Chen Chun strapped himself tightly to the bed with a belt, managing to preserve his integrity. However, the lingering fear was hard to shake off. What on earth was that divine, popping candy? Paying such a price for leveling up hardly seemed worth it. At this moment, all eyes on the training ground were fixed on Lynx. Her stunning appearance made it impossible for anyone to look away. Captain, you should take a look in the mirror. Ning couldn't help but say. Lynx, puzzled, took out a small mirror and froze in place as she saw her reflection. Her features had indeed become even more striking. The overnight transformation reminded her of the white rabbit milk candy she ate yesterday in the life-saving ginseng. Jiang Nan's surprises seemed endless. She cast a slightly reproachful glance at Jiang Nan, hadn't even mentioned the beauty-enhancing effects of the candy beforehand. Jiang Nan just smiled mischievously in response. The members of the Night Army were growing restless. Someone had seen Jiang Nan leaving Lynx's office early in the morning, and considering he hadn't slept in the dormitory the previous night, combined with Lynx's radiant appearance, everyone gave Jiang Nan a knowing thumbs up. Jiang Nan, step forward, Lynx announced. Starting today, you'll serve as the instructor and oversee their training. Any objections? The decision left everyone stunned. How could a rookie become an instructor in just one day? But recalling Jiang Nan's extraordinary display of strength the day before, no one dared to oppose. Only Chunli silently lamented, fearing for his own job. Over the next 2 weeks, Jiang Nan showcased an awe-inspiring array of skills. From tactical reconnaissance to coordinate calculations, from stealth to counter-stealth, from assassination to strategy formulation, he excelled at everything. For an 18-year-old high school student, it was nothing short of miraculous. Yet Jiang Nan not only mastered these skills, but also taught them to the team without reservation. After half a month, both rookies and veterans alike looked at Jiang Nan as if he were a living legend. Even Lynx couldn't help but wonder if he might secretly be a highly trained agent from some foreign country. One day, Lynx urgently called everyone into the operations command room. The large screen displayed their latest mission. An underground organization in Goose Country had acquired a nuclear warhead with a yield of 1.5 megatons of TNT. It was listed for sale on the dark web, attracting bids from various domestic underground groups. The mission objectives were clear: prevent the transaction, recover the warhead, and ensure the nuclear weapon did not detonate. Lynx emphasized that this was an overseas operation. Once they set out, they would have no official backing, and their lives were their own responsibility. The operation codename, Cuckoo Mission. Team leader, Jiang Nan. This appointment left everyone gasping in shock. A rookie leading such a high-stakes international mission? The other 9 team members quickly assembled, fully armed and ready. Jiang Nan, however, arrived fashionably late, followed by an exasperated-looking Lynx had practically emptied half the armory. Before departure, Lynx gave a stern reminder. Don't push yourselves too hard. However many leave, make sure that's how many come back. If the mission fails, we still have a backup plan. Jiang Nan glanced at the 9 slightly nervous team members and flashed a bright smile. Just watch and learn. Half an hour later, under the scorching sun, a squad of the Night Army, fully armed, stood neatly by the side of a desolate highway. Jiang Nan, are you really just leaving us stranded on the roadside? Not even a car? Are we supposed to walk all the way back to Jiangxing? Wang Tai asked nervously, wiping the sweat off his forehead. It was his first mission as part of the Night Army, and being an overseas operation, it was natural for him to feel a bit uneasy. South God, do we have an action plan? Someone asked. Jiang Nan's lips curled into a slight smile. Of course we do. Step 1. Hijack a car. Hijack. The whole team exchanged bewildered looks. Could we maybe go with something a bit more reliable? Meanwhile, back at the military base, letting Jiang Nan lead, and with a team full of rookies, can this really work? Chunli asked, his face full of concern. Wildcat, however, was confident. Jiang Nan is the best choice. Don't underestimate him. Whether it's the orphanage, Jiangxing, the spirit ruins, or the battlefield, he always manages to thrive better than anyone else. The higher-ups are keeping a close eye on him. This mission feels more like a test. Besides, he'll be tagging along too. Not long after, a Wuling Hongguang van sped down the road toward Jiangxing. Jiang Nan sat in the front passenger seat, with the petite Su Rue curled up on his lap, while the back seat was crammed with 8 people. The legendary God car lived up to its name. Jiang Nan reckoned they could probably fit 5 more if needed. Poor driver Wang was drenched in sweat, his hands trembling on the steering wheel. After all, how could he stay calm with a van suddenly packed full of fully armed Night Army soldiers? Here, everyone, drink some water to recharge. Jiang Nan pulled out 7 bottles of power-enhancing potion from his spatial dimension and handed them to Chen Shun and the others. Without much thought, everyone tilted their heads back and drank. Whoa, my strength just multiplied tenfold. Not just strength, it feels like I'm on a crazy adrenaline rush. South God, you're amazing. What is this miracle water? Ning and Su Rue looked on eagerly. What about us? We want to try it too. Jiang Nan scratched his head awkwardly. You two better sit this one out, it's for your own good. As Chen Shun was still boasting to Ning, he suddenly noticed his helmet slipping down repeatedly. Removing it to investigate, the van fell silent in an instant. Chen Shun, don't you feel like something's missing? Ning asked, barely holding back laughter. Missing? No, I just feel extra breezy. Chen Shun replied, confused. The other team members seemed to realize something was off. They all removed their helmets and the van lit up with the glare of polished bald heads. Damn, we're bald, Chen Shun exclaimed, rubbing his shiny scalp. No wonder the helmet wouldn't stay on. Ning and Su Rue were laughing so hard they could barely sit upright. A wave of murderous glares turned toward Jiang Nan. Ahem. To become stronger, you have to make sacrifices. Jiang Nan explained. In battle, more power means a better chance at survival. What's more important, your hair or your life? Then why didn't you drink it? The team demanded, glaring at him. Me. Jiang Nan chuckled nervously. I value my hair more than my life. Oh? And yet you made us drink it. The team's collective resentment skyrocketed. You know what? We should just rename ourselves the Bald Army, Chun Chun muttered in resignation. Haha. Ning burst into even louder laughter. Su Rue, running her fingers through her hair, sighed with relief. Thank goodness I didn't drink it. Jiang Nan, on the other hand, seemed intrigued. That name's not bad. As the van entered the city, the team was still mourning the loss of their once glorious hair. Bang! The car jolted violently, accompanied by the ear-piercing screech of metal grinding against metal. A black Land Rover aggressively cut into the lane, scraping against the side of a Wuling Hongwang. Mr. Wang's hands trembled slightly on the steering wheel, and cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Before Jiang Nan could say a word, the door of the Land Rover swung open with a loud bang, and 5 burly men stepped out one after another. Leading the group was a man wearing sunglasses, his face full of bulging muscles twitching as he roared angrily. Are you blind, driving like that? What's with the lousy car squeezing in? Can you even afford to pay for the damage? Fixing my car costs over 100 grand easily. Don't you know how to give way? Get out of the car. Mr. Wang's trembling hand reached for the door handle, but Jiang Nan calmly said, no need to open it. The man in sunglasses immediately flew into a rage, kicking the van door hard. The metal panel caved in instantly. Not getting out, huh? Fine. He turned and shouted to his companions, boys. The 5 or 6 men understood instantly. They rushed to the Land Rover's trunk and pulled out several shiny steel pipes. With an intimidating air, they surrounded the van and yanked open its side door. In an instant, the man in sunglasses froze in place. Inside the van sat 10 fully armed soldiers, dressed in black military uniforms, rifles in hand, with several gun barrels pointed directly at his head. A notification seemed to pop up from nowhere. Resentment points from Sun Chong 1000. Chun Chun spoke coldly, obstructing military duties, carrying prohibited weapons, intimidation, and reckless lane cutting. Sun Chong's face turned ashen, and his legs went weak. Despite being a man of the world, the sensation of a loaded gun aimed at his forehead made him crumble instantly. No, it's not like that. I just wanted to ask if you'd like to see a pole dance. It's free. His men nodded frantically behind him, their legs shaking uncontrollably. The soldiers exchanged bewildered glances, caught off guard by the sudden turn of events. Jiang Nan's lips curled into an amused smile. Sure, let's see it. And so, the 5 burly men awkwardly planted the steel pipes into the ground and began their impromptu performance. Awkward and laughable moves followed one after another, spinning kicks, one-handed spins, hip thrusts, and more. The sequence was as clumsy as it was absurd. Their lackeys stood by, dumbfounded, while Sun Chong danced with tears and snot streaming down his face. Ning couldn't help but gag, while the other soldiers covered their faces, their worldview thoroughly shattered. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan casually pulled out his phone to record the scene, offering critiques as he went. Too stiff. If I'm not satisfied with the performance today, no one's leaving. And so, by the roadside, the most bizarre pole dance performance in history unfolded. So, the 5 burly men began their dance performance right there by the roadside. Their scruffy stubble and wobbling beer bellies quickly drew a crowd of onlookers. The scene was so surreal that passers-by couldn't help but pull out their phones to record it. In no time, the video went viral online under the eye-catching title, Bizarre Male Group Spotted on Donglin Street. Half an hour later, Jiang Nan received 50,000 yuan and handed it all to the driver, Wang Shifu. On the bus, the team members struggled to hold back their laughter while Anning complained about Jiang Nan's mischievous sense of humor. Suddenly, Jiang Nan declared their next stop, Tianqiu Mall, leaving everyone puzzled. Jiang Nan looked at his team with disdain. With this gear, you're planning to head to Succotown? Are you looking for trouble? He then flashed a cunning smile. From now on, we're the Bald Gang. The boss and Ningning and Ruer are my women. Wang Tai's eyes lit up as he immediately caught on to Jiang Nan's plan to disguise themselves as an underground group and infiltrate Succotown for the deal. Even Shen Shun couldn't resist teasing, well boss, you'd better shave your head too to look the part. Jiang Nan scoffed. A boss has to stand out. But when Chen Shun made the mistake of joking about Anning, he was promptly subdued by the combined efforts of Anning and Jiang Nan. By the time they left Tianqiu Mall, the Dark Knight squad had undergone a complete transformation. They now sported shiny bald heads, tank tops paired with oversized shorts, chunky gold chains, small flashy watches, reflective sunglasses, and floral shirts, all topped off with flip-flops. Anning wore a fitted denim outfit with a crop top, while Su Rue went for a sweet, schoolgirl look. Jiang Nan swaggered out with the two ladies on his arms, exuding an air of confidence, his nose in the air like a true winner in life. Though the rest of the team felt awkward in their new outfits, Chen Shin's tips helped them loosen up. Finally, the group marched grandly to the McDonald's at the train station. A group of people ordered a large table full of food, and the restaurant was instantly filled with the sounds of ravenous eating. Their ferocious eating habits directly caused other customers to hesitate at the door, too intimidated to step inside. A waitress, suppressing her unease, cautiously approached them. "Excuse me, sir. Is there anything I can help you with?" Jiang Nan's eyes lit up. "Anything? Yes, of course. Just let me know what you need." The charming waitress responded enthusiastically. "Well," Jiang Nan blinked. "Can you pay the bill for us?" The waitress's face froze immediately. "I've been a waitress for years, and this is the first time I've heard such an outrageous request. Pay your bill? Do you even hear yourself?" 1,000 resentment points from Lu Shuang. The team members' faces turned dark in unison. This was their fearsome boss of the Bald Brotherhood? And Ning smacked the back of Jiang Nan's head. "Can you be any more embarrassing?" Jiang Nan pouted, feeling wronged. She clearly said anything was okay. Not keeping her word. After settling the bill, Jiang Nan led the group to the train station. 10 tickets to Sukhanon Station in Russia. He paused for a moment. "Oh, and make them hard seats." "What?" Qin Shun and the others exclaimed in shock. "A 42-hour ride on a green train, and you want hard seats?" They had assumed they'd be flying or driving across the border, but Jiang Nan had chosen the cheapest hard seats. Qin Shun couldn't take it anymore. "Didn't Wildcat give you a budget for this mission?" "Of course he did." Jiang Nan's eyes widened. "But that's my money from Wildcat. What's it got to do with you guys?" The team collectively fell silent, while the ticket seller announced the price. "Sir, that'll be 18,006 yuan in total." Jiang Nan was startled. "What the? That's so expensive." He suddenly remembered he had a military ID for discounts, but then realized it might expose his identity. He quickly changed his approach. I have a student ID. I'm a student. Can I get a discount?" And Ning and the others face-bombed collectively. He was determined to get that discount no matter what. The ticket seller eyed Jiang Nan, who was wearing a flashy gold chain, a fancy watch, and had two women by his side. "Sorry, sir, but you don't quite look like a student." Jiang Nan was indignant. "What part of me doesn't look like a student?" Then he softened his tone. "How about this, we're buying 10 tickets. Can you at least round it down a little?" And Ning couldn't stand it any longer. "Just give him the discount already, or we'll never leave today." The ticket seller sighed and decided to cover the 6 yuan difference herself. Unexpectedly, Jiang Nan immediately grinned and said, "Thank you. So, 1,806 yuan, right?" He erased the money. Everyone was stunned. Did he really expect to knock the price down from 18,006 to 1,806? And Ning lost it completely, pulling out her bank card. "Charge it to me." The others quickly distanced themselves from Jiang Nan, too embarrassed to be associated with him. Jiang Nan, however, beamed cheerfully. "You're the best, Sister Ning Ning." 1,000 resentment points from a Ning. 666 resentment points from Su Rue. Resentment points from Wang Tai. The green train slowly began to move, marking the start of Jiang Nan and his team's journey to Succotown in the Goose Country. Inside the carriage, their group of 10, including 7 bald men, stood out conspicuously. The fierce expressions on their faces made nearby passengers instinctively shy away. It wasn't intentional. The hard seats were simply too uncomfortable, making it hard even to maintain a proper sitting posture. Jiang Nan, however, was an exception. He lounged comfortably in his seat, one leg resting on the small table, with Su Rue and Ning each leaning against him on either side. Su Rue, blushing, carefully peeled a grape and fed it to Jiang Nan. Heh, this is so sweet. Good job, Xiao Rue. Jiang Nan praised. Su Rue's ears turned red with embarrassment as she silently reminded herself, this is just a mission. All part of the mission. Chun Chun and the others were visibly envious, especially Wang Tai, who gritted his teeth and muttered, next time, I'm going to be the boss. You? You don't even have the charisma, Chin Chun retorted with a smirk. At that moment, Ning nudged Jiang Nan gently with her elbow, pretending to whisper, Xiao Nan, look over there. Something seems off. Following her gaze, Jiang Nan noticed a group of over 10 young men in suits crammed into seats towards the front right of the carriage. Behind their right ears, each bore the same tattoo, a blood-red cobra coiled around a sword. Their eyes occasionally darted toward Jiang Nan's group. Blood Pact members? Chun Chin's expression darkened. The Blood Pact was a notorious underground organization with influence spread across the country, instantly recognizable by their unique tattoos. Their appearance on this train to Succa Town left little doubt about their intentions. Jiang Nan chuckled. The Blood Pact? Here for the nuclear warhead. Are they? Interesting. What should we do? Ning asked in a low voice. Leave it to me, Jiang Nan replied with a grin. He suddenly glared at the group and barked. What are you looking at? His loud challenge instantly drew the attention of the entire carriage. Jiang Nan's team quickly understood his intention was deliberately picking a fight. A tall, skinny young man from the Blood Pact sneered. Looking at you. So what? Try looking again, Jiang Nan shot back. Fine, I will. Without another word, Jiang Nan grabbed a beer bottle from the table and hurled it at them. Glass shards and beer splattered all over the Blood Pact members. The atmosphere turned tense in an instant. The dozen or so Blood Pact members stood up in unison, faint traces of spiritual energy emanating from them. Wang Tai and the others also rose, ready for action. At that moment, a long-haired man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, seated in a corner, spoke calmly, everyone, sit down. Though reluctant, the Blood Pact members obeyed and sat back down. The man with the glasses wiped the beer off his suit and stood up to face Jiang Nan. What's the deal, brother? Care to show your credentials? Jiang Nan casually spat out a sunflower seed shell and raised his wrist to reveal a pink electronic watch, a limited edition Peppa Pig Kids model. The entire carriage fell silent in bewilderment. Showing your credentials is gang slang for introducing yourself, not literally showing your watch. Ning whispered in exasperation. The man with the glasses, Hanze, spoke coldly, so you're refusing to show respect, huh? Out here, people show respect to my bald brotherhood, Jiang Nan retorted disdainfully. You lot? Not worthy. Tell your men to keep their eyes to themselves. My women aren't for them to ogle. Look one more time, and they'll lose those eyes. Suppressing his anger, Hanze turned and headed toward the sleeper car. As he passed Jiang Nan, Wang Tai stuck out his foot, nearly causing Hanze to stumble. His gold-rimmed glasses shattered as they hit the floor. Pfft. Ha ha ha. Why didn't you faceplant? Some people really need to watch where they're going. Jiang Nan laughed loudly, prompting the others to join in. Hanze picked up his broken glasses, his expression dark, and continued toward the sleeper car. That guy's not the boss, just a minor leader, Jiang Nan remarked calmly. The real decision-maker is in the sleeper car. The more they hold back, the clearer their objective becomes. No doubt about it now. Should we send someone to follow Hanze? Su Rue asked. Jiang Nan grinned. No need. If this group makes it to Succa Town unscathed, they'll eat my hat upside down and flying. The team understood immediately this was just the beginning of the real fight. Jiang Nan's plan was quite straightforward: the fewer competitors for the nuclear warhead in Succa Town, the better, to avoid turning everyone into enemies in the end. Hanze entered the private compartment of the sleeper car and was greeted by the sight of a chubby, bald-headed man with a plump face, lounging on the bed with a seductive woman in his arms. The tattoo behind the man's ear was similar to others, except it featured a blood-red skull on the sword's hilt. Xiaohan? What's the matter? The man asked. Brother Wei, we've encountered some rivals, Hanze reported. Wei Changsheng frowned. People from the Rakshasa? Or the Heroes Association? Anyone heading to Succa Town is obviously after the nuclear warhead. Neither. It's the Baldhead Gang. The Baldhead Gang? What kind of nonsense is that? When did they pop up? That name is ridiculously lame. Hanze explained the situation in detail. Wei Changsheng sneered. No idea where these clueless rookies came from, but they don't even know the Blood Alliance. You did the right thing. Don't cause trouble on the train. Keep a low profile. Focus on completing the deal and getting to Succa safely. As for them, bear with it for one night. Once we arrive, take them out. Got it, Brother Wei. Hanze replied with a sinister grin and left. Back in his seat, Hanze glanced coldly at Jiang Nan and his group, as if looking at the dead. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan quietly closed the spatial wormhole. He had heard every word of the conversation within a 300-meter radius. Sister Ning, come here. I have something to tell you, Jiang Nan called out, blushing, and Ning leaned closer, and Jiang Nan asked, who's Wei Changsheng? And Ning, impressed by Jiang Nan's ability to gather intelligence, wrote in his palm, one of the 12 Blood Alliance leaders, a top-tier expert at the gold level. Jiang Nan's grin widened. A big fish. The Blood Alliance members nearby gritted their teeth at the sight. Just then, a train attendant pushed a cart down the aisle, calling out, snacks, drinks, bottled water, beer, peanuts, and edamame. The Blood Alliance members immediately bought a heap of beer and snacks. Jiang Nan's eyes lit up the moment had come. Little Rue, come here for a kiss, he called to Su Rue. Su Rue hesitated for a moment, thinking that kissing such a handsome guy wasn't a bad deal. Blushing, she leaned in, only for Jiang Nan to use her figure to shield his actions as he secretly scattered white powder through the spatial wormhole, all while letting out an eerie laugh. Su Rue froze. Weren't you going to kiss me? She asked, feeling a little disappointed. And Ning sensed something was off. Nan Shun, what's this? Shu. Jiang Nan gestured for silence as he continued sprinkling the powder toward the sleeper compartment. The Blood Alliance members opened their beers and clinked glasses, only to notice a strange taste. Why does this taste like soybeans? Is it expired or something? Who cares? As long as it hits, it's fine. Hanze sneered. Broke country bumpkins who can't even afford beer. And they call themselves the Baldhead Gang? What a joke. Meanwhile, in the private compartment, Wei Changsheng and the seductive woman had just finished watching a movie. Wei Changsheng looked at the 2 freshly brewed cups of civet coffee on the table and couldn't wait to take a sip. Instantly, his brow furrowed. Why does this civet coffee taste so weird? He asked, turning to the alluring woman beside him. The woman took the cup, tasted it thoughtfully and said, it has a soybean flavor. Maybe the civet loves eating beans. That civet must have eaten a pound of soybeans before producing this coffee. This stuff tastes awful, Wei Changsheng exclaimed, setting the cup down in disgust. Meanwhile, in the heartseat carriage, Jiang Nan kicked awake his dozing team members. Mission, he said in a low but commanding voice. Everyone instantly perked up. A mission? There are 8 carriages in total. Apart from Wei Changsheng's, I want you to occupy all the restrooms in the other 7 carriages. Don't let anyone in, no matter what. Qin Shun and the others exchanged confused glances, their faces full of doubt. What kind of mission is this? Are we really going to hog the restrooms without using them? What are you standing around for? Go. Guarding the restrooms means securing victory, Jiang Nan urged. Though puzzled, the 7 bald-headed men quickly sprang into action. Watching this unfold, Ning suddenly recalled the white powder Jiang Nan had scattered earlier and was instantly filled with dread. At that moment, lying on the bed, both Wei Changsheng and the alluring woman felt a violent churning in their stomachs. As they turned over, a nauseating stench filled the entire compartment. The 2 exchanged glances, their faces darkening. Could the civet coffee have expired? They muttered. The next second, a thunderous rumbling from their stomachs made both of them tremble. Without hesitation, they bolted toward the restroom. Back in the hard sleeper carriage, the members of the Blood Alliance were drinking and laughing when suddenly a deafening boom echoed through the air. The sound was so explosive, it seemed like it had been suppressed for years before finally erupting. The entire carriage fell into a stunned silence. Oh my God, who was that? Have they been holding it in for 30 years? This is insane. My eyes are burning. Ugh, I smell soybeans. I'm gonna puke. Open the windows. This is a train. You can't open the damn windows. I can't take it. I'm going to throw up. All eyes turned to Hanze. His face was ashen as he struggled to choke out a single sentence. This beer is poisoned. Hanze felt as though a rogue blender was churning inside his stomach, and his entire body was engaged in a fierce internal struggle. His brain issued a desperate command. Do not fart. His sphincter muscles tightened with all their might, but his body seemed completely out of control. Bang, pop, crackle. A series of embarrassing noises erupted from his pocket, resembling the sudden ignition of an old tractor. Gentle breezes wafted out from his pant legs, instantly causing the expressions of his Blood Alliance brothers around him to change drastically. Hongo, are you beatboxing? The rhythm's pretty impressive, someone teased, unable to hold back. Hanze's face turned beet red as he roared. Shut up. Out of my way. I need the bathroom. Clenching his legs together, he shuffled toward the restroom step by step, each movement accompanied by its own sound effects. From behind, his suit pants bulged noticeably, leaving not only the Blood Alliance members dumbfounded, but also the surrounding passengers, who stared in shock. They had never witnessed such a spectacular scene in their lives. Before long, an indescribably pungent odor began spreading through the train car. Ugh, The sound of retching rose from all directions. Ning couldn't hold back her laughter anymore. Jiang Nan is so wicked. I don't know what that white powder was, but the effect is insane. Su Rue had already buried her face in Jiang Nan's chest, using his jacket to cover her nose. At that moment, Jiang Nan's sly grin widened as he pulled 3 gas masks out of his bag. Ning and Su Rue stared at him in utter disbelief. Who carries something like this around? Clearly, this old trickster had come prepared. The situation quickly spiraled out of control. One by one, over a dozen members of the Blood Alliance succumbed, their faces pale as they unwittingly contributed to the symphony. The confined green train car transformed into a living nightmare, with the air so dense it almost seemed to form a visible haze. Bathroom. Move. Don't you dare take my spot. There's something wrong with that beer. The gang members, now resembling crazed zombies, stormed toward the restrooms and other train cars. Han Zhe, after much struggle, finally reached a restroom in the sleeper car, only to find it occupied. He pounded on the door furiously. Open up. I'll pay you 10,000. No, 100,000. From inside, Wei Changxing bellowed, get lost. Desperate and out of options, Han Zhe made the most reckless decision of his life. He climbed onto the sink across the aisle. Meanwhile, in the train corridor, the Blood Alliance members were frantically banging on every restroom door. Inside one of them, Qin Chen and Wang Tai, remembering Jiang Nan's words, guarding the restroom is guarding victory, felt an overwhelming sense of triumph. As the Blood Alliance members surged toward the sleeper car, the moment the train compartment door was pushed open, the scene inside left everyone utterly stunned. Han Zhe was crouched on the sink, his face twisted in agony, clearly at his limit. Seeing this, the other lackeys seemed to find a glimmer of hope and immediately rushed to the sinks in the other compartments. In no time, every sink across the 8 compartments was occupied by crouching individuals. Those who couldn't secure a spot were visibly desperate, frantically pounding on the restroom doors. Inside one of the restrooms, Wei Changsheng clung tightly to the door handle, while outside, some couldn't hold it any longer and resorted to relieving themselves in the corridor. The situation quickly spiraled out of control. One particularly desperate lackey even used his supernatural ability to forcibly yank the restroom door open. With a loud crack, the entire door, along with Wei Changsheng, was pulled out. The scene fell into a silence so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Wei Changsheng took in the absurd sight before him, his eyes widening in disbelief. His subordinates all crouched on the sinks in such a bizarre manner, and some even in the corridor? Overcome with fury, he roared, "Have you all lost your minds?" Just then, an even louder shout erupted from the staff compartment. "Do you people have no shame? Is this how sinks are supposed to be used? Get down right now." The security personnel, watching the surveillance footage, were utterly dumbfounded, their sense of reality shattered. Passengers stared in stunned silence at the absurd spectacle, while Qin Shen and his companions were laughing so hard they could barely stand. Even Jiang Nan, wearing a gas mask, stood frozen in disbelief, unable to fathom what kind of torment these people had endured to resort to such extreme measures. The train soon arrived at its station, and Han Zhe and over a dozen others were taken away. Even the Blood Alliance dared not defy the law within the borders of Huaxia. Ironically, they weren't detained for fighting or causing trouble, but for relieving themselves in public spaces. Wei Changsheng, who had initially set off for Succotown with 18 confident subordinates, was now left alone commander due to this unexpected hygiene incident. All his men were detained for at least half a month, a turn of events so bizarre that it sounded unbelievable. As Wei Changsheng continued his journey alone, his mind was a whirlwind of confusion. I'm so lost right now. Alone commander? His helpless sigh generated 1,000 resentment points. Wei Changsheng stood anxiously on the train platform, his mind in turmoil. He had arrived full of ambition, yet now he couldn't even figure out what had happened. His men had vanished in the blink of an eye just while he stepped away for a quick bathroom break. "Hello, leader?" He pulled out his phone and made a call. "What's up, old Wei?" "Everything going smoothly," came the voice on the other end. "Leader, can you send me 20 more people? All the ones I brought with me have been captured." The leader on the other end immediately erupted in anger. "What can you even do right? I told you to keep a low profile. Once you're out of the country, things get easier. But this is your idea of low profile? It wasn't because of a fight." Wei Changsheng stammered. "Han Zhe and the others. They got arrested for, relieving themselves in public." "What?" The leader was dumbfounded. "Are you kidding me? Members of the Blood Alliance, arrested for that? Where's your dignity? Do you even care about our reputation? If this gets out, how is the Blood Alliance supposed to survive? Just wait until you reach Sucre. Focus on securing the goods. I'll send more people over, but you'll have to wait a few days." Wei Changsheng suddenly remembered something. "Oh, leader, can you look into a group called the Bald Gang?" "The Bald Gang? What kind of ridiculous gang name is that?" "Fine, I'll check." But no more screw-ups. Make sure you bring back the goods, or don't bother coming back yourself. Yes, leader. Meanwhile, inside the train car, after the chaos caused by the tear gas grenade, Han Zhe and his group had been apprehended, leaving Jiang Nan and his team finally at peace. The team members looked at Jiang Nan with newfound respect. They hadn't even reached their destination, yet he had managed to eliminate the competition without lifting a finger. Qin Chun and the others had merely held the restroom doors shut, and victory had come so easily. Thanks to this underhanded maneuver, Jiang Nan had gained 500,000 resentment points. Without hesitation, he began a series of draws. After 4 rounds of 10 consecutive draws, all he had to show for it were 2 packs of heart-thumping jumping candy and 38 pieces of vitality ginseng. On the 5th attempt, a new item appeared, a lucky cherry. He read the item description. Significantly enhances the user's luck for 30 minutes. Guaranteed prizes, find money on the ground, max luck. Jiang Nan's eyes lit up. He was about to use it for more draws when he noticed a small note. Note: Lucky cherry does not affect the system. Nan Shun. And Ning interrupted Jiang Nan's thoughts. The Blood Alliance members are dealt with, but what about Wei Changsheng? He's a gold-tier fighter. Obviously, we're going to take him down, Jiang Nan said matter-of-factly. But my nullification field doesn't work on him, Su Rui pointed out. Jiang Nan chuckled. A big fish like this? Leave it to me. Finally, they arrived at their destination and stepped off the train. The station was packed with people bustling about. Dozens of mercenaries in camouflage uniforms, armed with AK-47s, roamed the area. The air was thick with tension. The armed forces in possession of nuclear warheads had completely taken over the small town. The moment Jiang Nan and his group arrived, they immediately drew the wary gazes of the mercenaries. Among them, Wei Changsheng, carrying a briefcase, also noticed their presence. A sinister smile spread across his face as he strode toward Jiang Nan. As a member of the Blood Alliance, Wei Changsheng would never tolerate this group of brazen individuals acting recklessly here. Even without his subordinates by his side, his gold-tier strength gave him absolute confidence. After all, in this foreign land, no rules from Huaxia could restrain him. Nanshin, this doesn't look good. The team members panicked as they saw Wei Changsheng approaching with overwhelming momentum. This guy is ready to attack the moment he steps out of the car. We're no match for a gold-tier expert. Let's retreat now. Ning and Su Rui's delicate faces were also filled with worry. Wei Changsheng was now less than 200 meters away, his energy visibly building as he prepared to strike. At this critical moment, Jiang Nan suddenly broke into a dazzling smile. He stepped forward and unleashed a full-force punch, the sheer power creating a piercing sound as it tore through the air. Foolish, Wei Changsheng sneered, curling his lips. At this distance, you think you can. Before he could finish, there was a deafening boom. Wei Changsheng's body froze abruptly, his eyes bulging, his mouth opening wide enough to fit an entire egg, and his face turning crimson. Ah! A blood-curdling scream echoed across the station. It turned out that Jiang Nan's entire forearm had traveled through a spatial wormhole, appearing instantly 200 meters away and landing a solid blow to Wei Changsheng's most vulnerable spot. The team members were utterly stunned by the sight, their jaws dropping. The station was filled with the sound of sharp intakes of breath. Every man in the vicinity instinctively bent over and took a step back, their faces full of terror. Could this be the long-lost martial art of legend? The Pegasus Meteor single strike? Wei Changsheng's entire body began to tremble violently, cold sweat streaming down his face as he collapsed heavily to his knees. Tears streamed uncontrollably from his eyes. His so-called gold-tier strength, fire element abilities, and spiritual techniques were utterly useless in this moment. The pain was so excruciating that he was on the verge of breaking down. Even his kidneys spasmed uncontrollably. This suffocating agony was a sensation he had never experienced before. The team members stared at Jiang Nan in horror. The way he wielded his spatial abilities was absolutely terrifying. Watching Wei Changsheng writhing and convulsing on his knees, Qin Qian and Wang Tai shivered instinctively. This kind of pain was something only men could truly understand. Ning and Su Rui blushed deeply, covering their eyes. Though the method was brutal, it was undeniably effective. A single move had rendered a gold-tier powerhouse completely incapacitated. All right, guys. Get him. Jiang Nan grinned wickedly. I've already surrendered. Can't you show some mercy? Wei Changsheng cried out in despair, his resentment level instantly skyrocketing by 1,000 points. 7 bald men swarmed him, unleashing a barrage of punches and kicks. The beating lasted a full 15 minutes. By the end, Wei Changsheng lay on the ground, barely alive, his entire body bruised and battered. The lingering pain from that critical strike still tormented him. The stuff is in the box. Please, stop hitting me. Wei Changsheng finally shouted in desperation. Jiang Nan snatched the briefcase without hesitation, also pocketing Wei Changsheng's expensive watch, gold ring, and other valuables. If Qin Shin hadn't stopped him, he might have even pried out Wei Changsheng's gold teeth. The group quickly made their escape with the box, leaving the severely injured Wei Changsheng behind. Dragging his broken body to the restroom to check his injuries, he let out a pig-like scream followed by a plop sound as he spat out a mouthful of blood and passed out cold. Just then, a bearded man suddenly emerged from the crowd, carefully scrutinizing Jiang Nan's face. He pulled out a photograph, comparing it repeatedly before cautiously asking, "The tiger rules the mountain? The pagoda suppresses the river demon?" Jiang Nan's eyes lit up. "Your hairstyle's quite flashy, and your steps are a bit floaty? Jiang Nan, my young brother? Neighbor Uncle Wang?" The two embraced enthusiastically. This bearded man, named Wang Tianhua, was their contact. While he found the Night Army squad in their eccentric outfits rather odd, the exchange of secret codes confirmed their identities. The group strolled along the streets of Sukkatown with Wang Tianhua. Jiang Nan, like a tourist, snapped photos of everything in sight. Meanwhile, an oriental young man with slicked back hair and a travel bag noticed the group. His gaze lingered particularly on Jiang Nan, his eyes filled with intrigue. 8 young people, both men and women, were approaching, each carrying a hiking backpack. The one leading the group wore a bucket hat. Among them, a slick-looking young man, without waiting for the leader to stop him, hurriedly ran up to Jiang Nan and his group. In clumsy Russian, he asked, "Bell? Excuse me, do you know where Belbar is?" This sudden use of Russian immediately put Chen Shun and the others on alert. Just as Wang Tianhua was about to respond, Jiang Nan grinned and answered fluently, "I don't understand Russian." Jiang Nan's impeccable Russian accent left Ning and the others dumbfounded. Since when does Jiang Nan speak Russian? They exchanged confused glances. Wang Tianhua's expression darkened instantly. Ning curiously asked, "Uncle Wang, what did they say?" "That guy asked about the location of Belbar, and Jiang Nan said he didn't understand Russian," Wang Tianhua explained grimly. "What? He doesn't understand but answered in Russian?" Ning and Chen Shun were utterly baffled. The slick-haired young man switched to English, testing the waters. "Can you speak English?" Jiang Nan continued playing dumb. "I can't speak English." "Then what can you speak?" Zhang Yimou, visibly irritated, couldn't hold back any longer. Jiang Nan grinned again. "How about you just get lost?" This remark completely enraged Zhang Yimou. In a flash, a blade of water shot toward Jiang Nan. Chen Shun reacted swiftly, sending a steel nail flying from his pocket, slicing through the air and aiming directly at Zhang Mo's forehead. "You dare attack my big brother?" Chen Chen's gaze was filled with murderous intent. Before Zhang Yimou could even react, Jiang Nan delivered a fierce kick, sending him flying over 30 meters. Fortunately, the leader caught him, though Zhang Yimou collapsed to his knees, retching uncontrollably. Jiang Nan didn't hold back. "Enough with these pathetic little tests. I'm here for the nuclear warhead. Anyone in my way dies. If you're not happy about it, let's settle this now." The bald men behind Jiang Nan shouted in unison. "We're ready for your orders, boss." The man in the bucket hat glared, his face dark. "You're ruthless. Even Wei Changsheng of the Blood Alliance fell to you. But I'm not Wei Changsheng. Since our goals are the same, let's rely on our own skills and deal with this later. Why so much chatter? If you want to fight, let's fight now." Jiang Nan interrupted bluntly. "You." The man in the bucket hat was exasperated. "We were trying to de-escalate, but you insist on a fight?" In the end, Su Xiao had no choice but to lead his group away. Jiang Nan, still unsatisfied, shouted after them, "Don't leave. Let's have a fight, huh?" Only then did Chen Chen realize that Jiang Nan had been eyeing whatever was inside their hiking backpacks. Later, back at the hotel, Jiang Nan confessed his plan to Wang Tianhua. He intended to use the reputation of the Bald Gang to make contact with these armed factions and locate the nuclear warhead. Whether they would buy it or seize it would depend on the situation. The more arrogant they acted, the stronger the Bald Gang would appear. Besides, they had been under surveillance ever since they got off the train. After hearing this, Wang Tianhua fell into deep thought. Who would have thought Jiang Nan would go about getting a nuclear warhead in this way? Someone exclaimed in shock among the group gathered around. "That's insanely bold. But this plan might not work," another person added, just as Jiang Nan shot over a puzzled look. Wang Tianhua, with a serious expression, explained, "The armed group currently controlling Sukkatown and the nuclear warhead is called Wild Bear. They're extremely cautious, constantly under pressure from both the Russian military and the Chinese covert ops group, Dark Knight." He continued analyzing the situation. "Right now, Sukkatown is a hotspot for various forces, including undercover agents from the Russian military. Domestically, we've got factions like Luo Sha, the League of Heroes, and the severely weakened Blood Alliance. Wild Bear hasn't disclosed the exact location of the warhead, and they are highly selective about who they negotiate with, fearing any contact with military personnel. At the moment, Wild Bear has only sent invitations to the Blood Alliance, Luo Sha, the League of Heroes, and the Luo Fei family, asking them to meet in 3 days at Belbar for negotiations." Ning frowned deeply. It's obvious Wild Bear is targeting domestic underground organizations. Their intentions couldn't be clearer. He clenched his fists. Jiang Nan, we absolutely cannot allow the nuclear warhead to fall into domestic hands. If necessary, we can launch an assault, even if it costs us our lives. We're willing to die to protect the light. All eyes turned to Jiang Nan, their gazes filled with seriousness and determination. Jiang Nan stayed silent for a moment, then rolled his eyes. Stop talking about dying all the time. Isn't it just about getting an invitation? Let me think of something. With that, he lay back on the bed and pulled out his phone. Though the others were skeptical about Jiang Nan's idea, they watched as he scrolled through his WeChat contacts and clicked on a profile with a Pikachu avatar. Hey, gorgeous, you there? Jiang Nan messaged. What do you want? Came the immediate reply. Jiang Nan blinked, surprised at the quick response. He sent a photo of himself standing in front of a fountain sculpture, wearing a floral shirt, flip-flops, and a chunky gold chain looking every bit like a tourist on vacation. Guess where I am? You're in Russia? Where exactly? He'll come find you. Katerina replied with a string of emojis. Suckatown, Jiang Nan typed back. What? Why are you in a place like that? Aren't you afraid of getting blown up? Jiang Nan realized Katerina knew about the nuclear warhead. Considering she was part of White Shark, it made sense to him. Take a guess, why do you think I'm here? Jiang Nan added a cheeky emoji. I knew it. You only think of me when you need something. Typical scumbag. Come on, fine, you're right. So, are you coming or not? I'll be there in the morning. They'll even bring you some tasty treats. Done. Jiang Nan grinned smugly. The rest of the team exchanged bewildered glances, utterly confused. Everyone was dumbfounded. That was it? It took less than 3 minutes, and all he did was fiddle with his phone in the room? That was way too fast. How could it be this easy? And Ning asked in disbelief. Chun Chin's eyes lit up. Nan Shun, can you really get an invitation from Wild Bear? Jiang Nan rolled his eyes impatiently. Why would I lie to you? Just wait and see. Although the team members still looked skeptical, Jiang Nan had already pulled out the briefcase he had snatched from Wei Changsheng. Rubbing his hands together excitedly, he opened it. Everyone gathered around, their curiosity piqued about what the Blood Alliance had prepared to trade with Wild Bear for a nuclear warhead. The moment the case was opened, everyone felt dizzy again. 15 golden-grade spirit orbs were neatly arranged inside, and every single one of them was high quality, equipped with unique skills. Holy crap! Qin Shan blurted out. Holy crap! Wang Tai echoed. Holy crap! Even a Ning couldn't hold back. Jiang Nan covered his face and groaned. Hey. Did all the books you read growing up get eaten with soy sauce? Is holy crap all you know how to say? Ning Jia, mind your image. After thoroughly inspecting the orbs, Jiang Nan seemed a little disappointed they didn't include the spatial type orb he was hoping for. Still, he picked out two. One from a three-eyed snow mink, with the skill Silver Shadowed that significantly boosted speed, which he planned to give to Big Wolf Extinction. The other from a blazing Lion King, with the skill Burning Sea, capable of unleashing a sea of flames to scorch enemies, perfect for Zhongning Shui. Come. Take your pick. Only $2. $2, and you won't regret it. Jiang Nan shouted like a street vendor. Everything's a steal. Get it while it's cheap. And Ning shot him a glare. Have you switched channels? Do you think you're running a dollar store? She swallowed hard. Are you really giving them to us? Su Rui's heart was pounding with excitement. The value of golden-grade spirit orbs was simply unimaginable. If you don't want them, they'll just string them into bracelets for fun, Jiang Nan said. What? Qin Shen exclaimed. Are you kidding me? Golden-grade spirit orbs for bracelets? Even Jack Ma wouldn't be this extravagant. Seeing that Jiang Nan wasn't joking, the team members eagerly picked out the orbs they wanted. Even Wang Tianhua ended up with one. Clutching his orb, Chun Chin's eyes sparkled with greed. How about we hit another group from the Heroes Assembly? I think that's a great idea. Wang Tai chimed in. Yeah, I never liked them anyway, and Ning added. Jiang Nan rolled his eyes. When I suggested it earlier on the street, none of you were interested. Now that you've tasted the rewards, you're thinking about their hiking bags? Get out of here. We still have to get an invitation from Wild Bear tomorrow. Go to sleep. The next morning, and Ning and the others looked rejuvenated, clearly empowered by the golden-grade spirit orbs. Just then, Wang Tianhua burst into the room, pale-faced. This is bad. We've been exposed. A golden-grade powerhouse is here, and they're a big deal. Everyone in the room tensed up. Jiang Nan, still groggy from just waking up, hadn't even washed his face. At that moment, the doors swung open, and in walked a blonde woman. She wore white hot pants, sandals, a halter crop top, and a sun hat. Her curvaceous figure was striking, and her golden hair cascaded freely over her shoulders. She carried a travel bag in one hand. Holy crap, isn't that? Qin Shan and a Ning froze. The golden viper of White Shark? A golden-grade powerhouse. Wang Tianhua said gravely. It'll hold them off everyone else. Before he could finish, Katerina broke into a radiant smile and excitedly called out to Jiang Nan, who was still sitting on the bed. Little brother, you didn't even come out to greet me. She then threw herself into Jiang Nan's arms. The room fell silent. Wait, isn't she the golden viper of White Shark? A golden grade powerhouse? How? Wang Tianhua was dumbfounded. How is she hugging Nin Shan and calling him little brother? And Ning and Chen Shun exchanged a look and covered their faces. We knew it. There was something off about the two of them. We suspected it from the moment they met on the rooftop. Katerina gently cupped Jiang Nan's face. Did you miss me? There are so many people here. Be mindful of appearances, Jiang Nan said, clearing his throat. Did you miss me or not? Katerina pouted. Oh, so you're playing hard to get now, huh? Let's see how you like my unbeatable chokehold. The group could only stare in stunned silence. This is a golden grade powerhouse. The golden viper of White Shark. After some playful banter, Katerina pulled out gifts from her travel bag. Here, these are specialties from my hometown. Salted fish roe, white chocolate, canned sardines, brandy, vodka, and a nesting doll. Watching Jiang Nan happily eat, Katerina smiled. But when her gaze fell on Ning and Chen Shun, her brows furrowed. Why are you hanging out with the Dark Knight Army? Are you being held hostage? Jiang Nan scratched his head. I'm part of the Dark Knight Army now. You're here for the nuclear warhead, aren't you? Katerina asked. Yeah. Wild Bear doesn't trust us and won't give us a chance to trade. We were hoping you could help us get an invitation. Katerina thought for a moment. All right. It won't cause trouble for you, will it? Considering your status. Wild Bear doesn't have that kind of sway, Katerina said disdainfully. Then she pulled out her phone and made a call, speaking in flawless Russian. Her tone was icy. I need to meet Wild Bear's leader. Yes, today. Someone here wants a nuclear warhead. Why are you asking so many questions? Iminsuka, stop wasting my time. After hanging up, she turned to Jiang Nan with a bright smile. All set. We're meeting them at 5 tonight. Chin Chin gawked. The way her demeanor flipped. Is it really because of his looks? At 5 p.m., Jiang Nan led the bald gang down the main street of Sukkatown in an imposing procession. Katerina held onto Jiang Nan's left arm with a radiant smile, while her right hand clasped Su Rui's. Anning had no choice but to walk beside Jiang Nan, while the 7 bald men following behind looked on enviously. Look at him. He doesn't even have enough hands. Is he even human? The 7 men silently cursed Jiang Nan in their hearts, each marking him down with growing resentment. Along the way, various factions watching from the shadows were astonished. The bald gang was already notorious, and now they were joined by White Shark's golden viper, Katerina. What kind of force was this? They arrived at a corner cafe, where a burly man with a tiger-like build sat shirtless. A scar ran across his mouth, and the thick chest hair he sported was especially eye-catching. The cafe was packed with over 100 of his heavily armed subordinates from the Wild Bear crew. Brother, you're impressive, the burly man said in fluent Russian. You probably don't even need a sweater in the winter, do you? Katerina couldn't help but laugh, though she was secretly surprised by Jiang Nan's fluency in Russian. The man's face Andrei Bonsakaraka darkened, clearly displeased by the joke. Jiang Nan casually sat down, propping his feet on the table and knocking over a coffee cup in the process. He pulled out 2 golden spirit beads and toyed with them, utterly unconcerned by the guns aimed at him from all around. After a tense standoff, Andrei finally relented, agreeing to meet at Bell Bar at 7 p.m. the following evening. Before they left, he helpfully arranged a hotel for their stay, a clear move to monitor the bald gang's activities. On their way to the hotel, they encountered 3 men in suits wearing demon masks, members of the Rakshasa organization. Anning's expression darkened at the sight. Upon entering the presidential suite, Anning and Su Rui immediately searched the room, discovering it was riddled with listening devices. Meanwhile, back at the cafe, Andrei was meeting with the Rakshasa members, eagerly awaiting the surveillance recordings of Jiang Nan's group. Su Rui glanced at the room's single bed and was about to complain when Jiang Nan cut her off. With a teasing tone, he quipped, "What's the matter? One bed isn't enough? There's always the sofa or the chairs." Anning quickly covered Su Rui's mouth, while Jiang Nan used lip movements to warn them about the hidden listening devices. Su Rui, realizing her near mistake, froze. They were, after all, posing as the women of the bald gang leader. Any slip-up could cost them their lives before they even left the room. What seemed like an ordinary comment from Jiang Nan left the 3 others in the room feeling strangely unsettled. Katerina was the first to react, bursting into laughter. Haha, sister. You're really greedy. Does it matter where we are? Anning quickly chimed in. Our Su Rui is new here. It's perfectly normal for her to feel a bit out of place. She'll get used to it in time. Hearing this, Su Rui visibly relaxed. Jiang Nan flashed a bright smile. Well, what are you waiting for? Go get ready. This left the three women momentarily stunned. Katerina, however, wasted no time and began taking off her down jacket, even preparing to remove her sweater. Anning's face turned bright red. Her mind racing. Could Jiang Nan really be serious? Just as Katerina was about to pull off her sweater, Jiang Nan quickly grabbed her hand, mouthing, "What are you doing?" Katerina, looking utterly justified, wrote on Jiang Nan's chest with her finger, "Getting ready, of course. Didn't you tell us to prepare?" Jiang Nan sighed in exasperation and cleared his throat. "Ahem. I meant take off your shoes and sit on the bed. Wait for me to arrange things for you." Meanwhile, this conversation, transmitted through a listening device hidden in a nearby cafe, left Yi Xiong and his mercenaries utterly dumbfounded. They marveled at the skills of the bald gang leader, while Luo Sha grew impatient, urging them to focus on their mission. Back in the presidential suite, the three women obediently removed their shoes and socks, sitting on the edge of the bed and swinging their bare feet. Jiang Nan pulled up a chair, sitting in front of Katerina, and activated his reflexology massage skill, which leveled up almost instantly. For the next 6 hours, Jiang Nan took turns giving each of them a professional-grade foot massage. From rhythmic tapping to kneading, from gentle strokes to firm pressure, everyone enjoyed a surprisingly thorough treatment. Katerina's occasional exclamations and pained reactions, however, created wildly misleading impressions for the guards outside the door and the cafe crew listening in. By the time Jiang Nan emerged from the room, drenched in sweat, the two mercenaries guarding the door were looking at him as if he were some kind of deity. One even handed him a cigar as a post-session smoke. Jiang Nan accepted it silently, reflecting to himself, 6 hours of foot massages. Who knew even feet could be so demanding these days? After eavesdropping for a while, Andre finally confirmed an important piece of information. The Bald Gang was indeed not a disguise by the Dark Knight Group, and the so-called Golden Viper, nicknamed White Shark, was genuinely one of Jiang Nan's people, not a trap set by White Shark. This realization put his mind at ease. Meanwhile, in the hotel room, after enjoying a comfortable foot massage, Katerina and the others had drifted off to sleep, leaving only the sound of steady breathing in the room. Jiang Nan sat alone on a sofa by the window, holding a Tang Dao in his hand, meticulously polishing the blade. The reflection on the blade revealed his cold and resolute gaze, his entire demeanor exuding an unsettling calm. And woke from her sleep and was momentarily stunned by the sight. She bit her lower lip, overwhelmed by a mix of emotions. The young man before her, only 18 years old, was leading a 10-member team into enemy territory, carrying out a perilous mission in a foreign land with no support. If they failed, the tens of thousands of residents in the town of Succa would pay the price. Yet Jiang Nan carried himself with unwavering confidence, every seemingly casual move hiding precise calculations. "Get some more rest. Tomorrow night is bound to be lively," Jiang Nan said, noticing and had woken up. "We'll succeed, won't we?" and asked, her voice tinged with unease. Jiang Nan grinned. "Just watch me show them how it's done." Somehow, that smile gave a sense of reassurance. The next evening at 7, Jiang Nan and his team arrived in grand fashion at Bell's bar. Katerina, still savoring the memory of the foot massage from the previous night, pestered Jiang Nan along the way to let her have another one. As they pushed open the bar's doors, the pounding music hit them like a wave. The spinning disco ball illuminated scantily clad dancers on the floor, moving passionately to the beat. Around a round table outside the dance floor, representatives from various factions had already gathered. 10 members of the Rakshasa group wearing green demon masks, 8 cold-eyed members of the Heroes Alliance led by Su Xiao, and a few sharply dressed, burly men from Italy's Rofi family. To Jiang Nan's surprise, Wei Changsheng, whom he had previously dealt with, was also present. Wei was wrapped head to toe in bandages, his arm in a sling, looking utterly miserable. The moment Wei saw Jiang Nan, his anger exploded. He slammed the table and stood up. "You little punk, how dare you show your face here?" Jiang Nan remained unfazed, flashing a grin. Well, isn't it the broke guy? Broke and, incapacitated. What are you here for? To buy nukes?" His words left everyone stunned. They exchanged curious glances at Wei Changsheng, who indeed looked as pitiful as the rumors from the train station clash between the Bald Gang and the Blood Alliance suggested. "He'll kill you right now," Wei roared in fury. "And who do you think you're going to kill?" Andre's hand slammed onto Wei's shoulder, the sheer force pushing him back into his seat. "On my turf, you play by my rules." Wei reluctantly swallowed his anger. Jiang Nan, on the other hand, casually took a seat at the table, propping his feet up on it, much to the irritation of the other leaders present. Andre chuckled. "Jiang Nan, my brother, you're quite something. I heard from my people you had an extreme combat session last night that lasted 6 hours?" The room fell silent as all eyes turned to Jiang Nan. And Su Rue blushed slightly, while Katerina burst out laughing. Even Chen Chen and the rest of the team were stunned, marveling at the idea that Jiang Nan had actually pulled off such a feat, lasting 6 hours like some kind of war god. The Rakshasa group members, on the other hand, looked distinctly uncomfortable after all. They had been witnesses to this so-called battle. Jiang Nan had just finished speaking when Wei Chongqing erupted in fury, crushing the wine glass in his hand into shards. Damn it! I'll tear you apart! He roared through gritted teeth, clearly enraged by Jiang Nan's words. Seeing the situation, Andre quickly changed the subject to diffuse Wei Chongqing's anger. Got any secrets? Why not share them with the brothers? Jiang Nan chuckled. That's a secret I can't reveal. Secret, my ass. Wei Chongqing sneered dismissively. With how broke you lot look, what could you possibly bring to the table? A nuclear warhead? Like you could afford one. At that moment, all the factions had placed their black briefcases on the round table except for Jiang Nan's side, which was conspicuously empty. Just as everyone began to wonder, Jiang Nan clapped his hands, and Wang Tai walked in, carrying a bulging burlap sack that he slammed heavily onto the table. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. Even the usually composed Andre was momentarily stunned. What the hell? Everyone else uses briefcases, and you bring a burlap sack? What's in there, Bricks? Andre quickly regained his composure and spoke seriously. Now that everyone's here, let's get straight to the point. He clapped his hands, and a disheveled dancer approached with a tray. She lifted the red cloth covering it, revealing a revolver and a few bullets. Under everyone's gaze, Andre leisurely picked up the revolver, loaded a single bullet, and spun the cylinder with a flick of his wrist. The chamber whirred as it spun. He placed the gun on the table and said calmly, "Let's begin. Rasha, what is the meaning of this? We're here to make a deal, not gamble with our lives." Su Xiao shouted angrily. "This is just ridiculous." Wei Chongqing narrowed his eyes. "Trying to double-cross us? Tired of living?" Luo Fei said coldly. Jiang Nan remained silent, but the tension in the room weighed heavily on everyone. "On my turf, you play by my rules," Andre said with a shrug. "Too many people here, what's the fun unless at least 2 die? What if we refuse to cooperate?" Su Xiao asked in a chilling tone. "Simple. Everyone dies," Andre said with a grin. "The nuclear warhead has already started its countdown. From the moment you stepped into the blast radius, this place became mine to command." Everyone's faces turned grim. Luo Fei suddenly let out a derisive laugh. "You're the real lunatic here." With that, he grabbed the revolver, pointed it at his temple, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Click an empty chamber. "Ha ha, well done. That's the spirit of a veteran." Andre laughed heartily, then turned his gaze to Su Xiao. Su Xiao's face darkened. "Can I have someone else take my place?" he asked. "Of course, as long as it's one of your people." Without hesitation, Su Xiao stood up, grabbed the young man with the pale face, Zhang Mo, the one who had probed Jiang Nan earlier, and forced him into a chair. "Brother Su." "I." Zhang Mo's face turned ashen, his body trembling uncontrollably. "Pull the trigger. 1 in 5 chance. Survive, and he'll give you 1,000,000. Su Xiao barked. With tears welling in his eyes, Zhang Mo shakily raised the revolver to his temple. The fear of death consumed him as he took a deep breath and pulled the trigger. Click another empty chamber. Zhang Mo collapsed onto the table, drenched in sweat as if he had just been pulled out of water. At this point, all eyes turned to Jiang Nan. Andre narrowed his eyes. "Your turn, brother." The atmosphere in the room was tense to the extreme. Jiang Nan's lips curled into a faint smile. "A 1 in 4 chance? Not bad at all." As soon as he said this, Anning and Chen Shun couldn't stay still. Chen Shun was the first to leap to his feet. "Big brother, let me do it. Get lost." Wang Tai shouted, his eyes bloodshot. "He'll do it. Big brother, let me go." The bald men behind Jiang Nan jostled forward, each eager to volunteer. The scene left everyone present deeply moved. Even Luo Fei and Andre exchanged glances of admiration. In stark contrast, the members of the Kuning Association wore grim expressions, none more so than Su Xiao, whose face darkened considerably. In moments of life and death, the difference in courage was plain as day. "Shut up, all of you." Jiang Nan barked sharply. "It's nothing worth making a fuss over." Jiang Nan had already made up his mind about this deadly roulette game. He could open a spatial wormhole at his temple, redirecting the bullet to someone else the moment it was fired. But now wasn't the time to reveal his spatial abilities. Knowing Andre's cautious nature, such a revelation might jeopardize the deal. Andre had orchestrated this roulette game with the clear intent to kill someone. With so many people present, even if the deal went through, the Wild Bear group might not make it out unscathed. And once the transaction was completed, the nuclear warhead would no longer hold any leverage. Beneath the surface of this seemingly straightforward trade lay hidden schemes. Yet even without relying on his spatial powers, Jiang Nan was confident. He casually pulled a small, fiery red cherry from his pocket, popped it into his mouth, and started chewing. "Sweet and tangy, just like a cherry," he remarked. Everyone froze in disbelief. What kind of occasion was this? They were gambling with their lives, and he was calmly eating a cherry? Andre and Wei Changsheng's irritation skyrocketed. as if a visible 666 had been added to their levels of frustration. Jiang Nan then picked up the revolver on the table, pointed it at his temple. The entire room collectively held its breath. Anning and Su Rui's faces were filled with worry, while Katerina tensed, ready to step in and save him at any moment. All right, lucky little cherry, it's all on you now, Jiang Nan thought to himself. But just in case, knowing the system's history of unreliability, discreetly opened a spatial wormhole at his temple, with the other end aimed directly at Wei Changsheng. A combination of luck and skill that was Jiang Nan's style. He pulled the trigger. Click. Empty chamber. The crowd let out a collective sigh of relief. Wei Changsheng, however, turned. Even Pelura's turn was next. Before Andre could even say a word, Jiang Nan pulled the trigger twice more in quick succession. Click. Click. The entire room was dumbfounded. 3 consecutive pulls of the trigger, without even flinching. What kind of nerve did this man have? Katerina broke out in a cold sweat, and Anning's hands trembled uncontrollably. But Jiang Nan remained as composed as ever, as if he were merely playing a casual game. With luck like this, Jiang Nan grinned. I'm starting to regret coming here for a nuclear warhead. Should have just gone to the lottery kiosk for scratch-offs. Scratch-offs? Andre was speechless. What? You think you can win a nuclear warhead with scratch-offs? Jiang Nan casually tossed the gun in front of Wei Changsheng. Hey bro, ready? I saved you a lucky shot. Wei Changsheng's face turned ashen the moment he took the gun. Out of the 6 bullets, 5 were already blanks. The Luo Fei family and the Kuning Society had used 2, while Jiang Nan had fired 3 blank shots in a row. The last bullet was definitely live. Wei Changsheng gritted his teeth and glared at Jiang Nan. Could you not mess around? Did you really have to fire 3 times? Couldn't even leave a way out? All eyes were on Wei Changsheng, and the crowd's faces were filled with schadenfreude. Andre spoke coldly. What's the matter? Thinking of breaking the rules? That wouldn't just cost 1 life. Fuming with anger, Wei Changsheng grabbed the pistol and pulled the trigger at the man behind him. Bang! A gunshot echoed, and a member of the Blood Alliance clutched his chest before collapsing to the ground. The other members of the Blood Alliance turned pale. Andre remained expressionless as he loaded another bullet. Carry on. The next round began. Luo Fei went first. He pointed the gun to his temple and pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet went through his head, but his head instantly turned into a stream of water, reassembled itself, and even his hairstyle remained perfectly intact. Looks like my luck isn't great, Luo Fei said calmly. Jiang Nan's eyes lit up. Whoa, bro, your head's full of water? Is this what they mean by having water on the brain? Luo Fei, who had maintained a cool demeanor, was momentarily speechless, while Katerina couldn't help but burst out laughing. Luo Fei's expression instantly fell apart. Next, it was the Kuning Society's turn. Click. A blank shot. Jiang Nan took the gun, grinned, and pulled the trigger at his own head 4 times in a row. Click, 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 click. What the hell? Andre's eyes widened. What kind of insane luck is this? When it was Wei Changsheng's turn to go first, he let out a sigh of relief. Finally, it's my turn. No way that freak gets it this time, right? But when he turned and pulled the trigger at one of his underlings, bang, another one of his men dropped to the ground. Damn it, I'm losing my mind. Wei Changsheng bellowed. This roulette game is just a way to burn through underlings. The Rakshasa gang members stomped their feet anxiously on the side. Brother Wei, can't you give us a chance? 5 rounds, and we haven't even touched the gun yet. The game of Russian roulette went on round after round, and Jiang Nan's performance was nothing short of astonishing. Every time it was his turn, regardless of how many empty chambers were left in the revolver, he always left the last bullet untouched before handing the gun over to Wei Changsheng. Over 20 minutes passed, and the disparity in the battle became evident. Luo Fei remained calm and composed, with Wei Gonggong taking all the risks at the front line, leaving the Luocha corps unscathed. In stark contrast, Su Xiao's side had already lost 3 subordinates. Wei Changsheng found himself in the most miserable position, with the bodies of his own men whom he had personally shot strewn all over the ground. 2 waves of his subordinates, totaling over 40 men, had all fallen victim to this maddening game of Russian roulette. What was even more unbelievable was Jiang Nan's streak of luck. After more than 20 rounds, he had even used rapid fire, yet the gun never went off. Such extraordinary luck had left everyone present numb. Even Ning and the others felt no tension anymore when Jiang Nan pressed the gun to his temple and pulled the trigger. Andre looked utterly perplexed, as if questioning whether Jiang Nan truly possessed some supernatural ability to control luck. At that moment, Jiang Nan showed an impatient expression. Can we stop dragging this out? This is so boring, okay? I could do this all day. His words left the entire room even more stunned. To turn a life-or-death game of Russian roulette into something so casual, only Jiang Nan could pull that off. Andre asked calmly, then how do you suggest we play? What happened next left everyone utterly speechless. Jiang Nan snatched the revolver, loaded all 6 chambers with bullets, and spun the cylinder with a flick of his wrist. Let's bet on whether this gun misfires. You go first. Several people blurted out in unison, convinced that Lady Luck couldn't possibly favor one person forever. Jiang Nan grinned widely. Sorry, Lady Luck lives at my house. With that, he pressed the gun to his temple. Click, 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 click. 6 crisp clicks echoed in the room, followed by a deathly silence in the bar. Everyone stared at Jiang Nan as if he were a monster. Jiang Nan truly lives up to his name. Chun Chun exclaimed, covering his face in disbelief. A man even death itself can't take. Wang Tai marveled. Wei Changsheng, suspicious, took the revolver and glanced at the pile of corpses behind him. His anger surged. To be safe, he covered the barrel with his palm and pulled the trigger. Bang! The deafening gunshot left Wei Changsheng pale as a sheet. Molten metal seeped through his fingers, leaving a bloody hole in his hand. He realized he had narrowly escaped death, but at that moment, no one cared about whether he had managed to block the bullet. Every gaze in the room was fixed squarely on Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan's eyes widened in shock. The handgun was completely intact. Could it really be sheer luck that all 6 shots earlier misfired? This kind of absurd fortune was simply unimaginable. At this rate, even if everyone in the bar ended up dead, Jiang Nan would remain unscathed. Jiang Nan spread his hands helplessly. Andre, I told you this is getting boring. Let's wrap it up, shall we? Though he wouldn't mind continuing the game, the more people dead, the better. It was clear that the 30-minute effect of the lucky cherry was about to wear off. Plus, he didn't know the side effects, and taking another one could lead to unpredictable consequences. Andre looked frustrated. His original plan to weaken the opposition and create a path for escape in the future had completely crumbled in the face of this godlike Jiang Nan. Still, disabling the Blood Pact and half-crippling the Heroes Alliance wasn't entirely without merit. Since you've spoken, brother, I won't waste any more time, Andre said, getting straight to the point. Everyone, name your price. Highest bidder wins. Once the deal is confirmed, I'll take my men to inspect the goods. The crowd collectively exhaled in relief. Luo Fei opened his briefcase and pulled out a laptop. $1 billion transferred immediately, plus the Luo family guaranteeing Wild Bear's safe passage. Andre's eyes lit up, clearly intrigued. Then, Su Xiao presented his offer: 3 green plums from the Cloud Island Spirit Ruins, legendary healing treasures capable of regrowing severed limbs. Wei Changsheng sneered as he opened his briefcase, revealing 20 golden-grade spirit beads imbued with spiritual skills. Meanwhile, Luo Sha produced a spiritual peach from the Penglai Spirit Ruins, claiming it could help someone break through from gold to platinum rank. Jiang Nan's gaze darted back and forth between these priceless treasures, drooling with greed. Everyone stared at him in exasperation, thinking, these aren't even for you. What about you, brother? Andre asked. Jiang Nan snapped out of his daze and casually tossed a burlap sack onto the table, its contents clinking audibly. The crowd leaned in curiously. As Andre opened the sack, his eyes nearly popped out of his head. This is Luo Sha hesitated. Oh, nothing much. Just 100 pounds of diamonds, Jiang Nan said nonchalantly. His words landed like a bomb in the bar. Luo Fei spat out a mouthful of vodka onto Su Xiao's face. Luo Sha's menacing ghost mask fell off in shock, and Wei Changsheng stood frozen, utterly dumbfounded. Andre's eyes turned red with greed as he dumped the sack's contents onto the table. The diamonds were massive, many the size of fists, with the smallest no less than a pigeon's egg. Each one sparkled brilliantly, of exceptional quality. The bar fell into a deathly silence. Jiang Nan's extravagant display left everyone speechless, utterly stunned by the sheer scale of his wealth. Everyone present was from the underworld, so they were no strangers to hard currency like diamonds and gold. But when they saw the 100 pounds of diamonds on the table, all eyes instinctively locked onto Jiang Nan. Does this kid own a mine? Showing up with 100 pounds of diamonds to buy a nuke? The crowd was utterly stunned. Who had ever seen diamonds measured by the pound? The scene was like a game of cards. While others were playing it safe with a measly 6 of diamonds, Jiang Nan slammed down the ultimate hand-a-joker combo with 4 twos, leaving everyone dumbfounded. There was simply no way to respond to that play. The resentment value system went wild. Resentment from Wei Changsheng 1,000. Resentment from Luo Fei Capone 1,000. Resentment from Su Xiao 1,000. The team members were equally baffled. There was no way this 100 pounds of diamonds was part of Captain Lynx's operational budget. Only Katarina seemed to have a knowing look. She recalled the involvement of White Shark King Kong in an operation to abduct Jiang Nan and his subsequent disappearance. As she glanced at the diamonds on the table, a chill ran down her spine. Could these diamonds belong to King Kong? The expressions of the rival factions turned grim, but Andre burst out laughing. Brother, you're a big spender. So, what's the deal? If no one bids higher, this nuke's going to the Baldies. Luo Fei, his face cold, said he needed to contact his family. Su Xiao let out a long sigh and gave up. Wei Changsheng gritted his teeth. Blood Pact had already lost 15 spirit pearls to Jiang Nan and couldn't afford to bid higher. Meanwhile, the people from Rakshasa were calculating quietly. They didn't necessarily need to win the bid. They just needed the nuke's location. Jiang Nan seized the opportunity. Stop wasting time. I'll throw in the secret formula for the ultimate Union 3 challenge. Just sell it to me already. Andrei's eyes lit up. 6 hours of unstoppable strength? The ultimate Union 3? He had to get his hands on that formula. Even the Rakshasa group grew curious, eager to catch a glimpse of this legendary recipe. Ning and the other two exchanged bewildered glances, thinking, it's just a foot massage for 6 hours. This guy's really good at hyping things up. Under everyone's expectant gaze, Jiang Nan dramatically reached into his pocket and pulled out the diamond babe. Gasps of astonishment erupted throughout the bar. Holy crap! This is a masterpiece. Unbelievable. Is that really a diamond? Natural formation? There's not a single carving mark. Under the disco lights, the diamond babe sparkled with a kaleidoscope of colors. It appeared lifelike, with every detail meticulously clear. Ning and Su Rue instantly blushed, averting their eyes. Oh my god, Nan god, you carry this around with you? And you just pulled cherries out of that same pocket earlier. Katerina bit her lip, trying to suppress her laughter. Could this be a part, scavenged from King Kong? Poor King Kong probably never imagined he'd end up being ogled by so many people. This is the secret formula. Impressive, right? Jiang Nan said smugly. Andre was astonished. What's the story behind this diamond babe? It can boost endurance? Jiang Nan leaned in conspiratorially. They'll tell you, but keep it to yourselves. Everyone nodded eagerly, their heads bobbing like pecking chickens. Have you heard about the crystal skull discovered in the Mayan ruins back in 1926? Jiang Nan casually tossed out the question. Andre's eyes lit up. Of course I have. It's one of the world's most famous discoveries. Well, then you're spot on, Jiang Nan said mysteriously. This diamond treasure was found alongside the crystal skull as a secret artifact. It was never made public and has changed hands countless times before ending up with me. Honestly, if it weren't for trading it for a nuclear warhead, I'd never let anyone see it. Hearing this, Andre's eyes blazed with an almost fanatical light. He carefully cradled the diamond treasure in his hands, treating it as though it were some sacred relic, gently stroking its surface. How do you use it? Should I carry it with me at all times? Andre asked eagerly. Jiang Nan shook his head solemnly. It's best to wear it around your neck on a string. Its effects are subtle and gradual. But there's something even more important. What? Andre held his breath in anticipation. Before using it, you have to take it off and soak it in water to drink, ideally with some goji berries. You must be devout, have faith, and chant this incantation. Unbeatable Diamond King, I reign supreme night and day. Do this for 10 days or so, and you'll be as mighty as I am. Katerina, standing nearby, couldn't hold back any longer and burst into loud laughter. She laughed so hard she doubled over, slapping Jiang Nan on the back. If King Kong knew that his diamond treasure was being worn around people's necks and used to make goji berry tea, he'd probably come back to life out of sheer rage. Luo Sha, Su Xiao, and Wei Changsheng exchanged skeptical looks. Wei Changsheng even offered to trade 10 high-grade spiritual pearls for the treasure, but Andre refused outright. Without hesitation, Andre pulled out a piece of paracord and tied the diamond treasure around his neck. The sight was utterly ridiculous. A hulking, muscle-bound man with a chest full of thick hair, wearing a glittering diamond around his neck like a bizarre pendant. Jiang Nan clenched his teeth. Veins bulging on his forehead was desperately trying not to laugh. After all, he was a professional con artist, and breaking character was out of the question. Unless he really couldn't help it. Jiang Nan's gaze was unconsciously drawn to the diamond swinging around Andre's neck, which made everyone's expressions in the room subtly shift. Andre, clearly pleased with the reactions of those present, suddenly stood up and loudly declared, "It's settled then. The nuclear warheads go to the bald gang. As for the rest of you, no deal today doesn't mean no friendship. There'll be plenty of opportunities to work together in the future. Bring the drinks." The leaders of the other factions stood up one after another, but their eyes, whether intentionally or not, seemed to land on Jiang Nan. Some looked on with schadenfreude, others sneered coldly, and a few had gazes as venomous as snakes. Ning and Chen Shun both knew full well that the real showdown was just beginning. A few scantily clad dancers, holding trays of deep water bomb cocktails, approached and began setting the glasses on the table. Suddenly, a blonde dancer heading towards Jiang Nan lost her balance as her high heel snapped. Instinctively reaching out to grab something, she accidentally yanked on Jiang Nan's pants. With a loud rip, not only was the drink spilled all over Jiang Nan, but, much to his dismay, his pants were pulled down in one swift motion. The sight left everyone frozen in shock. Jiang Nan was wearing cartoon-printed shorts. and Ning and Su Rue stifled their laughter, while Katrina, still mesmerized by the diamond, glanced down and burst into uncontrollable laughter. The dancer repeatedly apologized, her face pale with panic. Jiang Nan calmly pulled up his pants, striving to maintain his composure. Andre quickly regained his own composure and ordered fresh drinks to be served. However, Jiang Nan wasn't foolish enough to drink what could very well have been tampered with. Quietly, he opened a spatial wormhole and transported the drink directly into Wei Chongqing's mouth. As Wei was guzzling it down, he suddenly realized the amount was off, but found himself unable to stop. Just as Jiang Nan was silently reveling in his cleverness, a loud crack echoed through the room, followed by a dancer's scream. The steel pole at the center of the dance floor broke loose from the ceiling and came crashing down. With a resounding clang, one end of the pole struck Jiang Nan square on the head. Startled mid-drink, Jiang Nan gave an involuntary shudder. The alcohol suddenly rushed into Jiang Nan's nasal cavity, causing him to cough violently. At the same time, a broken steel pipe fell squarely on his head, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. What the heck? What's going on? Jiang Nan rubbed his head in confusion. How does a steel pipe break and aim right for me? And why did I choke just from drinking? Suddenly, a chilling thought crossed his mind. Could the effects of the lucky cherry he ate earlier have worn off, bringing about some sort of reversal? The idea sent a shiver down his spine. Katerina was already laughing so hard she could barely stand, while the other team members struggled to suppress their amusement. Seeing the usually boastful Jiang Nan in such a sorry state gave everyone a strange sense of satisfaction. Andre cleared his throat to break the awkward atmosphere. All right, let's leave it at that. Everyone, part ways on good terms. Please don't linger and suck a town, it's for the best. Jiang Nan, we'll arrange another time to check out the warhead. Once they stepped out of the bar, Jiang Nan became unusually alert, scanning his surroundings as if danger lurked around every corner. Ning asked him if he suspected someone was following them, while Katerina joked, could it be that the roulette game drained all your luck? Just as she finished speaking, Jiang Nan's foot caught on the edge of the curb. He stumbled forward, nearly landing face first into a pile of dog poop the size of a bowl. Panicking, he used his teleportation ability to dodge, only to reappear and slam straight into a street lamp. Before he could recover, the lamp's cover fell off and landed squarely on his head. Ah! Jiang Nan yelled in frustration, flailing his arms. The rest of the team quickly distanced themselves, afraid his bad luck might be contagious. Wait, don't leave me, Jiang Nan pleaded, reaching out to grab Katerina. Unfortunately, his hand accidentally caught the strap of her tank top. With a sharp snap, the elastic band whipped back, leaving a red mark on her back. Katerina let out a mix of embarrassment and anger. Instinctively, she delivered a spinning kick that sent Jiang Nan flying over 30 meters, crashing him into a concrete wall. Buried under the rubble, Jiang Nan looked utterly defeated. Why is everything so unfair to me? Katrina suddenly realized something was wrong. She hurried over to pull Jiang Nan out from under the concrete slab. Covered in dust and looking utterly disheveled, Jiang Nan listened to Katrina's repeated apologies, claiming it was an instinctive reaction, and felt utterly exasperated. You all go ahead, stay away from it, it's too dangerous, Jiang Nan said helplessly. So, the team walked on the left side of the street while Jiang Nan trudged along the right side, looking pitiful and staying alert to his surroundings. Just as they were about to reach the hotel, Jiang Nan froze as he turned a corner, finally discovered the culprit behind the bullsized pile of dog poop. A blonde-haired, blue-eyed young woman was walking her dogs. The problem? She was holding the leashes of 10 massive black Tibetan mastiffs. The moment Jiang Nan locked eyes with the pack, cold sweat drenched his back. Woof! Woof! The mastiffs roared in unison. Jiang Nan turned and bolted, with the 10 ferocious mastiffs hot on his heels. The blonde woman was dragged along like a sled, screaming as she disappeared down the street. The team exchanged bewildered looks. Chen Chen sighed, saying it was karma for too many misdeeds, while Ning couldn't hold back her laughter, joking that even walking down the street could get him chased by dogs. Although Su Rue looked a little worried, Katrina chuckled and said, Relax, bad luck never dies, easily it always lingers. Having escaped into the forest, Jiang Nan sighed in relief, only to see a black bear headbutting a tree with great focus. Upon spotting Jiang Nan, the bear charged at him. Enraged, Jiang Nan climbed onto the bear and delivered a furious beating. However, more pairs of glowing green eyes appeared in the darkness, forcing him to flee once again. He leapt into a large lake, thinking he was finally safe, but then felt something slippery wriggle up his pant leg. 3 hours later, completely drenched and in tattered clothes, Jiang Nan finally returned to the hotel, clutching a large yellow eel in his hand. Just as he thought the ordeal was over, a fully loaded truck suddenly crashed through the hotel wall, running him over. How can I get hit by a truck while sitting at home? Jiang Nan sobbed as he ate a restorative ginseng, complaining, I'm never eating those lucky cherries again. Meanwhile, in his villa, Andre was solemnly preparing his supplement. He placed a diamond-like gem and goji berries into a glass, poured in hot water, and chanted, "Unstoppable Diamond King, strongest in endless nights of revelry." After taking a sip, Andre frowned in confusion. Why does it taste a bit strange? He took another sip, convincing himself, maybe this is just how it's supposed to taste? In half a month, I'll be as strong as Jiang Nan? Kind of exciting to think about, isn't it? In the hotel bathroom, Jiang Nan hid for a full 3 hours. It wasn't because he was embarrassed to face people, but because his nosebleed was so severe that he worried it might frighten others. This painful experience made him fully understand the terrifying side effect of the lucky cherry. While it granted 30 minutes of extraordinary luck, it was followed by an unavoidable 3-hour streak of bad luck. This meant that even if he used it to win the lottery, the prize money probably wouldn't even cover his medical expenses. Once the deal was confirmed, all the team members were on edge. Wang Tianhua's intel indicated that other factions had seemingly retreated from the small town of Succa. In an anxious wait that stretched until 1 a.m., a truck finally pulled up in front of the hotel. Andre directed members of the Bald Gang to get everyone on board, preparing to secretly head to the location where the nuclear warhead was hidden. "Bro, I've been waiting so long I thought you'd run off with the money," Jiang Nan said. Andre burst out laughing. "No way. The sooner you take this thing off my hands, the better it'll feel." To Wild Bear, a nuclear warhead is like a hot potato. They can't wait to get rid of it so they can live carefree. After an hour-long drive, the truck carried the group deep into the forest. They then hiked for another half an hour before finally arriving at a heavily guarded, abandoned air raid shelter. The team members' hearts began to race involuntarily after all the hardships. They were about to lay eyes on the nuclear warhead. Pushing through a heavy iron door and delving deeper into the shelter, they finally saw it. The warhead lay silently on the ground, its surface equipped with a screen featuring a 9-grid keypad. It was in standby mode, exuding a strong sense of advanced technology, completely different from what they had imagined. Jiang Nan and Andre exchanged a look and a knowing smile, each harboring their own thoughts. Notably, Andre had kept one hand in his pocket ever since they set out and hadn't taken it out once. "All right, bro, we'll take it from here. It's been a pleasure working." Jiang Nan's words were cut short as his eyes widened in shock. Suddenly, a shadowy figure appeared behind Andre with unsettling speed, a blade gleaming coldly as it aimed directly for his head. At the same moment, a soldier from his entourage revealed a sinister grin, leaping out from the shadows with a Gatling gun in hand, unleashing a barrage of bullets into the confined space. Gunfire and the flash of steel erupted simultaneously. Chun Chun reacted with lightning speed, stepping forward in an instant. His eyes turned bloodshot as he roared, "Everyone, get down!" He summoned all his strength to deploy a metallic force field, desperately fending off armor-piercing rounds capable of tearing through 10mm steel plates. Wang Tai let out a furious shout, his entire body hardening into solid steel as he spread his arms to shield the others from the incoming bullets. Jiang Nan had no time to worry about anything else. He lunged straight for Andre's hand, which had remained tucked in his pocket. It was then he saw clearly the attacker wielding the blade was none other than a hidden member of the Rakshasa. "Damn it, don't you dare touch him," Jiang Nan shouted angrily. The Rakshasa assassin cast a cold glance at him. "This has nothing to do with you." Andre, however, sneered viciously. "I knew it. Wild Bear. Listen up, kill them all. Leave no one alive." As he spoke, he pulled out an electronic key and pressed it firmly before crushing it in his hand. Even Jiang Nan's teleportation ability wasn't enough to stop it. The blade swung down as Andre twisted his body to evade, his skin instantly transforming into rock. A metallic clang echoed as the blade shattered the rocky surface, sending blood splattering. Roaring in rage, Andre slammed his fists into the ground, unleashing a shockwave akin to a magnitude 10 earthquake. The entire cave trembled violently as Andre and the Rakshasa clashed, the two golden tier combatants locked in a ferocious battle. Jiang Nan's gaze fell on the nuclear warhead. The countdown had already begun. 120 minutes. "Rakshasa, you idiot," Jiang Nan bellowed. "Big beauty, take out the Rakshasa. Don't let Andre die. Leave this side to me." Turning around, the sight before him made Jiang Nan's blood boil. Chen Shen, riddled with bullet wounds, was still holding up the force field with sheer determination, gritting his teeth and shouting, "As long as I'm breathing, no one's laying a damn finger on my brothers." The so-called underling of the Wild Bear Gang was revealed to be a member of the Luo Fei family. At that moment, a large group of Wild Bear members surged forward, armed to the teeth. Jiang Nan drew his blade, his face twisted in fury, and charged straight at the Luo Fei family operative. "Night Squad, hold your ground. Not a single step back. Chen, you better stay alive. Don't you dare die on me." The Night Squad unleashed their unique abilities, steadfastly guarding the entrance. Jiang Nan teleported directly in front of the enemy, his blade flashing as the Gatling gun was severed in an instant. With a swift thrust, his blade pierced through a spatial rift, emerging from the enemy's chest. Spatial ability. The enemy muttered in terror as life drained from his eyes. Jiang Nan became a whirlwind of death, his blade slashing relentlessly. In just 30 seconds, he had taken down 17 wild bear mercenaries. Then, grabbing an anti-explosion shield, he teleported to the doorway. Shield braced on his shoulder, he wielded his tang blade through spatial rifts, cutting down foes with precision. Night Squad, arm yourselves, Jiang Nan shouted, tossing a cache of weapons from his alternate dimension. Take over my position after this. Amidst the chaos, the veteran soldiers remained composed, but the recruits were visibly shaken. However, under Jiang Nan's clear and decisive orders, everyone moved swiftly, equipping themselves as the Night Squad fortified their hold on the only exit. Nanshin, there are at least 100 of them outside. If we keep defending like this, we'll be overrun. What's the plan? Wang Tai asked urgently. Jiang Nan wiped the blood from his blade, his eyes flashing with a cold, unyielding resolve. You don't need to do anything. Just wait for me. With that, he teleported outside, facing the 100+ wild bear mercenaries alone. Blade in hand, he charged straight into the fray. The real battle had only just begun. The battle outside was a sight that shook everyone to their core. Jiang Nan pushed his teleportation ability to the limit, moving as fast as lightning, never staying in one spot for more than a second. Members of the wild bear gang raised their guns to aim, but they could never catch a glimpse of his figure. Each time Jiang Nan appeared, a flash of cold steel followed, and another person fell to the ground. The wild bear gang, numbering over 100, included numerous skilled fighters with diverse abilities. Some wielded water blades, while others launched fireballs. Yet, whenever their attacks targeted Jiang Nan, they were redirected by spatial wormholes, ultimately injuring their own comrades. Inside the bunker, the gang members had lost all will to fight, their eyes filled with nothing but fear. The knife-wielding figure before them seemed like a demon from hell. Despite only possessing bronze 5-star strength, Jiang Nan had single-handedly overwhelmed 100 men. The members of the Dark Knight Squad watched in stunned silence. This was no longer just the power of spatial ability, it was Jiang Nan's terrifying combat prowess that fueled this massacre. After 120 seconds, the bunker descended into an eerie silence. Jiang Nan, gripping his blood-stained blade, walked back to the room. His white t-shirt was soaked in crimson, the metallic scent of blood thick in the air. Just as he'd promised, the team only needed to guard the door and wait for his return. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted at the bunker's iron gate. Shaking the entire underground space, it was the sound of an armor-piercing RPG. The local Goose Nation military had finally arrived. Everyone knew this was inevitable. Activating a nuclear weapon of such magnitude within Succus borders would never go unnoticed by the local forces. Meanwhile, Luo Sha had already been subdued by the combined efforts of Andre and Katerina, lying on the ground barely clinging to life. However, upon hearing the explosion, Andre suddenly turned on Katerina, launching an attack against her. Panicked by the sounds outside, the Earth Elemental Andre used his tunneling ability to escape underground. Even with her beast transformation abilities, Katerina was powerless against his golden-ranked tunneling skills. Poisoned and pale, Luo Sha managed a faint, mocking smile. Dark Knight? So, it really is you meddling in this. Furious, Jiang Nan grabbed Luo Sha by the collar. If it weren't for you stirring up trouble, the nuke would never have been activated. Luo Sha sneered. If I can't have it, then no one will. At least it didn't detonate within your borders. Consider your mission accomplished. Succus hundreds of thousands of residents, the people living within a 500-kilometer radius, don't they matter to you? Jiang Nan gritted his teeth. They all have families. Why should they die? Who will take responsibility for their lives? Don't you have a family? The safety of billions in Huaxia isn't guaranteed by people like you. It's built on the sacrifices of soldiers on the front lines, who fight with their flesh and blood. Jiang Nan roared in anger, slamming Luo Sha's head against the wall with a resounding thud. Luo Sha collapsed to the ground, lifeless. The bunker fell silent once more, the only sounds being the distant explosions outside and the relentless ticking of the nuclear countdown. Nan Shan, brother Chen. He's not going to make it. Jiang Nan turned to see Chen Chen lying in a pool of blood, his face pale as death. A teammate was desperately using wood elemental powers to heal him, but the bleeding wouldn't stop. Ning and Su Rue were sobbing uncontrollably, unable to accept the impending loss of their comrade. Even Katerina, hardened by years of witnessing death, turned her head away, unwilling to watch. Jiang Nan knelt beside Chen Chen, feeling a blood-soaked hand clutch tightly onto his arm. Chen Chen widened his eyes, his voice weak but resolute. Nan Shun, take them back alive. In this life, I've only respected two people, Mountain Cat and you. It's just a pity. I couldn't die at home. I'm so tired. I just want to rest for a while. Before he could finish, the iron-hearted members of the Dark Knight team already had tears welling up in their eyes. Wang Tai punched the wall with a heavy blow, sending debris flying as hot tears rolled down his cheeks. Jiang Nan, however, rolled his eyes and suddenly slapped Chen Chun hard across the face. The unexpected action left everyone present stunned. The war isn't over, and you're here spouting nonsense. Making my eyes water trying to play with my emotions, huh? Shameless. Jiang Nan scolded angrily. Come on, I'm really about to die here. Chen Chun protested anxiously. Can't I at least say a few last words? I'm full of bullet holes. Can't you let me die heroically, Nan Shun? You're so heartless. A surge of frustration bubbled up inside Chen Chun. The slap not only left him dazed, but also shocked the other team members into silence. Got a lot of complaints, huh? Jiang Nan sneered coldly. I said it before, however many people I take out, that's how many I bring back. Wanna die? Did I give you permission to die? With that, he forcibly pried open Chun Chen's mouth and shoved in a ginseng root filled with vitality. As Chen Chun chewed the unfamiliar object, he anxiously tugged on Jiang Nan's arm. Seriously, Nanshan, look at these dozen bullet holes in Mui. Would I lie to you? I feel like I've only got 30 seconds left. Before he could finish his sentence, Chen Chun inexplicably stood up, his voice growing louder and more energetic. The other team members stared in disbelief, unable to comprehend how someone so gravely injured could suddenly rise to his feet. Just then, Chen Chun felt a surge of heat rush to his head. The next moment, the bullet holes all over his body began spurting streams of blood, shooting out like uncontrollable fountains, reaching over a meter high. This is like a human sprinkler. Chen Chun exclaimed in horror, frantically trying to cover his wounds with his hands. But with so many holes, 2 hands were far from enough. Ning and Su Rui's eyes widened in shock. Wang Tai was dumbfounded, and even Katerina wore an expression of disbelief. Am I leaking? Chen Chen stared at the relentless streams of blood pouring from his wounds, utterly bewildered. Jiang Nan was at a loss for words, silently watching the absurd scene unfold before him. A sudden burst of blood mist erupted from Chen Chen's body, like an uncontrollable fire hydrant. Blood gushed from his wounds, spraying wildly. The members of the Dark Knight squad stared in shock at the eerie scene, their faces filled with disbelief. This wasn't a final burst of life. It was as if some unimaginable switch had been flipped. To everyone's astonishment, as the blood mist sprayed, the wounds on Chen Chen's body began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. One by one, the gaping holes vanished into the mist, leaving no trace, not even a scar. Chen Chun looked down at his perfectly healed body, momentarily stunned. He had been ready to face death, yet now it seemed like he had taken a stroll to the gates of hell and come back, full of life. He recalled the ginseng he had swallowed just moments ago, and couldn't help but marvel at its miraculous effects. Where on earth had Jiang Nan found such a priceless treasure? What moved him even more was that Jiang Nan had given it to him without hesitation. At this thought, Chen Shan felt a lump in his throat, and his eyes grew misty. He was about to say something. Come on, everyone. Take one each. Jiang Nan pulled out some pills and handed them to the group. Hold it in your mouth. If you feel like you're about to kick the bucket, swallow it. Don't be stingy. I've got plenty. You liar. You almost made me feel touched. Chen Xian shouted angrily, his resentment level skyrocketing by 1,000 points. Ignoring him, Jiang Nan handed out strength boosters to the male team members to enhance their combat abilities. Just as Chen Chen was secretly relieved to have survived, there was a sudden splat. 2 streams of nosebleed gushed out. Nanshun, what's with the nosebleed? Chen Chen asked in panic. Don't worry, ITLL stop in 3 hours. Jiang Nan replied nonchalantly. What? 3 hours? Chen Chen was on the verge of collapse. Am I supposed to fight on the battlefield while bleeding from my nose? If I don't kill the enemy, they'll die laughing at me. My image is completely ruined. Seeing Chen Chen complaining while bleeding made everyone chuckle, but their smiles froze when their eyes fell on the activated nuclear bomb. The countdown had begun, and the situation was dire. Without a word, Jiang Nan pulled out a bomb defusal kit from his dimensional space and got to work. Are you insane, Nan Shen? Are you seriously defusing a nuclear bomb? Stop messing around. If you screw up, we're all dead. The team members shouted in alarm. Jiang Nan, unfazed, activated his skill and allocated 1,100 skill points to upgrade his bomb defusing ability. He deftly removed the outer casing, only to freeze when he saw the circuit board inside. I thought you just cut the red or blue wire, right? Why is this all circuit boards? Everyone fell silent, collectively speechless, muttering that this wasn't a movie. The iron door of the bunker shook violently under external bombardment. Jiang Nan made a decisive move, investing another 10,000 skill points, but the result was disheartening. Without a password or electronic key, the bomb couldn't be deactivated. Radio links. Jiang Nan ordered decisively. We need a plane capable of flying into the stratosphere. We've got 87 minutes left. As he spoke, he stored the nuclear bomb back into his dimensional space. Let's go. Follow me out. Jiang Nan grabbed a longsword and headed toward the bunker entrance. The 12 members took their positions behind the concrete trenches. Hey, little brother. Aren't you afraid of dying? Katerina suddenly asked. I am, but I'm more afraid of not making it back alive, Jiang Nan replied with a grin. At that moment, the bunker's iron door was blown open, and a large number of heavily armed local troops stormed in. Hand over the device, the commander roared. The nuke is armed and can't be deactivated. Stop your attack, Jiang Nan shouted. You don't want it to blow up, do you? No negotiations. Both the device and everyone here must be destroyed. Faced with the enemy's madness, Jiang Nan opened his dimensional space and unleashed a torrent of military-grade weaponry. Under Chan Chin's force field and in Ning's air barrier, the team launched a fierce counterattack. Jiang Nan, not one to hold back, teleported to the front lines, spreading his arms provocatively. All of you here, every single one of you. You're trash. Come at me if you dare. The scene left everyone stunned, including his own teammates. Enraged, the commander ordered all 500 soldiers to attack at full force. In an instant, sparks of fire erupted. The rapid gunfire exploded in the night like firecrackers, creating a deadly web of bullets that swept madly in the direction of Jiang Nan. The team members hid behind cover, their hearts pounding as they watched this despairing scene unfold. However, something bizarre happened. Amid the overwhelming rain of bullets, Jiang Nan stood unharmed in his spot. Clad in floral shorts and a Hawaiian shirt, his casual figure swayed slightly in the night breeze. What was even more shocking was that the enemy's rear suddenly came under heavy fire, with bullets pouring down like a torrential downpour from the sky. Ambush! Ambush! Chaos erupted within the enemy ranks. We're being attacked from behind. In panic, they turned their guns to fire at the rear, only to face another barrage of bullets from the front. The enemy forces found themselves caught in a pincer attack, their casualties mounting rapidly. The commander suddenly realized the situation and shouted in horror. Spatial ability? Everyone, cease fire immediately. Jiang Nan grinned smugly. Moments earlier, he had opened a massive spatial wormhole in front of himself, with the other end leading directly to the enemy's rear. The enemy's bullets passed through the wormhole and ended up hitting their own forces from behind. The team members crouching behind the concrete barriers were utterly dumbfounded, chills running down their spines. Katerina let out an excited shriek, while Anning and Suri's faces flushed, their eyes sparkling with exhilaration. Jiang Nan's display of spatial ability showcased a terrifying power capable of turning the tide of battle. Nearby, hidden in the mountain ravines, members of the Luo Fei family, the Heroes Assembly, the Blood Alliance, and the Rakshasas were equally stunned by the scene. The emergence of a second spatial ability user in Huaxia was a revelation that would shake the entire world of superhumans. But the battle was far from over. The enemy commander, his face twisted in rage, roared into the radio, "Get up here! Capture this spatial user at all costs!" The deafening roar of engines approached as a Grey Eagle combat helicopter rose from the mountains below, launching a relentless assault on the bunker from above. Rockets and machine gun fire rained down in a ferocious barrage. Jiang Nan's eyes widened in shock. What the? His 300-meter spatial wormhole couldn't reach the helicopter in the sky, so he had no choice but to teleport away to evade the attack. The team members were forced to keep their heads down, cold sweat streaming down their faces. This battle was far from over. Damn it, they've even brought in armed helicopters? Chin Chun cursed furiously. Ning buried her face in her hands in despair. This is impossible. We're trapped in the cave, helicopters circling outside, and the nuclear bomb countdown is ticking away. Nanshan, you should leave first, Wang Tai said with a grave expression. You have teleportation abilities. Take the nuke and find Captain Mountain Cat. We'll cover you and draw their fire. Yes, Nanshan. Su Rui chimed in anxiously. This is no time for personal pride. That nuke can't go off here, or all of Sukka will be obliterated. Jiang Nan rolled his eyes. Teasish, a lousy helicopter trying to block me? Old Chun. Teasy, follow me. Ning and Su Rui froze in place, staring at Jiang Nan's back, overwhelmed with emotion. Despite having the power to escape alone using his spatial abilities, he insisted on taking everyone with him to break through. The guy who usually seemed the least reliable was now their most dependable ally in this critical moment. Both women felt a lump in their throats, their eyes welling up with tears. Boom. An interdimensional portal opened to its maximum extent. With a deafening roar, a main battle tank, billowing black smoke, suddenly appeared before them. Is that a main battle tank? The team members were dumbfounded. You even brought this thing? No wonder Captain Mountain Cat looked so pissed earlier. Chun Chun laughed heartily and slammed on the gas. while Wang Tai swiftly loaded shells into the cannon. Jiang Nan climbed onto the tank's turret, pointing to the heavy machine gun mounted at the rear. Who wants the spot? Me. Su Rue raised her hand excitedly, her eyes sparkling. Let's roll. Jiang Nan grinned. Everyone, follow me and get ready to break out. He turned to Katerina. Hey gorgeous, care for a joyride? Katerina's eyes lit up. Without a word, she climbed onto the turret and wrapped her arms around Jiang Nan's waist from behind. Outside the bunker, the commanding officer smirked smugly. Let's see how long you can hide. In 3 minutes, this mountain will. Before he could finish, a tank burst through, smashing concrete barriers to pieces. Jiang Nan and Katerina sat atop the turret, both wearing steel helmets with unwavering confidence. Is that a tank? The commander and the local troops were struck dumb. Even the gang hiding in the ravine, led by Luo Sha, stared in disbelief. Brother Su, should we still fight them? A lackey stammered. Can you survive a tank shell? Su Xiao snapped back irritably. Teasy. No need to aim, just fire. Jiang Nan shouted, simultaneously opening a spatial wormhole aligned with the tank's cannon. The other end of the wormhole locked onto a target 300 meters away. Got it. Boom. The shell blasted out, traveling through the wormhole to strike a circling armed helicopter. The sky lit up with the explosion, flames erupting in all directions. The commander's face turned pale. Damn it. 1,000 resentment points from Ivanov Brada. The bombardment continued relentlessly, with Jiang Nan's resentment point counter refreshing like crazy. The only thing he regretted was choosing to sit on the turret. It was scorching hot. Katerina wasn't faring much better, clinging tightly to his back. Not only was her seat burning, but, well, other places too. Ahem. Amid the fiery chaos, Jiang Nan's sharp eyes spotted a group crouching in the ravine. His gaze locked onto Wei Chongsheng's, and a signature smirk curled on his lips. Wei Chongsheng shuddered violently. Oh no. Oh hell no. We're in deep trouble. Wei Chongsheng broke out in a cold sweat instantly. That sly smile on Jiang Nan's face always meant trouble. Sure enough, in the next second, a deafening boom echoed as a shell landed precisely in the ravine. Who dares fire at me? Wei Chongsheng roared, only to scream in pain right after. Shrapnel. My butt. Although the shell missed its mark, its impact was immediate. Around 50 to 60 people suddenly emerged from the ravine, each radiating an intimidating aura. Members of the Kuning Society, Blood Alliance, Luo Fei family, and Rakshasa were all forced out into the open. We can't just sit here and wait to be blown to bits. Su Xiao glared at Jiang Nan, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. The others cast furious looks as well, seemingly ready to tear him apart. The commander looked utterly baffled. Where did all these spiritual warriors come from? They don't look ordinary. The resentment value list was refreshing like crazy. But then, Jiang Nan suddenly burst into dramatic sobs, tears streaming down his face as if on cue. Brothers, you're finally here. I've been bullied to death, please avenge me. The team exchanged bewildered glances. This wasn't in the script. The commander immediately barked an order. Reinforcements. Everyone, open fire and take them down. Don't let a single one escape. The firepower intensified in an instant, forcing the underground factions to scramble for cover in complete chaos. Jiang Nan, damn you. Wei Chongsheng cursed while running. Who's your brother? Su Xiao roared. Let me explain, you don't even know him. The commander sneered. Lies. What are you doing in a ravine in the middle of the night? Even saying you're picking mushrooms wouldn't fool me. Fire at will. Jiang Nan smirked slyly. Did they think they could just sit by as spectators? Not a chance. Qin Shun and Ning watched with quiet admiration. This maneuver wasn't just audacious, it also significantly eased the pressure on the Dark Knight squad. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, an all-terrain armored vehicle was speeding recklessly, mud flying meters into the air. Behind the wheel, Lynx stomped on the gas pedal with sheer determination. Jiang Nan, you'd better stay alive. Lynx gritted her teeth. I was the one who found you. I was the one who brought you here. Luo Tianhong won't allow you to die. But as the vehicle drifted onto the battlefield, the scene that unfolded nearly made Lynx spit blood. Jiang Nan was perched atop the barrel of a main battle tank, alongside Katerina. He wore a green steel helmet, a floral shirt, and baggy shorts, laughing heartily with his hands on his hips. The rest of the team was fully armed and unleashing a relentless barrage, even roping in members of the underground factions to fight against the local forces. Lynx, I missed you so much. Jiang Nan's eyes lit up. Missed me, my foot. Get in the car. Hey, where's my compliment? Where's my sweet talk? Not even a hug or a kiss. Jiang Nan pouted, feigning grievance. The rest of the team, seeing their captain Lynx arrive, couldn't hide their excitement. Everyone hurried onto the vehicles as Jiang Nan folded up the tank and hung it onto the car door, his face beaming with a bright smile. He turned around and waved back, shouting, Brothers, you're the best. Thanks for covering us. First-class merit for you all. When we get back, I'll hand out medals, those dark, handcuff-looking ones. The underground organization erupted in chaos. Wei Changsheng stomped his feet and cursed, Jiang Nan, damn you. Luosha shouted urgently, don't leave us. Take us with you. Su Xiao roared, you bastard. Who wants your stupid medal? Get back here. Luo Fei Capone rolled his eyes. Oh, my dear Mother Maria. This damn groundhog. Jiang Nan made a playful face. Nienie can't catch me. The team shook their heads at the scene. Anning sighed, holding her forehead. He's just like that annoying 7-year-old kid next door. The other team members gave her thumbs-ups. Exactly like that. Jiang Nan pouted. What do you know? Watching all that resentment build up is so satisfying. It's better than making money. He turned and asked, Sister Lynx, how's the plane? 29 minutes left, Lynx said grimly. It's a 20-minute drive to the airport. Everyone, hold on. The vehicle fell silent instantly. 29 minutes. If the nuclear bomb detonated, hundreds of thousands of lives would be lost. They arrived at the secured airport, the car speeding straight onto the runway. Countdown, 28 minutes and 47 seconds. The plane's over there. Lynx pointed to the end of the runway. Jiang Nan spotted the words, Western Airlines, and froze. A commercial airliner? You've got to be kidding me. Where would we find a fighter jet out here? It's what we could get on short notice, Lynx said, reaching out her hand. Give me the nuke. The rest of you, get out of here. Everyone was stunned. This meant the pilot was on a one-way mission, a guaranteed death sentence. Jiang Nan grinned. Don't be ridiculous. Commercial planes need 2 pilots. I'm coming with you. Lynx's eyes reddened as she stared at him, unwavering. The team members began volunteering one after another. Jiang Nan, you're still young. I'll go. Chen Chen shouted. I'll do it. Chen Chen, you still have a sister, Anning said through gritted teeth. Let me. I still have an older brother to take care of our parents, Wang Tai said, his eyes red. Jiang Nan glared and interrupted. Shut up. Do any of you even know how to fly a plane? The team fell silent. Huh. I do. Jealous. Jiang Nan smirked, grabbing Lynx and teleporting them straight into the cockpit. The team left on the ground watched his figure disappear, their eyes brimming with tears. This 18-year-old boy, gifted with spatial abilities, should have had a brilliant future ahead of him. Yet he chose, without hesitation, to sacrifice his life to save hundreds of thousands in Succa. Katerina bit her lip hard, and Su Rue crouched on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. These men and women, who had never shed a tear amidst bullets and bombs, now let their tears flow freely. Even at the very end, are you still trying to make us smile? In the cockpit of the passenger plane, Lynx anxiously flipped through the flight manual, her eyes darting back and forth among the countless buttons. Although she had experience piloting fighter jets, the complex systems of the passenger aircraft left her feeling overwhelmed. Lynx, you take the co-pilot seat. I'll fly. Jiang Nan grinned widely. You just need to assist me. Lynx stared at him in disbelief. You can actually handle the captain's seat? Jiang Nan had already slid smoothly into the pilot's seat, instantly activating his skill, flying a plane LV-0. After investing 100 skill points, the skill immediately upgraded to Proficient Pilot. Glancing at the mere 3 points he had left, he let out a quiet sigh of relief. Jiang Nan's professional voice filled the cockpit. Power on, check. Turbofan engine fire detection system test, check. APU ignition switch on, check. Air supply system pressure normal, check. Lynx stood frozen in place, watching the 18-year-old Jiang Nan skillfully operate the various switches as the turbofan engine roared to life. It was unbelievable, but then again, had Jiang Nan's life not been full of miracles? Lynx, thrust on the left and right wings. Jiang Nan commanded. Oh. Lynx snapped out of her daze, quickly taking the co-pilot seat to assist. The plane taxied smoothly, retracted its landing gear, and began to ascend. Lynx occasionally glanced at Jiang Nan's profile. His youthful face now carried a maturity far beyond his years. Hold on tight. There's no time for a gradual climb. Jiang Nan suddenly flashed a mischievous grin, pushing the throttle levers to their limit. The plane had barely left the ground before soaring upward at an astonishing 45-degree angle. The immense force pressed their bodies firmly against their seats. This isn't a fighter jet, Lynx exclaimed in shock. Right now, it has to be. Jiang Nan squinted, expertly controlling the near-breaking airframe as it pierced through the clouds and surged into the stratosphere. 10 minutes later, Lynx broke the silence. Do you hate me for forcing you to join Dark Knight and take on this mission? This path was my choice, Jiang Nan replied earnestly for once. Growing up in an orphanage, I only ever wanted to look out for myself. But now, I feel like I can do so much more. With tear-filled eyes, Lynx handed Jiang Nan a parachute. Get out of here. Jump. Leave the rest to me. Jiang Nan accepted the parachute, deliberately cracking a playful smile. Lynx, am I wearing this right? Noticing he had fastened the straps incorrectly, Lynx sighed and leaned over to fix it. In that instant, Jiang Nan suddenly grabbed her arm, and before she could react, the two of them were plummeting through the sky. Jiang Nan, you tricked me again. Lynx clung to him tightly, tears streaming down her face. I won't let you die for me. Take me back. Amid the deafening roar of the wind, Jiang Nan swiftly removed his parachute and, despite Lynx's struggles, forcibly secured it onto her. Jiang Nan, you bastard! Lynx shouted through her tears. At that moment, Jiang Nan cupped her face with both hands, their eyes locking in a deep, unspoken connection as they free fell through the open sky. Jiang Nan flashed a radiant smile, suddenly leaning forward to plant a gentle kiss on Wildcat's forehead. There's your kiss, he said with a playful tone. If I make it back alive, don't forget you owe me a hug. Before the words had fully settled, he had already pushed Wildcat aside, his figure vanishing in a series of rapid movements toward the plane. Wildcat reached out desperately, trying to grab hold of him, but her hand caught nothing but empty air. His silhouette grew smaller and smaller before her eyes, until it became a mirror on the horizon. At that moment, it felt as though countless sharp blades were piercing her heart all at once, the pain so intense it left her struggling to breathe. On the airport runway, the Dark Knight squad members stared intently at the sky. Suddenly, Su Rui's eyes lit up. Look over there, she shouted, pointing toward the clouds. A figure burst through the cloud cover, plummeting downward. A parachute unfurled in midair, and the figure landed steadily on the runway. It's Captain Wildcat. The team members rushed toward her in excitement, but they froze in their tracks when they saw her condition. The usually cold and ruthless Wildcat, known for her decisive and deadly demeanor, was now sitting helplessly on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. She rubbed her tears away with the back of her hand, but they kept flowing, leaving her unable to speak. In the squad's memory, this fearsome woman had never shed a tear. Yet here she was, all her defenses seemingly torn down. Jiang Nan, you bastard! She cried out, her voice filled with heart-wrenching anguish. The squad fell silent, the realization sinking in Jiang Nan had chosen to send Wildcat back, while he himself flew toward the sky with the nuclear bomb. This knowledge sent chills through them all. Chen Chen clenched his teeth so hard it felt like they might shatter. Wang Tai kicked over an all-terrain vehicle, his reddened eyes glaring as he cursed, damn it. Meanwhile, aboard the passenger plane, Jiang Nan was lounging casually in his seat, one foot propped up on the throttle lever as he hummed a tune. Next to him, the countdown on the nuclear bomb showed 3 minutes remaining. The plane had ascended to an extreme altitude, ice forming thickly on the wings. Though his chances of surviving the nuclear explosion were uncertain, Jiang Nan maintained his carefree demeanor. He pulled out his phone, switched to video mode, and, after tucking the bomb under his arm, teleported outside the plane. Facing the spinning phone camera, he flashed his signature bright smile. Ladies and gentlemen, here I am on a civilian aircraft over a country, about to set off a massive firework. When I was a kid, I couldn't afford fireworks well, now I'm making up for it. A moment worth remembering. Don't worry, I'll be back after lighting this firework. Friends, don't forget to give me a 5-star rating, add me to your favorites, and keep those updates coming. Jiang Nan teleported upward rapidly. The higher he went, the thinner the air became, and every breath felt like a battle against the altitude. With the nuclear bomb about to detonate, he decisively opened a space wormhole to send it away, then frantically teleported downward. 3, 2, 1. With the countdown, the nuclear bomb exploded high in the sky. Jiang Nan raised his phone, a bright smile curling at the corners of his lips. This has to be the loudest firecracker I've ever set off in my life. Pretty awesome. A blinding white light instantly engulfed the aircraft, tearing it to shreds. Danger loomed, and Jiang Nan wasted no time. He quickly pulled out a street vendor's cloth from his dimensional space and wrapped himself tightly in it. As long as I'm within the range of this cloth, I'm invincible. The system should be able to withstand a nuclear blast, right? The system suddenly displayed 3 question marks, then cursed, what the hell? Using me as a shield? Just in case, Jiang Nan opened another space wormhole in the path of the shockwave. Above the airport, the nuclear explosion lit up the night sky like a miniature sun. The crowd below pulled out their phones to capture the breathtaking scene. Countries around the world detected the blast shockwave, triggering alarms everywhere. Even in Jiangxing, the bright light to the north was clearly visible. The members of the Dark Knight squad silently removed their hats in tribute, placing their left fists over their hearts and saluting with their right hands. Without Jiang Nan, the entire town of Succa would have turned into a living hell. Lynx stared blankly at the firelight, remembering Jiang Nan's final smile amidst the flames. As the fireball tore through the clouds and the mushroom cloud soared upwards, gasps erupted from the crowd. Is that a person? Someone in a nuclear explosion? Impossible. My phone caught it. The electromagnetic pulse spread outward, instantly disabling all electronic devices. The Dark Knight squad stood dumbfounded, watching as a figure in a floral shirt and oversized shorts emerged from the blaze and descended. When Jiang Nan landed, his legs gave out. His spiritual energy was nearly depleted, and his face, covered in soot, was still steaming. Damn it, setting off a firecracker nearly blew myself up. This sucks so much. Lynx's eyes lit up, and she grabbed him into a tight hug. Jiang Nan. She held him so tightly that his face was squished out of shape. Ugh, I can't breathe. Oomph. If you ever lie to me again, I'll kill you. The team members, overjoyed, lifted Jiang Nan and tossed him into the air. Katerina stepped back with a smile, waving to him as he soared upwards. Next time, I'll come find you to play again. Don't go, Jiang Nan shouted anxiously, but Katerina had already disappeared into the night. With Sokka about to go under lockdown after the nuclear explosion, she had no choice but to leave. Lynx watched Jiang Nan being tossed into the air. Although the mission wasn't perfect, at least no lives were lost. Suddenly, she remembered something. Jiang Nan, isn't today the first day of school for you? What? Meanwhile, on the field of Songjiang Lingwu High School in Jiangxing, the students on their first day back were fervently discussing the same event. Hey, did you see the news? Something big happened. The campus buzzed with the urgent discussions of students. The Suka nuclear explosion in E-country last night had become the hottest topic of the day. Students gathered in small groups, eagerly sharing whatever information they had. I saw it with my own eyes from my windowsill last night. The northern sky suddenly lit up. A high-altitude nuclear explosion. You can see it even from this far away. E-country claims it was a nuclear test. Who would believe that? Testing over a populated area? The shocking news quickly dominated the trending topics on Weibo, with major TV networks scrambling to report it. It wasn't just China, the entire world was shaken. Speculations and analyses flooded in, and international tensions escalated almost immediately. At the school gate, Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao anxiously scanned their surroundings, frequently checking their phones. Wu Liang, the transfer student, had already arrived early. Xiaoxue, has Nanshan shown up yet? Wu Liang asked. Zhong Yingxue shook her head tiredly. His phone's off. I can't get through it all. He promised he'd be back for the start of school, Xia Yao said, biting her lip. Just then, Yu Qingqing came running over excitedly. Did you guys see that nuclear explosion video? It's absolutely insane. The footage had stunned everyone. First, a passenger plane climbed at a steep 45-degree angle. About 20 minutes later, the night sky suddenly erupted with a blinding light, as if a second sun had appeared. Then, a massive mushroom cloud rose into the sky. But the most unbelievable part was what came next. A figure emerged from the blazing fireball. Clad in oversized shorts and a floral shirt, with a face blackened, the figure was unmistakably human. Though the video had been distorted by the electromagnetic pulse, the silhouette was clear. Zhong Yingxue stared intently at the blurry figure before suddenly turning to Xia Yao. Xiao Yao, doesn't this person look kind of familiar to you? The two exchanged a glance, and Xia Yao was left speechless with shock. No, it can't be. The moment Zhong Yingxue saw that figure, she felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, and so did Xia Yao. Both of them were startled. How could that figure look so much like Jiang Nan? But how was that even possible? Wasn't Jiang Nan taken away by the Dark Knight? How could he appear in a foreign place like Sokka? Stop overthinking. Yu Qingqing rolled her eyes. How could that be Nanshan? Look at how dark-skinned that person is. Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao exchanged glances. Indeed, the person had dark skin, almost resembling someone of African descent. They couldn't help but smile bitterly. Perhaps this was what people meant by being blinded by concern. Just then, Luo Tianxiang swaggered over with an air of arrogance, his eyes filled with disdain. Where's Jiang Nan? Don't tell me he doesn't have the guts to show up? I've been waiting to teach him a lesson. Ha! Hiding behind women and still dreaming of taking my spot? What a joke. Luo Tianxiang, watch your mouth. Xiao Nan will definitely show up. Zhong Yingxue snapped angrily. Xia Yao smirked coldly. Someone like you? Just wait to get what you deserve. Luo Tianxiang waved dismissively. Don't think I don't know what you're up to. The National High School Spirit Martial All-Star Competition is about to start, and you think I'll let you two get away? As for Jiang Nan, he sneered maliciously. I'll make sure he leaves the same way he came, humiliated. Before he could finish, Wu Liang, without saying a word, swung a punch straight at Luo Tianxiang's face. But Luo Tianxiang easily sidestepped and countered with a palm strike to Wu Liang's chest, forcing him back 3 steps. You big oaf, this is none of your business. Luo Tianxiang then turned to Zhong Yingxue. Zhong Yingxue, you'll be mine sooner or later. Zhong Yingxue bit her lip in anger. Wu Liang steadied his breathing, silently noting that this guy was no pushover. That bastard is already at silver 1 star. Xia Yao gritted her teeth. Who knows how much money he threw at it to get there? At that moment, The entire school gathered as Principal Sun Hongji began his routine speech. Throughout the lengthy address, Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao kept glancing toward the school gate, but Jiang Nan was nowhere to be seen. Finally, it was time for the transfer students' enrollment ceremony. 14 new students were called up to the stage, including Wu Yang. But the principal suddenly frowned. Why is someone missing? It's Jiang Nan from Jiangqing First High School, a teacher nearby explained. Late on the first day of school, Sun Hongji's face darkened with anger. So what if he ranked first in the Tianqi Spirit Martial exam? Does being first give him the right to be late? Does he think our Songjiang Spirit Martial School is too small to accommodate someone as important as him? The principal's reprimand grew louder as murmurs spread through the crowd. Many began criticizing Jiang Nan for being too arrogant, while Luo Tianxiang laughed gleefully at the scene. Just as Sun Hongji threatened to send Jiang Nan back to where he came from, the sudden, chopping sound of helicopter blades interrupted his words. All the students looked up at the sky, a synchronized gasp echoing through the campus. A massive, imposing armed helicopter was hovering above the school. Inside the cabin sat a squad of fully armed warriors from the Night Army, dressed sharply in black military uniforms and holding standard-issue weapons. Oh my god, it's the Night Army. They're already here? And in an armed helicopter, no less. That's so cool. They look like they just finished a mission. Excited chatter erupted among the students. Sun Hongji looked bewildered. Didn't the instructor say they wouldn't arrive for another 3 days? Why are they here now? A rope ladder was lowered from the helicopter, and 9 Night Army soldiers descended swiftly and efficiently. Just as everyone held their breath, watching intently, an unexpected figure appeared, a young man wearing oversized shorts, a floral shirt, a blood-red undershirt, and slippers. His face was smudged with soot, giving him the appearance of a drifter, as he clambered down the rope ladder. Jiang Nan, Xia Yao, Zhong Yingxue, and Wu Liang exclaimed in unison. Upon landing, Jiang Nan tilted his head back and shouted at the helicopter, "Don't slack off on training later. Get lost, all of you. What's the big deal about sending off a man like me?" Ning and Chen Chun exchanged amused smiles nearby, clearly not expecting that they would rush straight to the school without a moment's delay after returning from Succa. Suddenly, Chun Chun stood at attention, his expression serious, and shouted, "Night Army, attention, salute." In an instant, every Night Army soldier, whether on the ground or in the helicopter, performed a unified military salute toward Jiang Nan, right hand raised, left hand clenched into a fist over their hearts. Jiang Nan responded with a brilliant smile, fully deserving of the respect shown to him. The students of Songjiang Lingwu Academy exchanged confused glances, utterly baffled. Who was this scruffy-looking young man? Why did the entire Night Army salute him? And why did he speak to them so casually? Jiang Nan turned to the principal and said apologetically, "Sorry for the delay, principal. Got held up by something. Am not late, am I?" "You are?" Sun Hongji asked hesitantly. Jiang Nan wiped the soot off his face, revealing his true appearance. "Me? Am Jiang Nan. You know, the top-ranked student from the Tianqi Lingxiu." Sun Hongji's entire body trembled as if had been struck by lightning. "My goodness. This is just..." Sun Hongji's resentment level 1000. The students on the playground froze in shock. A fully armed helicopter descended slowly, and Jiang Nan stepped out. Dressed casually in oversized shorts and a floral shirt, he looked like a tourist returning from vacation. Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao exchanged stunned glances, disbelief written all over their faces. That familiar floral shirt instantly reminded them of the mysterious figure from the morning video, emerging unscathed from a nuclear explosion. "No. No way, right?" Yu Qingqing stammered, voicing the question on everyone's mind. The murmurs around them grew louder. Whoa, could the guy in that video really be Nanshan? Impossible. He's just a student like us. Show could he have been in Succa? Look at his floral shirt. The pattern's exactly the same. Come on, no one could cosplay that fast. Luo Tianxiang's face turned dark and stormy. How had Jiang Nan, in just one summer, gotten himself involved with the Dark Night Army? At this moment, Sun Hongji was filled with regret, wishing he could slap himself. That comment about deporting Jiang Nan earlier? In hindsight, it was practically a death wish. Returning to school in a Dark Night Army helicopter? This was no ordinary connection. What delayed you? Sun Hongji asked cautiously. Jiang Nan let out a long sigh and began his wildly imaginative explanation. "Ah, it's a tragic tale. One dark and windy night, I was abducted by some ladies from the Centaurus galaxy. They said they wanted to extract my genes, claiming I was the most perfect male on Earth. Centaurus galaxy, my foot." Sun Hongji roared internally. "I'm 48 years old, and even 40 years ago, I wouldn't have bought this nonsense." Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao's faces darkened. This excuse was beyond ridiculous. It was clear had been taken by the Dark Night Army in the middle of the night. The 9 members of the Dark Night Army collectively face-bombed. Sure, Nanshan couldn't reveal the truth about the nuclear mission due to the confidentiality agreement, But did he really have to come up with such an absurd story? Once convinced Jiang Nan had no real ties to the Dark Knight army, Sun Hongji reverted to his stern demeanor. There better not be a next time, understood? Now get up there. With a swift teleportation, Jiang Nan appeared on the podium, eliciting another wave of gasps. The students below buzzed with fresh discussions about his spatial abilities and the legends of Tianqi Lingshu. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan caught Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao's eyes in the crowd, winking and mouthing, "Miss me? Got you some gifts." The two girls were both amused and exasperated, but the sight of bloodstains on his short sleeves filled them with deep concern. Just as the principal was about to reprimand Jiang Nan, Sun Hongji's phone suddenly rang. The moment he saw the caller ID, his entire body stiffened. Answering the call, cold sweat began to pour down his face as his trembling gaze shifted toward Jiang Nan. After hanging up the phone, Sun Hongji's face was plastered with an ingratiating smile as he stammered nervously at Jiang Nan. Sir, the higher-ups have ordered you to be the chief instructor for the freshman military training." The moment these words were spoken, Sun Hongji looked like he was about to explode. Could this seemingly harmless Jiang Nan in front of him really be a captain in the Dark Knight army? An 18-year-old soldier, fresh off the Sukur battlefield? This was more unbelievable than a fairy tale. The surrounding students were equally dumbfounded. A transfer student as the chief instructor for military training? Who was this guy? Could he really be from the Dark Knight army? Jiang Nan immediately jumped at the news. What? Chief instructor for military training? No way. Sun Hongji pleaded with a bitter expression. Please. It's an order from the higher-ups. I have no choice." Without another word, Jiang Nan grabbed the phone and called Mountain Cat. "Hey, you sneaky cat. What's this nonsense about being the chief instructor? I'm not doing it." Mountain Cat responded in a soft, coaxing tone. Now, be a good boy, all right? Sweet-talking won't work. I need to study. I need to make money to support myself." Mountain Cat replied leisurely. "Don't want your little medal? Nope. Don't want your captain rank? Nope. Don't want the space elemental pearl? Don't. Wait. I want it. Mountain Cat rolled her eyes. "So, do you want it or not?" Jiang Nan immediately changed his tune. "Of course, I want it. Where is it? I've been waiting forever. It's being processed. Be patient. We're short-staffed, and since you're already studying there, you're the perfect candidate to take charge. Mission accepted." Mwah. Mountain Cat suddenly added, "By the way, return the tank to me." Huh. What tank? Jiang Nan feigned ignorance. Mountain Cat sighed and covered her face. "Forget it, anything that ends up in Jiang Nan's hands is as good as gone. Never mind. You're mine anyway." Jiang Nan froze. "Oh? What the heck? Even though I kept the tank and the weapons, why do I feel like I'm still at a loss here?" Everyone on and off the stage was utterly baffled, clueless about who Jiang Nan had just been talking to or who the principal had received the call from. Sun Hongji could no longer keep up his act. Who would have thought their school was harboring such a big shot? Jiang Nan then flashed a dazzling smile and announced to the freshmen, "Starting today, I'm your chief instructor for military training. Get ready, my little cuties." The freshmen shivered involuntarily. Despite Jiang Nan's cheerful grin, they couldn't shake the ominous feeling creeping over them. The other students in the same grade were left gaping in shock. On the first day of school, a transfer student had somehow turned into the chief instructor for military training? Was there no justice in the world? The opening ceremony ended in a rush. On stage, Sun Hongji looked visibly awkward, clearly thrown off by Jiang Nan's antics. Meanwhile, the new first-year students below were still in a daze, while the instigator, Jiang Nan, had already leaped down from the stage in one swift motion, sprinting toward Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao. Xue, Big Wolf, come here for a hug. I missed you so much." Jiang Nan spread his arms wide, ready to pounce. Xia Yao dodged backward in disgust. "Ugh, you're filthy," she said, blocking Jiang Nan from getting closer. Zhong Yingxue tilted her head with a curious expression. "Xiao Nan, where have you been all this time? And how did you end up with the Dark Knight? Spill it. Be honest." Xia Yao bared her little tiger teeth threateningly. "Or I'll bite you." Jiang Nan shrugged. "I told you, I was with a group of Centaurus Galaxy girls." Arg. Without another word, Xia Yao bit him. "You really dare to make stuff up, huh?" The surrounding students, who had been eavesdropping on their conversation, were now too shocked to speak. This transfer student not only joined the Dark Knight army but was also so close to the campus belle Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao? And the phrase "talk at home," did that mean they lived together? Luo Tianxiang stood nearby, his face turning green with anger. On the way home, Jiang Nan suddenly veered into a phone repair shop. The repair guy perked up as soon as he saw him. "Whoa, bro, are you cosplaying as the Nuclear Blast Man? Even your shirt's pattern matches perfectly. Only your face isn't dark enough." Jiang Nan was baffled. "What Nuclear Blast Man?" Xia Yao and Zhong Yingxue quickly pulled out their phones and showed him a viral video on Weibo. Jiang Nan broke out in a cold sweat. After watching it, it was footage of him enduring a nuclear blast. The comment section was going wild with speculation. From a cultivator undergoing tribulation, to nascent soul stage cultivation, to found Nanshin's long-lost brother. While repairing the phone, the repair guy sucked in a sharp breath. The motherboard is fried like this? Must have been taken out by an EMP. It'll cost 2,500 to fix. Fix it. Jiang Nan gritted his teeth and agreed. In reality, he was completely broke. Not only had the system advanced him 40 million for booth fees, but the 10 million in operational funds from the Lynx organization had also been deducted. He was now 30 million in debt, with pockets emptier than his face. Back at the villa, after taking a shower, Jiang Nan eagerly called Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao into the living room. I got you two a little gift. What treasure? Xia Yao's eyes lit up. If it shorts again, just wait and see how I'll deal with you. Zhong Yingxue, on the other hand, asked expectantly, is it the red fruit from last time? Seeing the anticipation in their eyes, Jiang Nan couldn't help but feel like he was sneaking forbidden treats. One for each of you. Jiang Nan handed over the spirit pearls, a sly glint flashing in his eyes. The two of them took the pearls and examined them closely, gasping simultaneously. These were actually gold-grade spirit pearls. A smirk appeared on Jiang Nan's face as he explained. The three-eyed snow ferret's pearl, Silver Shadow, is for Delangmi, and the Flame Lion King's Blazing Sea is for Shueshue. Silver Shadow? Xia Yao's eyes widened in disbelief before she suddenly leaped at Jiang Nan like an excited child, grabbing his face and showering him with kisses. Hey, you're all slobbering on me. Jiang Nan exclaimed in horror, trying to dodge her. Zhong Yinshue's face was also flushed with excitement. Gold-grade spirit pearls were already incredibly rare and priceless, often unattainable even with money. What made these even more extraordinary was how perfectly suited they were to the two of them. For her, a fire elemental attacker, Blazing Sea was an ideal skill that promised explosive damage. Meanwhile, Xia Yao, who excelled in close combat, desperately needed speed. And Silver Shadow couldn't have been more perfect. Xiao Nan, are you sure these pearls were really given to you by that Centaur Galaxy lady? Xia Yao teased. You must have worked hard, sacrificing your charm for our sake. Ugh, gross. Jiang Nan jumped up, trying to snatch the pearls back. I'm taking them back. No more for you. Hee, come catch me if you can. Xia Yao winked mischievously. If you catch me, I'll let you. Jiang Nan suddenly stood up, a devilish grin spreading across his face. Hehehe. Xia Yao froze. What the? Late at night, in a small phone repair shop, the technician removed his glasses and rubbed his tired eyes. Man, 2,500 bucks is not easy to earn, he muttered to himself, running a final test on the phone. After confirming everything was functioning properly, a sly grin crept onto his face as he opened the phone's photo gallery. Let's see if there's anything interesting. To his disappointment, there were only 2 videos in the gallery. What? You're a dude? Not even a single naughty video? Lame. Frustration level. 999 from Wang Lijia. Still unwilling to give up, he clicked on the first video. What the heck? This guy's doing that in an elevator? That's way too gross. He quickly switched to the second video. As he watched, his pupils suddenly dilated. Holy crap. No way. Is this the real deal? The technician finally understood why the phone was so damaged. His hands trembling with excitement, he hurried to transfer the video to his own phone. Hehe, this is my ticket to fame. Without hesitation, he uploaded the video to Weibo. Within just half an hour, Weibo erupted into chaos. After taking a shower, Jiang Nan lay comfortably on the bed, ready to sleep. Achoo. He rubbed his itchy nose. Is autumn coming soon? Tomorrow will be another beautiful day. At the same time, the guy from the phone repair shop finally finished his work and climbed into bed. Glancing at the 99 notifications on his Weibo, a smug smile crept across his face. I'll check them tomorrow morning and see how many more followers I've gained. With that, he closed his eyes to sleep. At 3 a.m., bang. A loud crash shattered the silence as his door was violently kicked open. Startled awake, the repairman barely had time to react before a group of heavily armed, masked night army soldiers stormed into the room. Are you Wang Lijia? He looked utterly confused, but before he could answer, he was knocked unconscious and dragged away. The next morning, Xia Yao groggily picked up her phone. Xiao Yu? What's going on? Nanshun. It's really him. He's so cool, I'm officially his diehard fan now. Yu Qingqing's excited voice rang out over the phone. Still half asleep, Xia Yao opened Weibo. Just then, Zhong Yingxue walked in, drying her hair. Still lazing in bed? You're going to be late. Oh my gosh. Xiaoxue, look at this. Xia Yao pointed at her phone screen. #1 on the trending list. 1.7 billion views. The headline of an official Weibo video read, Suck a nuclear explosion incident. The hero behind the blast revealed. The soul of Huaxia. A hero never dies. The video showed Jiang Nan standing on top of an aircraft, clutching a nuclear bomb set to detonate in just 3 minutes. Flashing a bright smile at the camera, he said, Ladies and gentlemen, I'm about to light a big firecracker. When I was a kid, I couldn't afford fireworks, never got the chance to set one off. Who would have thought I'd get to set off one this big today? Definitely a moment to remember. Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao watched in stunned silence. The video continued, showing Jiang Nan teleporting repeatedly while holding the bomb. The countdown ticked down, his determined profile frozen on the screen. Finally, an earth-shattering explosion illuminated the sky with a brilliant white light. The comments section erupted. Carrying a nuclear bomb alone to save tens of thousands in Succa. Huaxia is amazing. The Night Army is amazing. Nan Shan is the most amazing. A hero never dies. Huaxia's second spatial ability user. Street vendor Jiang Ironhead. Nuclear blast badass Jiang Big Bomb. The two of them rushed to Jiang Nan's room. Xiao Nan, wake up. You've gone viral. Jiang Nan groggily woke up, and after watching the video, cold sweat began to drip down his back. What the heck? How did the video on my phone end up on Weibo? Was it that phone repair guy? Am I going to face a military tribunal? Zhong Yingshua's eyes turned red. Xiao Nan, that was so dangerous. You almost died. Please, don't do anything this reckless again. Okay? I've only just found you, scared. Tears streamed down her face before she could finish her sentence. Jiang Nan pulled her into his arms, his heart aching. Don't cry, Shue. I'm back safe and sound, aren't I? I promise there won't be a next time. Xia Yao chimed in, trying to comfort her as well, though she couldn't resist shooting Jiang Nan a glare. You idiot. People who truly care about you don't care about how impressive you look out there. They only worry about whether you're eating well, sleeping well. Once Zhong Yingxue calmed down, the two were about to press Jiang Nan for details about the Succa mission. But Jiang Nan, looking like a guilty child who'd done something wrong, quickly borrowed Zhong Yingshu's phone and called Shan Mao. Sister Shan Mao, about the video? You don't need to worry about it. A reassuring voice came through from the other end of the phone. The person who posted the video has already been caught. Jiang Nan scratched his head sheepishly, a simple smile spreading across his face. The voice continued. The authorities have issued an explanation. This matter will die down soon. You have nothing to worry about. It's not your fault. In fact, the positive impact of this incident will outweigh the negative. Huaxia needs heroes. The tone suddenly shifted, becoming more serious. But you need to be cautious. Your spatial abilities are now fully exposed to the public. Be on guard against personnel from other countries, or those with ulterior motives who might pose a threat to you. Do you need us to assign someone for your protection? No, absolutely not. Jiang Nan waved his hands, refusing immediately. Protection? That's just another way of being monitored. All right then, the voice chuckled lightly. Just focus on teaching your students. They'll arrange for someone to deliver the spiritual pearl to you. For now, stay away from here and keep a low profile. After hanging up, Jiang Nan let out a breath of relief and headed to the school. Despite his efforts, the three of them were still late. Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao hurried into the classroom, while Jiang Nan arrived just in time to see the freshman class already lined up neatly on the field. 9 members of the Night Army were sternly supervising their military posture training. As soon as Jiang Nan appeared, the freshmen's eyes lit up with excitement, all their attention focused on him. Their gazes brimmed with anticipation. This was the legendary Succa Nuke man himself. Nan Shan, care to say a few words? One of the Night Army members gestured toward him. Jiang Nan simply grinned and shook his head. The freshmen's hopeful expressions instantly fell. They had been looking forward to learning some incredible skills, but instead, it seemed they couldn't escape the dreaded military training standing at attention. An hour passed under the blazing sun. The freshmen's legs were aching, and sweat poured down their faces like rain. Listen up, everyone. Jiang Nan suddenly spoke, his voice cutting through the heat. The freshmen perked up, thinking they might finally get a break. Turn to the right, he commanded. Another hour went by. Listen up, everyone. Turn to the right. Yet another hour passed. Listen up, everyone. Turn to the back. Finally, someone couldn't hold it in any longer. Instructor Jiang, why do you keep making us turn over and over? With a straight face, Jiang Nan replied seriously, it's for your own good. For our own good? Of course, Jiang Nan grinned mischievously. I'm making sure you tan evenly so you don't end up with asymmetrical faces. The freshmen were collectively dumbfounded. What? Did he think they were kebabs? Were they supposed to be flipped over evenly? Should he sprinkle some cumin on them too? System notifications popped up one after another. Resentment points from Ma Qingfeng, 666. Resentment points from Su Shang, 999. Resentment points from Sun Kaiyang, 999. Jiang Nan chuckled to himself. Sister Wildcat, I absolutely love this. Being an instructor is ridiculously fun. This situation was a perfect opportunity to rack up resentment points. If not, the entire Jiang Nan military training base might just be turned upside down. The freshmen had completely broken down. Standing under the scorching sun, every single one of them felt like they were turning into walking bottles of soy sauce. By the time they got home, the moms waiting at the door might just faint on the spot. Even with Jiang Nan's fearsome reputation as the nuclear bomb madman Jiang Depao, he couldn't suppress the surging discontent brewing in the students' hearts. Even the girls who had once swooned over him began to turn against him, though they still couldn't help but mutter under their breath, "He's still so handsome," whenever they snuck a glance at him. Jiang Nan gazed at the neatly lined-up freshman with unabashed delight. From his interdimensional space, he pulled out half a watermelon and a spoon, strolling to the front of the group. "Want some?" Jiang Nan asked, scooping out a chunk of watermelon. Reporting to Instructor Jiang. "Yes, we do," the freshman replied, swallowing hard. Jealous eyes surrounded them, and some began to think that maybe Jiang Nan wasn't as terrifying as the rumors suggested. But in the very next moment, Jiang Nan stuffed that spoonful of watermelon into his own mouth. "Are you kidding me?" The freshmen erupted in unison. In an instant, the resentment points skyrocketed. Resentment from Lu Tao 1000. Resentment from Tanghua 888. The resentment points didn't stop accumulating all morning, contributing enough for Jiang Nan to draw 5 sets of 10 lucky pulls. To thank the students for their contributions, Jiang Nan made a point of feeding every female student a piece of watermelon, a gesture that left the male students seething with rage. "Instructor Jiang," Lu Tao ground his teeth. "Can we beat you up?" "Oh." Jiang Nan raised an eyebrow. "How do you plan to do that?" "Unknown fight." "No, wait, 1,000 of us together." Jiang Nan's lips curled into a sly smile. "I know you're all upset, but controlling your emotions is a skill everyone needs to master. Anger can indeed make you stronger, but it can also cloud your judgment." "Fine, come at me. I won't use any special abilities. Hit me however you like. If you can take me down, they'll give you all the day off tomorrow. My word is final." The moment he finished speaking, the freshmen erupted in excitement. Meanwhile, the seasoned Dark Knight soldiers standing nearby cast pitying glances at the fledgling recruits. Did they really think they stood a chance against a combat expert who could take down wildcats with ease? Eyes blazing with determination, the freshmen charged at Jiang Nan, unleashing their abilities. Fireballs, steel pellets, and water cannons rained down on his figure. Jiang Nan grinned widely. "Don't cry later, my little cuties." Like a fish in water, he weaved effortlessly through the crowd, sending the leading Lu Tao flying with a single kick that toppled several others like dominoes. Jiang Nan's movements were as swift as lightning. His shoulders, knees, elbows, and even forehead became weapons. To make it even more infuriating, he kept one arm cradling the watermelon, occasionally pausing to take another bite. In less than 5 minutes, the ground was littered with groaning students. Lu Tao, clutching his stomach, stared in disbelief. Was this even humanly possible? "Get him!" Lu Tao roared, his voice trembling with fury. "I refuse to believe we can't take him down." Meanwhile, inside a nearby classroom during a break, someone suddenly yelled, "What the heck is going on out on the field?" In an instant, students crowded around the windows, craning their necks to see. Even Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao couldn't resist joining the curious onlookers. Jiang Nan weaved in and out of the crowd of over 1,000 challengers with effortless grace, his movements fluid and natural. Inside the classroom, 2 students stared at the scene unfolding on the field, their expressions darkening. What did he do this time to provoke that many people? One of them muttered under his breath. The classroom was abuzz with chatter. In all the years of Songjiang's Lingwu military training history, it's never been this lively. This new guy, Jiang Nan, is something else. No wonder they call him the Nuke of Sukardian. Did you see that? He's not even using his abilities and is casually eating watermelon over there. "Hey, I heard Ninshan is joining the Xiaolang Mia team," one student whispered conspiratorially. The moment those words were spoken, the classroom fell noticeably quieter. Standing to the side, Luo Tianxiang's face was as dark as a storm. "What's so interesting to watch?" Luo Tianxiang said coldly. "These new freshmen are all black iron rank. He's just bullying weaklings. Trash. If it were me, I could do it too." Xiaoyao shot back immediately. "Oh really? Luo Xiao thinks he can do it? Without using your abilities or even your hands, why don't you pick one and show us?" "I don't need to prove my strength to anyone," Luo Tianxiang sneered. Zhong Yingxue interjected icily. "I've already submitted a request to the principal. Xiaoyao and I will join Jiang Nan and Wu Liang to form a new team." "Over my dead body," Luo Tianxiang growled through gritted teeth. "If you can't beat me in Han Cheng, let's see if the principal dares to approve it." Nearby, Wu Liang clenched his fists, a sinister grin spreading across his face. "My broadsword has been starving for far too long." "Han Cheng," sitting motionless at his desk, radiated an intimidating presence. Standing at 1.8 meters tall with a muscular build, the scar running across the corner of his mouth gave him a menacing edge. He smirked, reckless fool. You'll regret this. Tomorrow, you're going to meet a miserable end. The classroom was electric with excitement. Luo Tianxiang challenging Jiang Nan? Wu Liang versus Han Cheng? This was headline-worthy news. After all, Luo Tianxiang was a prodigy who had reached silver rank at the rare age of 19, while Jiang Nan was only at bronze 5 stars. Sure, Jiang Nan was famous in the Dark Knight army, but that was mostly due to his abilities. His overall strength might not measure up to Luo Tianxiang. But just then, everyone's attention was drawn back to the field. What the heck? He knocked them all out. Under the blazing sun, over 1,000 freshmen lay sprawled neatly on the ground, while Jiang Nan stood there, beaming with a radiant smile. The freshmen collapsed to the ground, their faces filled with disbelief. They couldn't comprehend how, in the time it took to eat a watermelon, over 1,000 of them had been completely defeated. What shocked them even more was that Jiang Nan hadn't used any supernatural abilities throughout the process, not even his hands. This is ridiculous. He's only 2 years older than us. How can he be this strong? The freshmen exchanged bewildered glances, questioning their entire existence. Jiang Nan grinned smugly, picked up the empty watermelon rind that had been scraped clean with a spoon, and casually plopped it onto Lu Tao's head, who was crouching on the ground clutching his stomach. Fits perfectly. Perfect my foot. Lu Tao wailed, almost in tears. You even have time to make me a hat? This green is way too eye-catching. Resentment level 1000. Losers pay up. Jiang Nan declared mercilessly. Now, all of you, get up and start running laps. The freshmen, full of grievances, reluctantly got up and began jogging around the track. By the time they had finished 9 laps, everyone was panting heavily. Nanshen, how many more laps before we can rest? Someone asked, gasping for air. Jiang Nan raised a single finger. The freshmen's eyes lit up, thinking it was the final lap, and they all sped up in a burst of energy. Keep running. Those 2 words hit like a thunderclap. The freshmen, who had just picked up their pace, felt their legs buckle and collapsed to the ground one after another. This isn't just a devil, it's the king of hell. They cried out in frustration, their resentment levels skyrocketing. By noon, the sports field was crowded with students eager to watch the spectacle. Zhou Yingxue and Xia Yao brought Jiang Nan an iced cola, while Wu Liang held an umbrella for him. Many students curious about the Sukanuke incident gathered around, bombarding him with questions and forming a tight circle. It was at this moment that Luo Tianxiang approached, his face dark with anger. He flung a stack of documents toward Jiang Nan's face, but before they could reach him, Wu Liang intercepted them with a swift grab. I know exactly what you're after, Luo Tianxiang said coldly. That position, I won't let you have it, not even if you go to the principal. The Luo group holds shares in Songjiang Lingwu. Want the position? Fine. Jiang Nan replied calmly. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, in the gymnasium. If you win, he'll leave. If I win, you and your lackeys will pack up and get out of Songjiang Lingwu. Do you dare to sign? The tension in the air became palpable. On one side was Luo Tianxiang, the prodigious talent who had dominated Songjiang Lingwu's combat rankings for 3 years straight. On the other was Jiang Nan, the newly risen legend. Jiang Nan's expression remained indifferent. You know, I can think of 100 ways to deal with you. From the start, you weren't even qualified to compete with me. But since you want to play, let's play it to the end. With that, he decisively signed his name on the document. After the heated confrontation, the next morning, the gymnasium was packed to capacity. Even the freshmen were brought in to watch, while teachers were stationed to maintain order. Han Cheng stood in the center of the arena, wearing a pair of purple copper knuckle dusters with sharp spikes on the fists. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan, the main character of the event, was leisurely seated in the audience with Zhou Yingxue and Xia Yao, each holding a bucket of popcorn, much to the exasperation of the onlookers. Where's the big guy? Why isn't he here yet? Xia Yao said, stuffing popcorn into her mouth while scanning the crowd with eager eyes. If he doesn't show up soon, I'm going to finish all this popcorn. I can't wait to see Wu Liang. Just as her words trailed off, Wu Liang appeared in the arena. His upper body was bare, and he carried a Tumterlong Zanbato sword on his shoulder. His sharply defined muscles and gleaming bald head instantly caused a stir among the onlookers. Whoa, a Zanbato sword? This guy's hardcore. Can he even swing that thing? Man, that bald head is so shiny it's blinding me. The crowd buzzed with chatter. Wu Liang, with visible dark circles under his eyes, glared furiously at Jiang Nan, his frustration practically radiating off him. His resentment meter shot up by 1,000 points. While the newfound strength had indeed increased his physical abilities tenfold, no one had warned him that it would also make him bald. He had spent the entire previous night staring at his reflection in the mirror, unable to sleep as his head increasingly resembled a giant light bulb. Wu Liang, Jiang Nan suddenly stood up and shouted, "Believe in yourself. You've lost your hair, but you've gained strength. You have to win this." Han Chung, surrounded by a swirling aura of energy, narrowed his eyes and asked, "Shall we begin?" Without a word, Wu Liang slammed the Zanbato sword into the ground with a deafening clang. "Let's fight!" he roared, his voice shaking the arena. The next moment, his clothes exploded into shreds. With a beastly roar, Wu Liang underwent a full transformation, turning into a massive tall black bear. However, the sight before everyone left them utterly speechless. Though the bear's body was covered in thick black fur, its head was completely bald, reflecting the sunlight like a polished mirror. It was, unmistakably, a bear version of a middle-aged man with a receding hairline. To top it off, the giant bear was wearing a pair of triangle briefs featuring Hatsune Miku holding two leeks, a sight so absurd it was hard to process. Han Cheng's expression shifted from initial disdain to sheer terror as he instinctively took 2 steps back. Huh. Wu Liang grinned menacingly. "Do you see this? This is the aura of a true man. Look at this coward already paralyzed by my overwhelming presence." Wu Liang remained oblivious to his awkward predicament, standing there with a bewildered expression. Zhong Yingxue was struggling to hold back her laughter, her cheeks flushed as red as a ripe apple. Xia Yao was even more exaggerated, shaking Jiang Nan wildly as she laughed so hard she could barely stand upright. Jiang Nan was equally stunned. The effects of the strength potion were unbelievable. The bald head was shocking enough, but now it had transformed into a bear's head without growing any fur? This was an inexplicable marvel. The scene before them was utterly surreal. A tall black bear with a receding hairline, wearing cartoon shorts featuring a Hatsune Miku design. The sight was anything but intimidating. It was downright eye-watering. The crowd erupted instantly, their chatter buzzing like a hive of bees. What kind of new species of bald bear is this? Hatsune Miku? This completely overturns everything I thought I knew about anime culture. Han Chang turned pale at the sight, clearly worried about being pummeled by this unusual black bear. But what shocked everyone even more was that the cartoon shorts somehow adapted perfectly to the bear's size as it transformed, immediately sparking interest among the other Beast Shifter students. Just as tensions were about to escalate into a fight, Jiang Nan, always quick to seize an opportunity, sniffed out a business prospect. With a swift leap, he landed on the railing and raised his voice to deliver an impromptu sales pitch. "Ladies and gentlemen, feast your eyes on the revolutionary Haodai brand shorts. Tear-resistant, durable, and offering angelic comfort. Leak-proof and secure, all for just 10,000 per pair. Buy 5, get 1 free. Try them on right here, right now." As he spoke, Jiang Nan deftly laid out a cloth on the ground, set up a small stool, and pulled out an array of colorful shorts from his dimensional space, demonstrating their incredible elasticity on the spot. This sudden launch of a street-side business left everyone dumbfounded. Teachers, students, and even the Dark Knight Army were all at a loss for words. Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao covered their faces in embarrassment, as Jiang Nan's advertising slogan sounded suspiciously similar to those of a certain feminine hygiene product. The previously tense standoff between Han Cheng and Wu Liang was interrupted by this unexpected twist, leaving the two staring at each other in confusion. But Jiang Nan's marketing tactics clearly worked, as a swarm of Beast Shifter students gathered around. The boys eagerly tested the shorts' elasticity before handing over their money, while the girls blushed as they examined the trendy and revealing designs, marveling at the cutting-edge fashion. At that moment, a tall, stylishly dressed girl with a striking figure stood holding 2 pairs of shorts, caught in a dilemma over which one to choose. The girl had porcelain-white skin, her hair tied in a ponytail, revealing her snow-white neck. Her delicate features resembled a porcelain doll, undoubtedly a goddess-level campus beauty. Jiang Nan stared at her for a moment and then chuckled. "If you're unsure about your size, you can always try it on right here." Ugh. Shameless. Lin Chuqing glared at Jiang Nan, her frustration level shooting up by 666 points. "Go with an M size. L is too big. M should fit perfectly," Jiang Nan suggested earnestly. "You're talking nonsense." Lin Chuqing retorted angrily, her face flushed. "I want an L size. Are you questioning my expertise? Or overestimating your measurements?" Jiang Nan teased. "Expertise? Did you switch careers to become a sizing expert now?" Lin Chuqing said in disbelief, insisting. "I want L. Well, L works too." Jiang Nan nodded. "After all, there's still room to grow." Hearing this, Lin Chuqing's face turned even redder, and her frustration level skyrocketed by another 1,000 points. Meanwhile, in another part of the arena, Wu Liang and Han Cheng were locked in an intense battle. Han Cheng, known as a tank-type fighter, was surprisingly using metal-based abilities, manipulating 9 titanium alloy battle shields simultaneously. With a force field enhancing his movements, the speed of his copper forefinger knuckle rings increased dramatically, with each punch creating shockwaves. His attack power and mobility far surpassed Wu Liang's. But Wu Liang wasn't one to back down. As spiritual energy surged, a massive golden bear shield materialized in front of him, formed entirely of pure spiritual energy, none other than the Bear King shield of the Earthquake Bear, a spirit skill of at least gold rank. Han Cheng's punches struck the shield, sparking bursts of fire, while Wu Liang seized the opportunity to counterattack with a massive, Tumperlong Zanbato. With a deafening crash, 4 of Han Cheng's 9 shields were sent flying, embedding themselves deep into the concrete wall. Seeing Wu Liang's balanced offense and defense, Han Cheng gritted his teeth and activated the Amplify Spirit skill. A golden light enveloped his body as he abandoned defense entirely, transforming his shields into flying blades for a relentless assault. Despite Wu Liang's Zanbato moving like a whirlwind, he was still left with bloody gashes, and his Bear King shield was shattered by a single punch. Damn it! Han Cheng isn't sticking to the pure tank style, Xia Yao said anxiously. Wu Liang's speed can't keep us, going to lose at this rate. Zhong Yinxue added nervously. But Jiang Nan remained calm, knowing Wu Liang too well. This guy would never give up unless he was completely unconscious. Sure enough, Wu Liang, covered in blood, suddenly discarded his Zanbato and activated the red-eye spirit skill of the silverback honey bear. Although it caused him to temporarily lose rationality, it greatly amplified his strength. Han Cheng unleashed a flurry of attacks, but Wu Liang kept building up his power. Seizing the moment when Han Cheng paused to catch his breath, Wu Liang struck a massive bear paw descended from the sky. Fly for me. Boom. Han Cheng was sent flying over 70 meters, embedding deeply into the concrete wall. Wu Liang followed up immediately, summoning the Bear King shield to pin Han Cheng down, leaving only his head exposed. Let's see where you run off to now. Wu Liang grinned menacingly, raining down a barrage of punches, leaving the spectators sweating nervously. Han Cheng was stunned by the sudden attack, his mind blank. He wanted to escape but quickly realized there was nowhere to run. However, his confusion didn't last long. 10 seconds later, he was knocked unconscious, losing all ability to think. The fight was over. Wu Liang put away his shield. Covered in blood, yet still exuding an imposing aura, he pounded his chest and let out a bear-like roar that reverberated through the entire stadium. The scene ignited the passion of all the students watching. Though his shiny bald head and the flashy Hatsune Miku design on his outfit slightly undercut the intensity, the battle was undeniably thrilling. Wu Liang, a bronze 4-star, narrowly defeated Han Cheng, a bronze 8-star. A teacher on the sidelines snapped his fingers, and a giant sunflower sprouted from the ground, casting golden light to heal both fighters. Jiang Nan considered giving Wu Liang an energy-boosting ginseng, but then thought better of it. After all, the bald black bear had already suffered enough humiliation, adding more might turn him into a human sprinkler system. Just then, Luo Tianxiang entered the arena, holding a silver spear with a crimson tassel, radiating an intimidating presence. He shot a cold glance at Han Cheng, who was still sprawled on the ground. Pathetic. You can't even beat a bronze 4-star. What use are you? Han Cheng lay there, gritting his teeth, replaying the humiliating scene of his defeat over and over in his mind. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan was fully absorbed in hawking underwear to the crowd. Luo Tianxiang pointed his spear directly at Jiang Nan in the stands. Get down here and fight. You ridiculous clown. Today marks your last day at Songjiang Spirit Martial Academy. This will be a battle with no suspense. I don't even need a reason to defeat you. They'll make sure everyone knows that opposing me, Luo Tianxiang. All right, cut the chatter. Jiang Nan interrupted impatiently, waving dismissively. You'll just keep going if I don't stop you. Luo Tianxiang trembled with rage, trying to continue, but Jiang Nan cut him off again. What? A discount? Dream on. It's 1,000 per pair. No bargaining. Furious, Luo Tianxiang roared. Can you let me finish my sentence? He was on the verge of exploding. The dramatic lines he had painstakingly rehearsed the night before were completely ruined by Jiang Nan. His frustration level shot up by 1,000 points. Ah, humans really are just repetitive machines, Jiang Nan sighed. Fine, go ahead. I'm listening. Luo Tianxiang suppressed his anger and tried to regain his composure. Opposing me, Luo Tianxiang. All right, enough. Get down here. Once again interrupted, his frustration level spiked another 1,000 points. The onlooking students couldn't hold back their laughter. Jiang Nan stood up and called out, Shushu, Big Wolf, watch my stall. Make sure no one steals my shorts. They'll be back in 3 minutes. Xia Yao and Zhong Yinxue covered their faces in embarrassment. The tone of this exchange was worlds apart from Wu Liang's intense battle earlier. Jiang Nan teleported to the arena. Luo Tianxiang, still fuming, opened his mouth to speak, but Jiang Nan cut him off again. Hurry up. I'm on a tight schedule. Enraged, Luo Tianxiang unleashed a surge of spiritual energy, revealing his silver 1-star rank, drawing gasps from the crowd. Even the teachers were astonished by the talent of a 19-year-old already at the silver level. Oomph. Your precious teleportation is useless against someone of my silver. Mortals, prepare to face fear. Chua. Suddenly, a dark shadow leapt from the top of the gymnasium sunshade. It executed a 200-degree front flip midair, landing on one knee in the arena with a dramatic crash. The unexpected entrance left everyone in stunned silence. Jiang Nan glanced at the cracked concrete beneath the newcomer's knee, his eye twitching. He thought to himself, this guy is risking his life just to show off, and he even added his own sound effects? Still, he had to admit, the man was quite striking sharp features, a high-nose bridge, and long hair that reached just past his ears. The man slowly stood up, brushing aside his elegant long hair, his eyes filled with melancholy. His demeanor ignited a fire within me that I could no longer suppress. Two tigers can't share one mountain, let alone three, I thought. Today was the perfect chance to settle this once and for all. But as he stepped forward, his gait was noticeably unsteady. A closer look revealed his torn jeans, exposing bloodied knees underneath. Despite this, he feigned composure, though beads of sweat from the pain glistened on his forehead. Jiang Nan couldn't bear to watch any longer and kindly advised, brother, maybe you should take care of your leg first? Humph. A mere scratch, nothing worth mentioning. No sooner had he spoken than Qin Shou's resentment level surged by 888 points. You didn't need to say it, no one would have noticed. Jiang Nan was utterly dumbfounded, thinking to himself that this guy's mental state might really be questionable. Luo Tianxiang exploded with anger. Qin Shou, are you out of your mind? This has nothing to do with you, get lost. Qin Shou sneered. Humph. What's the matter? Are you scared now? Scared? Scared of your mother. Luo Tianxiang roared. You eternal repeater, I can't be bothered with you. Qin Shou squinted his eyes and declared, today, I'm not just going to take you two down, I'm going to take down the entire heavens. Jiang Nan, I suppose you don't know me yet. I am Qin Shou. Why don't we have a duel first? I guarantee he'll defeat you. Jiang Nan flashed a bright smile. What did you just say? He'll defeat you? Qin Shou froze. No, the sentence before that. I'm going to take down the entire heavens. Qin Shou said proudly, thinking someone finally appreciated his bold proclamation. Nope, the one after that. Qin Shou. Why don't Qin Shou instinctively responded. Jiang Nan nodded. Looks like you're at least self-aware. Qin Shou was utterly baffled. The onlookers burst into laughter. What the heck, worse than a beast? Xiaoyao laughed until tears streamed down her face, while Zhong Yingxue couldn't help but chuckle. This Qin Shou has finally met his match. Xiaoyao said between laughs. What a hopelessly dramatic guy. Zhong Yingxue shook her head and sighed. Such a shame, he's pretty strong, but his brain's a bit off. Qin Shou's face turned red with anger, ready to retort, but Jiang Nan narrowed his eyes and cut him off. You want to use me as a stepping stone? Fine. After I finish this fight, if you still want to challenge me, I'll be happy to oblige. Jiang Nan, never back down. But for now, step aside. Though Qin Shou was seething, he grudgingly retreated to the sidelines. Luo Tianxiang, holding a silver spear, squinted and said, don't worry. After I deal with you, we'll take care of that idiot Qin Shou too. Jiang Nan grinned brightly. You're overthinking it. The atmosphere in the arena grew unbearably tense as the two stood face to face. Suddenly, an astonishing surge of energy erupted from Luo Tianxiang's body. Blazing blue lightning, like serpents of chaos, burst forth from within him. Thick arcs of electricity crackled violently, striking the ground and scorching the hardened concrete into smoking, blackened craters. What the? Jiang Nan stared in shock at the scene before him. Luo Tianxiang's strength was undeniably formidable, had awakened the exceedingly rare lightning-based ability. A silver-tier lightning ability. Luo Tianxiang's attack power is absolutely insane. If you get hit by that, you're done for on the spot. Not to mention that silver spear of his, its conductivity is off the charts. One strike and you're toast. But how's he going to deal with spatial abilities like teleportation? The crowd erupted into waves of exclamations and discussions. On the sidelines, Zhong Yingxue and Xiaoyao couldn't help but grow anxious. Although they were well aware of Jiang Nan's extraordinary strength, they had never seen him engage in a serious fight. Against Luo Tianxiang, whose level was a full tier above his, could Jiang Nan really emerge victorious? Unease crept into their hearts despite their confidence in him. Luo Tianxiang let out a deafening roar as he unleashed his silver-level skill, Minor Divine Might. His muscles instantly bulged, veins and tendons standing out grotesquely. This skill tripled his physical abilities for 3 minutes. Immediately after, he used Thunderlance Thrust. In an instant, currents of electricity surged forth, accompanied by a deafening thunderclap. The powerful electric field engulfed the area, causing even Jiang Nan's hair to stand on end. If you can take this strike, I'll fly in front of everyone. Luo Tianxiang sneered menacingly. The crowd was stunned. Such a bold vow meant he was absolutely confident in countering Jiang Nan's teleportation. That move of yours shouldn't be called Thunderlance Thrust. It's not intimidating at all, Jiang Nan remarked, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Oh, then what should it be called? Pikachu's Thunderbolt? Pika Pika. To hell with your Pikachu. Do you think I'm some Pokemon? Luo Tianxiang flew into a rage, his resentment value spiking by 1,000. The onlookers burst out laughing, and the tension of what should have been a serious duel was completely shattered by Jiang Nan's quip. Die! Luo Tianxiang roared furiously, spinning his silver spear wildly. The electric currents in the air converged at the tip of the spear, crackling violently. He activated the block-on skill, his entire being transforming into a streak of silver light aimed straight at Jiang Nan's heart. It's over. He's using lock-on. Zhong Yingxue exclaimed in alarm. Xiaonan's teleportation won't work now. Xia Yao's face turned pale. This lunatic learned lock-on specifically to counter Xiaonan. The crowd erupted into chaos. Lock-on guarantees a hit it can't be dodged, not even with teleportation. Jiang Nan's finished. In the blink of an eye, Luo Tianxiang launched his most powerful attack with all his might. Yet, Jiang Nan remained standing with his hands behind his back, a smile on his face, showing no signs of preparing to defend himself. Thud. The sound of a spear-piercing flesh echoed, followed by a collective gasp from the crowd. Luo Tianxiang's eyes widened in disbelief as his body convulsed. A blood-curdling scream escaped his lips. Aya! A silver spear had inexplicably appeared behind him, deeply embedded and hitting dead center. The attack he had poured all his strength into had somehow struck his own body. The electrical current coursing through the spear wreaked havoc on his system, causing his eyes to roll back and foam to froth from his mouth. I stabbed myself? Luo Tianxiang collapsed to the ground, the 1 meteorate silver spear protruding from his back. His pitiful state was almost too much to bear. Jiang Nan casually strolled behind him and playfully flicked the spear's shaft. Lock on? I stood right here and let you stab me. I just opened a spatial wormhole on end in front of my chest, the other behind you. Satisfying, isn't it? Stop. Don't move it. Luo Tianxiang groaned in agony, breaking into a cold sweat as his resentment value skyrocketed again. The teacher quickly declared Jiang Nan the winner and examined Luo Tianxiang's injuries, only to look troubled. It's too deep. We'll have to transport him to the hospital as is. What? Absolutely not. Luo Tianxiang cried out in terror. You want me to go to the hospital with a spear stuck in my back? Forget saving meth doctors, we'll have to revive the nurses who pass out laughing first. Luo Tianxiang's entire body was racked with pain. His teeth were clenched tightly, and he dared not move a muscle. He didn't even have the courage to look down at his current miserable state. What should have been a duel where he crushed his opponent had turned into such an embarrassing predicament. This is no joke, the teacher said sternly. You must go to the hospital with these injuries. If that silver spear is pulled out, it could cause massive bleeding. My sunflower little son healing skill won't be fast enough to save you. Luo Tianxiang stubbornly gritted his teeth, his eyes reddening. I'm not going. Even if I die here, I won't go to the hospital. Jiang Nan let out a long sigh. Brother Luo, why be so stubborn? What's the point of pride if you lose your life? Besides, he added bluntly, your dignity is already long gone. Damn it. Luo Tianxiang roared. Do you have to be so brutally honest? Don't you know how to comfort someone? 1,000 resentment points from Luo Tianxiang. Not going, huh? Seeing how obstinate he was, Jiang Nan rolled his eyes. Looking at this pitiful mess of a man, he thought to himself that if Luo really died here, it would surely cause trouble for him as well. Squatting down, Jiang Nan pulled something out of his pocket. Fine, don't go. But do you know what this is? In his hand was none other than a ginseng of pure vitality. Luo Tianxiang's eyes lit up as he stared intently at the ginseng plant. Wasn't this the treasure that could cure old Master Zhong? If he ate it himself, wouldn't that spare him the pain of going to the hospital? You're going to give it to me? Luo Tianxiang asked skeptically, looking at Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan smirked. What are you thinking? A flat price 30 million. Are you out of your mind? Why not just rob me? Luo Tianxiang exploded in anger. Jiang Nan shrugged nonchalantly. What do you think I'm doing? Charity? Luo Tianxiang's frustration boiled over as he gritted his teeth. Oh, so it's legal daylight robbery now? Fine. Sure. With reddened eyes, he growled. Give it to me. I'll pay. It's just a nosebleed, right? Still better than going to the hospital. Jiang Nan chuckled, disappearing and reappearing in an instant, now holding a small folding stool and a piece of cloth. He quickly set up a makeshift stall in the middle of the area, placing the ginseng on display with a businesslike grin. All right, payment first. Luo Tianxiang was dumbfounded. What the? He was utterly confused. Did he really have to set up a stall for this? The surrounding students exchanged bewildered glances. Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao were both speechless. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan was secretly delighted. This was legitimate business. It could replenish his skill points and even cover the stall fees. Why not? Grinding his teeth, Luo Tianxiang transferred the 30 million. Whether or not he would get beaten up at home later was a problem for another time. Without hesitation, he swallowed the ginseng, its bitterness spreading through his mouth. Suddenly, his eyes widened as he felt a surge of energy and blood rushing through his body. His face turned bright red. Quick, pull it out. I can't hold it in. As the teacher hesitated, Jiang Nan dashed forward. I'll do it. With a popping sound, the silver spear was removed. Luo Tianxiang let out a trembling scream, and before he could recover, a fountain of blood burst from his back, shooting over 10 meters into the air. Holy! Jiang Nan jumped back, startled by the scene. The crowd erupted into chaos, students shouting in disbelief. True Tianxiang power. How much pressure must that be? The blood geyser grew stronger, pushing Luo Tianxiang along the ground like a human rocket. In despair, he screamed, Jiang Nan, you! Before he could finish, his head slammed heavily into a wall. When the bleeding finally stopped, Luo Tianxiang had already passed out, though his nose was still gushing like a fountain. The scene fell silent. Everyone turned to stare at Jiang Nan. From start to finish, no one had managed to see how he acted so quickly. Jiang Nan turned to Qin Shou, smiling slyly. So, brother, still want to fight? Qin Shou's face turned pale as a sheet. Instinctively, he covered his backside. And no thanks. My knee is injured. Even if I win, it wouldn't be honorable. Didn't you say a minor injury is nothing to worry about? I've calculated it today's a bad day to be outside. Qin Shou muttered, limping away in haste. Jiang Nan watched his retreating figure. What the? Han City was defeated, and Luo Tianxiang was carried off the arena. Jiang Nan and Wu Liang achieved a decisive victory. In an instant, Jiang Nan teleported with Wu Liang back to the stands, his face beaming with joy as their team was officially established. Zhong Yingxue sweetly swung his arm in praise, while Xia Yao laughed so hard she wiped away tears, claiming that just watching the duel felt like she had worked out abs. She exclaimed that Jiang Nan's spatial wormhole ability was nothing short of godlike. Because of this battle, the way their classmates looked at Jiang Nan changed completely, their eyes now filled with awe. Spatial abilities defied common logic, making attacks nearly impossible to guard against, leaving opponents unprepared. Having finally cleared his debts, Jiang Nan was in high spirits and casually asked about the backstory of that overly dramatic young man who shattered the concrete floor just to look cool. Xia Yao explained that he was Qin Shou, a repeating student from the previous year. He had already been admitted to Kyoto University but was sent back. Zhong Yingxue rolled her eyes and remarked that after witnessing his earlier display, the reason was pretty obvious. Covering his face, Jiang Nan sighed, saying that this guy was probably sent back for being overly pretentious, embodying the phrase, being extra is my essence, and it follows me everywhere. Xia Yao reminded him not to underestimate Qin Shou, as he was a Silverdeer Ice ability user. Watching Qin Shou limp away, Jiang Nan grinned and silently warned him not to stir up trouble unnecessarily. After the competition, the entire school gained a new understanding of Jiang Nanhe was not someone to mess with, or you might end up turned into an unstoppable rocket car. From then on, Jiang Nan took on the nickname King Yanluo Jiang, leading the freshmen through grueling physical training sessions. At the end of the day, Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao went home to cultivate their spiritual energy, while Jiang Nan headed to the phone store to pick up his phone. He discovered that his social media followers had skyrocketed to over 1 million. Without hesitation, he posted a message inviting his fans to meet him at the university town. The comment section exploded instantly. Some joked that street vending was his true calling, others begged for autographs, and some even bragged about how eating his chive power had brought them wealth. The university town night market became packed with people because of Jiang Nan's post. As soon as he set up his stall, his products were snatched up like crazy. His WeChat payment QR code, printed on his t-shirt, couldn't keep up with the transactions. His signature products Hawkeye brand boxers, chive power, and even detoxifying yellow beans priced at 100 yuan each sold out in no time. At that moment, Jiang Nan felt someone watching him. Under the streetlights stood a petite figure dressed in black stockings and denim shorts, with a black hoodie and its large hood pulled up. The lighting obscured her face, but beneath the hood, a pair of watery blue eyes were fixed on Jiang Nan. She occasionally pulled out a photo to compare, and then cautiously tucked it back into her pocket. As the crowd clamored for new stock, Jiang Nan took out a red cloth bundle and carefully revealed 10 shriveled ginseng roots. He boldly claimed they could cure any illness, even cancer, pricing them at 100,000 yuan each and refusing refunds. The crowd erupted in disbelief and skepticism until an elderly woman with graying hair stepped forward, asking if the ginseng could cure her daughter's leukemia. Looking at the woman's weary and sorrowful face, Jiang Nan felt a pang of emotion and gave her the ginseng for free. He then loudly declared that the remaining ginseng would also be given away for free to those truly in need. Under the streetlights, the hooded girl silently observed everything, her watery blue eyes unblinking. Top tier unarmed combat? Could there be something even higher? Jiang Nan paused for a moment as he stared at the system notification. Not enough skill points. The remaining 200,000 skill points were clearly insufficient to upgrade to the next level. Based on the tenfold increase per level, the next upgrade would likely require 1,000,000 points. However, he didn't plan to blindly pursue upgrades. Instead, he turned his attention to other skills. He maxed out his swordsmanship and even extravagantly upgraded his dagger and sneak attack skills to advanced levels. Looking at the mere 10,000 skill points left, Jiang Nan couldn't help but feel a sense of emptiness. Still got 500,000 resentment points to work with, he calculated silently. Originally, he had 700,000, but he had already spent 200,000 to exchange for fruits for Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao. It had been a highly productive day. Even though he had to pay for the stall rental, he still made a profit of over 30,000. On top of that, he received 300,000 as his share from Luo Tiangxiang's 3 million earnings. For the first time in his life, Jiang Nan felt a sense of financial abundance. Recalling the scene at the stall, he was struck by the crowd's reactions when he said, "This time it's free. Next time, it'll charge." People eagerly shared their family struggles. "My dad had a stroke and is bedridden. My grandma has severe hip problems and can only use a wheelchair." Jiang Nan handed out vitality ginseng with a smile, relying on his instincts to tell who genuinely needed help and who was just trying to take advantage. The crowd's admiration was palpable. "Nan Shan is incredible. Such a good-hearted guy." He didn't pack up the stall until 9 p.m. On his way home, Jiang Nan hummed a little tune but couldn't shake the feeling that someone was following him. Near a small alley, he suddenly turned around to check. Though the street appeared empty, the sensation of being watched lingered. It turned out that a hooded girl was hiding near a trash can, holding her breath. She patted her chest nervously and muttered to herself, "How is this guy's awareness so sharp?" Back at the villa, Jiang Nan indulged in a relaxing bath infused with a potent potion. Wrapping himself in a towel, he headed to the third floor, where he saw Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao still immersed in their training. "The bath is ready. Don't forget to freshen up," he called out. "Ugh, I'm already super clean. Okay?" Xia Yao rolled her eyes while wiping away sweat. Zhong Yingxue smiled gently and replied, "All right, they'll go in a bit. By the way, I've prepared 2 more of those fruits from last time. They're on the coffee table in the living room. Don't forget to eat them." The 10-draw lottery begins. The system's notification had barely sounded when Jiang Nan received his first result. "Thank you for participating. Consolation prize. 1 lucky cherry." After 3 consecutive attempts, the system unexpectedly delivered something decent: 2 packs of heartbeat pop rocks and 28 lucky cherries. This surprising drop rate left Jiang Nan overjoyed, wondering if the system had malfunctioned today. However, on the 4th draw, the system returned to its usual self. "Thank you for participating. Consolation prize. 1 hay black garlic." By the end of the 10-draw session, while no major prizes appeared, Jiang Nan noticed something new. The lucky cherries had been moved to the system store, priced at 500 resentment points each. Remembering the cherries' effects, half an hour of good luck followed by 3 hours of extreme misfortune, potentially life-threatening, Jiang Nan quickly abandoned the idea of selling them. "Hey, black garlic? What kind of ridiculous name is that?" Jiang Nan muttered in confusion, promptly opening the system's item description. "Hey, black garlic. Detects all movements within a 1000 meter radius. Effect lasts 24 hours. Hee, no further explanation. Experience it yourself." "That's it?" Jiang Nan was dumbfounded. "And what's with the hee? No explanation? This system is getting more unreliable by the day." Before he could finish venting, the system immediately displayed a warning. "Detected host insulting the system. Deducting funds." A moment later, Jiang Nan's phone buzzed with a notification. "Your account ending in 7931 has been charged 10,000 yuan." Jiang Nan clenched his teeth in frustration. He couldn't even complain anymore. Taking out the black garlic, he saw that it looked even worse than ginseng, like a lump of coal. "Well, if I don't go to hell, who will?" Jiang Nan muttered, pinching his nose as he swallowed the black garlic. Instantly, the intense spiciness made his eyes water. But in the next moment, something incredible happened. Everything within a 1000 meter radius became vividly clear in his mind, down to the tiniest details, like ants carrying grains of rice across the grass. "Whoa, this is basically a human radar," Jiang Nan exclaimed in awe. His amazement quickly turned to shock. A vision of Xia Yao's room appeared in his mind. She stood in front of a mirror, carefully examining her figure. Suddenly, she partially transformed, revealing wolf ears and a silvery wolf tail. Striking a seductive pose, she tilted her head, blinked playfully, and made an adorable gesture with her paw. "Meow," Xia Yao murmured to herself. "I'm not cute enough." "Woof." Jiang Nan burst into uncontrollable laughter, rolling on his bed. "Hee, this is priceless." So this was what the system meant by experience it yourself. This garlic is amazing. Jiang Nan thought excitedly. Even though tears were streaming down his face from the spiciness, he felt it was worth it. He was secretly pleased with himself for discovering a little secret to counter the ferocious wolf demon. The sound of running water came from the bathroom. Jiang Nan tried to convince himself he wasn't looking on purpose. It was all because of that clove of garlic. Yet at this moment, his mind vividly presented every scene within a 1,000-meter radius, and he couldn't control it. In the bathroom, Zhong Yingxue was relaxing in the bathtub, her cheeks flushed pink from the steam. She glanced warily at the unlocked bathroom door, then reached for a heavily marked book next to the tub. The pages were not only dog-eared, but also had red pin markings and underlines. Reading in the bath? What kind of book needs to be read so sneakily? Jiang Nan thought curiously. When he took a closer look, he froze. It was a manual. On the page was a strange incantation. Up, up, down, down, left, right, B, A, B, A. Zhong Yingxue nodded earnestly, took a deep breath, then set the book aside and began practicing according to the instructions. Up, up, down, left, right, she murmured, then followed with B, B, A. After completing the sequence, her face turned even redder. She clenched her fists, and her beautiful eyes sparkled with determination. Xiaoyao, I will catch up to you. Jiang Nan's mind went blank, and he jumped off the bed in shock. He wanted so badly to rush into the bathroom and tell Zhong Yingxue, this is all nonsense. That up, down, left, right, B, only gives you 30 extra lives in contra. It absolutely won't make you stronger. Who even writes books like this? What a scam. Jiang Nan felt heartbroken that the innocent Zhong Yingxue would believe such things. But he couldn't just barge in. That would expose him. He'll find the right opportunity to subtly let her know, he thought. As Jiang Nan was about to get dressed and head to the supermarket near the women's bathhouse to buy a nutrition drink, he insisted it was just for the drink. He suddenly froze in front of the mirror. What the hell? He exclaimed in despair. Staring at his reflection, his entire body had turned completely black. Not a single spot spared. He was pitch black, perfectly black, as if he could merge into the darkness of the night. At this moment, he looked like a living, breathing lump of coal. Jiang Nan suddenly realized the truth. So the Lihei garlics, hey, black wasn't just a name. Eating it actually turned him black. This must be karma for peeking. He forced a smile more pitiful than tears, his pitch-black face leaving only a set of white teeth eerily gleaming in the dark. How am I supposed to go to the bathhouse like this? Jiang Nan lamented. All that's visible now is my teeth. If I wander around at night, won't I scare people to death? In desperation, he gritted his teeth and used his last 100,000 resentment points to exchange for flawless beauty pill and swallowed it. The result? He turned into an even more handsome, black man. As Jiang Nan was fretting over his predicament, he suddenly noticed something unusual outside the villa. A petite figure agilely climbed over the fence, landing silently and cautiously scanning the area. It was the hooded girl. She tiptoed closer, peeking into the darkened house. Seeing no movement inside, she pulled a lockpicking set from her hoodie pocket and skillfully unlocked the window. She slid it open just a crack and inserted a tube, blowing in a colorless, odorless sleeping gas. Jiang Nan held his breath, amazed at the audacity of this thief. The girl quickly opened the window wider and slipped inside, covering her nose while pulling a sharp dagger from her hoodie pocket. The room was pitch black in the dead of night as the hooded girl tiptoed toward the bed. Huh, she murmured in confusion, realizing the bed was empty. Jiang Nan stood right in front of her, baffled and exasperated. I'm right here. Are you blind? I watched you pick the lock and sneak in, and now you're pretending you can't see me. The hooded girl wandered around the room, clearly puzzled. This made Jiang Nan suddenly sense something was off. If she really were blind, how could she have picked the lock so skillfully just moments ago? Tentatively, he waved his hand in front of her face, but she showed no reaction. A shocking realization struck Jiang Nan. It wasn't that the girl couldn't see him. It was that he was too dark to be noticed. At the moment, he was completely naked, the room was unlit, and there was no moonlight outside. He had essentially become one with the darkness. Am I really this dark? Jiang Nan thought in despair. Just then, a voice called from upstairs, Xiao Nan, what are you yelling about in the middle of the night? Before the words had fully landed, the startled hooded girl bolted like a nimble cat, leaping out the window and even thoughtfully closing it behind her. Left with no other option, Jiang Nan tried to console himself. Just sleep it off. Maybe everything will be back to normal by morning. But the next morning, when a knock sounded at the door, Jiang Nan stood in front of the mirror and felt utterly hopeless. Was still as dark as coal. In the daylight, his appearance was even more strikingly exaggerated than in the dark. Xiao Nan, get up. You're going to be late. Zhong Yingxue urged him from outside the door. No, don't come in. Jiang Nan hurriedly moved to block the door. What's wrong? Aren't you going to school? I've contracted some kind of illness. The kind that'll kill me if I go outside. Jiang Nan lied through gritted teeth, thinking to himself that there was no way he could step out looking like this. If anyone saw him, the title of Nan Shun would surely be replaced with Jiang Kolbal. What kind of ridiculous illness is that? Zhong Yingxue asked suspiciously. Resentment from Zhong Yingxue, 333. Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao had already gone to school. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan sat hugging his knees, looking utterly wronged, staring intently at the alarm clock on the bedside table. Time ticked by second, and the wait was pure agony. Based on the system's usual tendencies, the side effects of consolation prizes usually had a time limit. If this keeps up and I stay like this forever, I swear ill. Well, you get the idea. Jiang Nan, with nothing better to do, grabbed some heart-pounding jumping candy to distract himself. The rush of excitement might help him forget his misery. But 3 minutes later, there was a wriggling black eel-like figure on the bed that was Jiang Nan, dazed and shocked, as he realized that the spiritual energy within a 1000-meter radius was converging toward him. Could this be the effect of the hey black garlic? It seemed to have significantly boosted his absorption of spiritual energy from 10 times the normal rate to about 15 times. In fact, it pushed his level from bronze 5 stars to bronze 6 stars. What the heck? Hey black garlic combined with heart-pounding jumping candy? This combo actually works? Jiang Nan couldn't help but marvel at the discovery. This was awesome. By 10 a.m., Jiang Nan finally noticed he had returned to his original skin tone, and his skin even felt smoother. Was this a whitening effect too? He recalled eating the hey black garlic around 10 p.m. the previous night, meaning the side effect of darkened skin lasted about 12 hours. Jiang Nan felt relieved. It wasn't a bad deal after all. Changing into fresh clothes, he happily stepped out. Of course, he had to go to school. What a waste of his irresistible charm if he didn't. Who knows, he might even gain a fan club of admirers. As Jiang Nan walked down the street, he frowned repeatedly. The lingering effect of the hey black garlic meant his sensing range still covered 1,000 meters, and every little movement within that area fed back to him. It was a bit overwhelming. On top of that, Jiang Nan noticed something unusual. Last night's hooded girl was following him from a distance. An elderly man on a park bench, pretending to read a newspaper, was sneakily glancing at him. When Jiang Nan looked his way, the man quickly refocused on his paper. Then there was the ice cream vendor, the guy walking his dog. Jiang Nan clicked his tongue. Are thieves working in teams now? So professional. Wait a second, something's not right. If they were thieves, wouldn't they just rob my empty house? Why tell me? Are they after me specifically? Jiang Nan remembered what Mountain Cat had said about his abilities being exposed, which might attract trouble. Could these people be the ones? Damn, they're not even subtle. So, was that hooded girl last night trying to assassinate me? With her clumsy moves? She couldn't even find me. Jiang Nan rubbed his chin, growing more cautious. However, he decided against seeking Mountain Cat's help. After all, he had just returned. If the Dark Knight Army insisted on protecting him by banning him from school and sending him to a military base, that would be a disaster. Nope, can't let that happen. Jiang Nan shrugged it off and headed straight to school. The moment he entered the school gates, he saw 5 blood donation vans parked there. A large group of students was already lining up, including Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao, who waved him over. Xia Yao called out excitedly, "Xiao Nan, come on, get in line." Jiang Nan was puzzled. What's going on? Blood donation? Is it mandatory? A sense of unease crept into his mind. Something felt off. It was only the start of the school term, and yet blood donation vans were already here? His gaze wandered to the busy nurses around the vans. Zhong Yingxue smiled and said, "It's voluntary." Jiang Nan shook his head vigorously, like a rattle drum. "No way. It hurts." Xia Yao glared at him. "You're afraid of pain? Seriously? Get over here. It's for a good cause. Plus, you'll get a blood donation card. If you ever need a transfusion, having the card gives you priority." Still, Jiang Nan shook his head. "You do it. You have more blood." Xia Yao was infuriated and immediately put him in a firm 7-day lockhold. "Let go, you big bully." Jiang Nan protested. Xia Yao scolded. "No way." Jiang Nan smirked mischievously. "Not letting go? Huh? Meow." Xia Yao blinked in confusion. "No matter how cute you act, I'm not letting you off," she declared. Jiang Nan raised an eyebrow. Woof. Suddenly, Xia Yao's face turned crimson as she remembered something. I'm going to kill you. Did you use a spatial wormhole to spy on me yesterday?" She tightened her grip even more. Jiang Nan rolled his eyes. "Heaven help me. Of course not." Xia Yao, still blushing, demanded, "Then how do you know?" Zhong Yingxue, curious, asked, "Know what?" Both Xia Yao and Jiang Nan shook their heads in unison. "Nothing." After letting go, Xia Yao whispered angrily in his ear, They'll deal with you later. Jiang Nan looked aggrieved. I really didn't. Zhong Yingxue chimed in. Xiao Nan, are you sure you don't want to donate blood? If you donate 300 cubic centimeters, you'll get a small gift. Jiang Nan's eyes lit up. What? A gift? All right, take as much as you want. Drain me dry. Xia Yao. Zhong Yingxue. After waiting in line for what felt like forever, it was finally Jiang Nan's turn. Meanwhile, in a different line, Yu Qingqing had just finished donating blood, and it was now Qin Shou's turn. His face looked a little pale. Xiao Yu frowned slightly as the nurse drew her blood. Does it hurt? Jiang Nan asked. Yu Qingqing shook her head and gave a brave smile. Not at all. It's just like a mosquito bite. Are you afraid of needles? Qin Shou noticed Jiang Nan looking at him and immediately puffed up his chest, exuding confidence. Afraid of needles? Huh. What a joke. A true man knows no fear. The word fear doesn't exist in my dictionary. Jiang Nan couldn't help but laugh. Well, sounds like you got ripped off on that dictionary. Oh? What the heck? Qin Shou looked utterly frustrated. Is that what I meant? His indignation level shot up instantly. He strode over to the blood donation chair, plopped down, and thrust out his arm with great determination. Do it, he barked. The nurse, with a gentle smile, asked, how much would you like to donate? What's the minimum amount? Jiang Nan facepalmed with a sigh. Can you stop putting on such a brave front just to suffer in silence? Using all that bravado to say something so timid? The nurse stifled a laugh. 300 cubic centimeters is the minimum. Qin Shou shut his eyes, adopting a look of heroic resolve. As the blood slowly flowed into the bag, his complexion grew increasingly pale, cold sweat appeared on his forehead, and his lips turned blue. Are you okay? Maybe we should stop, the nurse said, concerned. A true man never quits halfway. Keep going, Qin Shou said, forcing himself to stay strong. But as soon as his gaze accidentally fell on the blood bag, he instantly slumped in the chair, overwhelmed by dizziness. Oh no, he actually fainted, Jiang Nan exclaimed in shock. If you faint at the sight of blood, why on earth are you donating it? Quick, put it back. Put it back in me. Qin Shou groaned weakly. The nurse, stunned, quickly returned the blood to him and even added an extra 300 cubic centimeters to help him recover. All right, next person. And remember, no more blood donations for you in the future, okay? The nurse said, exasperated. Wait, where's my little gift? Didn't you say there would be a small gift? Qin Shou suddenly asked. Everyone present was dumbfounded. Oh? Seriously? You got all your 300 cubic centimeters returned, plus an extra 300 cubic centimeters, and you still have the nerve to ask for a gift? You're not here to donate blood. You're here to rob us, aren't you? The nurse rolled her eyes. A gift? Here's a hammer for you. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this until next time.